Time passed second by second. Suddenly, a deafening roar resounded. The entire mountain shook violently from this massive energy surge, sending sand and gravel flying. Yifan slowly opened his eyes, carefully sensing the surging power within his body, but his expression was far from pleasant. Only broken through to the mid-stage of the celestial immortal realm? But that's barely enough to break through to the immortal king realm. Yifan frowned slightly, pondering to himself. After saying this, Yifan summoned his pill list with a thought. Suddenly, Yifan noticed a small and conspicuous search icon appearing above the pill list. Where did this come from? I searched the entire list and couldn't see it. Yifan wondered, somewhat puzzled. Just then, the system answered Yifan's question. Ding! Considering how hard you always search for pills, this system has specially added this convenient search function for you. How about it? Shouldn't you thank this system? The system's voice clearly carried a hint of seeking praise and recognition. Hearing this, Yifan's lips curled into a faint smile, and he said softly, you're not entirely useless. Yifan didn't mind praising the system, after all, it was practically his only friend. Having received the system's response, he didn't hesitate for a moment. He quickly stretched out his finger and typed Celestial Immortal Cultivation Enhancement Pill into the search box. Almost instantly, a detailed virtual panel about the Celestial Immortal Cultivation Enhancement Pill appeared before Yifan. It clearly displayed the pill's effects and the creation points required. Yifan looked closely and, without hesitation, created 3 Celestial Immortal Cultivation Enhancement Pills. A moment later, 3 Celestial Immortal Cultivation Enhancement Pills, emitting a rich medicinal fragrance, instantly appeared in Yifan's hand. Yifan looked at the 3 glowing pills in his hand, and without hesitation, grabbed them all and popped them into his mouth. The instant the pills entered his stomach, an incomparably scorching power erupted within Yifan's body like a volcanic eruption. However, facing such violent power, Yifan remained remarkably calm. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began methodically guiding this surging power into his dantian. His meridians, at this moment, resembled a vast, boundless river, continuously enduring the fierce impact of this power. However, even though this powerful force, like a raging tide, relentlessly and violently assaulted Yifan's meridians, his meridians remained completely undamaged. As time passed, the medicinal power within Yifan's body was gradually refined and absorbed. With each passing second, Yifan could clearly feel his strength rapidly increasing. His aura grew stronger, and the pressure emanating from his body became increasingly astonishing. After a period of time, Yifan successfully broke through one cultivation bottleneck after another. His original mid-stage celestial immortal realm was now rising unstoppably upwards like a flood bursting its banks. In the blink of an eye, Yifan had broken through to the peak of the celestial immortal realm. A while later, suddenly, a deafening roar resounded, and an unparalleled aura erupted from Yifan's entire body. This aura soared into the sky, seemingly capable of shattering all constraints in the world. At the same time, Yifan's realm leaped into the early stage of the Immortal King realm. Is this the power of the Immortal King realm? Quite impressive, Yifan thought with satisfaction, his desire for the primordialine body growing stronger. After breaking through, Yifan didn't stop cultivating. Instead, he opened his pill list and typed Foundation Strengthening Pill into the search bar. It's crucial to understand that on the path of cultivation, a solid foundation is paramount. It's like the cornerstone of a building. If the foundation is unstable, no matter how magnificent the superstructure, it will eventually collapse. Like a towering skyscraper, if its foundation falters, the entire building will collapse in an instant, reduced to ruins. Just then, various foundation strengthening pills appeared on the virtual screen displayed by the system. After examining them, Yifan created a foundation strengthening pill from among the many available, one capable of stabilizing those at the Immortal King level and below. Yifan picked up the pill and popped it into his mouth. As the pill melted instantly in his mouth, a powerful yet gentle medicinal force flowed down his throat, heading straight for his dantian. He closed his eyes tightly, focusing intently on guiding this medicinal force to circulate slowly within his body. Gradually, the medicinal force began to permeate his limbs and bones, nourishing every inch of his meridians and bones. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yifan clearly felt that his previously slightly loosened realm, caused by the rapid pace of his breakthrough, was now gradually becoming stable. The somewhat restless aura he had felt earlier also slowly subsided, as if firmly suppressed by an invisible hand. Once Yifan had completely consolidated his realm, he let out a long sigh and slowly opened his eyes. Not bad, it wasn't a waste of 10 creation points, Yifan thought with satisfaction. Meanwhile, in another cultivation room, Mo Yuchen hadn't stepped out of his room for the past 2 days. Indeed, Yifan had already spent 2 days in the small world. He sat cross-legged on the futon, trying his best to calm his restless heart and enter the optimal state for cultivation. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. No matter how hard he tried to adjust his state of mind, the intense killing intent towards Yifan deep within his mind did not diminish in the slightest. On the contrary, this hatred burned even brighter, like a raging fire, almost threatening to devour his entire soul. Chapter 37 Tribulation. Sitting atop the hill, Yifan's thoughts shifted, and in the next instant, he appeared in the pavilion of the courtyard. However, to Yifan's utter surprise, the moment he appeared, the previously clear sky abruptly changed color. Thick, dark clouds, like ink, rapidly gathered, quickly forming a vast, sky-covering thundercloud. Accompanied by muffled thunderclaps, dazzling bolts of lightning darted and danced through the clouds, like angry silver serpents, bearing their fangs and claws, their power terrifying. Yifan glanced casually at the churning thunderclouds in the sky, initially paying them no heed, assuming it was someone undergoing tribulation. But just as Yifan sat in the pavilion lost in thought, suddenly, an incredibly thick bolt of lightning, like a roaring dragon, carrying the force of destruction, struck him directly. Yifan's heart jolted, his expression changing drastically. Only now did he realize, as if waking from a dream, that this sudden tribulation wasn't aimed at anyone else, but at him. In a flash, Yifan dared not hesitate. He pushed off with his feet, his figure flashing, narrowly avoiding the deadly lightning. The lightning crashed to the ground, sending up clouds of dust and debris, causing the entire courtyard to tremble violently. Yifan stared at the horrifying scene before him, still shaken. After all, Yifan had arrived here invincible, without encountering any setbacks. What the hell is this damned tribulation? Why did it inexplicably target me? This is unbelievable. Damn it, I've had the worst luck of my life today. Yifan cursed inwardly, a surge of anger rising to his head. Just then, the system answered Yifan's question. Ding. Host, I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush, let me explain in detail. In this immortal realm, advancing from a human immortal to a celestial immortal doesn't trigger a tribulation. However, to cross the celestial immortal level in advance to become an immortal king, one must undergo a tribulation test. But, the small world you possess can shield you from tribulations, so when you successfully broke through to immortal king, you weren't subjected to a tribulation. After hearing the system's explanation, Yifan felt a surge of speechless frustration. You damn system. Since you knew this, why didn't you tell me sooner? Did you deliberately try to trick me? Yifan couldn't help but curse the system in his heart. Oh dear, host, please don't blame me. It's your own fault for not asking. Since that's the case, it's naturally inconvenient for me to tell you, the system's words clearly revealed a hint of smug satisfaction, as if it were secretly pleased with itself for successfully tricking its host. However, even though Yifan was filled with resentment, the terrifying lightning tribulation before him remained completely unaffected. The dark thunderclouds churned and churned violently once more, with even more dazzling lightning flashing within, as if brewing an even more terrifying attack. Yifan stared intently at the ever-changing thunderclouds, a disdainful sneer playing on his lips. Then, without hesitation, he used 100 creation points to instantly create a full 106th tier immortal artifact specifically for defense. These artifacts emanated a terrifyingly powerful aura, surrounding Yifan and forming an indestructible protective barrier. I'll see if so many top-tier defensive immortal artifacts can withstand your seemingly ferocious but shabby lightning tribulation. At this moment, the second lightning tribulation, having condensed, was like a roaring beast, charging towards him with a world-destroying momentum. Yifan's hands moved swiftly, as if he had transformed into a master architect, beginning to stack the 106th tier immortal artifacts in a unique and exquisite way. Yi Fan manipulated each artifact, ensuring they were tightly connected and mutually supportive. In just a few seconds, a skyscraper composed of 6th tier immortal artifacts gradually took shape. This skyscraper exuded a terrifyingly powerful aura. Yi Fan manipulated this skyscraper to slowly move it above his head. Just then, the lightning tribulation in the sky crashed down like a roaring dragon. It carried world-destroying power, slamming violently into the layers of 6th tier immortal artifacts. In an instant, an extremely dazzling light burst forth, like a brilliant star exploding. At the same time, an unparalleled, immense shockwave raged wildly, stirring up violent ripples in the surrounding space, as if the entire world was about to tremble. However, to Yi Fan's surprise, although this lightning tribulation looked terrifying, its actual power was not as terrifying as he had imagined. After a fierce collision, only the 3 6th tier immortal artifacts at the very top succumbed to the impact, shattering into countless fragments scattered across the ground. Is that all? I thought they had some strength. This lightning tribulation is no match for them. I thought they were much more powerful, Yi Fan thought disdainfully. Yi Fan slightly raised his head, looking disdainfully at the rolling thunderclouds above. However, to his surprise, the thunderclouds showed no sign of dissipating. Instead, they grew even more turbulent. Just then, a dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, striking directly at Yi Fan's location. Immediately afterward, within the churning thunderclouds, a blurry, gigantic figure slowly emerged. As bursts of lightning flashed and leaped, the figure became increasingly clear. It was a burly giant wielding a massive lightning hammer. Although the giant's face was shrouded in layers of mist, making it difficult to discern its true appearance. Its sheer size and imposing stature, along with the powerful aura emanating from it, were enough to instill an indescribable sense of oppressive weight. Seeing this, Yi Fan frowned slightly and coldly snorted, Even if you unleash another 100 lightning tribulations, I will withstand them all today." Before the words were even finished, the giant had already raised its thunder hammer high, bringing it crashing down towards Yi Fan with the force of 1,000 thunderbolts. However, the thunder hammer missed Yi Fan, instead being blocked by the tall building. A deafening roar resounded as the thunder hammer collided heavily with the tall building, instantly unleashing a terrifying energy surge that shook the heavens and the earth. Chapter 38 Qingling. This attack, like a thunderbolt, surged forth with devastating energy. However, despite its immense power, it failed to breach the tower's defenses. The tower shimmered with a strange light, acting like an indestructible shield, easily deflecting this terrifying blow. However, while the overall defense remained intact, the dozen or so 6th-tier immortal artifacts atop it couldn't withstand the immense impact, shattering into countless fragments that scattered like meteors. At this moment, the colossal giant within the thunderclouds, its body as large as a mountain, witnessed Yi Fan successfully withstand its powerful attack and chose not to launch another attack. Perhaps realizing that the person before it was no ordinary opponent, or perhaps for other reasons. In any case, it merely gave Yi Fan a deep look before its figure flickered and vanished instantly into the dense thunderclouds. As the giant departed, the previously stormy and cloud-covered sky quickly returned to calm and clarity, as if the breathtaking battle had never occurred. Damn it, how come a giant appeared during this tribulation? I've never seen anything like this in those Cultivation novels. Yi Fan stood unharmed, wondering to himself. Just as Yi Fan was lost in thought, a strangely excited shout suddenly rang out from afar. "It's him! It's him! It's him! This is the person who triggered the divine tribulation." Hearing this sudden shout, Yi Fan looked up, following the direction of the voice. He saw a group of people rapidly approaching him. However, as they neared Yi Fan, they seemed to be blocked by an invisible force, all stopping in their tracks. They sensed the icy aura emanating from Yi Fan, an aura that instilled fear in them, preventing them from taking another step forward. They could only stand there watching from a distance. Yi Fan glanced at the group and noticed that there were not only dozens of young disciples, but also several elders. A tribulation like this can attract so many people? And someone just mentioned some kind of divine punishment lightning tribulation. What is that? Yi Fan was now filled with doubt. Ding! Qingling's favorability plus 50, current favorability, 50. After recognizing Yifan's face, the elders were slightly taken aback, then revealed insincere smiles and praised. You truly deserved your extraordinary talent. To be able to trigger the divine punishment tribulation is a rare feat. Hearing this, Yifan couldn't help but feel surprised, a hint of doubt appearing on his face. He asked, "What is this divine punishment tribulation?" The elder was taken aback, a look of doubt appearing on his face, but still said, "The divine punishment tribulation is different from ordinary tribulations. Legend has it that only those with special fortune or heaven-defying talent will suffer this tribulation. Young master, you have survived it safely, you must be no ordinary person." Yifan's lips curled slightly. He was truly no ordinary person. Not only was he from another world, but the system he possessed was also heaven-defying, practically a godlike existence. At this moment, the surrounding crowd was buzzing with excitement, the atmosphere exceptionally lively. However, amidst the clamor, the disciples at the very edge of the crowd suddenly stirred, as if something astonishing had occurred. Yifan curiously looked in that direction, only to see the disciples who had previously formed a dense crowd quickly parting to the sides, automatically creating a wide passage. From this passage, a woman slowly emerged, her beauty breathtaking, instantly captivating everyone's attention. "Greetings, Holy Maiden." Upon seeing her, everyone present bowed in unison, their attitude utterly respectful. This Holy Maiden, known as the Azure Spirit Fairy, possessed a pair of beautiful eyes as clear and captivating as autumn water. She was now looking directly at Yifan, her lips slightly parted, and she said softly, "Young Master Yi, I sense the aura of a tribulation lightning permeating this place, and out of curiosity, I came to observe, hoping to gain some insight. However, I never expected that the one who triggered this tribulation would be you, young master. Moreover, as far as I know, this is the legendary divine punishment tribulation. I was truly impolite for not personally paying you a visit before, I hope you will forgive me." Upon hearing this, Yifan couldn't help but carefully examine the beautiful woman before him. I almost forgot about the system quest. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, you can't blame me. However, this alluring aura is truly powerful, it directly increased my favorability by 50 points. Perhaps I can use normal methods to win over this Qingling. But if it takes too long, I don't mind using some tricks. Yifan thought wickedly. Yifan smiled at Qingling and said, it's all right, you're too kind, young lady." Qingling breathed a sigh of relief. She had thought Yifan, with his cold aura, would be difficult to approach, but he was unexpectedly so kind. As he spoke, Yifan used his eye of detection to examine Qingling's data panel. Ding! Panel unfolded. Name, Qingling. Personality, conservative, gentle, focused on the big picture. Identity, daughter of the sect master of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect, Holy Maiden of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. Cultivation, peak of the profound immortal realm. Physique, spirit immortal body, superior immortal body. Spells, Xuanwu Shadow Slash, low-grade immortal, Flying Swallow Step, low-grade immortal, etc. Mental strength realm, early stage of the lamp realm. Destiny, heroine of fortune. Fortune level, superior. Affection, 50. Original future path, after entering the Sword Emperor's secret realm, she encountered a powerful demonic beast and was rescued by Xiao Tian. However, before the beast died, it released a special mist that caused the two. Because of her conservative personality, coupled with Xiao Tian's powerful talent, she accepted him and later ascended to the God realm with him, becoming a powerful figure in the God realm. Current future path? Yifan looked at Qingling's panel and then laughed out loud. However, just as Yifan burst into laughter, everything around him suddenly became eerily quiet. This was because time was frozen around him when Yifan was using the system, and he couldn't do anything. Yifan gradually stopped laughing, but a barely concealed smile remained on his face. He gently stroked his chin, thinking to himself, this is hilarious. This script is a classic among classics. But, thinking about it, Qingling's personality could be quite useful. I wonder what kind of expression she'll have if she finds out she's fallen into my trap. You wouldn't want to. Chapter 39 Qingling's Thoughts. Yi Fan exited the system panel, and with his movement, the frozen time around him instantly resumed its normal flow. Xingling's lips parted slightly, her voice clear and melodious like a nightingale's song. Young Master Yi, I truly didn't expect that you would break through to the Immortal King realm at such a young age. This is a height that countless cultivators dream of but can only dream of reaching. Even more astonishing is that you can actually summon the incredibly powerful divine punishment lightning tribulation. With such talent and strength, you are destined for earth-shattering achievements in the future. You truly possess the potential of an immortal emperor. After a brief pause, Xingling continued with burning eyes, Young Master Yi, I heard that you haven't joined any faction yet. If you don't mind, why not consider joining our Azure Dragon Immortal Sect? With your aptitude and potential, once you become a disciple of our sect, you will undoubtedly receive the best training and resource support. I can strongly recommend you to my father, and he can grant you the position of inner sect elder. Xingling finally stopped concealing her true intentions. If we can successfully bind Yi Fan permanently to our Azure Dragon Immortal Sect, with his unparalleled talent capable of triggering divine tribulation lightning and his unfathomable potential, the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect will surely gain another immortal emperor in the future. Xingling pondered to herself. However, Xingling knew very well that if she wanted Yi Fan to remain closely connected to the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect in the long term, some sacrifices and efforts would be necessary. After a brief period of thought, Xingling realized that there was only one way to truly keep Yi Fan in the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect, herself. Because in her view, only through the bond of marriage could Yi Fan be firmly tied to the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. Therefore, Xingling secretly resolved to make Yi Fan her husband. Once the two of them were happily married, Yi Fan would forever belong to the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect, and there would be no possibility of him leaving. She had no regrets about adding a genius with a high probability of becoming an immortal emperor to the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. Moreover, Yi Fan was quite handsome, and Xingling had a good impression of him, which was why she came up with this plan. If Yi Fan were a fat, greasy man, Xingling would never have used this method. The disciples who had been discussing intensely around her widened their eyes upon hearing Xingling's words, their faces filled with disbelief, and their hearts were filled with shock. However, in stark contrast to these young disciples, the respected elders all wore expressions of satisfaction, smiling as they watched Xingling. Their eyes seemed to silently say, this once naive and immature girl has finally truly grown up. Just then, a sudden voice broke the brief silence. Linger, your actions are perhaps somewhat inappropriate. With this voice, everyone's gaze turned in the direction from which it came. A man dressed in a blue robe was seen slowly walking from the edge of the crowd. The man was tall and straight as a pine tree, with a handsome face and well-defined features, exuding an extraordinary and refined aura. Senior brother. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the disciples respectfully called out in unison, their greetings echoing throughout the space. The man smiled and nodded in response, then slowly turned his gaze to Xingling not far away. When Xingling noticed the man's gaze, her previously calm face involuntarily furrowed slightly, and a barely perceptible hint of dislike flashed deep in her eyes. However, despite this, she suppressed her displeasure, forcing a smile, and patiently said to the man, Senior brother Yi Xian, I believe that with the strength young Master Yi has demonstrated, becoming an elder in the sect should not be difficult for him. It should be noted that this man called Yi Xian was no ordinary person. He was the personal disciple of the highly respected Grand Elder of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect, and was usually revered and valued within the sect. He was also one of Xingling's suitors. At this moment, Yi Xian gently shook his head, replying in a rather composed tone, Junior Sister Linger, I naturally won't deny young Master Yi's exceptional talent. However, in my opinion, young Master Yi is still relatively inexperienced. If he were to assume the position of elder at this time, I'm afraid it would be difficult to gain the respect of the masses. Yi Fan, who had been standing quietly to the side, listened silently to the back-and-forth conversation between the two, secretly finding it rather amusing. Just then, Yi Xian continued, Moreover, young Master Yi has only just successfully broken through to the Immortal King realm. He must have many personal cultivation plans of his own. It's best if we don't interfere too much in such matters. Hearing this, Yi Fan's lips suddenly curled into a slightly amusement. Then, he slowly said, as Brother Yi says, I do indeed have some matters to attend to, so I may not be able to stay at the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect for long. When Qingling heard Yifan say this, a very subtle and almost imperceptible look of disappointment flashed across her beautiful and refined face. Upon hearing this, the eldest disciple smiled and said, since young Master Yi already has his own plans, that's naturally the best. However, at this moment, Yifan suddenly changed his tone, a slight smile playing on his lips, and said, however, a nominal appointment is acceptable. Just then, a slight tremor suddenly arose in the previously calm sky. Everyone looked up and saw a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe. He walked slowly through the air as if on flat ground, each step seemingly light, yet carrying an indescribable pressure. As he drew closer, everyone finally saw his face clearly. Sect Master. Upon seeing the middle-aged man appear, the disciples and elders present shouted in unison, their voices filled with awe and respect. Standing in the crowd, Qingling couldn't help but smile with joy upon seeing this familiar figure. She quickly stepped forward and softly called out, Father. Cheng Wuhan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, his gaze then falling upon Yifan. Chapter 40 The Free Gift of Qingling. Cheng Wuhan smiled and said slowly, Young friend Yi, I am fully aware of what just happened. Regarding your nominal position as an elder of our sect, it's fine. However, our Azure Dragon Immortal Sect has always valued fairness and impartiality. Even if you only hold a nominal title, your daily offerings will not be reduced. With that, he waved his hand lightly, and a storage ring flew towards Yifan. Yifan expressionlessly accepted the storage ring, his heart filled with disdain and contempt. Mere immortal crystals. With his current cultivation level, creating low-grade and mid-grade immortal crystals wouldn't cost him any creation points. Therefore, facing the few immortal crystals in the storage ring, Yifan merely nodded slightly, not bothering to look at them again, let alone utter a single word of thanks or praise. Seeing this, Cheng Wuhan, standing to the side, couldn't help but let a barely perceptible hint of displeasure flash deep in his eyes. However, he ultimately suppressed his displeasure and remained silent. He knew that the young man before him named Yifan was no ordinary person, he was someone that Lu Chenfeng, the young master of the Celestial Court, had specifically instructed him to take good care of. Alright, everyone, please disperse for now. I need to quietly return to my secluded cultivation and meditate, Yifan said casually, his expression impatient. Hearing this, the many disciples and elders present all showed displeasure, clearly extremely dissatisfied with Yifan's arrogant and rude attitude. But even if they harbored resentment, they could only dare to be angry but not speak out, and they all turned to leave. However, just as everyone was preparing to disperse, a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang out. Young Master Yi, please wait. I've encountered some difficulties in my cultivation. Could you perhaps offer me some guidance? The speaker was Qingling, her beautiful eyes brimming with expectation as she gazed at Yifan. Qingling offered a seemingly reasonable but actually quite lame excuse. Her true purpose was simply to find a way to keep Yifan here. Upon hearing this, a faint smile suddenly appeared in Yifan's deep eyes. He then spoke softly, certainly. In that case, please come in. Cheng Wuhan, who had witnessed everything, watched his precious daughter deliver herself to his doorstep without uttering a single word. With a flash, he vanished from his spot. Qingling followed Yifan into the courtyard. As soon as she steadied herself, she asked, Young Master Yi, is it because you cannot stay at our Azure Dragon Immortal Sect for an extended period that you have important matters to attend to? Or perhaps, if you lack the various resources needed for cultivation, our Azure Dragon Immortal Sect will absolutely provide them to you unconditionally. Yifan couldn't help but sneer inwardly upon hearing this. It seems Qingling wants to completely bind me to this Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. However, this is not without its opportunities to be exploited, Yifan thought to himself. Yifan remained expressionless, replying calmly, Thank you for your kindness, Holy Maiden, but to be honest, I have no other special matters to attend to. But I've always been a free spirit, and I really don't like being confined to one place for too long. However, Yifan suddenly changed his tone, a barely perceptible smile appearing on his face, and slowly said, However, I've always been a very loyal and righteous person. If I can find something in this Azure Dragon Immortal Sect that I'll cherish, then I will certainly not hesitate to shoulder the responsibility of protecting this place. Yifan's words seemed utterly sincere, but the implied meaning was all too clear. Xingling, who had been listening quietly to Yifan, was slightly taken aback at first, then instantly understood. A faint blush appeared on her pretty cheeks, as delicate and beautiful as a peach blossom in spring. After a short while, seemingly after an inner struggle, Xingling finally mustered her courage and slowly walked towards Yifan with delicate steps. When she reached Yifan, she reached out and gently took his hand. Feeling the soft, boneless hand, Yifan's lips curved into a faint smile. I wonder, can I become the one you cherish in young Master Yi's heart? Xingling softly uttered these words. As soon as she finished speaking, her already rosy cheeks instantly turned even redder. They were as delicate and alluring as a ripe apple, almost as if they might drip blood at any moment. It should be noted that Xingling had always lived in a relatively simple environment since childhood. She had never had any intimate physical contact with a man, let alone any close communication. Yet, she had actually mustered the courage to utter such direct and bold words, which was truly astonishing. Hearing Xingling's words, Yifan's lips curled into a faint smile, and he said softly, "Hee, the Holy Maiden's beauty is unparalleled, like a fairy descended to earth. Naturally, I like her very much." Yifan's tone was very gentle, seemingly full of sincere emotion. However, only Yifan himself knew that this was merely a perfunctory remark. She's still just an innocent young girl. When the time is right, I will definitely take down Xingling and her mother as well. Once the mission is completed, who will care about the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect then? Yifan thought wickedly. Meanwhile, Xingling was completely unaware of Yifan's true thoughts. When she heard Yifan's sweet words, her heart blossomed like a flower touched by a spring breeze, filled with joy, and her face beamed with happiness. Ding! Xingling's favorability plus 10, current favorability 60. At this moment, she was convinced that Yifan truly loved her. Just then, Yifan suddenly reached out and pulled Xingling tightly into his arms. Xingling was slightly startled at first, but quickly relaxed, nestled quietly against Yifan's broad, warm chest. Yifan closed his eyes, fully enjoying the wonderful sensation of the soft, boneless body in his arms. Yifan suddenly reached out and lifted Xingling's chin, his eyes filled with feigned tenderness. Xingling instantly understood his intentions upon seeing this. After all, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run, right? A sense of unease subconsciously welled up in Xingling's heart, but she suppressed it. Yifan slowly leaned closer to Xingling and kissed her directly. Chapter 42: The Abandoned Xingling? The chapters are reversed. Please start reading from the next chapter. Ah! With this scream, Xingling felt a piercing pain, like an electric shock, instantly spread throughout her body. At the same time, a flash of white light seemed to pass through her mind, followed by complete blankness. At this moment, Xingling's heart was ashen, because she clearly realized that she had lost the most precious thing in her life, her virginity. What pierced her heart was that all of this had happened to a complete stranger she had known for less than a day. Not bad. Yifan's slightly lazy and satisfied voice slowly came, like a sharp sword piercing straight into Xingling's heart. Just then, Xingling, slightly regaining her senses, was already in tears. Her lips trembled as she said to Yifan in an almost pleading tone, "You will marry me, right?" For the conservative Xingling, Yifan was not only her first man, but also the only man in her life. Having lost her virginity, she placed all her hopes on the man before her. Yifan, of course, knew how to respond at this moment. A slight smile played on his lips, a seemingly gentle one, as he softly whispered, "Silly girl, what are you thinking? How could I possibly abandon you? Don't worry, darling, I will definitely take responsibility for you to the end." However, behind his seemingly affectionate words, how much sincerity was hidden, only he himself knew. Xingling's eyes, swollen and red like peaches from crying, finally stopped flowing. She tilted her head slightly, and a radiant, captivating smile, like the warm spring sun, slowly bloomed on her once tear-streaked face. Ding! Xingling's favorability plus 20, current favorability 70. She parted her lips slightly and spoke softly to Yifan, "Young Master Yi, it's a deal, you absolutely can't go back on your word. Yifan looked at the adorable woman before him, a cold smile creeping across his face, but he maintained his composure. A gentle smile played on his lips, revealing an incredibly doting expression, and he replied in an extremely gentle voice, "My little darling, don't worry, how could I possibly go back on my word?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yifan resumed his battle. "You know what I mean." Yifan leaned against the headboard, a cigarette between his fingers, taking a satisfying puff. Qingling had already fallen into a deep sleep from exhaustion. A slight smile curved Yifan's lips, and he immediately opened the quest list. Mission: Daughter of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect Master. Mission reward: Myriad Realms Summoning Card, randomly summons a character from one world, but will not retain their original strength, they will only possess peak immortal venerable cultivation. Mission status: completed. Pending claim. Yifan, seeing the mission completed, clicked to claim it without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. The reward has been sent to your system space. As soon as the system finished speaking, a card appeared out of thin air in the system space. Yifan looked at the card in the system space, his heart filled with excitement. But Yifan didn't choose to enter the small world now. Instead, he lay down, holding Qingling, and slowly drifted off to sleep. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, soft and warm. Yifan slowly opened his eyes. Still sleepy, a breathtakingly beautiful face unexpectedly entered his vision. The woman's skin was like jade, her eyebrows like distant mountains, her lips naturally red, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly like butterfly wings. A faint smile involuntarily curved Yifan's lips. He slowly withdrew his arm from Qingling's waist and began to straighten his clothes. Yifan's actions seemed to startle Qingling, her thick eyelashes fluttered a few times. After a while, Qingling finally slowly opened her slightly tired eyes. The first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was Yifan, who was facing away from her, straightening his clothes. At this moment, Yifan stood tall and straight, his alluring demeanor radiating a unique charm with every gesture. Qingling, gazing at the man who had taken her virginity, instantly blushed. The blush spread rapidly, like a ripe apple, as if it would bleed at the slightest touch. She nervously bit her lip, whispering in a voice barely audible, Mr. Yi, good morning." Hearing Qingling's greeting, Yifan merely turned his head slightly and nodded, then turned back to continue tidying his clothes. Seeing Yifan's cold reaction, Qingling's heart sank, and she panicked instantly. Did Yifan no longer want her after taking her? A mix of unease and fear surged within her, leaving her at a loss. Just then, Qingling disregarded herself. She mustered her courage, jumped out of bed, and tightly embraced Yifan. In her haste, she hadn't even had time to put on her shoes, her bare feet landing directly on the cold ground. "Young Master Yi, I beg you, please don't leave me. You're my first man, and you'll be my last, so please, no matter what, don't abandon me, okay?" Qingling pleaded, her voice trembling with tears, as she clung tightly to Yifan. Glistening tears streamed down her beautiful face, wetting Yifan's back. Yifan abruptly flung his hand away, ruthlessly shaking off Qingling's arm. His face was icy cold as he said, "That's right, I don't want you anymore. You're incredibly foolish to so easily trust a complete stranger you've only known for less than a day." Qingling stared wide-eyed at Yifan in disbelief. She couldn't believe that the man who had been so gentle just last night would utter such heartless words. For a moment, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her entire body stiffening and unable to move an inch. Her mind was completely blank, with only Yifan's cold and ruthless words echoing in her ears, making her head buzz as if it were about to explode. Chapter 41: Successfully Giving Away Money. Qingling's delicate body trembled violently, as if an electric current had instantly coursed through her. Her beautiful eyes widened as she felt Yifan's warm lips gently touch hers. This unfamiliar touch stirred a slight discomfort within her, but not disgust. Yifan, however, completely disregarded Qingling's complex feelings. Qingling felt a wave of heat wash over her, and she instinctively wanted to resist this sudden intimacy. Qingling's face flushed crimson, and she could only awkwardly respond. Suddenly, Qingling felt a pair of unfamiliar, large hands invading her forbidden zone, a wave of instinctive discomfort washing over her. However, she could only passively submit to Yifan's domineering demands, as if she had lost her own will. Yifan was like a stormy sea, wave after wave crashing against her heart, gradually drawing her in, making her unable to extricate herself. Just then, Yifan keenly sensed that the time was ripe. So, his lips, which had been pressed tightly against Qingling's, slowly began to move away. As Yifan's lips withdrew, Qingling, losing her support, slumped limply against Yifan's firm and broad chest, like mud stripped of its bones. Her delicate body clung tightly to him, as if trying to merge herself into his. At this moment, Qingling's cheeks were flushed crimson, as alluring as a ripe apple. She tilted her head slightly, leaning against Yifan's chest, her breathing rapid and erratic, each gasp carrying a hint of shyness and exhaustion. That warm breath seemed to possess an invisible magic, passing through his clothes like an electric current to Yifan, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. This feeling was like a burning flame, gradually spreading within him, making Yifan, who was already suppressing a fire within himself, even more unable to resist. So, without hesitation, Yifan suddenly exerted force, hoisting Qingling's soft, cotton candy-like body onto his broad, strong shoulders. Then, without hesitation, he strode away. The bed in this courtyard room was brand new and unused for Yifan, as he usually slept in the villa in the small world. However, today, the situation was different. Soon, Qingling, still somewhat dazed, was carried into the room by Yifan without any resistance. Once Yifan entered the room, he showed no mercy whatsoever, roughly tossing Qingling aside. Immediately afterward, Yifan gave Qingling no chance to catch her breath or react. In that instant, he felt the alluring charm emanating from that delicate body, which fueled his burning desire even more. The pain jolted Qingling, who had been somewhat dazed, back to her senses. Qingling slowly opened her eyes, her gaze gradually focusing on Yifan. When she saw his face clearly, Qingling's heart skipped a beat, and an indescribable panic welled up inside her. "No, don't do this," Qingling's voice trembled, as weak and feeble as a candle flickering in the wind. She raised her slender, pale hands, trying to push away Yifan's broad, muscular chest, but her strength was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, she couldn't budge him an inch. Yifan seemed oblivious to Qingling's resistance. Qingling's eyes widened in terror, her gaze fixed on Yifan's every move, her panic intensifying. She had never imagined things would develop this way, her mind went blank, completely unsure how to handle the situation. Mr. Yi, please don't do this. I hope we can save this moment for our wedding night." Qingling's voice was filled with pleading and helplessness, tears welling in her eyes, threatening to spill. Actually, Qingling had her own agenda. She knew that men often crave what is difficult to obtain, so she deliberately made this pretense, wanting to keep Yifan in suspense. However, her calculations were flawed. This little scheme might work on ordinary people, but it was utterly useless against Yifan. Yifan didn't even flinch at Qingling's words, continuing with his work as if nothing was wrong. Ding! Qingling's favorability -10, current favorability, 50. Qingling watched helplessly as Yifan ignored her, as if she were invisible air. This made her already anxious heart even more flustered. She opened her mouth, wanting to try and gain Yifan's attention, but before she could speak, Yifan, as if reading her mind, broke the silence first. "Quiet, little darling." Yifan's tone sounded exceptionally gentle, like a spring breeze. But upon closer listening, one could perceive the chilling coldness hidden behind this gentleness and the unyielding authority that brooked no questioning or disobedience. Qingling, in the end, was just an innocent and naive young girl, unaware of the ways of the world. Having grown up in the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect since childhood, showered with love and protected beyond measure, the treacherous and scheming world outside was utterly foreign to her, like a fairy tale. Faced with Yifan's forceful attitude, Qingling was instantly frozen in fear, her previously open mouth tightly shut, no longer daring to utter a sound. Even so, Qingling's clear, watery eyes remained involuntarily fixed on Yifan's every move. And when she saw Yifan's next action, a single, crystal-clear tear unknowingly rolled down her cheek. The tear slid slowly down her delicate cheek, finally dripping gently to the ground, creating a small, delicate splash. Chapter 43 Qingling's Plea. Then were all those things you said yesterday lies? Qingling snapped out of her daze, crying as she questioned him. Her beautiful face was now soaked with tears, making her look as pitiful as a flower withering in the rain. Heh, what else? Only a woman as foolish as you would believe a lie I casually uttered. Yi Fan looked coldly at the tearful Qingling before him. His eyes held no pity or sympathy, only disdain and contempt. Ding! Qingling's favorability -30, current favorability 40. Hearing this merciless voice, Qingling trembled involuntarily. She couldn't believe that her plan would end so tragically. She had even sacrificed her most precious possession, something she held dear, for the plan to succeed. However, contrary to her wishes, Yi Fan remained unmoved. His cold and ruthless heart seemed as hard as a rock, completely unaffected. Whenever she recalled Yi Fan's brutal and tyrannical behavior yesterday, her heart trembled involuntarily. At that time, Yi Fan was like a wild beast out of control, completely disregarding her feelings and dignity, wantonly trampling on her body. Only now did she awaken from her dream, finally seeing Yi Fan's true colors. It turned out that from beginning to end, Yi Fan had never had the slightest intention of marrying her. And she herself had foolishly believed that Yi Fan was under her control, placing all her hopes on this heartless and ungrateful man. In Yi Fan's eyes, she was nothing more than a plaything for his amusement, to be ruthlessly discarded once the novelty wore off. Qingling looked up, her eyes blurry with tears, gazing at Yi Fan, hoping to find a trace of the tenderness and love from the previous night in his face. However, all she saw was Yi Fan's icy expression and emotionless eyes. At that moment, Qingling felt utterly hopeless, overwhelmed by endless regret. Just as Qingling was filled with despair, Yi Fan's voice suddenly rang in her ears like a thunderclap. Actually, I've known your little schemes for a long time. You just wanted to bind me to this Azure Dragon Immortal Sect forever, didn't you? Yi Fan's words were like lightning ripped through the night sky, instantly leaving Qingling stunned and frozen in place. Her delicate body trembled violently, her face filled with disbelief, her lips quivering as she murmured. So, you knew everything all along? Did you deceive me from the very beginning, taking this opportunity to possess my body? Faced with Qingling's questioning, Yi Fan smiled indifferently. A playful and mocking smile slowly appeared on his handsome face as he said softly, "Heh, even if you know now, so what? It's too late, your body is already mine." Upon hearing this, Qingling's body trembled, as if all her strength had been drained away, and she collapsed limply to the ground, slumping into a ball. Her eyes widened, staring at Yi Fan in disbelief, her lips trembling slightly, yet no sound came out. Yi Fan looked at Qingling before him, a cold smile playing on his lips. Heh, this woman took the bait so easily. One task isn't enough. I want more than just one task. Thinking this, a barely perceptible, wicked smile crept onto Yi Fan's lips. Then, without hesitation, Yi Fan lifted his foot and strode towards the door, his steps firm and resolute, seemingly without a trace of regret for what lay behind him. Qingling, slumped on the ground, though exhausted, still keenly sensed Yi Fan's actions. She was startled, as if suddenly waking from a nightmare. No. I've given him my most precious chastity, how can I just watch this bastard leave, all white and raw? Qingling screamed frantically in her heart. Immediately, Qingling seemed to unleash a burst of power from nowhere, lunging forward like a ferocious cheetah straight at Yi Fan. In the blink of an eye, she was tightly clutching Yi Fan's leg, clinging to it like a pendant. At this moment, Qingling had no regard for image or dignity, tears streamed down her pale cheeks like a burst dam, a truly pitiful sight. Between sobbing, she pleaded desperately, No, you can't leave. Now that you've taken my virginity, you're my husband, so I beg you, please don't leave me. Yi Fan's lips curled into a sneer, a cold smile playing on his lips. The fish has taken the bait. Hee, you want me not to leave? That's not entirely impossible, but... Yi Fan's lips curled slightly, revealing a half-smile, deliberately drawing out his words to create suspense. Qingling, who had been crying her eyes out, felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing Yi Fan's words. As if grasping at a lifeline, she hurriedly raised her tear-streaked face, gazing expectantly at Yi Fan, her beautiful eyes now shining brightly with anticipation. Seeing this, Yi Fan continued unhurriedly, however, you still have to do one more thing for me. Having said that, he looked down at Qingling, seemingly awaiting her response. Qingling dared not hesitate for a moment, nodding hastily like a chicken pecking at rice. All right. As long as I can keep you here, I'd do anything, even 10 or 100 things. At this moment, she no longer cared about anything else. Her only thought was how to prevent Yifan from leaving her and completely bind him to the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. Yifan slightly raised the corners of his mouth, forming a chillingly evil smile. He spoke slowly in a calm tone. Your mother, I find, quite beautiful. If you could bring her to me, then perhaps I would consider keeping her in the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect for the time being. Upon hearing these words, Qingling's delicate body trembled violently, her beautiful eyes widening instantly, filled with astonishment and disbelief. To Qingling, her mother was like a noble goddess, occupying the most sacred and inviolable place in the depths of her heart. And now, Yifan dared to make such an outrageously shameless request. How could you utter such vile words? Qingling trembled with rage, her voice hoarse from extreme anger, though it was already hoarse to begin with. Chapter 44: Qingling's Decision. However, faced with Qingling's angry rebuke, Yifan showed no remorse whatsoever, instead intensifying his seduction. Don't rush to refuse. As long as you obediently bring your mother to see me, I'll agree to marry you and stay within the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. You don't want all your efforts last night to be in vain, do you? Qingling bit her lower lip tightly, almost drawing blood. At this moment, her heart felt torn apart by two powerful forces. On one side was her deep love and respect for her mother, on the other was the man who had taken her virginity last night, a genius with the potential to become an immortal emperor. In this agonizing struggle, Qingling felt as if she were trapped in a dark abyss, unable to find a glimmer of light or a way out. You don't need to feel guilty. Yifan's lips curled into a wicked and unrestrained smile, his narrow eyes flashing with a chilling light. Your mother, I'm just a little interested. One night will satisfy my curiosity. Upon hearing this, Qingling's body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. Then, her slender, willow leaf-like eyebrows furrowed tightly, and she slowly closed her beautiful eyes, leaning against Yifan's calf. At this moment, Qingling seemed immersed in extremely painful thoughts, her breathing became rapid, and her chest trembled slightly with the rise and fall of her emotions. Yifan watched this scene without feeling a trace of pity, but he did not disturb Qingling, instead waiting quietly. As time passed, each second seemed exceptionally long. The air seemed to freeze at this moment, a deathly silence enveloped them, broken only by the mingling of their breaths. Finally, as if having made up her mind, Qingling slowly raised her head, her gaze meeting Yifan's playful and mocking eyes. Qingling's face was ashen, devoid of color, and her lips trembled slightly with tension. After a long while, she spoke weakly, almost desperately, I promise you, but please remember, it can only be for one night. After saying this, Qingling collapsed to the ground like a punctured balloon, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. That's more like it. You'll be happy about this decision in the future, Yifan said, laughing. Yifan smiled, nodding contentedly, then raised his right foot and kicked Qingling hard without hesitation. Like a kite with a broken string, Qingling flew straight towards the wall and crashed heavily to the ground. Ah! With a piercing scream, Qingling lay sprawled on the cold, hard ground. Her delicate body trembled slightly from the pain, and her once pretty face was now as pale as paper. Qingling struggled to lift her head, her gaze fixed on Yifan's receding figure. Her eyes were filled with deep despair. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, dripping onto the floor. She knew perfectly well that being treated this way was an unbearable humiliation, especially for the Holy Maiden of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. However, to keep the man before her, she had no other choice. Because Yifan was no ordinary man, but a peerless genius with extraordinary talent. Furthermore, he had a very high probability of ascending to the rank of Immortal Emperor in the future. Not only that, Yifan also had a close relationship with the high and mighty young master of the Immortal Court, a relationship far from ordinary. For Qingling, trying to forcibly keep Yifan by her side, or even kill him, using the power of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect was simply a pipe dream, utterly unrealistic. If she were to become his enemy, the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect would risk its future destruction. Qingling had no other choice. To bind Yifan to the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect, she had already given everything, her dignity and her chastity vanished without a trace. Faced with such a cruel ending, how could she accept it? Meanwhile, on the other side, Cheng Wuhan, who was cultivating, suddenly felt a sense of unease. His brows furrowed as he recalled Qingling's departure the previous night. He had assumed she would use her beauty to manipulate Yi Fan. However, a whole night had passed, and Qingling hadn't returned, not even stepping into her own courtyard. Thinking of this, Cheng Wuhan was instantly enraged, his anger erupting like a volcano, instantly turning his eyes bloodshot. He couldn't understand how his daughter, with her beauty, could have lost to Yi Fan. Could it be that Yi Fan's thing had become impotent? Otherwise, how could he remain completely unmoved by his daughter's stunning beauty? Judging from the situation, Qingling had most likely sacrificed herself as well. However, what Cheng Wuhan didn't expect was that his own wife was also about to sacrifice herself. And it was his own daughter who personally delivered him. Alright, since Brother Xiao trusts me, then even if it costs me some energy, I will still do my best to perform the divination for you today. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Xiao Tian was instantly overwhelmed by an indescribable surge of emotion, a feeling that surged like a tidal wave. Overwhelmed with emotion, Xiao Tian stammered, "Brother Yi, your courage and selflessness in standing up for me is an indelible debt I will never forget." His eyes reddened slightly, and his voice choked with emotion. Yi Fan, however, feigned helplessness, waving his hand dismissively, seemingly indifferent to helping Xiao Tian. But behind this seemingly casual gesture, he subtly winked at Lu Chenfeng, who was standing not far away. Chapter 48: Xiao Tian's Death. Lu Chenfeng, being an astute individual, immediately understood and subtly mobilized his abundant spiritual energy. His aura surged, spiritual energy coursing through his meridians like nimble snakes, poised to strike at Yi Fan's command, ready to launch a thunderous attack on Xiao Tian the moment Yi Fan began his calculations. At the same time, Yi Fan connected with Yi Mengfei in his mind. "Fair, once I summon you, you must use all your strength to kill the person before you," Yi Fan said calmly in his mind. Yi Mengfei was initially startled, but quickly understood her master's intention and respectfully replied, "Yes, master." After making these arrangements, Yi Fan began to feign calculations with his fingers. His eyes were slightly closed, and he was chanting incantations, seemingly casting some profound spell to predict the calamity facing Xiao Tian. Suddenly, Yi Fan abruptly opened his eyes and shouted, "Oh no! Brother Xiao, this calamity is extremely dangerous, practically a matter of life and death. If we don't immediately use magic to avert it, the consequences will be unimaginable." Xiao Tian was startled by Yi Fan's sudden shout. His face instantly turned deathly pale, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. He clenched his fists tightly, looking at Yi Fan with a tense expression, and said in a trembling voice, "Brother Yi, my life depends entirely on you. Please, you must save me." Yi Fan nodded, his expression solemn, and said, "Brother Xiao, rest assured, I will do my utmost." With that, he swiftly formed a series of complex hand seals. As the last seal was completed, a dazzling beam of light shot out from his hands, flying straight towards Xiao Tian. Seeing the approaching light, Xiao Tian had no doubts, for in his eyes, Yi Fan was his only lifeline. Therefore, like a sheep that has let its guard down, he was completely immersed in the warmth and tranquility brought by the mysterious light, unaware of the lurking danger. In a flash, Yi Fan's heart stirred slightly, and he teleported Yi Mengfei from the small world behind Xiao Tian. Before this, Yi Mengfei had been secretly accumulating power in that mysterious small world, preparing for this fatal blow with all her might. She had even gathered all the immortal power within her body, all to fulfill her master's mission. And so, the instant Yi Mengfei appeared from that small world, the entire world seemed to feel an indescribable pressure and terrifying aura. The wind and clouds changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. At this moment, Xiao Tian finally sensed the immense threat from behind, but it was too late to escape. Just as he turned to flee, Lu Chenfeng, who had been waiting in the wings, decisively struck. His palm lashed out with overwhelming force, striking Xiao Tian hard in the back. Poor Xiao Tian had no time to react, he plummeted straight to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Meanwhile, Yi Mengfei's all-out attack, imbued with all her immortal power, hurtled straight towards Xiao Tian with overwhelming force, poised to strike its target with unerring accuracy. However, something unexpected happened. At this critical moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from Xiao Tian's body. Immediately afterward, a token shimmering with strange runes flew out from his robes, like an indestructible shield, blocking Xiao Tian's path. But despite the token's apparent power, how could it possibly withstand the all-out attack of Yi Mengfei, a late-stage immortal venerable? In the blink of an eye, countless fine cracks appeared on the token under Yi Mengfei's earth-shattering onslaught. Then, with a deafening bang, the token shattered completely, dissipating into starlight into the void. At that very moment, deep within a secluded mountain forest, an elderly man with white hair but a vigorous spirit sat cross-legged on a boulder, meditating. He was enveloped in a faint spiritual light, blending seamlessly with his surroundings, as if he had entered a transcendent state. Suddenly, however, the old man abruptly opened his tightly closed eyes, a sharp light shooting from them. His expression changed slightly, a strong sense of unease rising within him. "Oh no! The token I gave Tianer has shattered. You must know, that token is an extremely precious magical artifact. It could even withstand a powerful expert at the early stage of the immortal venerable realm for a period of time," the old man said, his voice trembling slightly, filled with panic and disbelief. Immediately afterward, the old man quickly closed his eyes, focusing all his energy on sensing the location of the broken token. A moment later, he opened his eyes again, his face showing shock. "It's at the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. Isn't Li Feng there? What on earth happened? Could it be that Tianer is in grave danger? No, this is no small matter. I must go and investigate myself." The old man muttered to himself, then his figure flashed, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. At this moment, Xiao Tian, looking at the incomparably powerful attack, felt utterly hopeless, believing he was doomed. He slowly closed his eyes. Boom! With this deafening roar, Xiao Tian died, his head blasted off. "What are you thinking? Thinking there'll be a plot twist? I'm not the kind of person who pads word count, right?" Just then, the voice of the villain system suddenly rang out in Lu Chenfeng's mind. Ding! Master's servant Yi Mengfei has slain the chosen one, Xiao Tian. Rewards are now being issued. 1 spin on the superior wheel. 200,000 villain points. A seed of the primordial tree. Upon hearing the villain system's voice, Lu Chenfeng excitedly ran to Yi Fan and said, "Master, Xiao Tian is dead. The system has also rewarded me with 1 spin on the superior wheel, 200,000 villain points, and a seed of the primordial tree." Yi Fan was slightly pleased upon hearing this. He had thought the chosen one would be incredibly difficult to kill, but it turned out to be this easy? Brother, you don't have the strength either. This reward is quite generous. First, have someone collect Xiao Tian's remains, cremate them, and then scatter the ashes, Yi Fan said calmly. Yes, master, Lu Chenfeng replied respectfully. Just as Yi Fan turned to leave, a voice came from the sky. Young Master Yi, wait. Chapter 49 Chang Wuhan's Fear. Upon hearing the voice, Yi Fan's gaze shot towards its source with lightning speed. He saw a figure slowly approaching in the distance. As the figure drew closer, Yi Fan recognized the person as Chang Wuhan. Yi Fan's face was expressionless, his eyes so cold they seemed to freeze the surrounding air. He slightly raised his head, looking at Chang Wuhan before him, and asked in a calm tone, "Oh? So it's the sect master. May I ask what brings you here?" Yi Fan dared to speak to Chang Wuhan so bluntly because he had a source of confidence. His greatest confidence lay in the number of unused servants he possessed. The reason Yi Fan had kept this last servant was to maintain a precaution, a basis for arrogance. Yi Fan also knew very well that Chang Wuhan could easily send Yi Mengfei to deal with him. After all, with Yi Mengfei's strength, dealing with Chang Wuhan would be a piece of cake. The problem is, if a fight were to break out, the hidden ancestor would most likely intervene. But currently, his forces lack any immortal emperor-level figures. Although Lu Chenfeng is by his side, he only has a Xian elder at the peak of the first venerable realm. However, the Lord of the Immortal Court will likely bestow upon Lu Chenfeng some special token or magic weapon, allowing him to summon an immortal emperor for assistance in a crisis. But as the saying goes, things are unpredictable, who can guarantee that such a thing will definitely happen? Therefore, Yifan doesn't want to easily provoke this conflict unless absolutely necessary. Faced with Yifan's indifferent, even slightly provocative, words, Cheng Wuhan felt a surge of anger. However, when he caught a glimpse of Lu Chunfeng and Yi Mengfei standing to the side, his anger was forcibly suppressed. After all, if he were to erupt in front of the two of them at this moment, it would not only damage his dignified image as the sect leader, but could also trigger a series of unnecessary troubles. Therefore, Cheng Wuhan suppressed his displeasure, forced a smile, and explained to Yifan. He, young Master Yi, please don't misunderstand. This sect leader suddenly sensed a change in the weather here, so I came to investigate. I have absolutely no intention of blaming anyone. Cheng Wuhan paused slightly, thought for a moment, and continued, however, young master, you may not know that the person you just killed was actually the personal disciple of our sect's second elder. In my opinion, this matter will not be easily resolved. The second elder will certainly not let it go. Before Yifan could respond, Lu Chunfeng spoke up first. A slight, disdainful sneer curled at the corners of his lips as he spoke. Humph. A mere disciple of the second elder? Does my status and position really pale below this so-called disciple of the second elder? Before his words even finished, a chilling aura erupted from his mouth, surging directly towards Cheng Wuhan. Upon hearing this, Cheng Wuhan's face instantly turned deathly pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed, explaining with trepidation, "Oh dear, young master, you've truly misunderstood me. This second elder of my sect is known for his stubborn and obstinate nature. I was merely worried that after learning of my beloved disciple's misfortune, he might recklessly come to cause trouble and disturb your peace." Upon hearing this, Lu Chunfeng let out a heavy snort, then slowly said in an extremely indifferent tone, "I hope that's true. If that old man dares to be so ungrateful and rashly come to cause trouble, don't blame me for being impolite." Having said that, his sharp, hawk-like eyes glared fiercely at Cheng Wuhan, as if he wanted to devour him alive. Then, Lu Chunfeng's tone shifted abruptly, and he said coldly, "Also, I don't want that second elder you mentioned causing trouble for my brother Yi. Brother Yi and I are sworn brothers. Anyone who dares to cross him will face my wrath." Upon hearing Lu Chunfeng's words, Yifan's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He nodded gently, indicating his agreement. Not bad. This way of doing things avoids a lot of unnecessary trouble. Lu Chunfeng is actually quite useful. Yifan thought to himself, quite satisfied with Lu Chunfeng's performance. Cheng Wuhan, standing nearby, was shocked by their conversation, his face filled with astonishment. He had initially assumed Yifan was just one of Lu Chunfeng's many ordinary friends, never expecting their relationship to be so close. Thinking of this, Cheng Wuhan felt a sense of vigilance and silently warned himself. I must never easily provoke this young Master Yi in the future, otherwise, once I anger him, it will likely bring me endless trouble and disaster. After recovering from his shock, Cheng Wuhan immediately composed himself. Not daring to be negligent in the slightest, he immediately bowed to Lu Chunfeng, responding with utmost respect, "Yes, young master. I will certainly follow your orders and handle all matters properly." Lu Chunfeng nodded slightly in agreement, then continued. "In that case, I will trouble you to prepare a new courtyard as soon as possible. Remember, it must be a quiet and elegant courtyard for my brother Yi to reside and rest in." Upon hearing this, Cheng Wuhan immediately replied without hesitation, "Yes, young master. I will do my utmost to find a satisfactory courtyard for young Master Yi." Having said this, he turned to Yifan, smiling and extremely politely, saying, "Young Master Yi, please come with me to the location of the new courtyard." Yifan nodded slightly, then walked steadily towards Cheng Wuhan. Yi Mengfei followed closely behind Yifan. Just then, Cheng Wuhan's gaze sharpened, and with a swift movement, he shot into the sky like an arrow. Seeing this, Yifan and Yi Mengfei also took to the skies, following behind Cheng Wuhan. Rewinding to a short while ago, the old man who was rushing towards the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect suddenly stopped, as if sensing something. He lightly waved his right hand, and a flash of light appeared, revealing a crystal-clear jade tablet in his palm. The old man stared intently at the jade tablet. The tablet, which should have been shimmering with a faint light, was now dull and lifeless, as if it had lost its luster. The old man's face instantly turned extremely grim, and an uncontrollable rage burned fiercely in his chest. Chapter 50: The Seeds of the Primordial Tree. My disciple. My disciple. Who could be so cruel as to murder you? If I ever find the killer, I will tear them to pieces to vent my hatred. The old man, his hair standing on end in fury, roared to the heavens, his voice deafening and echoing through the clouds. Accompanying his roar, an incomparably powerful aura emanated from him, like a surging wave sweeping outwards in all directions. This terrifying aura instilled unprecedented fear in the surrounding demonic beasts. They panicked, tails between their legs, and fled desperately. After venting his anger, the old man gently picked up the now dull jade tablet and whispered, "Disciple, rest assured, your master will avenge you." With that, the old man put the jade tablet back into his storage ring, a ruthless glint in his eyes, and then flew swiftly towards the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. Cheng Wuhan quickly led Yi Fan and Yi Mengfei to the courtyard. The courtyard was nestled amidst verdant hills and clear waters, surrounded by a riot of vibrant flowers, each vying for attention. Colorful butterflies fluttered among the blossoms, adding to its ethereal beauty. Moreover, a rich spiritual energy permeated the courtyard, swirling like smoke and mist, making one feel as if they were in a fairyland. Cheng Wuhan stopped, turned, and smiled at Yi Fan, saying, "Young Master Yi, what do you think of this place? Is it to your liking?" Yi Fan's gaze slowly swept over the courtyard. He saw pavilions and terraces arranged in a harmonious and picturesque manner, with artificial hills and ponds complementing each other beautifully. He couldn't help but admire it inwardly. He nodded slightly, replying calmly, "Yes, this courtyard is indeed quite nice." Hearing Yi Fan's answer, Cheng Wuhan quickly cupped his hands and said, "Since young Master Yi is satisfied, I will take my leave now. Please do not hesitate to ask if you need anything." With that, he turned to leave. Yi Fan nodded slightly in agreement. Then, he walked towards the courtyard. Following closely behind him, Yi Mengfei also entered the courtyard. After entering the courtyard, Yi Fan's gaze slowly swept over the surroundings. He saw lush green grass and several tall willow trees standing in one corner, their branches swaying gently in the breeze, as if waving to people. Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction, then with a thought, he teleported Yi Mengfei to the villa in the small world. When Yi Fan opened his eyes, he immediately saw Bai Ningbing and the woman with the single ponytail from before, diligently cleaning every corner of the villa with cleaning tools. Bai Ningbing, dressed in a white dress, was graceful and elegant, like a fairy descended from heaven. The woman with the single ponytail wore a light blue work uniform, looking crisp and capable. Bai Ningbing inadvertently looked up and saw Yi Fan. In an instant, a hint of undisguised surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. She quickly put down her broom and other tools, walked briskly to Yi Fan, and bowed slightly, saying, "Master, you're back." Her voice was clear and melodious, like a nightingale's song. Yi Fan nodded slightly, then walked straight to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Seeing this, Bai Ningbing quickly followed, standing behind Yi Fan and gently massaging his shoulders with her delicate hands. At the same time, Yi Mengfei, not to be outdone, strode to Yi Fan's side, half squatting down and rhythmically massaging his thighs. Yi Fan closed his eyes contentedly, fully enjoying the attentive service of the two beauties. At this moment, he felt as if he were floating on clouds, all his fatigue gradually dissipating. In this comfortable atmosphere, Yi Fan's thoughts began to drift. Just as Yi Fan was immersed in reverie, he suddenly remembered something. With a thought, he said to Lu Chunfeng in his mind, "Come to the courtyard." After saying this, Yi Fan fell silent, relaxing his body and mind again, continuing to enjoy the gentle massage from the two women. Yi Fan was contentedly immersed in that moment of tranquility and pleasure, fully enjoying this rare moment of leisure. Yi Fan opened his eyes, and with a thought, appeared in the courtyard. Yi Mengfei and Bai Ningbing watched helplessly as Yi Fan vanished without a trace. However, they were already used to this scene and felt little emotion. Yi Mengfei slightly raised her chin, her eyes revealing a hint of contempt and disdain, coldly glanced at Bai Ningbing beside her, and then turned and walked towards the villa gate. Bai Ningbing stood silently in place, her gaze fixed on the direction Yi Mengfei had left, unwavering for a long time. She bit her lower lip, her fists involuntarily clenching slowly, as if trying to gather all the resentment and anger in her palms. However, this emotion lasted only a moment before her clenched fists gradually relaxed, as if she suddenly realized something. Ning sighed softly, shook her head helplessly, and turned back to silently continue cleaning the spacious and luxurious villa. At this moment, she was filled with self-reproach and regret, bitterly hating herself for being so incompetent that she didn't even have the right to be by her master's side. Yi Fan had just appeared in the courtyard when he noticed Lu Chenfeng standing at the entrance. Lu Chenfeng seemed hesitant, his hands constantly twisting the hem of his clothes, looking as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Seeing this, Yi Fan's expression remained calm, and he simply said softly, "Come in." His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached Lu Chenfeng's ears. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Lu Chenfeng dared not be negligent in the slightest and quickly replied, "Yes, master." With that, he strode into the courtyard. The moment Lu Chenfeng stepped into the courtyard, his gaze naturally fell on Yi Fan, who sat in the main seat. At this moment, Yi Fan sat upright in the main seat, his posture as straight as a pine tree, exuding an invisible majesty. Lu Chenfeng quickly stepped forward, approaching Yi Fan, and bowed deeply, saying with utmost respect, "Master, may I ask what brings you here?" Yi Fan nodded slightly, replying unhurriedly, "Well, give me the seed of the primordial chaos tree. Also, use the superior lottery opportunity you obtained last time." Upon hearing this, Lu Chenfeng didn't hesitate for a moment. He quickly retrieved the seed of the primordial chaos tree, which he had obtained from killing Xiao Tian, from his system space. He carefully held the seed, as if it were a priceless treasure, and respectfully handed it to Yi Fan. Yi Fan took the seed of the primordial chaos tree, first gently weighing it in his palm for a few moments, then examining it closely. The seed was entirely dark green, its surface covered with fine lines, and appeared to have nothing particularly special about it. Chapter 51: Devouring Demon Body. However, Yi Fan knew that, based on the habits of the novel authors he had read in his previous life, the more ordinary something seemed, the more likely it was to hide an astonishing secret. System: can this seed of the primordial tree actually grow into a primordial tree? What is the use of the primordial tree? How long does it take to grow? Yi Fan asked the system in his mind. Ding! The primordial tree is the most wondrous tree in the primordial realm. Being near it has the effect of healing injuries, and comprehending the great Tao is easier, greatly enhancing one's comprehension. After a certain period, the primordial tree will also bear fruit, each with different effects. Some can upgrade the rank of one's physique, some directly raise one's realm, some directly raise the realm of one's spiritual power, and there are all sorts of other fruits. Furthermore, when it recognizes a host as its master, the healing effect and comprehension will be enhanced. As for how long it takes for a seed of the primordial tree to grow into a mature tree, it generally takes 100 million years, but it can be accelerated using rare and precious materials. This a whole 100 million years? If it grows naturally, who knows how long that will take? Although it's possible to accelerate growth with rare and precious materials, how easy are those extremely valuable treasures to obtain? Yi Fan frowned, a sense of helplessness welling up in his heart. All right, since things have come to this, there's no point in thinking about it anymore. Let's just plant it in the small world later and let nature take its course. Thinking this, Yi Fan felt much lighter. Yi Fan slowly withdrew his thoughts, his gaze returning to Lu Chenfeng before him. He calmly and casually said, "Use that superior lottery for now." Upon hearing this, Lu Chenfeng dared not delay in the slightest and immediately replied respectfully, "Yes, master." Then, Lu Chenfeng said to the villain system in his mind, "Master's villain system, activate and use the superior lottery." A crisp and pleasant notification sound rang out. Ding! Superior lottery successfully used. In an instant, an astonishing scene appeared before Yi Fan and Lu Chenfeng. A huge virtual roulette wheel suddenly appeared in the previously empty space. The roulette wheel shimmered with an eerie light, its surface densely covered with various patterns and symbols. A slender pointer at the center of the wheel spun rapidly, visible to the naked eye. Yi Fan and Lu Chenfeng stared intently at the spinning pointer, their hearts pounding with anticipation. As time passed, the pointer seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand, spinning ceaselessly. Each rotation traced an invisible arc in the air. Finally, after what appeared to be a long wait, the pointer slowly came to a stop, landing steadily on a reward. The instant the pointer stopped spinning, a beam of light suddenly blazed forth, illuminating the area where the reward had been as bright as day. Immediately afterward, a flood of detailed information about the reward appeared before everyone's eyes. Yifan quietly watched the light screen displaying the reward details, not missing a single detail. However, after he saw it clearly, his initially expectant expression gradually turned to boredom, and finally, he shook his head helplessly, expressing deep disappointment. The reason for Yifan's disappointment was precisely the reward. The pointer pointed to a special physique called the Devouring Heaven Demon Body. You see, Yifan already possessed the supreme grade sacred body, the ancient sacred body, so this physique was of little use to him. But this was no ordinary physique, it was one of the supreme grade sacred bodies. It was said that this physique possessed heaven-defying effects. If someone possessed this physique, they would awaken an extremely powerful and terrifying demonic secret technique. Devouring Heaven. This secret technique possessed a chilling ability. It could absorb the flesh and soul of other cultivators, converting it into its own power. However, the Devouring Heaven physique has a side effect. The more cultivators a possessor consumes, the more cold-blooded and ruthless their personality becomes, and the more bloodthirsty they become. Moreover, according to ancient legends, whenever the Devouring Heaven demon body descends upon the world, the corresponding plane is plunged into chaos and devastation. Yifan, reading the detailed description of the Devouring Heaven demon body, felt a surge of desire and was extremely satisfied with it. In that instant, a strong impulse surged within Yifan. He eagerly asked the system in his mind. System, is there any way to change my ancient sacred body into the devouring demon body? Ding. Host, this is nothing to worry about. However, I must remind you that I do not recommend changing your physique now. Because after you successfully ascend to the God realm, this system will undergo another upgrade, at which time a brand new physique fusion function will be launched. Hearing this, Yifan couldn't help but ponder, physique fusion? Sounds quite interesting. After careful consideration and repeated weighing of options, Yifan finally decided to adopt the system's suggestion and temporarily retain his ancient sacred body. In that case, I'll put the devouring demon body aside for now. Once I enter the God realm and the system completes its upgrade, perhaps there will be a chance to fuse it with other physiques, thus achieving the primordial body, Yifan thought to himself. Yifan turned his head, looking at Lu Chunfeng with a calm yet profound gaze, and slowly asked. Lu Chunfeng, do you know if your celestial court possesses any rare treasures or natural resources that can effectively accelerate the growth and development of the Hongmeng tree seed? Lu Chunfeng frowned slightly, lost in thought. His eyes flickered, as if he were rapidly searching his mind for relevant information. After a long while, he raised his head, a respectful expression on his face, and softly said to the person before him, Master, I truly do not know about this matter. However, as far as I know, the Celestial Court's treasury contains countless natural treasures, perhaps among them is what you need. After I return to the Celestial Court, I'll inquire with that adoptive father to see if I can find any clues. Hearing Lu Chunfeng's words, Yifan nodded slightly in agreement. Then Yifan said calmly, Very well. Then return to the Celestial Court now, and bring me everything you find. With that, Yifan waved his hand, indicating that Lu Chunfeng could leave. Chapter 52 The Treasure That Accelerates the Growth of the Primordial Tree. After respectfully receiving the order, Lu Chunfeng dared not delay for a moment. Returning to his residence, he swiftly boarded the magnificent 9-dragon immortal sedan, pulled by 9 dragons. Around him, a group of imposing golden-armored soldiers stood guard. The procession was grand and imposing, attracting countless gazes and gasps of amazement. They thus left the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect in an ostentatious display, heading towards the Immortal Court. Meanwhile, Yifan was not idle either. With a slight thought, his figure vanished instantly, entering a small world. Upon entering this small world, Yifan flew through the sky, preparing to find a suitable place to plant. Soon, not far from the villa, he discovered a flat area covered with lush, verdant grass. The sun was abundant, and the soil was fertile. It seemed like an ideal place for planting. Yi Fan took out the extremely precious seed of the primordial chaos tree and planted it in the vibrant soil. After doing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but ponder inwardly. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he immediately asked the system in his mind. System, with my current cultivation level, is there any way to create items that can accelerate the growth of this primordial chaos tree? Ding! Yes, host, yes. Among the many items you can create, there are 3 that can effectively accelerate the growth of the primordial chaos tree. Moreover, these 3 treasures are extremely rare and priceless. They are now listed in detail for you. Please check them. As the system's voice faded, a transparent virtual panel suddenly appeared before Yi Fan's eyes. It clearly displayed the detailed information of the 3 treasures that could accelerate the growth of the primordial chaos tree. Longevity Elixir. Description: a 7th grade elixir requiring countless precious materials and the painstaking efforts of an alchemist to create. This pill grants the user an additional 500 years of lifespan, but each person can only consume 1 longevity pill in their lifetime, and it has only a slight effect on the Hongmeng tree. According to the current host's requested method of use, first, take a piece of clear, transparent water, dissolve the longevity pill in it, and after the pill has completely dissolved, pour the water, now imbued with its powerful medicinal properties, onto the soil where the Hongmeng tree seed has been planted. Required creation points, 10. Yi Fan looked at the detailed description of the longevity pill, secretly marveling. He slowly withdrew his gaze, then turned his attention to 2 other treasures beside him. Spiritual Dew. Description: a 7th grade spiritual item. It appears as a crystal clear spring, but contains extremely rich spiritual energy. Just a drop of this spiritual dew placed at the roots of a plant will cause it to grow rapidly, bursting with vitality, and has only a slight effect on the Hongmeng tree. According to the current host's requested method of use, simply sprinkle it lightly at the base of the primordial tree, and it will immediately absorb its essential nutrients. Star Source Crystal Sand. Introduction: a 7th grade spiritual item, originating from a distant, unknown plane, containing extremely powerful and pure energy capable of nourishing all things in the world, with only a slight effect on the primordial tree. According to the current host's requested method of use, simply sprinkle it at the roots of the primordial tree. Required creation points, 10. At this moment, Yi Fan looked at his 2,588 creation points and then at the required number, feeling rather disdainful. Therefore, without hesitation, Yi Fan consumed 100 creation points to create 3 longevity elixirs, for spiritual dews, and 3 star source crystal sands. Yi Fan gazed at the rare treasures floating before him, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. To prevent the star source crystal sands from accidentally scattering on the ground, the system had thoughtfully prepared an exquisite jar. This gesture made Yi Fan secretly praise the system for its exceptional thoughtfulness. Without hesitation, Yi Fan stored these rare and precious materials into his system space, then vanished in a flash. The next moment, Yi Fan arrived at the villa in the small world. Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes and found that no one was cleaning the villa. So, he closed his eyes and said to Bai Shuan in his mind, "Come to the villa." Not long after, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. Then, a beautiful figure entered the villa's hall. It was Bai Shuan. Her face was full of joy, and her eyes were filled with deep awe as she looked at Yi Fan. "Master, is there something you need me for?" Bai Shuan spoke softly, her voice as clear and melodious as a nightingale's song, yet her tone was exceptionally gentle and humble. Yi Fan nodded slightly, then slowly raised his right hand and took out the rare and precious materials he had just created from his system space. "I have a task for you," Yi Fan said calmly. In an instant, a rich and powerful life force swept over them, making them feel refreshed and invigorated. Bai Shuan's beautiful eyes widened as she incredulously sensed this intense life force. Her heart was in turmoil, but she quickly regained her composure and came to her senses. She bowed respectfully to Yi Fan and solemnly said, "Master, rest assured. I will certainly live up to your expectations and do my utmost to complete the task you have assigned, even at the cost of my life." Looking at Bai Shuan's earnest yet slightly nervous expression, Yi Fan couldn't help but smile and chuckle. "Ha, you're really quite amusing. You actually value this small task more than your own life." With your meager strength, you should just stay in this small world. The task I'm asking you to do is simply plant a tree. Hearing Yifan say plant a tree, Bai Shuan was slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. Then, a faint expression of embarrassment slowly appeared on her fair, jade-like face, as if Yifan's words had surprised and bewildered her. However, as she continued to listen to Yifan mention her meager strength, her previously slightly relieved expression instantly turned heavy, and a strong sense of resentment welled up from the depths of her heart. This resentment burned fiercely in her heart like a raging fire, impossible to extinguish easily. Chapter 53 Using the Multiverse Summoning Card, 4,000 words, 2 chapters combined into one. Bai Shuan had always longed to be by her master's side. Whenever she saw Yi Mengfei constantly by her master's side, Bai Shuan was filled with endless envy. Therefore, being able to stay by Yifan's side for a long time became Bai Shuan's greatest wish in life. But when her gaze fell upon those rare and precious natural treasures radiating a strange light, a sense of tension instantly welled up in her heart. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at the rare and precious materials, asking, "Master, you're actually using such precious things to plant trees? Isn't that a bit of a waste?" Yifan's expression instantly turned icy cold. His once calm eyes seemed frozen solid as he spoke indifferently. "You talk too much. Remember, you only need to do your job diligently. So much time has passed, haven't you changed at all?" Upon hearing Yifan's merciless words, Bai Shuan's delicate body trembled slightly. A fleeting, undisguised desolation flashed in her beautiful eyes, like a blooming flower suddenly deprived of sunlight and rain. Then, she slowly lowered her head and softly replied, "Yes, master." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's whisper, almost inaudible. She knew perfectly well that Yifan was always a decisive and efficient person, and his decisions were never open to questioning. Therefore, even though she was filled with resentment and unwillingness, Bai Shuan dared not utter a single complaint. Yifan coldly glanced at the somewhat pitiful Bai Shuan before him, then continued in his emotionless tone. "Now, I will explain in detail the correct way to use these rare and precious materials. Every day, you must choose one of these materials and use it strictly according to the specific method I am about to explain. As for the specific procedures and related precautions, listen carefully." When Bai Shuan met Yifan's cold and sharp gaze, a sharp pain shot through her heart, as if pierced by an invisible sword. She understood perfectly well that as a lowly servant, she shouldn't harbor unrealistic feelings for her high and mighty master. However, despite this, she couldn't control her already deeply infatuated heart. Her burning affection, like a raging fire, grew ever stronger. But then, Bai Shuan suddenly realized she had crossed the insurmountable line between master and servant. So she quickly bit her lip hard, forcibly banishing the chaotic thoughts from her mind. Then she focused all her attention on listening intently to every word Yifan spoke. And so, Yifan calmly explained the uses of each rare and precious herb. His deep, magnetic voice seemed to possess a certain magic, drawing people in irresistibly. Meanwhile, Bai Shuan was completely captivated by Yifan. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Yifan, not leaving him for a moment, afraid to miss even the slightest expression or movement. Her already fair face appeared even more delicate and beautiful from her intense focus, like a pure and flawless white lotus in full bloom. "All right, I've said everything I needed to say. Don't disappoint me." Yifan's expression was calm as still water, his gentle voice carrying an invisible pressure. Upon hearing this, Bai Shuan's delicate body trembled slightly, instantly snapping her back to reality. She raised her head, her gaze filled with awe and obedience as she looked at Yifan, and softly replied, "Yes, master. This servant will do everything in my power to care for the tree you spoke of, and will never fail your expectations." Having said this, she bowed deeply, expressing her determination. Yifan nodded slightly, satisfied with Bai Shuan's attitude, then turned and walked towards the bedroom. Bai Shuan stood quietly, watching Yifan's figure recede into the distance until his tall, imposing back disappeared from sight. However, she remained gazing intently in that direction, unable to snap out of her reverie. Her mind replayed Yifan's words and his imposing demeanor, and she secretly resolved to fulfill her master's expectations. After a long while, Bai Shuan finally came to her senses. She took a deep breath, composed herself, and then, following Yifan's earlier instructions, set off for the location of the primordial tree. Meanwhile, Yifan had already arrived at the bedroom. Entering the room, he closed the door behind him and then sat down on the bed. Then, with a thought, he retrieved the Myriad Realms summoning card he had previously obtained from his system space. The card shimmered with a faint light, its surface covered in strange runes and patterns, giving it an air of profound mystery. Yifan gazed at the Myriad Realms summoning card in his hand, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Simultaneously, he mentally inquired of the system. System, how exactly do I use this Myriad Realms summoning card? Ding! Master, simply crush this card in your hand to activate the summoning process. Upon hearing the system's reply, Yifan unhesitatingly extended his right hand and tightly gripped the Myriad Realms summoning card. With a soft crack, the card shattered. Instantly, countless tiny rays of light, like fireflies, surged forth from the broken pieces, quickly converging into a dazzling stream of light that surrounded Yifan. At the same moment, on the Dotang continent, deep within a cave in the Startang Great Forest, an astonishing change was quietly unfolding. A breathtakingly beautiful woman, as if slowly awakening after a 1,000-year slumber, gently opened her eyes, clear and captivating like autumn water. Her skin was as white as snow, her face stunningly beautiful, as if all the beauty in the world had converged on her countenance. "Gods, are you ready to face my furious revenge?" the woman murmured softly. Her gentle voice held boundless resentment and bitterness, moving all who heard it. However, at that moment, something unexpected suddenly happened. A portal, shimmering with an eerie light, appeared before the woman without warning, as if it had materialized out of thin air. Staring at the unexpected portal, the woman was overwhelmed with surprise and confusion. Her eyes widened, staring incredulously at the mysteriously glowing portal, momentarily at a loss for what to do. But before she could even process what was happening, an extremely powerful and terrifying force suddenly erupted from the portal. This force, like a raging torrent, was unstoppable, instantly enveloping the woman and sucking her into the portal with lightning speed. At the same time, the woman's once bright and lively eyes suddenly became empty and lifeless, as if she had lost her soul. But this state lasted only a fleeting moment. In an instant, her eyes regained their clarity and radiant light. When the woman finally regained her senses, she was shocked to find herself in a completely unfamiliar place. Standing before her was a man. He was tall and imposing, with a handsome and resolute face, expectant eyes, and an invisible aura of authority emanating from him. For some reason, the moment the woman saw this man, an indescribable feeling welled up within her. Almost instinctively, she recognized this man as her master. The perspective returns to Yifan's side. A dazzling white light suddenly shone, illuminating the entire bedroom. As the light gradually faded, a graceful and elegant woman appeared before Yifan. This woman possessed long, silver hair that cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, dancing lightly in the wind and radiating a captivating luster. Her skin was as white as snow, smooth and delicate like mutton fat jade. Her exquisite features seemed sculpted by the heavens, especially her long, narrow phoenix eyes, slightly upturned, exuding endless allure. What immediately caught the eye was her magnificent silver gown. The long skirt flowed like a silver river across the ground, shimmering with dazzling light. Complementing this was her cascading silver hair. A pale blue ribbon was tied around her slender waist. This ribbon, like wisps of smoke in a gentle breeze, softly wrapped around her waist, perfectly outlining her graceful figure and adding a touch of ethereal beauty. Yifan stared wide-eyed at the stunningly beautiful woman before him, as if time itself had frozen. Her exquisitely beautiful face was like a finely sculpted work of art, captivating all who beheld it. Yifan's gaze slid down her silky smooth hair, lingering on her snow-white cheeks. Further down, he saw her high, delicate nose and slightly upturned cherry lips, a faint smile playing at the corners, adding to her alluring charm. The woman's beauty was simply beyond imagination, a world apart from Bai Shuan and the other beauties. However, Yifan was no naive man. After a brief moment of stunned silence, he quickly regained his composure. Having seen countless women and experienced all sorts of romantic encounters over the years, he was certainly not someone who hadn't seen the world. Just then, an unexpected scene unfolded. The stunningly beautiful woman suddenly knelt on one knee without warning, her movements elegant and swift, like a blooming flower abruptly drooping. Then, she raised her head and said to Yifan in an extremely respectful tone, "Master, this Myriad Realms summoning card is quite impressive. Not only does it make the summoned character willingly acknowledge its master, but it also possesses the strength of a peak immortal venerable," Yifan thought with satisfaction. You may rise now," Yifan said softly, looking at the still kneeling woman. His tone was calm as still water, yet it carried an undeniable air of authority. "Yes, master." The woman responded, slowly rising to her feet. Her figure was graceful and elegant, as light as a petal drifting in the wind. When she spoke again, her clear and melodious voice, like heavenly music, entered Yifan's ears, giving him a strange feeling as if his ears were instantly pregnant. "What's your name? Where are you from?" Yifan asked expressionlessly, his gaze never leaving the woman. "Master, my name is Gu Yuna. My true form is a soul beast, from the Dotang continent." Gu Yuna parted her lips slightly, her voice flowing like a clear spring, her tone calm yet carrying an indescribable charm. Upon hearing this, Yifan was slightly taken aback, pondering to himself. Why does this name sound so familiar? It's as if I've heard it somewhere before. However, after a moment's thought, a flash of inspiration struck Yifan, and he instantly recalled memories from his past life. Dotang Continent was an anime he had watched in his previous life. Moreover, this anime was incredibly popular at the time. Yifan still clearly remembered a character named Tang Shan, who, with his unique skill, Mother's Entanglement, was practically invincible. Every time he thought of this, Yifan couldn't help but laugh out loud. That scene was truly hilarious. However, what puzzled Yifan was that he seemed to have never heard of this woman who called herself Gu Yuna when he watched Dotang Continent in his previous life. Filled with curiosity, Yifan asked Gu Yuna, "I know a little about the Dotang Continent, but why have I never heard of you before?" Gu Yuna, upon hearing this, quickly and respectfully replied, "Master, I have been slumbering deep within the Xingtang Great Forest of the Dotang Continent until recently. The moment I opened my eyes, a mysterious force transported me here." As she finished speaking, a hint of confusion and bewilderment appeared in her beautiful eyes. After listening to Gu Yuna's explanation, Yifan nodded thoughtfully, indicating his understanding. Looking at the beautiful and charming Gu Yuna before him, Yifan felt a surge of passion. So, Yifan pulled Gu Yuna into his arms. Although Gu Yuna didn't possess the strength she had in the Dotang Continent, she still had the cultivation of a peak immortal venerable, and naturally sensed Yifan's actions. However, she didn't stop him, because deep in her heart, her master's actions were paramount, and even if her master wanted her dead, she would carry it out without hesitation. Chapter 54: The Arrival of the Madam. Gu Yuna nestled quietly against Yifan's broad, firm chest, the warmth and strength causing her body to tremble slightly. After all, for someone as aloof and proud as her, such close and intimate contact with a man was a first in her life. Yifan also felt the slight coolness emanating from Gu Yuna's delicate body, yet this coolness seemed to ignite a more intense flame within him. Without hesitation, he reached out his right hand, gently lifting Gu Yuna's delicate chin, then leaned down abruptly, kissing her luscious red lips with a possessive yet tender touch. The instant Yifan's lips touched Gu Yuna's, her body instinctively stiffened slightly, as if wanting to resist this sudden intimacy. But only for a moment, she gave up the struggle, slowly closing her eyes and passively welcoming Yifan's passionate kiss. Their lips met tightly, their breaths quickening. They reveled in the sweetness and passion of the moment, as if the rest of the world had ceased to matter. Time ticked by, and after what seemed like an eternity, Yifan reluctantly released Gu Yuna's lips. Gu Yuna was now panting heavily, her face flushed. Without the support of Yifan's strong arms, her soft body slumped against his broad chest like a limp rag. However, Yifan clearly had no intention of letting the exhausted Gu Yuna go. Just as Gu Yuna caught her breath, he launched a new assault. "You know what I mean." After a passionate encounter, Yifan, satisfied, lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Amidst the swirling smoke, his handsome face appeared even more enigmatic. For Yifan, lighting a cigarette after each encounter was an immense pleasure. As the saying goes, a cigarette after sex is better than being a god. Looking at Gu Yuna on the other side, she was already exhausted, her eyes tightly closed as she drifted into a deep sleep. A faint blush lingered on her beautiful face, making her look like a shyly blooming flower, utterly endearing. After finishing his cigarette, Yifan stubbed it out and lay down. He reached out and embraced Gu Yuna's slender, soft waist, feeling the warmth and delicate fragrance emanating from her body, and soon drifted into a sweet dream. How long had passed? The first rays of morning sunlight, like golden threads, penetrated through the gap in the curtains and quietly crept onto Yifan's face. The soft, bright light felt like a gentle hand, lightly caressing Yifan's cheek, gradually awakening his slumbering consciousness. Yifan slowly opened his eyes, adjusting to the sudden brightness. This sunlight awakening method was a unique wake-up habit he had cultivated over many years. Every time he was bathed in the morning sunlight, he felt a surge of inexplicable joy and vitality. Yifan sat up, comfortably stretching his arms and legs, his joints making a series of crisp sounds. He yawned widely, then stretched languidly, as if shaking off all the weariness accumulated overnight. Just then, Gu Yuna, who had been fast asleep beside him, seemed to sense Yifan's movement. Her butterfly-like eyelids fluttered slightly, then she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing Gu Yuna saw when she opened her eyes was Yifan's bare-chested body, his muscles well-defined and muscular. Looking at this charismatic figure before her, Gu Yuna couldn't help but recall some intimate moments with Yifan, and an alluring blush instantly rose to her cheeks. "Good morning, master," Gu Yuna said softly, her voice as clear and melodious as a nightingale's song, a shy smile playing on her lips. Yifan nodded, then with a thought, a brand new set of clothes instantly appeared on his body, perfectly fitting his figure as if tailor-made. Just then, a thought flashed through Yifan's mind. He suddenly remembered that Qingling seemed to have mentioned bringing her mother here last night. Damn it, how could I forget that? Yifan thought to himself with a touch of annoyance. So, with a thought, Yifan instantly disappeared from the small world, appearing in the courtyard the next moment. Upon appearing in the courtyard, Yifan immediately noticed Qingling standing outside the door and a woman beside her. Although the woman was slightly older, she still possessed a captivating charm. Without much thought, Yifan could guess that this elegant woman was undoubtedly Qingling's mother. "Come in," Yifan said calmly. Upon hearing Yifan's voice, Qingling's delicate body trembled violently, as if startled. She quickly turned to look at the woman beside her. The woman nodded solemnly and then strode into the courtyard. Seeing this, Qingling dared not hesitate and hurriedly followed her into the courtyard. Soon, Qingling and the woman arrived in the main hall. The two looked up and saw Yifan sitting in the main seat, exuding an aura of quiet authority. However, before Yifan could speak, the woman who had come with Qingling spoke first. "Young Master Yi, since you have already had such an intimate encounter with my daughter Qingling, then according to common sense, you should marry Qingling." Upon hearing this, Yifan's heart stirred, and he instantly understood the reason. It seemed Qingling hadn't truthfully relayed his demands to his mother, instead bringing the person directly without consulting him. Yifan's face was cold and stern, his eyes as icy as cold stars as he glanced at Qingling without a trace of mercy. Then, he slowly turned his head to look at the woman and calmly said, "I won't marry her, so what can you do about it?" Qingling keenly caught Yifan's chilling gaze, her delicate body trembling involuntarily, as if some unbearable and terrifying scenes flashed through her mind. Upon hearing Yifan's resolute words, the woman's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly said, "Young Master Yi, isn't your action somewhat inappropriate?" As she spoke, her face was filled with anxiety, clearly surprised and worried by Yifan's attitude. However, Yifan ignored the woman and instead looked at Qingling, coldly saying, "Didn't you tell your mother?" Chapter 55 The Lady's Choice. Upon hearing Yifan's words, the woman frowned slightly, turning her gaze to Qingling beside her with a puzzled look. She softly asked, "Linger, what did young Master Yi say to you?" Qingling's delicate body trembled slightly, a flicker of struggle flashing in her beautiful eyes. But only a moment later, she gritted her teeth, as if making a firm decision, her gaze becoming incredibly resolute. She took a deep breath, then slowly said in a slightly trembling voice, "Young Master Yi said that if you could then he would be willing to marry me. Not only that, he also promised to stay in our Azure Dragon Immortal Sect and never leave again. For my sake and for the sake of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect, please agree." Upon hearing this, the woman froze, as if struck by lightning, staring at Qingling with disbelief. Her face was filled with astonishment and anger, as if the person standing before her was not Linger, but a complete stranger. Linger! How could you utter such shameless nonsense? The woman trembled with rage, her voice shaking uncontrollably. Just then, Yifan spoke. Madam, for Linger's sake and for the sake of the entire Azure Dragon Immortal Sect, you should endure this humiliation for now. After all, you don't want the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect to be destroyed, do you? He. Yifan let out a chilling laugh, his voice seemingly emanating from the deepest hell, filled with boundless evil and treachery. You! The woman trembled violently with rage, pointing her delicate hand at Yifan, but due to her overwhelming anger, she couldn't utter a complete sentence. Yifan didn't have much affection for this woman, but he was forced to act this way due to the system's mission. At least, that's what Yifan thought at that moment. At this moment, he had lost all patience. His face instantly turned incredibly grim, and his icy gaze, like a cold knife, shot towards the woman. He said indifferently, Madam, I will only give you 1 minute to consider. If you remain obstinate, then the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect will surely be annihilated in an instant. There is no doubt about that. I mean what I say. Upon hearing this, the woman was even more enraged, trembling uncontrollably with rage. Her eyebrows furrowed, her beautiful eyes widened, and she unleashed a torrent of curses at Yifan. However, despite her cursing, deep down, the woman couldn't help but recall what Cheng Wuan had told her not long ago: never, under any circumstances, should she provoke Yifan. Thinking of this, the woman's heart sank. Her previously firm belief began to waver, and she gradually began to believe that Yifan's words were true. The woman bit her lower lip tightly, until it turned white, and faint traces of blood seeped out. However, she seemed oblivious, staring intently ahead, her eyes already brimming with tears, swirling in her bright, star-like eyes as if they might spill over at any moment. Standing beside her, Qingling looked anxious, her small hands constantly tugging at the woman's sleeve, her mouth pleading for something, her voice trembling with sobs. Yifan, on the other hand, appeared leisurely and intrigued, his arms crossed, a cryptic, amused smile playing on his lips. She stood there silently, as if watching a spectacular performance, patiently awaiting the final answer. Time ticked by, the atmosphere growing increasingly heavy and oppressive. Finally, after a long silence, the woman's eyes, previously filled with pain and struggle, gradually hardened. She closed her eyes slightly, took a deep breath, and silently murmured to herself, "It's all for the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. Surely Wuhan won't blame me." When she opened her eyes again, her gaze was no longer wavering, but fixed directly on Yifan, who wore a playful expression. Her body trembled involuntarily, and she spoke with difficulty in a slightly hoarse voice. I promise you. I only hope you can keep your promise and do what you say." As soon as the words left her lips, it was as if all her strength had been suddenly drained away. She slumped limply onto the cold ground, panting heavily, a fine layer of sweat beading on her forehead. The woman was remarkably devoted. Even after Qingling had committed such a grave mistake, she remained unperturbed, solely concerned for Qingling's future. Witnessing this, Qingling was overwhelmed with emotion, a surge of gratitude flooding her heart. Just then, Yifan's lips curled into a meaningful smile, and he said softly and slowly, He, since you figured it out, come on over. Qingling, you come too." With that, he strode forward, leaving the two women behind, exchanging bewildered glances, their emotions a complex mix. Upon hearing Yifan's words, Qingling's body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. Could it be? The thought had barely crossed her mind when it stirred ripples in Qingling's heart. However, despite her inner resistance, Qingling knew perfectly well that things had already progressed to this point, and she had no right to refuse. A trace of helplessness and bitterness appeared on her beautiful face, and she sighed inwardly, perhaps this is fate. Qingling and the woman exchanged a glance. Though unwilling, they could only silently follow Yifan. Yifan gave the two women a look. Qingling and the woman trembled, but they still couldn't disobey the evil demon king Yifan's command, and could only. You know what I mean. Yifan created a cigarette, put it in his mouth, took a deep drag, and then exhaled. Although Qingling and the woman were a little awkward at first, they quickly became familiar with each other. After finishing the cigarette, Yifan fell asleep. Chapter 56 Deep Father-Son Bond. Within the celestial court, clouds and mist swirled, creating a scene resembling a fairyland. At this moment, Lu Chenfeng, riding a celestial prodigy pulled by 9 dragons and escorted by golden-armored soldiers, slowly landed before the gates of the celestial court. Young master! The golden-armored soldiers guarding the gate immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing Lu Chenfeng and called out in unison. Lu Chenfeng nodded slightly in response and then strode towards the place where his father resided. Along the way, he saw pavilions and towers scattered in a harmonious arrangement, and exotic flowers and rare herbs vying for attention, a breathtaking sight. Before long, Lu Chenfeng arrived at an extremely luxurious courtyard. This courtyard covered a vast area, with carved beams and painted rafters, exquisitely beautiful. Lu Chenfeng stepped forward, gently raised his hand to knock on the courtyard gate, and said, "Father, I'm back." "Come in," a deep and authoritative voice echoed from within the courtyard. Having received permission, Lu Chenfeng immediately stepped into the courtyard without hesitation. As soon as he entered, his gaze was drawn to a pavilion not far away. There, a burly, handsome middle-aged man sat leisurely, sipping tea. This man was Lu Chenfeng's father. Lu Badian. Father. Lu Chenfeng bowed slightly to Lu Badian. Fenger, I heard you said not long ago you were going to enter the Sword Emperor's secret realm for training. Why have you suddenly returned? Did you encounter some trouble? Lu Badian put down his teacup, looking at Lu Chenfeng with a puzzled expression. Lu Chenfeng quickly stepped forward, leaning closer to Lu Badian and whispering. Father, to be honest, I returned this time to ask you for advice. Do you know of any spiritual items or magical treasures at home that can accelerate plant growth? Lu Badian chuckled, his eyes full of doting affection, and said casually, Fenger, although such spiritual items are not many, our immortal court has quite a few. You can take them. Lu Chenfeng's face lit up with joy, and he immediately said, Thank you, Father. However, I still need a large quantity of these spiritual items. I wonder if Father. Lu Badian frowned slightly, his face full of suspicion, and asked softly, Fenger, why do you need so many of these things? Is there some special use for them? Standing to the side, Lu Chenfeng's face immediately showed an embarrassed expression. He subconsciously scratched his head and stammered, This Father, it's really inconvenient to tell you right now. Hearing his son's response, Lu Badian couldn't help but chuckle, pointing a finger at Lu Chenfeng and teasing, Hey! You little rascal, why are you keeping it from your old man? What's going on so mysteriously? However, his tone shifted, and Lu Badian smiled, patting Lu Chenfeng's shoulder, saying earnestly, All right, since it's your little secret, your father won't pry. But Fenger, you must remember, no matter when or where, our family, and the entire celestial court, will always be your strongest support, helping you move forward. Upon hearing these words, Lu Chenfeng felt a surge of warmth welling up within him, his eyes even slightly moistening. Thinking back to his past life, his fate was fraught with hardship. Orphaned at a young age, he wandered the world alone. Never did he imagine that after death, he would be reborn with parents in this strange world, and both of them would be kings. Indeed, Lu Chenfeng's mother was a figure of extraordinary status, the grand elder of the reclusive Yi family. Yi Lingyao. A peak immortal venerable expert. Initially, he had only intended to use the original owner's parents to achieve his own goals. However, at this moment, that boundless paternal love surged towards him like a tidal wave. This unprecedented warmth, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, stirred ripples across his heart. Very well, if my master commands me to take your life in the future, I will try my best to let you pass away without pain. Consider it a small repayment for the fatherly love you have given me, Lu Chenfeng thought to himself. However, although his heart was moved, he knew he couldn't reveal his true feelings yet and had to continue acting. He blinked hard, forcing out 2 crystal-clear tears, his voice trembling slightly, choked with emotion, as he said, Thank you, Father. Your son will do his utmost and will never fail your high expectations. These words, combined with Lu Chenfeng's convincing expression and actions, instantly made the surrounding atmosphere heavy and deeply moving. Even Lu Badian was moved, tears welling in his eyes. His voice, slightly hoarse but filled with deep affection, he replied. Fomer, we are family, bound by blood. There's no need for such formality. From now on, whatever you desire, just tell your father. After expressing his gratitude to Lu Badian again, Lu Chunfeng turned and hurried away, heading towards the place in the Celestial Court specifically used to store various rare spiritual items. Not long after, Lu Chunfeng arrived at the heavily guarded treasure vault. Guarding the vault were a golden-armored army. Clad in armor that shimmered with golden light, they stood imposingly around the vault, wielding incredibly sharp spears. As they sensed Lu Chunfeng approaching, their tense expressions instantly became submissive, and they shouted in unison, "Young master!" Their voices thundered, echoing through the heavens. Lu Chunfeng nodded slightly in response, then strode confidently towards the treasure vault's entrance. The instant he stepped inside, a powerful and imposing aura swept over him. Upon closer inspection, he saw the elder guarding the vault standing not far away. This elder possessed the cultivation of a late-stage immortal venerable, and the pressure emanating from him inspired awe. "Young master," the elder said respectfully. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Lu Chunfeng. Lu Chunfeng quickly gave the elder a polite smile and said softly, "Elder, I have come here to seek some spiritual items that can accelerate plant growth." The elder, though slightly puzzled, did not ask further questions. He knew that the young master always acted with his own unique considerations and profound intentions. Moreover, given the young master's status, wisdom, and strategic acumen, everything he did must have its reasons. Therefore, without a word, the elder led Lu Chunfeng directly to the area where spiritual items were stored. Soon, they arrived at a row of neatly arranged jade boxes. The elder carefully reached out and gently opened the lids of several jade boxes. Instantly, an extremely dense spiritual energy surged out from the boxes, swirling in the surrounding air. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that these jade boxes contained various spiritual items radiating a strange light, precisely the targets Lu Chunfeng was searching for. Without hesitation, Lu Chunfeng stored these precious spiritual items one by one into his storage ring. After everything was settled, he thanked the elders and bid them farewell. He then turned and left the treasury, boarded the magnificent 9-dragon immortal sedan chair, and continued his relentless journey towards the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. Chapter 57 4 Little White Rabbits. Master, the young master has been frequently associating with an unidentified person these past 2 days. I am concerned that there may be hidden risks, Elder Xian reported respectfully before Lu Badian, his face grave. Lu Badian narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, "An unidentified man?" Fomer has always been quite decisive and discerning, so there shouldn't be too much to worry about. But just in case, it would be best if you went to investigate immediately. His words seemed calm, but a barely perceptible worry flashed deep in his eyes. "Yes, master." Elder Xian, upon receiving the order, vanished like a ghost in a flash, speeding off in the direction Lu Chunfeng had just left. Meanwhile, Yifan lay on the bed with his eyes closed, surrounded by 4 snow-white rabbits. Yifan slowly awoke, his vision blurry at first. As his eyes cleared, he saw 4 incredibly cute little white rabbits. 2 were large, the other 2 smaller. They were curled up in a ball, or hopping and playing, their appearance utterly endearing. He felt the soft, warm bodies of the rabbits pressed against him. These little rabbits are truly boneless, it's as if you could sink into them with the slightest touch. It makes you want to reach out and knead them, Yifan thought to himself. The thought had barely formed in his mind when Yifan put it into practice without hesitation. He stretched out both hands and began to gently but firmly knead the rabbits beside him. Why both hands instead of one? The reason was simple, these rabbits were quite large, one hand simply couldn't fully grasp their size. Yifan's actions startled the little white rabbits who had been resting quietly. However, he completely disregarded whether the little creatures were awake or not, continuing his actions as if nothing had happened. As Yifan's hands continued to rub, the little white rabbit, who had been sleeping peacefully, finally awoke slowly. She first let out a soft, dreamlike moan. Awake? Yifan asked calmly, but his hands did not stop. His gaze was calm as still water, revealing not the slightest ripple. Young Master Yi, please, Xiao Rongyu said coquettishly, her voice as melodious as a nightingale's song, evoking a sense of tenderness. At this moment, her cheeks were flushed, like ripe apples, her shyness fully revealed. During their long conversation last night, Yi Fan had already learned the name of Qingling's mother. It was the beautiful name, Xiao Rongyu. Qingling, who had been lying quietly listening nearby, closed her eyes upon hearing her mother's voice, pretending to still be asleep. At this moment, Xiao Rongyu spoke softly again, young Master Yi, you must keep your promise. Her words were full of earnestness. He, of course, Yi Fan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. However, Xiao Rongyu, immersed in her shyness, did not notice the hint of amusement in Yi Fan's tone. Just then, an unexpected scene unfolded. Suddenly, Xiao Rongyu leaned down and knelt before Yi Fan's broad, firm chest, like a docile kitten. Then, she slowly extended a slender, jade-like finger and gently drew circles on Yi Fan's strong chest. What? You don't dislike me anymore? Yi Fan teased, amused. Young Master Yi, you are truly amazing. What happened last night is etched in my memory, unforgettable for a lifetime. That wondrous feeling, I have never experienced before in my life, and I only hope to experience it again. Xiao Rongyu's delicate body trembled slightly, her cheeks flushed crimson, her lips slightly parted, as she murmured softly. Her shy demeanor was like a peach blossom blooming in spring, delicate and alluring, captivating and endearing. Ha, Madame Xiao, such praise is truly undeserved. I wonder what about Chang Wuhan? Is he truly unable to satisfy you? Yi Fan's lips curled slightly, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes as he teased. Humph. Don't mention that useless fellow. He lost his virility years ago, and now he's a complete coward. Unlike you, young Master Yi, so valiant and powerful. Xiao Rongyu gritted her teeth, complaining indignantly. The words had barely left her lips when she felt a burning sensation on her face, as if it were being scorched by fire. Clearly, Xiao Rongyu had been conquered by the overwhelming power of the evil demon king, Yi Fan. In that case, would Madame be willing to dance with me again to prolong this wonderful time? Yi Fan smiled slightly, politely extending his right hand in an invitation. Of course I'd be more than happy. Xiao Rongyu exclaimed, her face beaming, and without hesitation, she gently placed her delicate hand on Yi Fan's. At this moment, her heart was filled with joy and anticipation. Just then, Qingling, standing to the side, stared wide-eyed, her face filled with astonishment as she watched the couple before her. However, Yi Fan and Xiao Rongyu seemed oblivious, lost in their own world. As melodious music began to play, the two of them danced gracefully, like a pair of golden lovers. Yi Fan's movements were agile and nimble. Xiao Rongyu's waist was slender, her long sleeves flowing with effortless grace. Their perfect harmony drew the attention of Qingling, who blushed deeply. How embarrassing. How could mother really be that happy? Qingling watched the two dancing, feeling utterly ashamed. However, although Qingling thought this way, her hands betrayed her, and actually. You know what I mean. Elder Xian traveled at breakneck speed, and soon the 9-dragon immortal sedan chair came into view. Elder Xian completely concealed himself. He followed the 9-dragon immortal sedan chair silently, like a ghost, intently guarding Lu Chenfeng to prevent any unexpected events from occurring. Chapter 58 Yi Fan's Strength. Qing Wuhan slowly opened his eyes, ending his night of cultivation. He stretched his somewhat stiff body, then stepped out of his room and into the courtyard. However, to his surprise, Xiao Rongyu, who usually busied herself or rested here, was nowhere to be seen. Chang Wuhan frowned slightly, a hint of doubt rising in his mind. How strange, where did Rongyu go? Why didn't she come back all night? Nevertheless, he didn't dwell on it too much, as similar situations had occurred before. Xiao Rongyu would sometimes stay out for several nights in a row. He vividly recalled the last time he asked Xiao Rongyu why she hadn't returned home, her slightly shy expression still lingering in his mind. At that time, Xiao Rongyu softly told him that she had recently become fascinated with a craft, and had become so engrossed in it last night that she had lost track of time. Initially, Chang Wuhan had some doubts about this explanation. But when Xiao Rongyu presented him with the exquisite handicrafts she had meticulously crafted, all his doubts vanished instantly. Looking at those masterful works, Cheng Wuhan had to admit that his wife truly possessed extraordinary talent and passion for handicrafts. Thinking of this, Cheng Wuhan smiled helplessly, sighing inwardly, "Alas, I'm afraid I'm truly no longer up to the task." A woman as graceful and charming as Rongyu actually has to rely on these handicrafts to pass the time. However, to be fair, she is indeed a very dutiful and responsible wife. If it were any other woman her age, she probably would have long since succumbed to loneliness and committed adultery. Chang Wuhan gently shook his head, no longer dwelling on it. He turned and walked towards the sect's affairs hall, where many important matters awaited his attention. But what exactly was Xiao Rongyu doing at this very moment? A soft, coquettish voice rang out, "But young master Yi, you're truly amazing." The speaker was Xiao Rongyu, panting heavily, her face flushed, clearly having just finished a vigorous activity. Meanwhile, Yifan casually dangled a cigarette from his lips, his face revealing undisguised disdain. He slowly said, "Humph, how long has it been? You're already exhausted? Let me tell you, I haven't even used a tenth of my full strength." Upon hearing this, Xiao Rongyu's eyes widened instantly, her face filled with disbelief. She had been deeply impressed by the dazzling, breathtaking dance moves just now. But she never expected that such a powerful performance would be far less than a tenth of Yifan's full strength. "Young Master Yi, you're not joking with me, are you? How could such excellent dance moves just now be less than a tenth of your true strength?" Xiao Rongyu asked suspiciously, seemingly trying to find a flaw in Yifan's expression and tone. Yifan, seeing this, merely raised the corners of his mouth slightly, forming a disdainful smile, and then replied unhurriedly, "Why would I lie to you? If I hadn't pulled Qingling over to help, you probably wouldn't even have had the chance to dance with me once." The moment Yifan finished speaking, Qingling, who was silently cleaning nearby, trembled violently, nearly dropping her cleaning tools. The instant she heard Yifan mention her name, terrifying scenes of being completely controlled and manipulated by Yifan involuntarily flashed through Qingling's mind. Those memories surged like a tidal wave, sending chills down her spine. Yifan's brows furrowed slightly, his expression darkening, and he coldly said to Qingling, who was cleaning, "Why are you taking so long to clean? Can't you hurry up?" His voice echoed in the small space, adding to the oppressive atmosphere of the room. Hearing Yifan's rebuke, Qingling trembled slightly, but her hands dared not falter for a moment. She quickly increased her speed, sweeping the broom with increasing urgency. Every corner, every speck of dust was meticulously and carefully swept, afraid that any oversight would displease Yifan again. Xiao Rongyu, standing to the side, witnessed everything. Seeing Qingling, usually as proud as a peacock, now so humble, she couldn't help but feel pity. Her lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something in Qingling's defense, but the words caught in her throat. Perhaps out of respect for Yifan, or perhaps to avoid getting involved in this conflict, she ultimately chose to remain silent. However, the complex emotions revealed in her beautiful eyes were difficult to conceal. Yifan stood quietly to the side, his gaze fixed on Qingling, who was diligently cleaning, her brow beaded with sweat. A slight smile played on his lips. Some time later. Now, Yifan, Xiao Rongyu, and the mother and daughter Qingling sat together in the antique-style pavilion in the courtyard, leisurely savoring the fragrant tea. "Come on, drink up," Yifan said with a smile, gently urging Qingling, who sat somewhat uneasy in the chair opposite him. Yifan was in a good mood, so his tone was gentler. Hearing Yifan's words, Qingling was slightly startled at first, then, as if waking from a dream, hurriedly reached out with both hands to grab the teacup in front of her. Perhaps due to nervousness, her fingers trembled uncontrollably. Just as she was about to bring the teacup to her lips, an accident occurred. With a sharp crack, the teacup in her hand fell straight to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Seeing this, Yifan's previously relaxed brows furrowed instantly, a barely perceptible look of displeasure appearing on his face. Qingling, noticing Yifan's change in expression, felt her heart skip a beat and was instantly filled with fear. She instinctively raised her hand, preparing to use her immortal power to clean up the scattered teacup shards. "Wait!" Just as Qingling was about to act, Yifan suddenly called out to stop her. Upon hearing this, Qingling trembled violently, her raised arm freezing in midair. She timidly raised her head, glancing furiously at Yi Fan with eyes full of fear, like a startled fawn. Chapter 59 The Wrong Qingling. Yi Fan keenly noticed Qingling's somewhat evasive gaze. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smile playing on his lips, and slowly said, "You can't even hold a small teacup properly? What are you good for? Are you that afraid of me?" Just then, Xiao Rongyu, who had been silently observing everything, sensed the situation was turning against her and quickly stepped to Yi Fan's side. She gently extended her delicate hand, wrapping it around Yi Fan's arm like a water snake, and said in a sweet, coquettish voice, "Oh dear, young Master Yi, you are a magnanimous man. Please don't take it to heart by Linger's words. She was just being careless. Why be so petty?" However, Yi Fan remained expressionless in the face of Xiao Rongyu's ingratiating words, not even glancing at her. He merely gave Xiao Rongyu, who was trying to plead for Qingling, a cold look, and then ignored her completely. Immediately afterward, Yi Fan turned his head back to Qingling, who stood there bewildered, and continued to command in a completely emotionless voice. "Don't use any immortal power. Throw all these teacup shards into that pool over there." Upon hearing Yi Fan's command, Qingling's delicate body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. She looked up, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness, but dared not disobey Yi Fan's order. She could only nod tremblingly, then squatted down and began carefully picking up the scattered teacup shards. Xiao Rongyu sat to the side, watching Qingling carefully gather the teacup shards. Seeing Qingling's cautious and slightly clumsy movements, Xiao Rongyu felt a pang of pity and reluctance. However, despite this, she ultimately chose to remain silent and said nothing. Just then, a piercing scream suddenly echoed throughout the room. Qingling, who had been crouching on the floor focused on picking up the broken pieces, let out a scream. Xiao Rongyu's expression changed drastically upon hearing the scream, and she rushed towards Qingling without hesitation. Her heart pounded, filled with worry for what might have happened to Qingling. When she arrived, the scene before her made her breathe a sigh of relief. A shard of a teacup, stained with bright red blood, slipped from Qingling's hand, shattering into smaller pieces upon hitting the ground. At the same time, a blood-soaked wound appeared on Qingling's once delicate thumb. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had been quietly sitting on a stool, drinking the tea that Qing Wuan had brought him. However, the sudden scream shattered the tranquility. He raised his eyes, following the sound to its source, and immediately saw the wound on Qingling's thumb. Seeing this, Yi Fan felt an indescribable sense of helplessness. This Qingling, I told her not to use her immortal power, but I never expected her to actually clean up these teacup shards without using any immortal power at all. A dignified Xianxian, actually getting her thumb cut by a mere shard of teacup, this is truly unheard of. Yi Fan thought to himself, finding the whole thing rather ridiculous. However, this was not the time for mockery. Yi Fan gently shook his head, then calmly said to Qingling, all right, quickly use your immortal power to heal the wound on your hand, and while you're at it, clean up those remaining teacup shards as well." Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, a flash of surprise appeared in Qingling's beautiful eyes. Without hesitation, she mobilized her immortal power, and beams of light surged from her fingertips, quickly converging on the injured area. As immortal power flowed continuously, the previously bleeding wound began to heal at a visible speed. The broken flesh seemed to be gently kneaded by an invisible hand, gradually returning to its original state. Not only that, Qingling also skillfully used her immortal power to clean up the remaining fragments around the wound. Meanwhile, Xiao Rongyu, seeing this, finally felt a slight sense of relief. After finishing her tasks, Qingling hesitated slightly as she slowly approached Yi Fan. Her head was slightly lowered, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, appearing somewhat uneasy. When she finally stood before Yi Fan, she looked up, her eyes flickering with a hint of panic. Seeing Qingling's tense expression, Yi Fan was slightly taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle softly. His laughter seemed particularly abrupt in the quiet atmosphere, causing Qingling to involuntarily tremble. Then, Yi Fan's smile faded, and he said softly, "Why are you so afraid of me? I don't seem to have done anything excessive to you." Hearing Yi Fan's words, a feeling of resentment welled up in Qingling's heart. A wave of resentment washed over her as she thought, that bastard dares to say he didn't do anything to me. You took my virginity, and you were so rough and heartless. Thinking this, Qingling's eyes gradually reddened, and tears began to well up. As the memories flooded back, Qingling felt increasingly wronged, and finally, unable to suppress her grief any longer, she burst into tears. Hearing Qingling's heart-wrenching cries, Xiao Rongyu, as a mother, felt her heart ache instantly. She quickly went to Qingling's side and, without hesitation, gently embraced her. While gently patting Qingling's back, Xiao Rongyu softly comforted her, "Good child, don't cry, don't cry. Mother is here, everything will be all right." Qingling felt her mother's warm embrace, as if she had found a safe haven. She immediately buried her face in Xiao Rongyu's deep cleavage like a child, venting her pain and grievances. Yifan frowned, listening to Qingling's cries with annoyance. The crying was like a demonic chant, making him feel increasingly worse, as if an unnamed fire was burning within him. Finally, he could no longer tolerate the annoying crying and snapped, "Stop crying. All you do is whine and cry all day. If you keep crying like this, don't blame me for being impolite. You should know what I'm capable of." Xiao Rongyu had been gently holding Qingling, who was sobbing uncontrollably in her arms, trying to comfort her. However, upon hearing Yifan's angry shout, she clearly felt Qingling's body tremble violently, like a startled deer. Immediately afterward, Qingling quickly broke free from Xiao Rongyu's embrace, her face still streaked with tears, her eyes filled with terror as she stared at Yifan. Qingling's face was filled with fear, she knew Yifan's methods all too well. She cautiously raised her trembling little hand to quickly wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, struggling to suppress her sobs, afraid to utter a single sound. The entire scene instantly fell silent, save for the heavy breathing of the few people present. The author has started a new book, but it's a fanfiction. Those who enjoy the original fanfiction can check it out, the style is similar. Chapter 60 Lu Chunfeng returns. Just then, a soft, respectful voice came from outside the door, as if deliberately lowered. "Master, are you inside?" The voice, though not loud, was remarkably clear in the silence. Upon hearing this voice, Qingling and Xiao Rongyu trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. Their faces turned deathly pale, their eyes filled with extreme panic, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, they were filled with fear and unease, terrified that the person outside would suddenly burst in and discover that they had been secretly dancing with Yifan here. They had sneaked out without anyone's knowledge, especially Qing Wuhen's. If Qing Wuhen found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, faced with such a tense and chaotic situation, Yifan remained calm and composed, seemingly unaffected. He didn't even glance at the panicked Qingling and Xiao Rongyu beside him, merely closing his eyes slightly and coldly replying to Lu Chunfeng in his mind, "Come in, I'm over here in the pavilion." Lu Chunfeng was already used to Yifan's unique way of communicating, and naturally wouldn't be as terrified as he had been initially. Having received permission, he gently pushed open the courtyard gate, stepped into the courtyard, and walked straight towards the pavilion in the center. As Lu Chunfeng drew closer, Xiao Rongyu and Qingling grew increasingly anxious. Seeing that Yifan remained unmoved and showed no intention of taking any action, Xiao Rongyu could no longer suppress her anxiety and hurriedly said, "Young Master Yi, but she was rudely interrupted by Yifan before she could finish her sentence. "Don't worry, that person definitely won't expose you. Besides, even if they did, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, it'd just cause a little trouble," Yifan said calmly. Upon hearing Yifan's words, Xiao Rongyu's heart, which had just relaxed slightly, tightened again instantly. Especially when she heard Yifan say that even if they were exposed, it would only cause a little trouble, her heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Could it be that Yifan doesn't intend to keep his promise to us at all? Could it be that everything he said before was a lie? A jumble of chaotic thoughts began to flood Xiao Rongyu's mind uncontrollably, her heart filled with extreme panic. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached. It was Lu Chunfeng rushing towards the pavilion where Yifan and the two women were. Shortly afterward, Lu Chunfeng appeared in the pavilion. As Lu Chunfeng stepped into the pavilion, his gaze immediately fell on Yifan, before noticing Xiao Rongyu and Qingling standing beside him. Isn't this Qing Wuhen's wife? What's she doing here? Did my master capture her?" Looking at the scene before him, Lu Chenfeng couldn't help but feel immense admiration for his master. Xiao Rongyu and Qingling stared intently, finally recognizing Lu Chenfeng's face clearly, and both were immediately astonished. They hadn't expected the man standing outside the door to be Lu Chenfeng, the young master of the Celestial Court. No wonder his voice sounded familiar when they heard it from afar. Yi Fan stared at Lu Chenfeng expressionlessly, speaking calmly, "Just say what you need to say." Upon hearing this, Lu Chenfeng dared not be negligent in the slightest, and quickly and respectfully replied to Yi Fan, "Master, I have successfully retrieved the spiritual item you instructed me to retrieve." When Xiao Rongyu and Qingling heard Lu Chenfeng address Yi Fan with such respect, their astonishment surged like a tidal wave, completely overwhelming any remaining semblance of calm. In truth, Xiao Rongyu and Qingling already knew a thing or two about the relationship between Yi Fan and Lu Chenfeng. So, initially, they weren't overly surprised to see Lu Chenfeng appear. However, at this moment, when they heard Lu Chenfeng address Yi Fan as master with such humility, they were deeply shocked. The scene before them was unbelievable. The young master of the Celestial Court, usually so imposing and arrogant, was now as meek as a puppy before Yi Fan, even showing signs of fawning. He was a complete lackey. Yi Fan's eyes lit up, but his expression remained calm. He simply parted his lips slightly and said softly, "Give it to me." Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Lu Chenfeng didn't dare to delay. He swiftly extended his right hand and with a gentle wave, a beam of light shot out from the storage ring on his finger. Immediately afterward, 6 spiritual objects radiating life slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. Yi Fan reached out and took one of the spiritual objects, examining it closely. Gradually, satisfaction filled his eyes. He sensed that 3 of these spiritual objects possessed a more concentrated life force than the ones he had created before, while the others were only slightly less potent. Just then, Qingling and Xiao Rongyu, who had been in a state of shock, finally snapped out of their daze. Both of them simultaneously turned their gaze to the spiritual objects in Yi Fan's hand, their eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry. However, despite having countless questions they wanted to ask, they dared not utter a single word. The powerful aura emanating from Yi Fan already made them feel immense pressure, and with Lu Chenfeng now present, the atmosphere became extremely tense. It was utterly unnerving. Yi Fan seemed to notice the 2 women's gazes, and a slightly amusement crept onto his lips. Then, Yi Fan said in a flat, almost emotionless tone, "I suppose you won't tell anyone, right?" These words seemed ordinary, but to Qingling and Xiao Rongyu, they were like a thunderbolt. Especially Yi Fan's icy, chilling tone, which sent shivers down their spines, as if a demon from the deepest hell was demanding their lives. The 2 women knew very well that if they couldn't give Yi Fan a satisfactory answer, their fate would be extremely tragic. Chapter 61 Yi Fan's Thoughts. "Young Master Yi, please believe me, I swear on my life, I will absolutely not divulge a single word about the spirit object," Qingling said anxiously, her words flowing rapidly. Standing to the side, Xiao Rongyu's heart tightened upon hearing Qingling's words, instantly becoming uneasy. As intelligent as she was, how could she not understand the deeper meaning hidden in Yi Fan's words? It was just that the naive and innocent Linger hadn't grasped it, foolishly believing that Yi Fan was merely emphasizing the spirit object. Sure enough, Yi Fan's face suddenly darkened, as if covered by a thick layer of frost, inspiring fear in all who beheld him. Even the surrounding air seemed to be affected by his emotions, filled with a chilling, bone-deep coldness, causing everyone to shiver. Qingling was the first to feel the chilling aura emanating from Yi Fan. Terrified, she trembled, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to her knees with a thud. Seeing Qingling's frightened state, Xiao Rongyu was frantic. She quickly stepped forward, bowed deeply to Yi Fan, and earnestly said, "Young Master Yi, please calm your anger. Linger and I swear to heaven that we will keep silent about what we saw and heard today, and will never reveal a single word to any outsider, not even about you and young Master Lu." Yi Fan listened quietly to Xiao Rongyu's assurance. His expression softened slightly, but a trace of doubt still flickered in his eyes. After a moment, he nodded slightly, acknowledging their promise, but a lingering worry remained deep within him. However, at that moment, Yi Fan suddenly thought, why should he be so anxious? Not to mention that he already had a powerful servant like Lu Chenfeng at his disposal. Moreover, he held an invincible trump card, a sum of servants. Thinking of this, Yifan suddenly remembered something. He still had a mission to complete, one of which seemed to involve a sum of servants. This unsurprisingly gave Yifan even more confidence. Furthermore, if he really killed these two women, Cheng Wuhan would definitely explode like a powder keg. Once Cheng Wuhan found out, he would most likely come and cause a huge scene. It's also possible that Cheng Wuhan was a coward, not daring to utter a sound even after his two loved ones were killed. Of course, Cheng Wuhan was now unable to get up and could no longer carry on the family line, so the second possibility could be disregarded. If Cheng Wuhan knew that he had only done this and that to Xiao Rongyu and Qing Ling, perhaps Cheng Wuhan would grit his teeth and swallow his anger, willingly becoming a coward, wearing a bright green hat without daring to utter a single word. After all, some things, after weighing the pros and cons, require learning to endure. Thinking this way, from any perspective, letting these two women return safely is the wisest choice. With this in mind, Yifan had no more reservations. As the great demon king, he should always maintain a calm and composed demeanor. Yifan's face was cold and stern, his eyes sharp as knives. He spoke coldly to the two women before him. "All right, you can leave now. But remember, if you dare to utter even a single word about today's events to the outside world, you should know my formidable methods and powerful background. Don't blame me for being ruthless and making you wish you were dead." Upon hearing this, Xiao Rongyu's heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled. She quickly breathed a sigh of relief, then stood up and nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Young Master Yi, please rest assured, Linger and I will absolutely keep our mouths shut. We won't divulge a single word. Besides, we might need your help in the future." As she said this, Xiao Rongyu, as if deliberately flirting, winked at Yifan coquettishly, finishing with a captivatingly alluring glance. Seeing this, Yifan's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. It had to be admitted that Xiao Rongyu was indeed quite beautiful, especially her graceful dance skills, which were truly exceptional. Yifan's lips curved into a faint smile, and his voice was as calm as still water as he slowly said, "I'll be waiting any time." Xiao Rongyu and Qing Ling exchanged a glance, then immediately turned and left. They hurried along, and hadn't gone far from the courtyard when Qing Ling suddenly stopped, reaching out to tug at Xiao Rongyu's sleeve, her face full of confusion. "What exactly was the second meaning you mentioned?" she asked. Xiao Rongyu sighed softly, shaking her head helplessly, then lowered her voice and said to Qing Ling, "Naturally, it's the complicated relationship between young Master Yi and young Master Lu. Linger, you're still young and inexperienced, there are many things you don't understand yet. Perhaps it's time for you to go out and explore on your own, to gain some experience." With Xiao Rongyu's explanation, Qing Ling suddenly understood, instantly grasping the reason. But then, a trace of worry crept onto her brow, and she said anxiously, "Will young Master Yi still keep his promise?" Hearing this, Xiao Rongyu's expression grew even more grim. She knew that this answer might disappoint or even hurt Qing Ling, but she felt it was her responsibility to tell her the truth. So, she bit her lip and said with difficulty, "Young Master Yi, I'm afraid he won't keep his promise. Actually, I only agreed to this yesterday on impulse." She had expected Qing Ling to be emotional or cry uncontrollably upon hearing this news. However, to Xiao Rongyu's surprise, Qing Ling merely nodded slightly after hearing this, indicating that she understood, and then didn't ask any further questions. A hint of surprise welled up in Xiao Rongyu's heart, her beautiful eyes filled with doubt, and she softly asked, "Linger, what's wrong?" She stared intently at Qing Ling, trying to catch some clue from the other's face. Qing Ling slowly turned her head, her gaze meeting Xiao Rongyu's. On her exquisite face was a faint smile, yet within that smile seemed to hide endless sorrow and tranquility. She answered in a soft yet firm voice, "I'm fine. Actually, I already knew about this, but I just didn't want to believe it." After saying this, Qing Ling resolutely turned around and walked away without looking back. Watching Qing Ling's figure recede into the distance, Xiao Rongyu subconsciously opened her mouth, wanting to call out to her, but the words caught in her throat. In the end, she could only shake her head helplessly and sigh softly. Then, Xiao Rongyu lightly touched the ground with her toes, her figure soaring into the air like a light butterfly, rushing towards the courtyard where Qing Wuhan and she lived. Chapter 62 Claiming Rewards. Lu Chunfeng stepped forward and respectfully asked Yifan, "Master, isn't there a risk in letting them leave so easily?" Yifan smiled faintly, a nonchalant smile playing on his lips. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "No need to worry. Even if they did reveal the information to Qing Wuing, it won't cause too much trouble." His tone was confident, as if everything was under control. In truth, Yifan had other plans. If Qing Wuhan informed the Celestial Court Lord of his relationship with Lu Chunfeng, given the Celestial Court Lord's status and power, he certainly wouldn't stand idly by and would come to investigate personally. Then, a wicked smile crept across Yifan's face, as if he could already see the Celestial Court Lord becoming his servant. Meanwhile, Xiao Rongyu had returned to the courtyard. She moved with lightning speed, entering the room in the blink of an eye and closing the door tightly behind her. Upon entering the room, Xiao Rongyu took a short breath before falling into deep thought. Recalling her several encounters with Yifan, Xiao Rongyu felt increasingly that this man was mysterious, unfathomable, and difficult to understand. Judging from the aura and demeanor Yifan inadvertently revealed, he was no ordinary person. He seemed to be hiding countless unknown secrets and immense opportunities. If I could establish a close connection with this person, perhaps there really would be a chance to change my fate, Xiao Rongyu murmured to herself, a glimmer of expectation flashing in her beautiful eyes. However, she was also very clear in her heart that a person like Yifan was not easy to approach. The slightest mistake could not only fail to achieve her goal but could also bring about her death. Speaking of Xiao Rongyu, she was actually forced into marriage by Qing Wuhan. And the reason for this was that her appearance was strikingly similar to Qing Wuhan's former lover. As for the specific details and the story behind it, Qing Wuhan remained tight-lipped, revealing not a single word to her. Xiao Rongyu was born into a small, insignificant family, like a drop in the ocean in this vast and complex world. Faced with the pressure and arrangements imposed by powerful forces, she had almost no chance or ability to resist. She could only helplessly choose to submit, silently accepting her predetermined fate. In her married life, Xiao Rongyu consistently upheld the moral standards and behavioral norms of traditional women. Although she may have felt resentment and grievances, she deeply understood her identity and responsibilities, and never considered betraying her husband, Qing Wuhan. On the contrary, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to family life, diligently fulfilling her duties and responsibilities as a wife. Whether managing household chores or caring for her family, she did it all meticulously and without complaint. Xiao Rongyu's loyalty and virtue not only earned her Qing Wuhan's respect and affection but also brought immense benefits to her family. Through her marriage to Qing Wuhan, the Xiao family gradually gained more resources and development opportunities, distinguishing themselves in various fields and rising to prominence. Behind all these achievements lies Xiao Rongyu's silent hard work and dedication. Today, she holds the most respected position within the family, revered and supported by all. However, despite the glory bestowed upon her, Xiao Rongyu remains humble and unassuming. She remained humble and kind, continuing to protect the family's prosperity and peace in her own way. Back to Yifan's side. "Alright, you can go back now," Yifan said calmly to Lu Chunfeng. "Yes, master." Lu Chunfeng replied respectfully and turned to leave. Yifan nodded and opened the task list in his mind. As soon as Yifan opened the task list, he saw a conspicuous little red dot. Without hesitation, he clicked on it. In the blink of an eye, 2 completed tasks appeared in front of Yifan. Task: the Sect Master's Wife of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect. Task Reward: Star Sword, 9th Tier Immortal Weapon, upgradable. Task Status: completed. Pending Claim. Task: the Lady and Daughter. Task Reward: Servants +1. Task Status: completed. Pending Claim. Yifan smiled, nodded with satisfaction, and a hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Then, without hesitation, he extended his long, strong fingers and precisely clicked the claim button. In the blink of an eye, he keenly sensed that an item had appeared in his system space: the Star Sword. Yifan took the Star Sword out of his system space and carefully examined the treasure in his hand. The sword radiated a cold, chilling light, its surface densely covered with a dazzling array of star patterns, like a galaxy. The stars were lifelike, as if they might break free from the sword's constraints and soar into the sky at any moment. Even more astonishing was the faint, ethereal power that could be seen slowly flowing across the sword's surface. Like twinkling stars in the night sky, this added endless mystery and charm to the entire sword. At the same time, an extremely powerful surge of immortal energy erupted from the star sword, its imposing aura like a surging ocean, wave after wave higher and higher. However, what was incredibly surprising was that despite the terrifying surge of immortal and stellar energy around the star sword, it posed no threat to Yifan whatsoever. On the contrary, these forces seemed to sense Yifan's presence and actively moved closer to him, behaving with extreme intimacy as if welcoming a long-lost relative. Yifan frowned slightly, his heart filled with doubt and confusion. He couldn't help but ask the system, what's going on? Why doesn't the immortal power and stellar power contained in this star sword harm me? Instead, it seems so close to me? Ding! Host, all weapons rewarded by this system automatically recognize their master and have a 100% compatibility with you. Furthermore, due to your extremely strong luck, this situation is perfectly normal. Please don't be surprised. After hearing the system's explanation, Yifan nodded in understanding, a satisfied smile returning to his face. This star sword might become Yifan's permanent weapon in the future. After all, it's an upgradable weapon, and he wouldn't mind upgrading it if the opportunity arose. However, considering that carrying the star sword would inevitably attract many covetous eyes. Although Yifan wasn't afraid of such trouble with his current strength, it was better to avoid unnecessary complications. Therefore, after a brief consideration, Yifan decided to temporarily store the star sword in his system space and take it out during battle. Just like flies, if there's only one, he wouldn't bother dealing with it, but if there are many, he'd be quite bothered. Chapter 63 Qingling's Thoughts. Time flies like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, only one day remains until the highly anticipated opening of the Sword Emperor's secret realm. At this moment, Yifan sits leisurely in an antique-style pavilion. His elegant demeanor and every movement exudes nobility and composure. He holds a steaming cup of fragrant tea in his hand, savoring it with exquisite grace, as if the surrounding clamor is irrelevant to him. Since Yifan accidentally tasted the rich aroma of tea, it was as if he had opened a door to a wondrous world. He gradually realized why people are so fond of appreciating beautiful scenery while enjoying tea. It's because there exists an indescribable tacit understanding and harmony between the two. As the warm tea glides down his throat, leaving a lingering fragrance on his lips and teeth, and he looks out at the picturesque scenery, his body and mind experience unprecedented relaxation and nourishment. Each time Yifan calmed himself to savor tea, the pleasure he felt was indescribable. He felt as if he were in a secluded paradise, the surrounding noise and chaos fading away, leaving only a deep inner peace and tranquility. This feeling was so wonderful for Yifan that he became increasingly immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. Whether it was a bright, sunny morning or a peaceful, serene night, as long as he had a cup of fragrant tea in hand, he could forget all his troubles and immerse himself in his own little world. Beside Yifan stood a woman of unparalleled beauty. She wore a flowing cyan dress, as ethereal and otherworldly as a fairy descended to earth. Although her face still showed some youthful innocence, the charm and unique allure in her eyes were captivating. At this moment, the woman was carefully pouring tea for Yifan, her every gesture exuding gentleness and grace. The beautiful scenery and the perfect time complemented each other perfectly, creating a captivating and enchanting atmosphere. However, the only flaw was the yurt the woman had built. While the yurt wasn't small, it was only a mere C-grade yurt. This woman was none other than Qingling. During this time, Qingling's favorability towards Yifan had skyrocketed, successfully breaking through to a high of 99. What puzzled Yifan was that although his favorability had reached this level several days ago, no matter how hard he tried, that final 1 point remained like an impregnable fortress, impossible to breach. It's worth noting that all his previous methods had been invariably effective, yet against Qingling, these once victorious approaches had completely failed him. Finally, unable to suppress his doubts any longer, Yifan calmly asked, "Qingling, is there something you dislike about me?" While Yifan's tone appeared calm, his words carried an undeniable air of dominance. During this time, Qingling had become accustomed to Yifan's uniquely domineering manner. Back then, whenever she saw Yifan's domineering presence, she would tremble with fear. However, time has passed, and now she can handle it calmly, no longer as panicked as before. Master, you are the love of my life, how could I dare to harbor any resentment towards you? Qingling's words were sincere, her voice soft and melodious, like a gentle stream soothing the soul. Her beautiful eyes gazed at Yifan, filled with sincerity and reverence, making it impossible to doubt the slightest insincerity. Hearing this, Yifan couldn't help but turn his gaze to Qingling, scrutinizing her carefully. He realized that Qingling's words were indeed from the bottom of her heart, without a trace of affectation. But the more genuine she seemed, the deeper Yifan's doubts grew. However, during his time in the cultivation world, Yifan had learned a lesson. When in doubt, consult the system first. So, Yifan asked the system in his mind, "System, what's going on with Qingling's favorability rating? Why is it always stuck at 99? Ding! Because of the promise you made to Qingling before, she still harbors a sliver of expectation deep in her heart. As long as you can fulfill your promise, her favorability rating will naturally break through 100. After hearing the system's explanation, Yifan couldn't help but feel speechless. Yifan slowly came back to his senses. He picked up the exquisite teacup in front of him, took a sip of the warm tea, and then slowly placed the teacup back on the table. After setting down his teacup, he looked expressionlessly at Qingling and said calmly, "Qingling, I advise you to completely sever that last bit of unrealistic hope in your heart as soon as possible. What I said to you before was nothing but empty words." Hearing Yifan's heartless words, Qingling's heart trembled slightly, as if pierced by an invisible sword, a slight pain shooting through her. In truth, she had always known that Yifan's promises were just temporary pretense and deception. But she still couldn't control herself, always unconsciously clinging to that tiny sliver of hope and longing. However, at this moment, that last remaining hope was shattered mercilessly by Yifan, like fragile glass. But surprisingly, despite this heavy blow, Qingling felt no resentment or hatred towards Yifan. On the contrary, her deep love for him only grew stronger. When Qingling realized the true and intense emotion deep within her heart, she was taken aback. Originally, she thought her affection for Yifan was solely due to that lingering, undiminished thought. But only at this moment did she realize that her love for Yifan had long surpassed that insignificant thought. It was a sincere, profound, and pure emotion. Just then, as if forgetting all constraints and rules, Qingling suddenly strode behind Yifan, opened her arms, and embraced him tightly. She gently pressed her cheek against Yifan's broad back, whispering in an extremely gentle tone, "Master, could I ask you for a little bit of compensation?" Yifan clearly sensed Qingling's sudden action, but he didn't show much surprise or displeasure. On the contrary, perhaps Qingling's initiative piqued his interest, so he didn't take her somewhat presumptuous behavior to heart. "Oh? Compensation? Tell me, what kind of compensation do you want?" Yifan replied in his usual indifferent tone. Chapter 64 Humble Love. Qingling, like a graceful fairy, moved slowly and ethereally from behind Yifan. Her steps were light and elegant, each one seemingly treading on clouds, carrying a dreamlike beauty. Qingling came to Yifan and gently sat down. She turned slightly to the side, her delicate body almost touching Yifan's, a faint fragrance wafting through the air. At this moment, Qingling gazed at Yifan with tender affection in her beautiful eyes, her lips parted slightly, and she said with captivating charm, "Please, master, love me one more time." Her voice was like heavenly music, melodious and resonant, containing a deep affection and longing that moved everyone present. Yifan's lips curled into a faint smile. His gaze fell on Qingling, and he said softly, "Interesting. In that case, I'll grant your small request." As soon as he finished speaking, Yifan slowly lowered his head and gently kissed Qingling's cherry-like lips. Qingling's body trembled violently, as if she had been electrocuted, but she quickly recovered and passionately returned Yifan's kiss. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the whole world consisted only of the two of them. Unlike before, Yifan's kiss was no longer domineering and forceful, instead, it was incredibly tender. Qingling keenly sensed Yifan's change, and a warm current welled up in her heart. She responded to Yifan even more affectionately, and a single, crystal tear involuntarily slid down her cheek. Then, a gentle breeze rustled the willow branches outside the pavilion, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows. Yifan and Qingling danced gracefully together in this tranquil pavilion. Their movements were light and beautiful, like two butterflies frolicking among flowers. Meanwhile, melodious singing echoed in the air, like heavenly music, adding a captivating touch to this romantic dance. Yifan's boundless tenderness at this moment allowed Qingling to truly experience the joy of dancing for the first time in her life. Her face, which had been slightly pale with shyness, was now flushed, as alluring as a ripe apple. "Master, I love you," Qingling said in a slightly trembling voice, her eyes filled with sincere emotion. Upon hearing Qingling's confession, Yifan softly responded with an then tightened his embrace, holding Qingling even closer. Then, he danced with Qingling again, their beautiful movements captivating all who beheld them. It was unclear how much time had passed, but as the last note faded, the enchanting dance finally came to a perfect end. Yifan slowly stopped, sitting down on a stool and embracing Qingling. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Through the swirling smoke, Yifan's face appeared somewhat blurred, but his deep eyes remained fixed on Qingling beside him. "Are you satisfied with this compensation?" Yifan asked expressionlessly, his tone flat. Nestled in Yifan's arms, Qingling gently raised her head, her watery eyes gazing at him. She whispered, "Thank you for the gift, master." "I am delighted." Qingling was an expert dancer, a skill honed through years of persistent practice. Practice makes perfect. In the past, when dancing with Yifan, his powerful and forceful steps often left Qingling exhausted and fainting. But this time was different. Yifan's steps were unexpectedly gentle, devoid of his usual roughness and forcefulness. Perhaps for this reason, despite the length of the dance, Qingling didn't collapse from exhaustion as usual. Hearing Qingling's words, Yifan nodded slightly, his expression still indifferent. "Well, in that case, you may leave for now." With that, he gently pushed Qingling away from his embrace. Hearing this, Qingling felt a surge of indescribable disappointment. She knew that Yifan's rare display of gentleness today was merely compensation. Tomorrow, or in the future, he would surely revert to his former rudeness. Even knowing this, Qingling still felt content. She had never dared to hope for Yifan's complete love, only wishing to occupy a tiny, insignificant corner of his vast heart. Even if it was as insignificant as a speck of dust, it would be immense happiness for her. At least, at this moment, she had truly felt Yifan's rare tenderness, and this brief, beautiful moment would be forever etched deep in her heart, becoming an invaluable memory. Ding! Qingling's favorability +1, currently at 100, officially becoming the host's servant. Yifan smiled upon hearing the system's voice. Qingling glanced at Yifan affectionately before leaving the pavilion. After Qingling left, Yifan opened his mental panel. Ding! Host panel has been displayed. Name, Yifan. Personality, cruel, ruthless, self-centered, lecherous, cunning. Identity, owner of the servant system, owner of the villain system. Cultivation level, mid-stage immortal king. Physique, ancient sacred body, supreme sacred body, alluring physique, soul-capturing eye. Spells, heavenly slash, high-grade immortal rank, tempering fire consecutive slashes, low-grade immortal rank, etc. Items, Star Sword, 3 aperture exquisite heart, devouring demon body, unfused, currently in system space, etc. Mental strength realm, mid-stage of the lamp realm. Luck level, heaven-defying. Servants, Chengwanyu, by Xuan, Zhushuhan, Xian Qingting, Yi Shirhan, Lin Luoshui, by Ningbing, Qingling, Lu Chunfeng, Yi Mengfei. Prospective servant, Xiao Rongyu. Please check for errors, as the author doesn't like using the system panel to pad word count, which may have caused some omissions. Yifan quietly stared at the panel provided by the system, which clearly listed his various detailed information. However, when he carefully examined these personality traits, a trace of helplessness appeared on his face, and he gently shook his head. Sigh, look at all this. It's all negative personality traits. Am I really that bad? Yifan complained inwardly. As for the heavenly slash, since he didn't have any particularly powerful spells, he had obtained it from Lu Chunfeng. As for the tempered fire consecutive slashes, those were spoils of war he obtained after killing Xiao Tian. It's worth mentioning that Yifan's cultivation and spiritual power had both significantly improved, each taking a small step forward. Just then, Yifan's gaze suddenly fell on the three-aperture exquisite heart displayed on the panel. Only now did he realize that he actually possessed such a treasure. Oh dear, I almost forgot about the three-aperture exquisite heart. Looks like I'll have to ask Lu Chenfeng to send some people to find its fragments, Yifan thought to himself. Chapter 65 The Woman from the Divine Realm. The Realm of Gods. A woman of unparalleled beauty stood in a lush, secluded forest. Suddenly, a strangely shaped beast leaped from the dense woods, lunging at the woman. This beast possessed a pair of broad, powerful wings, but its face resembled that of a raging bull, appearing exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. Faced with the menacing beast, the woman remained calm and composed, showing no sign of panic. She merely lifted her delicate foot, lightly touching the ground, and gracefully retreated several feet away like a lithe fairy. Seeing its pounce miss, the bull-faced beast roared in fury, raising its head high. Then, it forcefully flapped its enormous wings, instantly creating a violent hurricane. With a howling wind, countless emerald green leaves, like razor-sharp blades, rained down on the woman. However, the woman was not intimidated by this sudden attack. She swiftly clasped her hands together, then rapidly changed hand seals, and in the blink of an eye, a faint blue light screen appeared before her. The rapidly flying leaves struck the light screen and fell limply to the ground. Then, with a flick of her wrist and a gentle wave of her hand, a crystal-clear ice spike appeared out of thin air and shot straight at the demonic beast with lightning speed. Due to its incredible speed, the demonic beast had no time to dodge. With a muffled thud, the ice spike pierced its wing accurately. The intense pain caused the demonic beast to writhe in agony in the air. However, this demonic beast was clearly no ordinary creature. Despite its severe injuries, the beast quickly regained its footing, enduring the excruciating pain. Now, its eyes gleamed with an even more ferocious and violent light, and it opened its blood-red maw, unleashing a torrent of raging flames. This flame seemed to possess the power to destroy the world. Wherever it passed, the land turned to scorched earth, threatening to engulf the woman. But the woman remained calm and composed, showing no fear. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light erupted from her body, rapidly coalescing into an incredibly sturdy golden shield. When the ferocious flames slammed into the shield, countless sparks flew in all directions, creating a spectacular sight. Taking advantage of the beast's momentary lapse in attention, the woman deftly flicked her wrist, and a long sword, its blade gleaming with a chillingly cold light, instantly appeared in her hand. The woman's slender body swayed slightly, moving like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, she was already before the demonic beast. Then, she swung her arm sharply, her longsword transforming into a sharp, cold light, aimed directly at the demonic beast's eyes, which were the size of copper bells. The demonic beast, seeing this, was instantly terrified, its two enormous eyes widening in shock. It let out a low growl, desperately twisting its body to try and dodge the fatal blow. However, in the instant the demonic beast dodged, the woman flicked her wrist, and several dazzling sword energies shot out, attacking the beast from different angles. Faced with such a swift and dense attack, even the powerful demonic beast struggled to withstand it. With a piercingly mournful howl, the demonic beast's massive body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. After the dust settled, the woman slowly sheathed her sword, her beautiful eyes coldly gazing into the distance, as if she were seeing someone etched deeply into her heart through layers of mist. It turned out that this seemingly cold and ruthless woman harbored a secret deep within her heart. She was not born and raised in the divine realm, but rather came from the cultivation world. Back then, she was peerless in beauty and talent, the Holy Maiden of a sect in the cultivation world. However, fate is unpredictable. In this seemingly peaceful and harmonious cultivation world, a vicious and tyrannical ruler suddenly appeared. This man was ruthless and cruel, swiftly sweeping across the entire cultivation world and establishing a bloody and brutal rule. Faced with such inhuman tyranny, how could she, a member of the righteous path, stand idly by? Thus, filled with justice and courage, she stepped forward, raising her voice and calling upon all those with aspirations to rise up against the tyrant's oppression. But unexpectedly, despite her earnest words, everyone around her remained silent, not a single person daring to heed her call. Thus, isolated and helpless, she ultimately could not escape the tyrant's clutches. Even more heartbreakingly, her highly respected master, merely for seeking justice, tragically lost his life at the tyrant's hands. Not only that, the inhuman tyrant even subjected this pure and innocent woman to the most humiliating acts before her death, leaving her to die filled with resentment. However, fate has its own way. When she opened her eyes after death, she found herself inside the body of an unborn fetus in the realm of gods, and thus reborn. Perhaps it was a blessing from heaven, but the woman's family was vast, and she awakened an incredibly powerful physique. Even so, she never became arrogant or conceited because of her talent. On the contrary, deep within her seemingly strong heart, a flame of revenge burned, fueling her relentless pursuit of cultivation. All of this was so that one day she could personally kill the man who had brought about her death, that cruel and ruthless tyrant whom everyone wanted to kill. Although the woman did not know the tyrant's name, his face was deeply imprinted in her mind. "You must not die. I must kill you with my own hands," the woman thought bitterly. Yifan took a small sip of the still steaming tea, then closed his eyes slightly and telepathically transmitted a message to Lu Chunfeng in his mind: "Come to the courtyard." Lu Chunfeng, who was dancing at that moment, suddenly heard Yifan's deep and authoritative voice echo in his mind. Startled, he didn't dare hesitate for a moment and immediately set off for the courtyard. He arrived at the courtyard where Yifan was shortly afterward. After standing still, Lu Chunfeng straightened his clothes, then gently knocked on the courtyard gate and respectfully called out, "Master, I have arrived." Yifan, sitting in the pavilion in the courtyard, responded mentally upon hearing Lu Chunfeng's voice outside, "Come in, just come to the pavilion." Having received permission, Lu Chunfeng quickly acknowledged and pushed open the gate, strode inside. Shortly, Lu Chunfeng arrived at the pavilion in the center of the courtyard. Having just stepped onto the few steps leading to the pavilion, Lu Chunfeng immediately saw Yifan sitting leisurely at the stone table, sipping tea. "Master, I wonder what you have summoned me for." Lu Chunfeng stopped a few steps in front of Yifan, bowed, and asked respectfully. Yifan nodded slightly, then slowly set down the exquisite teacup in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the three-aperture exquisite heart appeared in his palm. Yifan calmly said, "This is a rare treasure. Fragments may still exist in the immortal realm. Send someone to search for it." His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. Standing to the side, Lu Chunfeng quickly and respectfully replied, "Yes, master. I will arrange this immediately." Yifan nodded slightly, then said slowly, "This treasure will be entrusted to you for now. After we enter the Sword Emperor's secret realm, you must find a reliable person and entrust it to them to continue searching for the remaining fragments." With that, Yifan gently waved his sleeve, and the three-aperture exquisite heart, radiating a mysterious light, seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand, slowly flying towards Lu Chunfeng. Lu Chunfeng dared not be negligent in the slightest. He quickly reached out and carefully received the three-aperture exquisite heart, bowing again to Yifan and solemnly saying, "Master, rest assured, I will certainly live up to your expectations and do my utmost to complete the task you have entrusted to me." Yifan nodded in satisfaction, still speaking calmly, and ordered, "In that case, you may leave." Upon hearing the order, Lu Chunfeng immediately turned and left, his steps steady and swift, disappearing from the courtyard in the blink of an eye. Yifan was so confident in entrusting the three-aperture exquisite heart to Lu Chunfeng not only because Lu Chunfeng was his servant, but also because of the united nature of the villainous family. Chapter 66 Muyenran. Early morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting golden streaks into the room. As usual, Yifan picked up a pack of cigarettes from the bedside table, expertly pulled one out, and lit it with a lighter. He took a deep drag, then slowly exhaled the smoke, watching the white plumes rise and dissipate in the air. Just then, Bai Shuan, who was sleeping beside him, was awakened by Yifan's movement. She rubbed her eyes, stretched, and slowly opened them, seeing Yifan sitting on the edge of the bed smoking. So, she gently got up, walked behind Yifan, wrapped her arms around his waist, rested her head on his back, and softly said, "Good morning, master." Yifan nodded slightly in response to Bai Shuan's greeting. He then offered the half-smoked cigarette to Bai Shuan, saying calmly, "Here, try it and see what it tastes like." Bai Shuan obediently took the half-smoked cigarette and carefully imitated Yifan's actions, putting it in her mouth and taking a gentle puff. However, unfamiliar with smoking techniques, she immediately exhaled. Seeing this, Yifan chuckled softly and said slowly, "You can't do that." You don't even know how to inhale properly." Hearing this, a look of confusion and embarrassment appeared on Bai Shuwen's face. She looked up at Yi Fan and asked softly, "Master, what does inhale mean?" Yi Fan shook his head helplessly, took back his cigarette, and continued smoking. As he exhaled smoke, he said thoughtfully, "I seem to have everything now, but for some reason, I always feel a sense of confusion deep down. I feel like I'm missing something crucial." He then sighed deeply. Seeing Yi Fan's bewildered and slightly weary expression, Bai Shuwen felt a pang of pain in her heart. She quickly stepped forward and hugged Yi Fan from behind, as if trying to dispel the gloom in his heart with her warmth. She whispered softly in Yi Fan's ear, "Master, if you feel lost and helpless, feel free to vent it all out and release your inner turmoil." Hearing Bai Shuwen's concerned words, Yi Fan's lips curled into a faint smile. He reached out and gently stroked Bai Shuwen's silky smooth hair, then slowly said, "Wanner, why is it that all you think about is this? But this side of you makes me very happy." Of all the servants Yi Fan possessed, Bai Shuwen was undoubtedly his favorite. But it was merely fondness, as for affection, that, of course, did not exist. Therefore, after careful consideration, Yi Fan had made up his mind to choose Bai Shuwen as the owner of the four symbols' primordial body. Upon hearing this, Bai Shuwen's face blossomed into a bright and sweet smile, like spring flowers, and she began to whine coquettishly, "I become like this all because of you, master. But as long as I can please you, master, it doesn't matter if I'm called bad." Seeing Bai Shuwen's playful and adorable demeanor, Yi Fan deliberately put on a stern face, feigning anger, and coldly snorted, saying, "You've grown increasingly bold, daring to openly flirt with your master. It seems you must be properly punished." However, the clever and quick-witted Bai Shuwen seemed to have already seen through Yi Fan's intentions. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of allure, and she said sweetly, "Master, I know I was wrong. Please punish me severely." Having said that, she deliberately swayed her body, striking a pose as if she were at his mercy. Looking at Bai Shuwen's captivating posture, Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, the two of them danced like colorful butterflies in the tranquil space. Their figures intertwined, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. "You know what I mean." Yi Fan held Bai Shuwen's soft, slender waist, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He took a deep drag, then slowly exhaled, white smoke billowing in the air like a thin veil. "On the long road to becoming strong, one always has to give up something," Yi Fan murmured softly. Yi Fan suddenly realized that compared to others, he was already extremely outstanding. But the only shortcoming was probably his so-called emotions. Emotions are like a double-edged sword. They can immerse one in a sweet illusion of happiness, but at the same time, they can place heavy shackles on one's body, exposing fatal weaknesses. Yi Fan knew very well that he absolutely could not be bound by emotions. Because once trapped in them, he would become weak and powerless. For Yi Fan, he only wanted to do what brought him joy and satisfaction. If he encountered someone he didn't like, he'd eliminate them without hesitation. But if he met a beautiful woman who captivated him, he'd possess her even if it required force. Talking about feelings? What a joke! Was he supposed to become a servile, fawning lapdog? Thinking this, Yi Fan couldn't help but sneer and shake his head. Once his thoughts were settled, Yi Fan's will shifted, and his figure instantly vanished from this small world. However, to Yi Fan's surprise, when he reappeared, he wasn't greeted by his familiar courtyard, but rather a huge, steaming bath. Just then, a dissatisfied female voice suddenly came from behind the curtain, "That Qingling is really something, arranging such a terrible courtyard for me." Yi Fan was stunned for a moment, but only for a second before quickly regaining his composure. "It seems my courtyard is in danger, which is why the system automatically teleported me here. And it even teleported me to. This damn system sometimes does understand my thoughts quite well. But judging from what this woman just said, she seems to have some kind of relationship with Qingling." Yi Fan pondered to himself while discreetly observing his surroundings. However, the woman's complaints abruptly ceased, replaced by an extremely piercing scream. The scream, like the cry of an owl, was chilling. The scream jolted Yi Fan back to reality. He instinctively looked up, his gaze fixed ahead. There stood a woman with a slender figure and snow-white skin, completely naked. She clearly hadn't expected anyone to appear, her face filled with panic. Yifan's gaze remained calm as he looked at the scene. He simply asked, "What's your name?" Yifan's tone was as indifferent as if he were asking the most ordinary question, but the icy aura emanating from him sent shivers down one's spine. It was as if he were facing not a beautiful woman, but a lifeless stone, utterly uninteresting. The woman, upon hearing Yifan's question, paused for a moment, then, as if suddenly realizing something, blushed and lowered her head. She frantically rummaged through the storage ring on her finger for a set of clothes and dressed as quickly as possible. Yifan stood there quietly, his eyes fixed on the woman before him. His gaze was calm and deep, exuding an invisible pressure. Time ticked by, but Yifan showed no impatience, as if he could wait indefinitely. The woman, on the other hand, was completely immersed in extreme shyness and embarrassment. She clearly felt Yifan's burning gaze upon her, a feeling that made her extremely uncomfortable. After all, she had never experienced such an awkward situation before, with a strange man staring at her so brazenly. Thinking of this, the woman's cheeks flushed crimson, even her ears burning hot. Finally, after a flurry of activity, the woman managed to dress herself. She let out a soft sigh, then slowly raised her head, turning her gaze towards Yifan's direction. However, in that instant, she suddenly froze, as if struck by a spell. Because only now did she truly see the man's face clearly. Yifan had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, thin, well-defined lips, and coupled with his tall, upright figure and innate elegance, he looked like a celestial being stepping out of a painting, exceptionally handsome. Ding! Mu Yenran's favorability plus 50, current favorability 0. Ding! Also, a reminder to the host, Mu Yenran is a female protagonist with great destiny. Just as the woman was still immersed in the shock brought by Yifan's unparalleled beauty, a crisp system notification suddenly rang in Yifan's mind. Hearing this voice, Yifan couldn't help but be slightly startled. To be honest, he was genuinely surprised that his usually foolproof allure had failed him so miserably in front of this woman. While he had at least gained 50 points of favorability, so it wasn't a complete disaster, the problem was that his current favorability was a whopping 0? All he did was see the woman's naked body. Was it really that serious? Judging from the system's recent hint, this woman named Mu Yenran is actually a female protagonist with great destiny. She's someone I can use, Yifan thought to himself. Just as Yifan was pondering this, Mu Yenran came to her senses. "You scoundrel! Die!" Mu Yenran roared angrily, her voice seemingly capable of shattering eardrums. Her beautiful eyes widened, burning with rage, and her fair, jade-like right hand suddenly flashed with light, conjuring a gleaming sword. The sword was slender, its hilt inlaid with gems, shimmering with a mysterious light. It was clearly no ordinary weapon. Mu Yenran, sword in hand, charged towards Yifan like lightning, the tip of the sword aimed directly at his throat, poised to kill him instantly. However, facing such a fierce attack, Yifan remained completely unfazed. A slight, disdainful smile curled at the corners of his lips. In his eyes, Mu Yenran was merely a cultivator in the early stages of the golden immortal realm. Her strength was worlds apart from his. With his current level of cultivation and power, suppressing this woman would be a piece of cake. Just as Mu Yenran's sword was about to pierce Yifan, Yifan moved. A powerful, unparalleled aura suddenly erupted from his body, sweeping outwards like a surging wave. Mu Yenran was the first to be struck by this pressure. She felt an irresistible force assail her, instantly losing her balance and flying backwards like a kite with a broken string. Finally, she crashed heavily to the ground, sprawled out in a disheveled state, her sword slipping from her grasp and falling to the side. Yifan looked at the struggling Mu Yenran and checked her stats. Ding! Panel unfolded. Name, Mu Yenran. Personality, cheerful, innocent. Identity, Holy Maiden of the Myriad Sword Sect, the long-lost daughter of the Mu family patriarch of Luotian City. Cultivation, early golden immortal. Physique, human sword body, mid-grade immortal body. Spells, Myriad Swords Return to Origin, Swordfall. Mental Power Realm, Early Jean Realm. Destiny, Heroine of Destiny. Destiny level, high. Affection, 0. Original future path, rescued by her junior brother Lin Fan in the Sword Emperor's secret realm, she developed feelings for him, 10,000 words omitted here. Afterwards, she ascended to the god realm with Lin Fan and her sisters, establishing the Myriad Sword Sect and becoming a powerful figure. Current future path? Lin Fan? It seems this is the chosen one. Yi Fan thought to himself. Meanwhile, Mu Yanran, who was being held captive by Yi Fan, roared angrily. You despicable bastard! Let me go! I warn you, I am the Holy Maiden of the 10,000 Swords Sect, my status is incomparably noble, and I am not someone a nobody like you can afford to offend. If you know what's good for you, release your filthy hands immediately, or the consequences will be far beyond your ability to bear. Although Mu Yanran knew perfectly well that she was no match for Yi Fan, at this moment, she had no choice but to reveal her identity. After all, if Yi Fan was wary of her identity, there might still be a glimmer of hope. But if Yi Fan didn't care, then what awaited her was likely utter destruction. Not only would her innocence be in jeopardy, but her life might also be lost. However, facing Mu Yanran's threat, Yi Fan merely curled his lips into a disdainful sneer. He responded in an extremely indifferent tone, the Myriad Swords Sect? Humph, even if your sect leader were here in person, he would never dare to speak to me like this. Before he finished speaking, the oppressive aura emanating from Yi Fan suddenly intensified, pressing down on Mu Yanran like a mountain crushing an egg. Mu Yanran felt an irresistible force bearing down on her, instantly pinning her down completely. This immense pressure made it almost impossible for her to breathe, and the bones in her body creaked and groaned as if they might break at any moment. Under such immense torment, tears of humiliation welled up in Mu Yanran's beautiful eyes, slowly sliding down her cheeks. Chapter 67 Lin Fan. You what exactly do you want? Mu Yanran forced out the words through gritted teeth, enduring the pain. At this moment, her heart was filled with fear and despair, completely unaware of how Yi Fan would treat her next. Yi Fan slowly squatted down, extending his long, strong fingers to gently pinch Mu Yanran's delicate chin. A chilling, wicked smile curled at the corners of his lips. I don't want anything, it's just that I happened to see you today, little lady, and you're so beautiful, it's unbearable. So, tonight, you'll serve me. Upon hearing this, Mu Yanran's beautiful eyes widened instantly, burning with a raging fire, as if she wanted to incinerate this lewd man before her. Enraged, she roared at Yi Fan, shameless scoundrel. I'd rather die than suffer such humiliation. Her voice echoed throughout the bath. Yi Fan, far from showing fear, threw his head back and laughed wildly. His arrogant laughter reverberated through the bath, splashing water everywhere. Ah, you'd rather die than be humiliated by me? Fine, since you're so spirited, why don't you die now and show me? Yi Fan laughed as he abruptly withdrew his powerful aura. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, he created an incredibly sharp short sword and threw it at Mu Yanran without hesitation. Here, take this and commit suicide. Yi Fan crossed his arms, leaned against the side, and stared at Mu Yanran with a mocking expression, seemingly certain she wouldn't dare to make a move. Mu Yanran watched in horror as the short sword flew towards her, her heart clenching. She had only meant it casually, intending to scare Yi Fan, but she never expected him to take it seriously. For a moment, she froze, her eyes wide, her face filled with disbelief. But then, a sudden change occurred. Mu Yanran's body trembled, and she instantly unleashed an astonishing power. She caught the flying short sword, while her immortal energy surged wildly within her like a raging tide. 10,000 swords returned to one, accompanied by Mu Yanran's furious shout. In an instant, her body shone brightly, and countless incomparably sharp swords appeared out of thin air, gleaming with a chilling light, rushing towards Yi Fan like a storm. Yi Fan stood silently, his deep eyes calm as still water, as if the overwhelming attack before him was utterly insignificant. Not only did Yi Fan not retreat a single step, but he strode forward, step by step, towards Mu Yanran. Seeing Yi Fan's actions, Mu Yanran felt a surge of joy. With a thought, she controlled countless swords, unleashing them with even greater speed and force towards Yi Fan. In an instant, sword energy crisscrossed. However, what happened next made Mu Yanran's eyes widen in disbelief. Under such a ferocious attack, Yi Fan's body remained completely unharmed, like indestructible steel. The once menacing swords vanished into starlight the instant they touched Yi Fan's body. Then, with a whoosh, Yi Fan's figure flashed, appearing before Mu Yenran in the blink of an eye. Before Mu Yenran could react, a large hand slapped her delicate, flower-like face hard across the cheek. Ah! Mu Yenran let out a piercing scream, her body plummeting straight towards the ground like a kite with a broken string. Boom! With a deafening crash, Mu Yenran's body slammed heavily into the hard ground. A small crater appeared in the ground, and Mu Yenran lay lifeless within it, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Is that all you've got? Yi Fan looked down at Mu Yenran, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. His voice was icy cold, seemingly capable of freezing one's soul. Mu Yenran's face was contorted with pain and humiliation. She bit her lip tightly, refusing to let tears fall. Although she knew the difference in strength between herself and Yi Fan was vast, her inherent stubbornness and pride prevented her from bowing her head in defeat. Suddenly, a powerful aura descended from the sky. This chilling aura, like an invisible net, swiftly enveloped the entire bathtub. A faint look of joy appeared on Yi Fan's face. He knew Lin Fan had arrived. Meanwhile, when Mu Yenran's gaze fell upon the newcomer, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes, which had been filled with despair and helplessness. Without hesitation, she raised her voice, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Junior brother!" The person who rushed over was a handsome man dressed in a snow-white robe. He stood tall and straight, like a pine tree, holding a long sword that gleamed with cold light. His entire being exuded extraordinary aura. This man was Lin Fan, a chosen one on the verge of death. As soon as Lin Fan appeared, he immediately cast a sharp gaze at Yi Fan. His slightly furrowed brows furrowed as he angrily questioned, "You audacious madman, how dare you bully my senior sister here?" Faced with Lin Fan's aggressive questioning, Yi Fan merely smiled coldly, replying nonchalantly, "Just a woman. I can bully her, so what? What can you do about it?" Seeing Yi Fan's arrogant and domineering attitude, Lin Fan knew that further words were futile. Suddenly, he let out a low shout, and his longsword flashed out, its light gleaming instantly. Then, he dodged and unleashed a set of exquisite sword techniques. Countless sword energies crisscrossed, hurtling towards Yi Fan like a torrential downpour. However, Yi Fan was clearly an unpredictable individual. Faced with Yi Fan's fierce attacks, he didn't directly confront them. Instead, he dodged left and right, effortlessly avoiding wave after wave of attacks. At the same time, he used the gaps in his evasion to mentally instruct Yi Mingfei, "I'll release you later, just like before." Having said that, Yi Fan retrieved the star sword from his system space. "This sword is incredibly powerful. It's even stronger than my sword." Lin Fan's eyes widened, his face filled with apprehension as he stared intently at the star sword in Yi Fan's hand, which gleamed with a chilling light. Yi Fan gripped the hilt, exerting a slight force with his arm, and the sword instantly emitted a terrifying light. Chapter 68. Lin Fan is on the verge of death. Yi Fan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He swung his star sword sharply, and in an instant, an incomparably sharp sword aura shot towards Lin Fan like lightning. Lin Fan dared not be careless. He lightly tapped his foot and swiftly dodged to the side. At the same time, he flicked his long sword, his moves unpredictable, several sword energies whistling out as they counterattacked Yi Fan. Unfortunately, when these sword energies struck Yi Fan, they were like stones sinking into the sea, causing not a ripple. It should be noted that Yi Fan was a powerful mid-stage immortal king, while Lin Fan was merely an early-stage celestial immortal. The difference in their strength was simply too great. Taking advantage of Lin Fan's evasion, Yi Fan secretly gathered his power and unleashed a high-grade immortal-level spell, Heavenly Slash. With a furious roar, the star sword suddenly hovered in the air, expanding rapidly at a visible speed, becoming dozens of times larger than before in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Yi Fan's hands were tightly gripped in a magic seal, his entire focus on controlling the star sword. The giant sword hovered above his head, radiating dazzling light. Immediately afterwards, a sword aura as massive as a mountain crashed down. Lin Fan felt the oppressive force of this terrifying sword aura, and alarm bells rang in his mind. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged into his heart. His intuition clearly told him that if he didn't escape now, his life would be in danger. Lin Fan frowned, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He knew the situation was critical, allowing no room for hesitation. So, without hesitation, he turned and left, decisively abandoning Mu Yenran and fleeing alone. Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. Fortunately, he had prepared a backup plan. Just then, a thought flashed through Yi Fan's mind. The next moment, Yi Mengfei appeared out of thin air in front of Lin Fan, who was desperately fleeing. "Fellow Daoist, wait!" Suddenly, a deep, booming voice rang out from afar, causing ripples in the surrounding air. However, Yi Mengfei and Yi Fan ignored the sudden shout, as if they hadn't heard it at all. Yi Mengfei shouted, "Netherworld Fist!" With her angry shout, her body suddenly erupted with powerful momentum, and she clenched her right fist and swung it forward. In an instant, a huge, dark purple fist shadow hurtled towards Lin Fan, bringing with it gusts of sharp wind. Wherever it passed, the void seemed to be torn apart. Lin Fan stared in terror at the massive fist shadow hurtling towards him, feeling its terrifying power. His face paled with fear. As he continued to flee, he pleaded desperately, "No, please. Big brother, I was wrong. Mu Yenran, you can do whatever you want with me, just please spare my life." Mu Yenran hadn't reacted much when she saw Lin Fan running away. After all, people die for money, birds die for food. They were merely fellow disciples. Although Lin Fan harbored feelings for her, it wasn't enough for him to risk his life to save her. But when Mu Yenran heard Lin Fan's despicable words, her face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. The words she was about to plead with Yi Fan were swallowed back down, and she simply watched coldly as Lin Fan fled in panic. Despite Lin Fan's desperate pleas, the two incredibly powerful spells showed no sign of stopping, continuing their astonishing advance. Seeing no hope of escape, Lin Fan's face twisted into a ferocious grimace. He cursed viciously, "You two bastards, even if you kill me, you'll suffer the consequences. The Myriad Swords sect will never let you get away with this." However, before Lin Fan could finish speaking, a whooshing sound rang out, and the spells cast by Yi Fan and Yi Mengfei struck Lin Fan's body with tremendous force. In an instant, Lin Fan's body plummeted from the sky like a kite with a broken string. With a dull thud, he crashed heavily onto the hard ground, raising a cloud of dust. Yi Fan coldly gazed at the dust cloud, a faint, cold smile playing on his lips. As the dust settled, the scene before them was horrifying. Lin Fan lay sprawled on the ground like a dying wild dog, his limbs blasted away, leaving only half his original size, dripping with blood, a gruesome sight. At this moment, Lin Fan clung to life with only a faint breath. If it weren't for the powerful defensive artifact he had luckily obtained in a mysterious ancient ruin, he would likely be dead by now. Just then, the owner of the imposing voice revealed himself. Yi Fan and Yi Mengfei simultaneously looked up and saw a burly, middle-aged man standing not far away. "Palace Master Yi, I think you should give me a reasonable explanation for what happened today." The middle-aged man's face was ashen, his eyes cold as knives, staring intently at Yi Mengfei as he spoke coldly. It was obvious that the middle-aged man had recognized Yi Mengfei. In fact, if the middle-aged man hadn't harbored some fear of Yi Mengfei, he probably would have already lost control of his rage and torn Yi Fan to pieces. "An explanation? What explanation do you want?" Yi Fan's lips curled into a contemptuous smile, his voice so cold it seemed to freeze the air. The middle-aged man, however, seemed not to hear Yi Fan's words. He turned his head directly to Yi Mengfei, his gaze equally icy as he said, "Palace Master Yi, are all your subordinates so ill-mannered?" Yi Fan's brows furrowed imperceptibly. His once handsome face was now utterly indifferent, as if the temperature around him had plummeted. He simply uttered 3 words, "Kill them." Upon hearing this, Yi Mengfei, standing to the side, trembled violently, then replied without hesitation, "Yes, master." Her eyes flashed with determination, clearly showing absolute obedience to Yi Fan's command. When the middle-aged man heard Yi Mengfei address Yi Fan in this way, the shock in his heart surged like a tidal wave, an impact that defied description. However, before he could even think further, Yi Mengfei's fierce attacks came crashing down like a storm. Faced with this sudden and fierce attack, the middle-aged man was greatly alarmed, but his combat instincts honed over years of cultivation allowed him to react with lightning speed. Just as the sword light was about to strike him, he roared, and the powerful spiritual energy of his late-stage immortal venerable realm erupted forth. In an instant, a dazzling golden shield appeared out of thin air, like an indestructible wall blocking his path. Chapter 69 Yao Qianyu. Chapter 100 Commemoration. A deafening bang resounded as the attack slammed into the golden shield, sending countless sparks and energy ripples flying in all directions. However, just as the golden shield was about to shatter, it barely managed to withstand Yi Mengfei's attack. "Humph, it seems you're determined to be enemies of my 10,000 swords sect." The middle-aged man snorted angrily, his eyes filled with murderous intent. His hands moved swiftly, forming hand seals with fluid, seamless movements. At the same time, a colossal sword formation slowly materialized in the void behind him. This sword formation exuded an extremely terrifying pressure, countless sharp sword energies crisscrossing, seemingly poised to erupt and tear the enemy to shreds at any moment. "Who is this person?" Yi Fan asked indifferently, his voice as calm as a still pond, utterly undisturbed. Standing to the side, Yi Mengfei immediately replied respectfully, "Master, this person is the sect master of the Myriad Swords sect, whose strength has already reached the late stage of Immortal Venerable. However, I have successfully broken through to the peak of Immortal Venerable in your wondrous little world, so defeating him is not difficult." Yi Fan simply nodded slightly, still calmly instructing, "In that case, I'll give you 1 hour to quickly resolve this battle." After speaking, Yi Fan mentally told Lu Qinfeng, "When you come to the place where the battle is raging, remember to bring your peak Immortal Venerable protector." Lu Qinfeng naturally sensed the battle fluctuations between Yi Mengfei and the sect master of the Myriad Swords sect. However, he didn't want to meddle, so he didn't go to check. "Yes, master," Lu Qinfeng respectfully replied in his mind. "Elder Xian, are you there?" Lu Qinfeng asked calmly. "Young master, what is it?" Elder Xian suddenly appeared beside Lu Qinfeng and asked respectfully. "There might be a fierce battle soon, Elder Xian, be prepared." After saying this, Lu Qinfeng hurried towards the source of the battle's fluctuations. Elder Xian's expression turned grave upon hearing this, and he followed closely behind Lu Qinfeng. After receiving the order, Yi Mengfei turned and charged without hesitation towards the Wan Jian sect master, who was waiting in ambush. Instantly, a powerful energy surge erupted between the two, and a fierce clash began. At the same time, Yi Fan turned his head, his gaze sweeping across his surroundings like torches. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a corner, where Mu Yanran was attempting to slip away quietly. He, little Ran, do you think you can escape like this?" Yi Fan let out a chilling laugh, a laugh that sounded like something only a major villain could make. Before he finished speaking, Yi Fan swung his arm, and the star sword in his hand instantly flashed with dazzling light. He then swung the sword forward with tremendous force, unleashing a fierce and unparalleled sword aura that hurtled straight towards Mu Yanran. Mu Yanran sensed the immense threat coming from behind and was terrified. She dared not be careless in the slightest. She immediately mobilized the little immortal power she had left, quickening her pace and constantly turning her head left and right, trying to dodge the deadly sword aura that was locking onto her. Unfortunately, Yi Fan's sword energy was too fast, tearing through the sky like lightning and closing in on Mu Yanran in the blink of an eye. Just at this critical moment, a dark figure suddenly appeared, blocking Yi Fan's sword energy. "You've finally come out," Yi Fan said calmly, a smile playing on his lips. Yi Fan hadn't forgotten the danger in his courtyard, but what danger could there be in a courtyard? It was most likely assassins. Assassins would sense the disturbance here and would probably come to investigate, so Yi Fan decided to wait and ambush them. "Oh? You knew I would come," a hoarse voice came from beneath the black robe. Yi Fan immediately used his detective eye to check the black-robed man's profile. Ding! Panel unfolded. Name, Yao Qianyu. Identity, Master of Shao Tian, the Chosen One. Cultivation, Mid-Stage Immortal Venerable. Physique, 1000 Feather Sword Body, Low-Grade Immortal Body. Spells, 1000 Absolute Sword Slash, Low-Grade Immortal Rank, Innate Spell, Sword Light Slash, Top-Grade Heaven Rank, etc. Mental Power Realm, Perfected Zhan Realm. Destiny, Imperial Tutor, disappeared. Luck Level, none. Favorability, -100. Original Future Path, ascend to the God Realm with Shao Tian, becoming a Supreme Elder. Current Future Path? Yao Qianyu? Interesting. He's actually Shao Tian's master. But Xiao Tian seems to have been dead for almost a month. Why is this master only arriving now? Yi Fan thought to himself. Yao Qianyu's eyes widened in anger, his hands gripping the sword hilt tightly, a powerful aura surging from his body. In an instant, a sword radiating a mysterious light appeared in his hand. Wisps of immortal energy, like serpents, could be faintly seen coursing across its blade. Pay for my disciple's life. Yao Qianyu roared hoarsely, his voice seemingly capable of shattering the void. The surrounding air seemed to tremble with his roar. Seeing this, Mu Yanran thanked Yao Qianyu and then turned and fled. Sword light slash. Yao Qianyu shouted, and the sword in his hand suddenly burst into a dazzling light. The normally large blade instantly expanded several times its original size, like a blazing sun hanging in the sky. The light on the sword grew even more intense, almost blinding. Slash! With another roar, Yao Qianyu used all his strength to swing the enormous sword, slashing fiercely at Yi Fan. The sharp sword energy whistled past, tearing space apart and creating black cracks in its wake. Just at this critical moment, a deep and authoritative voice suddenly rang out from nearby, "Elder Xian, take down that old codger." Upon hearing this command, Elder Xian, who had been hidden in the shadows, flashed into the battlefield. Elder Xian's body surged with immortal energy, like a thin mist enveloping him. He slowly extended his right hand, his fingers slightly curled into a claw shape. With his movement, a gigantic phantom hand materialized out of thin air and swiftly grasped Yao Qianyu's sword as it slashed at Yi Fan. Yao Qianyu was greatly surprised to see his full-force attack so easily blocked. He didn't panic. Instead, he immediately channeled even more immortal power into his sword, attempting to break free from the giant hand's grasp and sever it. However, no matter how hard Yao Qianyu tried, his attacks were as futile as an ant trying to shake a tree. Seeing this, Elder Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He snorted coldly and also increased his output of immortal power. Chapter 70 The Evil Yi Fan. Sensing the sudden increase in pressure from Elder Xian, Yao Qianyu's expression grew increasingly grave. However, he refused to give up, gritting his teeth and struggling to hold on. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, a cold glint flashed in Elder Xian's eyes. With a sudden swing of his arm, he hurled the sword he was gripping back at Yao Qianyu. Faced with the rapidly approaching sword, Yao Qianyu dared not hesitate. He quickly used his movement technique to retreat, simultaneously catching the returning sword. Who exactly are you? Why are you obstructing me? Yao Qianyu's face was grim, his eyes fixed on the figure before him, and he asked coldly, his tone filled with apprehension. Standing not far away, Elder Xian, upon hearing Yao Qianyu's question, smirked and chuckled coldly, why should a dying man like you know so much? Before his words finished, Elder Xian roared. Hidden God Fist. In an instant, a surge of immense immortal power erupted from his body, sweeping across the surroundings like a raging torrent. Then, his figure flashed, his right arm muscles bulged, and he swung a punch forward. A gigantic fist shadow, radiating a terrifying aura, appeared out of thin air, crashing down on Yao Qianyu like a small mountain. The air was torn apart wherever the fist shadow passed, emitting sharp whistling sounds. Faced with such a fierce attack, Yao Qianyu naturally dared not be negligent in the slightest. His eyes widened, and he roared. 1,000 absolute sword slash. At the same time, his longsword danced rapidly, instantly transforming into a dazzling sword light. In the blink of an eye, countless incomparably sharp sword energy shot out from the blade, like a torrential downpour, meeting the enormous fist shadow head-on. Just as the two engaged in a fierce clash, Yi Fan, who had been watching from the sidelines, turned to Lu Chenfeng beside him and said indifferently, "There's a chosen one over there who's on the verge of death, almost at the point of no return. Go and keep an eye on him, don't let him escape." Upon hearing this, Lu Chenfeng immediately bowed respectfully and replied, "I will certainly fulfill Brother Ye's request." With that, he flashed and rushed towards the wounded chosen one. Yi Fan merely nodded slightly, then his gaze shifted, locking onto Mu Yanran, who was fleeing in panic. The next moment, he lightly touched the ground with his toes, and like an arrow released from a bow, he shot straight towards the direction Mu Yanran had fled. Just as Mu Yanran was secretly relieved that the mysterious man had successfully stalled Yi Fan, the glimmer of hope that had just risen in her heart was instantly shattered. because when she turned her head sharply, she was shocked to see Yi Fan rushing towards her at an unimaginable speed. Mu Yanran's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Terrified, she didn't hesitate to unleash all the immortal power within her body, frantically fleeing into the distance like a frightened bird. However, no matter how hard she tried, all her efforts seemed to be in vain. Not long after, Yi Fan's chilling figure appeared not far behind her. A chilling, eerie laugh erupted from Yi Fan. He, little Ran, you're really not being honest, are you? Trying to sneak away? His voice seemed to emanate from the deepest hell, sending shivers down one's spine. Upon hearing this familiar yet terrifying laughter, Mu Yanran's delicate body trembled violently, as if enveloped by an invisible force of fear. Finally, as if resigned to her fate, she slowly stopped her escape. Seeing Mu Yanran suddenly stop running, Yi Fan was slightly taken aback, but a mocking look quickly appeared on his face as he teased. "Oh ho, little Ran, why aren't you running anymore? Have you finally realized you can't escape my grasp, so you've decided to obediently throw yourself into my warm embrace?" He. Faced with Yi Fan's taunts and mockery, Mu Yanran seemed oblivious, only a slight smile playing on her lips as she calmly replied. "Since I can't escape anyway, I might as well accept my destined fate. Go ahead, kill me if you want." Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He clearly hadn't expected Mu Yanran to be so calm and composed. However, he quickly reverted to his villainous demeanor, leering sinisterly. Want to die? Not so easy. I'll torture you slowly, cutting away pieces of your flesh piece by piece with an incredibly sharp knife, letting you die slowly in extreme pain and despair. He. Upon hearing this, Mu Yanran's delicate body trembled violently, her entire body shaking uncontrollably. She opened her mouth, trying to say something to defend herself or beg for mercy, but only piercing screams escaped her throat. Ah! With this scream, Mu Yanran's previously unharmed left arm vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye, leaving only a horrifyingly large wound. The wound resembled a gaping, monstrous maw, from which bright red blood gushed forth, instantly staining the surrounding ground crimson. Yi Fan watched the scene before him expressionlessly, seemingly accustomed to such bloodshed. He gently stored the star sword, gleaming with a cold light, into his system space, then said in a detached tone, "This is just a small punishment for your escape. Don't be too grateful." At this moment, Mu Yanran was tightly clutching her bleeding wound, her face filled with pain and despair. When she heard Yi Fan's nonchalant words, her anger flared instantly, and she couldn't help but curse him silently in her mind. However, despite her extreme anger, when she looked up and met Yi Fan's handsome face and the wicked smile on it, all her anger and courage vanished instantly, replaced by deep fear. No, I know I was wrong, please forgive me." Mu Yanran sobbed, her voice trembling as she pleaded. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Mu Yanran with a half-smile, his tone full of mockery. "Oh? Wrong? Then tell me, where exactly did you go wrong?" Just then, a penguin suddenly flew down from the sky. "Holy crap, what the hell is going on?" Yi Fan exclaimed in shock. The penguin suddenly appeared in Yi Fan's ear and whispered a few words. 7, 4, 1, 5, 3, 1, 0, 6, 7. The penguin told Yi Fan that if he could truly understand these words, he could become the strongest person in the world. Chapter 71: The Tragic Story of Mu Yanran. Mu Yanran was taken aback by Yi Fan's question. For some reason, the question sounded strangely familiar. However, she had no time to think about it, as the excruciating pain in her body made it almost impossible for her to think. So, she could only endure the pain and stammer, I shouldn't have been so presumptuous as to provoke you. Please, have mercy on me this time." "You're wrong." Yi Fan's voice was as sinister and terrifying as if it came from the deepest hell, sending chills down her spine. His icy gaze was fixed on Mu Yanran, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Before he finished speaking, Yi Fan swung his arm, instantly retrieving the star sword from his system space. The next moment, without hesitation, Yi Fan swung the star sword, its light flashing like lightning, slashing towards Mu Yanran with incomparably sharp sword energy. A blood-curdling scream rang out as Yifan's sword cleanly severed Mu Yenran's entire left leg. Blood splattered everywhere, the scene extremely gruesome and terrifying. Ah! Mu Yenran screamed in agony, her voice as shrill and piercing as a pig being slaughtered. Having lost her leg, she could no longer maintain her balance in mid-air, her body plummeting straight down like a kite with a broken string. Yifan stood silently, coldly watching Mu Yenran fall, making no attempt to help. Knowing Mu Yenran's strength as he did, although she was severely injured, she still possessed the cultivation of a golden immortal. Falling from such a height wouldn't necessarily kill her, at most, her bones would be broken. With a dull thud, Mu Yenran crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Immediately afterward, another heart-wrenching scream rang out. Ah! This scream echoed in the air, lingering for a long time, sending chills down one's spine. Yifan slowly descended from the sky, landing steadily in front of Mu Yenran. He looked down at Mu Yenran lying in a pool of blood, a playful smile on his face. Mu Yenran was now a wretched sight, covered in mud and blood, her once beautiful face contorted in extreme pain. After a long while, Mu Yenran finally managed to catch her breath from the excruciating pain. She struggled to lift her head, staring at Yifan with terrified eyes. At this moment, the arrogance in her eyes had vanished without a trace, replaced by profound despair and endless fear. "Tell me, what did you do wrong?" Yifan asked coldly, his expression devoid of any emotion. At this moment, Mu Yenran's heart was like a stampede of horses, countless alpacas galloping through her mind. Her eyes widened, her face filled with shock and anger, her mind screaming, "What did I do wrong?" She simply couldn't understand how this utterly despicable man had barged into her private bath, not only seeing her naked but now accusing her of being at fault. This was simply outrageous. Mu Yenran trembled with rage, her anger burning fiercely within her. She roared inwardly, "This shameless scoundrel! He barged in without asking any questions and dares to treat me like this. Tell me, what did I do wrong?" Yifan's lips curled into a cold smile, his gaze fixed on Mu Yenran, a hint of contempt in his eyes. Mu Yenran hadn't really done anything wrong. If one had to accuse her of anything, it was that she was involved with Lin Fan, and most importantly, she was someone Yifan disliked. No matter how hard Mu Yenran racked her brains, she probably couldn't figure out the reason. In fact, Mu Yenran was also an innocent victim. But Yifan didn't care about any of that. He was always ruthless towards those he disliked, taking immediate action. Mu Yenran stood there, her face as pale as paper, her lips trembling. She wanted to say something, but could only manage a series of I stammering for a long time, unable to utter a complete sentence. Seeing this, Yifan frowned deeply, showing some impatience. With a flick of his wrist, his longsword swung again, and with a whoosh, Mu Yenran's right arm was instantly severed. Blood gushed out, splattering on the ground. Ah! Mu Yenran let out a piercing scream, chilling to the bone. Mu Yenran trembled uncontrollably from the pain, the excruciating agony feeling as if 1,000 venomous insects were gnawing at her body, nearly causing her to faint. Her eyes were wide open, filled with deep fear and boundless hatred, like two burning flames. Yifan looked coldly at Mu Yenran, whose face was as pale as paper from blood loss, his brows slightly furrowed. He slowly stepped forward, conjured a blood-replenishing pill emitting a faint fragrance, and without hesitation, tossed it into Mu Yenran's mouth. Mu Yenran swallowed the life-saving blood-replenishing pill with difficulty, the medicine sliding down her throat and into her stomach. Not long after, a faint blush gradually returned to her previously bloodless face, and her pale complexion improved slightly, though she still appeared extremely weak. Yifan stared at Mu Yenran expressionlessly, coldly asking again, "Tell me, what did you do wrong?" However, Mu Yenran was already blinded by pain and anger. Her heart was filled with resentment towards Yifan, and she had no time to think. Mu Yenran glared fiercely at Yifan, gritting her teeth as she said, "What the hell did I do wrong? You beast! I curse you to be struck by lightning the moment you step outside, to choke to death while drinking water, and to be terrified to death by nightmares in your sleep." Mu Yenran became increasingly agitated as she spoke, her language growing ever more vulgar and offensive, a torrent of vicious curses gushing from her mouth. Hearing this, Yifan's expression darkened, a barely perceptible flash of anger crossing his eyes. He coldly snorted, flicked his wrist, and a flash of cold light appeared in his hand as he directly swung his sword at Mu Yenran's only remaining intact leg. A blood-curdling scream rang out as Mu Yenran's leg was instantly severed from her body, blood splattering everywhere. Ah! Mu Yenran let out a heart-wrenching scream, a sound that echoed through the heavens, chilling everyone to the bone. The excruciating pain caused her body to convulse involuntarily. As time passed, Mu Yenran's screams grew weaker and weaker, her once loud voice gradually becoming feeble, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Seeing this, Yifan slowly crouched down, reached out a hand and forcefully pinched Mu Yenran's chin, forcing her to look directly into his eyes. Chapter 72 Mu Yenran in despair. Let me tell you the truth now. Actually, the only mistake you made was that I just didn't like the look of you. As for why I tortured you like this, it was just a sudden whim. Yifan's once handsome face was now twisted and contorted with malice. A chilling smile played on his lips as he spoke viciously to Mu Yenran. Upon hearing Yifan's cold, ruthless, and absurd words, Mu Yenran's eyes widened in disbelief and terror. Despite the indescribable pain she was enduring, she struggled with all her might, trying to move her body. However, the cruel reality was staring her in the face. Her once slender limbs had been cruelly severed. Many of her bones were broken. Now, she couldn't even stand up and run away, let alone move even slightly. And so, Mu Yenran could only crawl and writhe on the ground in agony, like a pitiful maggot. She couldn't believe that this demonic man would torture her to the point of wishing for death for such an absurd reason. The more she thought about it, the more wronged Mu Yenran felt, and tears streamed down her face like a burst dam. However, she dared not cry out loud, for each sob aggravated her wounds, the excruciating pain unbearable. Even now, as the intense pain nearly made her faint, after such prolonged torment, she seemed to be gradually becoming numb. Please, kill me. Give me a quick death. Mu Yenran managed to squeeze out these desperate and pleading words with her last remaining strength. Yifan gazed at Mu Yenran, who lay on the ground begging for mercy like a maggot, and a strange interest suddenly welled up within him. If I kept this woman like a dog, she might provide some amusement, Yifan pondered to himself, various scenes of torturing Mu Yenran flashing through his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more amusing it became. So, Yifan summoned his pill list, clicked the search button, and typed in the pill he wanted. His gaze lingered on a pill emitting a faint glow. According to the description, while this pill could quickly heal injuries, it was powerless against severed limbs. Yifan created it without hesitation. He decisively extended his right hand and, without hesitation, inserted it into Mu Yenran's slightly open mouth. Then, he forcefully pried open Mu Yenran's mouth completely and threw the pill deep into her throat. Almost simultaneously, a miraculous thing happened. The pill seemed to be ignited, unleashing a powerful medicinal force. This force, like a surging torrent, flowed rapidly through Mu Yenran's meridians, and wherever it reached, her previously bloodied wounds began to heal at an astonishing speed. Time ticked by, and in a short while, all of Mu Yenran's horrific wounds vanished, her skin becoming smooth and delicate once more, as if she had never been injured. However, despite her healed injuries, Mu Yenran still looked incredibly pitiful due to the loss of all 4 limbs. She could only crawl forward with difficulty, writhing like a maggot. Mu Yenran, who had been quietly awaiting death with her eyes closed, suddenly felt a warm yet unfamiliar power surging within her. She instinctively opened her eyes, and when she saw her now completely healed wounds, she was first stunned, then her face showed an indescribable look of horror. Because the next moment, she noticed her incomplete body in the way she moved, so different from a normal human. No! How did I become like this? I'd rather die than live like this. Please, have mercy and let me be free. Mu Yenran cried out hoarsely, her voice filled with despair and pain. Die? I just had a sudden urge to keep a lowly pet, so you don't have to die. Be grateful, Yifan said evilly, letting out a sinister laugh. Upon hearing Yifan's strange and chilling laughter, Mu Yenran launched into a tirade of insults at him. The insults were utterly vile, as foul as could be, as if she had gathered every filthy word in the world and was hurling it at Yifan. However, facing Mu Yenran's storm of abuse, Yifan remained calm, not even flinching. In his eyes, Mu Yenran was like an insignificant ant, baring its fangs and roaring at a colossal elephant. But the ant's so-called roar was nothing more than a negligible breeze to the elephant. Yifan coldly stared at Mu Yenran, who was still incessantly cursing, a ruthless glint in his eyes. He suddenly raised his arm and, with lightning speed, struck out with a powerful palm. The palm landed squarely on Mu Yenran's abdomen. With a dull thud, Mu Yenran felt her blood surge, and excruciating pain instantly spread throughout her body. Immediately afterward, Mu Yenran felt a bone-chilling cold emanating from her dantian. She was horrified, realizing that her dantian had been shattered by Yifan's palm strike. It's important to know that the dantian is the key to a cultivator's storage of spiritual energy. Now that her dantian is shattered, it means that unless a fortuitous opportunity arises, she will likely never be able to cultivate again, and will forever be relegated to an ordinary mortal. Upon learning this cruel truth, Mu Yenran was struck dumb, instantly losing all her strength. At this moment, her face was ashen, her eyes empty and lifeless, her expression filled with despair and helplessness. Just then, Yifan's thoughts shifted slightly, and the next moment, he and Mu Yenran vanished from the spot. When Mu Yenran opened her eyes again, she was surprised to find herself in a completely unfamiliar environment. The surrounding scenery was dreamlike, but Mu Yenran had no mood to appreciate it, as her heart was filled with fear and unease. Chapter 73 Unknown Dangers. You damned bastard, where did you bring me? Mu Yenran asked, her voice trembling, her beautiful eyes filled with terror. However, Yifan seemed oblivious to Mu Yenran's question, merely waving his hand lightly. With his movement, a gigantic iron cage appeared out of thin air beside the villa, its sinister and terrifying appearance sending chills down one's spine. Mu Yenran stared wide-eyed at the suddenly appearing giant cage, countless horrifying thoughts flashing through her mind. Her face turned deathly pale, her lips trembling, as if she had seen something utterly terrifying. No! You can't do this to me! You demon, kill me! Mu Yenran screamed hysterically at Yifan, her voice shrill and piercing, filled with despair and fear. However, Yifan remained completely unmoved by Mu Yenran's roars. His face was ashen, his eyes as cold as a 1,000-year-old glacier. With a flick of his sleeve, he unleashed a powerful surge of immortal energy, like an invisible hand, easily lifting Mu Yenran and slamming her into the cage. With a loud thud, Mu Yenran crashed to the bottom of the cage. She groaned in pain, trying to struggle to her feet, but without limbs, she could only writhe like a worm. After doing all this, Yifan slowly turned around, his gaze calmly sweeping over Mu Yenran in the cage. Then, he looked at the women who had gathered to watch the spectacle and said indifferently, "From now on, feed her a little food each day to ensure she doesn't starve, but don't give her too much. Let her linger on, half dead, barely clinging to life." Although Yifan's tone was casual, the cold-blooded ruthlessness within it sent chills down everyone's spine. Upon hearing Yifan's words, the women trembled and hurriedly responded in unison, "Yes, master." Their voices were perfectly synchronized, filled with reverence, obedience, and adoration. At this moment, Mu Yenran had completely broken down. Tears streamed down her face, her hair was disheveled, and she continued to cry out, "Hey! Can't you hear me? You beast, come back and kill me. Please, end my suffering." She struggled to move her body, like a pitiful maggot, desperately crawling towards the direction Yifan had left in the cage. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not escape the incredibly sturdy cage. But Yifan seemed not to hear her. With a thought, he left the small world. Oh dear, how pitiful! How dare they offend their master? They're in deep trouble now. Look at this miserable state, tsk. Luckily, I was quick-witted enough. Shu Shuhan covered her mouth delicately, sighing with a look of deep regret. Bai Ningding nodded slightly in agreement. That's right. Look, all 4 limbs have been neatly severed, even the dantian is shattered like this. It's worse than death. Her beautiful eyes blinked slightly, revealing a mixture of fear and relief. Meanwhile, Mu Yenran, not far away, heard all the women's discussions, and an endless wave of regret washed over her. If he had obediently submitted to Yifan back then, perhaps he wouldn't be in such a miserable state now? Yifan withdrew from the small world. The moment he reappeared, he sensed that the battle fluctuations from the other side had subsided. With a slight frown, he moved with lightning speed, rushing towards the distance. When Yifan arrived at the scene, all he saw was utter devastation. He saw Yao Qianyu, covered in blood, lying silently on the cold ground, already lifeless. Yifan's gaze quickly swept around, but he didn't find Elder Xian. After a moment's thought, he understood. Elder Xian must have gone to pursue Lu Chenfeng's trail. Next, Yifan moved to Yao Qianyu's side and searched carefully, but after a thorough search, he couldn't find the storage ring he was carrying. Heh, it must have been taken by that old bastard, Elder Xian, Yifan sneered to himself. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. After a brief pause, he once again transformed into a streak of light and shot off into the distance. Not long after, Yifan's gaze caught sight of Yi Mingfei. However, to his surprise, the sect master of the Myriad Swords sect was nowhere to be seen. Yifan, his face grim, flew to Yi Mingfei's side and asked calmly, "What happened?" Yi Mingfei looked ashamed. She lowered her head, avoiding Yifan's eyes, and replied in a slightly trembling voice, "Master, it's all my fault. I was careless and allowed the 10,000 Swords sect master to escape. Please punish me." Upon hearing this, Yifan thought, the 10,000 Swords sect master has cultivated to the late-stage immortal venerable realm, he must have some trump cards for survival. If he could be captured so easily, it would seem abnormal. Thinking this, Yifan shook his head slightly and said calmly to Yi Mingfei, "It's all right. Since he's already escaped, let him be. This is nothing serious. You don't need to blame yourself too much. Return to your small world." With that, Yifan lightly flicked his sleeve, and Yi Mingfei instantly disappeared, being taken into his small world. Just then, Lu Chenfeng noticed Yifan and swiftly flew towards him. Upon approaching Yifan, he stopped abruptly, then respectfully clasped his hands in a fist salute, saying, "Brother Yi, seeing you unharmed, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief." Yifan smiled and nodded at Lu Chenfeng, then changed the subject, asking, "How is the Chosen One?" Lu Chenfeng quickly and respectfully replied, "Brother Yi, the Chosen One is currently clinging to life over there, still possessing a faint breath. I checked him just now and found that his luck value hasn't been exhausted yet. That's why I didn't rashly kill him." Hearing this, Yifan couldn't help but feel suspicious, thinking to himself, Lin Fan's luck points haven't run out yet? Could it be that he's hiding some powerful trump card or a backup plan he hasn't used yet? It's just that we haven't discovered it yet. In that case, I'll have to be very careful in the future. What if a powerful expert suddenly appears and kills me? Then what will I do? Thinking of this, Yifan calmly looked at Lu Chenfeng and said slowly, "Don't worry, go and kill Lin Fan first." Lu Chenfeng nodded slightly, then stepped aside to make way. Chapter 74 Lin Fan's Death. Without hesitation, Yifan plummeted through the air like lightning, arriving beside the life-or-death Lin Fan in the blink of an eye. "You." Lin Fan, seeing Yifan before him, was overwhelmed with emotion, but due to his severe injuries, he could only utter broken, fragmented sounds, struggling for a long time before failing to form a coherent sentence. Yifan's face was ashen, his expression cold and stern. His emotionless gaze fixed coldly ahead, and he spoke slowly in a chilling and indifferent tone, "On your way." These three words, like a death sentence, floated lightly from his lips. Just as Yifan's words fell, he raised his arm with a fluid, effortless movement. The next moment, a flash of cold light appeared, and Yifan directly retrieved the star sword from his system space. Yifan, wielding the star sword, swiftly and decisively severed Lin Fan's head in the blink of an eye. The head rolled to the ground like a severed watermelon, raising a small cloud of dust. Lin Fan's eyes remained wide open, filled with a complex mix of emotions, resentment, anger, and despair. Even in his final moments, he couldn't believe he had died so easily at Yifan's hands. "I'll kill you, worthy of your title as the Chosen One," Yifan said calmly. Almost simultaneously, Lu Chenfeng, standing to the side, suddenly heard a crisp notification sound in his mind. Ding! Detected that the master has successfully killed the Chosen One, Lin Fan. Rewards are now being distributed. Immediately following, a series of exciting messages flooded his mind. Congratulations on gaining 500,000 villain points. Congratulations on obtaining a mysterious treasure chest. Can contain rewards from any realm in the universe? Congratulations on obtaining a starstone. A top-tier material for crafting magical artifacts. Looking at Lin Fan's headless corpse lying on the ground, Yifan merely glanced at it indifferently, then again instructed in his cold voice. After cremation, scatter the ashes. I don't think I need to teach you how to do that step by step, do I? Lu Chenfeng hurriedly nodded in response. Don't worry, Brother Yi, I naturally know how to handle such a small matter. Upon hearing this, Yifan gave Lu Chenfeng a look. Lu Chenfeng immediately understood Yifan's meaning, and reached into his storage space to take out a magical artifact emitting a faint glow. As this magical artifact was activated, an invisible light barrier instantly enveloped the space, completely isolating it from the outside world. Elder Xian remained hidden in the darkness, his gaze fixed intently on the scene unfolding before him. His young master had once again isolated the space. It was always the same. Once the young master saw the boy, he would activate a magical artifact to completely isolate him, making it impossible for him to sense what was happening inside. This situation truly troubled and frustrated Elder Xian. After all, with his current peak immortal venerable strength, and having honed his abilities at this level for so long, he should logically be omnipotent. However, precisely because this magical artifact was personally bestowed upon him by Lu Chenfeng's father, its power was so immense that it could block everyone below the immortal emperor level. Thinking this, Elder Xian thought to himself, it seems I must report this to my master as soon as possible. At the same time, seeing the magical artifact separating them, Lu Chenfeng immediately knelt down without a word, saying with extreme humility, Master, I have offended you greatly before, please punish me severely. Yifan simply waved his hand and replied calmly, Alright, get up first. I know this is no laughing matter. Tell me first what the villain system rewarded you with. Hearing Yifan's words, Lu Chenfeng quickly stood up and respectfully replied, Master, the villain system gave me a total of 500,000 villain points, a mysterious treasure chest, and a starstone, saying it's for crafting magical artifacts. Having said that, he cautiously observed the changes in Yifan's expression. Yifan's usually calm face rippled slightly upon hearing the word starstone, revealing a hint of interest. He spoke slowly and deliberately, Starstone? That's interesting. Let me see it. Lu Chenfeng, standing beside him, didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly and carefully presented the starstone he had just obtained from the villain system to Yifan. Yifan casually took the starstone. The moment it touched his fingertips, a cool sensation spread through him. He stared intently at the stone, which emitted a faint starlight, a glint of curiosity in his eyes as he began to examine it closely. Meanwhile, Yifan silently asked the system, can this starstone be used to upgrade the starsword? Ding! Yes, this starstone contains extremely rich stellar power. If you fuse it with the starsword, it can conservatively be estimated to upgrade the starsword to the level of a third-tier divine artifact. Upon hearing this, Yifan felt a surge of joy. He had originally thought that this starstone could only slightly improve the starsword, but he hadn't expected it to bring about such a huge leap. Instantly, he began to value this small starstone even more. After a moment's thought, Yifan stored the starstone in his system space for safekeeping. Immediately afterward, he raised his head, looking at Lu Chenfeng expressionlessly, and calmly ordered, Alright, go and open that mysterious treasure chest. Lu Chenfeng quickly nodded respectfully and replied, Yes, Master. Then, Lu Chenfeng mentally said to the villain system, Master's villain system, open the mysterious treasure chest. Ding! The mysterious treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations on receiving one spiritual power infusion. What did I get? Yifan asked calmly, his expression as still as water. Standing to the side, Lu Chenfeng, his face full of respect and barely concealing his excitement and joy, quickly replied, Master, this time we've unearthed a treasure. It's actually a spiritual power infusion. Upon hearing this, Yifan's previously calm eyes suddenly flashed with a glint of light, clearly quite satisfied with the result. Chapter 75 Perfection of the Realm of Light. It's important to understand that since his ascension from the cultivation world, the soul-seizing eye, which once struck fear into the hearts of countless enemies, had been rarely used by him due to his low level of spiritual power. Now, with this rare opportunity for spiritual power infusion, the soul-seizing eye would likely regain its former might, once again becoming one of his main skills for defeating enemies. Thinking this, Yifan decisively gave the order, in that case, begin the spiritual power infusion here immediately. You will protect me from any disturbance. Having spoken, Yifan turned and slowly sat cross-legged, closing his eyes slightly, adjusting his breathing, and entering a state of serene absorption. Yes, Master. Lu Chunfeng dared not delay in the slightest and quickly responded respectfully. After speaking, Lu Chunfeng mentally instructed the villain system, perform a mental power infusion on Master. Ding! Mental power infusion successfully used. As the villain system finished speaking, Yifan immediately felt an extremely vast and powerful mental force, like a surging tide, continuously flowing into his sea of consciousness. However, this extremely strong mental force did not harm Yifan, instead, it slowly expanded his sea of consciousness. Noticing this, Yifan gradually relaxed his body, immersing himself in the wonderful expansion of his sea of consciousness. As Yifan's sea of consciousness expanded like a surging ocean, a mysterious and profound light gradually appeared between his brows. This light was initially faint, but as time passed, it grew brighter and brighter, like the most dazzling star in the night sky. Without a doubt, this was a sign that his mental power realm was about to break through. Late stage of the Zhan realm. Yifan's aura suddenly surged, and a powerful mental fluctuation spread outwards like ripples. Peak of the Zhan realm. At this moment, Yifan was completely immersed in this wondrous state. He could clearly feel his mental power growing and refining at an astonishing rate. Perfect of the Zhan realm. When the final bottleneck was broken through, Yifan exuded an unparalleled majesty and imposing aura. However, just when Yifan thought he would break through to an even higher level in one fell swoop, the previously unstoppable surge of mental power suddenly came to an abrupt halt, like a high-speed train crashing into an indestructible wall. Yifan abruptly opened his eyes, two beams of light shooting from them. At this moment, his eyes held both surprise and a trace of faint regret. The surprise came from the mental power infusion. He had finally successfully broken through to the perfect of the Zhan realm. Unfortunately, despite being only one step away from the pool realm, he ultimately failed to break through that seemingly thin but actually incredibly strong barrier. Even so, Yifan was still quite satisfied with his current achievements. After all, reaching the perfected Zhan realm was already no easy feat, and this breakthrough had greatly enhanced his strength. He slowly stood up, stretching his slightly stiff body while feeling the abundant and powerful energy within him. It felt as if he had become a volcano ready to erupt at any moment, containing boundless energy waiting to be released. Thinking of this, Yifan's lips unconsciously curled into a confident smile. Lu Chunfeng, who had been waiting nearby, quickly stepped forward and respectfully said, "Congratulations on your breakthrough, Master. Your strength has surely reached a new level, and you will definitely dominate the world in the future." Yifan nodded slightly in response to Lu Chunfeng's congratulations, then calmly asked, "How many villain points do I have left? How many villain points will the lottery draw consume?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chunfeng hurriedly and respectfully replied, "Master, we currently have a total of 720 million villain points. As for the lottery, the highest level is legendary, and the lowest is lower level." Lu Chunfeng paused for a moment, then continued, "The lower level lottery requires 100 villain points, but there's nothing good inside. Intermediate requires 1,000, upper requires 10,000, epic requires 100,000, and legendary requires 500,000. It's worth mentioning that the highest reward in the epic level is merely a mid-level reward in the legendary level. The highest rewards in the other lottery levels are also mid-level rewards of the next higher level. There are even cosmic level rewards, but those can only be obtained in the legendary lottery, and the probability is extremely low." Yifan's lips twitched slightly. He had successfully killed those two chosen ones. However, this was only the price he paid for obtaining a single legendary lottery draw opportunity. Isn't there a system where you're guaranteed to get the pity system in every 10 pulls? Yifan asked calmly, as if he had already prepared for this outcome. Standing to the side, Lu Chunfeng quickly and respectfully replied, "Reporting to you, sir, there is indeed no such guaranteed mechanism." Hearing this answer, a hint of regret flashed across Yifan's face. but he quickly regained his composure and calmly ordered, "Then begin a legendary level lottery." Lu Chunfeng nodded in agreement and then mentally instructed the villain system, Master's villain system, conduct a legendary level lottery. Ding! Legendary level lottery in progress, 500,000 villain points deducted. Instantly, a huge and illusory spinning wheel slowly appeared before Yifan and Lu Chunfeng. This spinning will display a dazzling array of rare and coveted treasures, each radiating a dazzling light. Yifan stared intently, his eyes widening instantly, completely stunned. Inside the spinning wheel were countless astonishing treasures, including the legendary Pango creation body, the heaven-mending stone capable of repairing the heavens and earth, magical cards that could directly boost a cultivator's strength regardless of their cultivation level, the mighty Pango axe, and the great sun golden crow symbolizing the ultimate yang power. Even some powerful top-tier bodyguards were among them. Just as Yifan and Lu Chunfeng were intently spinning the wheel, an uninvited guest arrived outside. Cheng Wuhan had come to welcome Lu Chunfeng to the Sword Emperor's secret realm, but when he arrived at Lu Chunfeng's courtyard, he found only golden-armored soldiers. Lu Chunfeng was nowhere to be seen. Just as he was about to turn and leave, suddenly, a powerful surge of battle energy emanated from nearby. Chapter 76 Buddha and Demon Holy Body. The surge of battle energy, like a surging ocean wave, instantly caught Cheng Wuhan's attention. Cheng Wuhan was instantly enraged. How dare someone so brazenly engage in combat within his Azure Dragon Immortal Sect's territory? Did these people not take him seriously at all? In his fury, Cheng Wuhan rushed towards the direction from which the battle energy emanated without hesitation. However, when he finally arrived at his destination, the scene before him stunned him. It turned out that Lu Chunfeng and his protectors were present, along with Yi Mengfei, the palace master of the Underworld Palace. Seeing this, Cheng Wuhan's heart pounded with apprehension. He knew that among those present, apart from the sect master of the Myriad Swords sect, who might be considered less of a threat, the rest were all beings he could not afford to offend. Thinking this, Cheng Wuhan instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, immediately becoming timid. Helpless, Cheng Wuhan could only obediently stand aside, quietly waiting for the fierce battle to end. Not long after the battle ended, Cheng Wuhan intended to find Lu Chunfeng. But suddenly, an aged yet authoritative voice boomed in Cheng Wuhan's ears. "Junior, my young master is discussing important matters with someone ahead. Retreat immediately." Hearing this voice, Cheng Wuhan trembled and immediately became alert. He inwardly groaned. He was, after all, a peak immortal venerable, yet he hadn't even noticed when the other party approached. This was truly terrifying. "Senior, you have truly misunderstood me. I have come to inform the young master that the Sword Emperor's secret realm is about to open," Cheng Wuhan hurriedly explained respectfully, his face filled with fear. He dared not show the slightest arrogance or haughtiness in front of this senior. Elder Xian's expression remained calm as still water. He glanced indifferently at Cheng Wuhan before speaking slowly and deliberately, "Since that's the case, then you may wait here. Once the young master emerges, I will naturally convey this matter to him." Having said this, Elder Xian ignored Cheng Wuhan, closing his eyes and standing silently like a statue. Faced with Elder Xian's cold attitude, Cheng Wuhan, though resentful, was helpless. After all, this man was his superior, how could he dare disobey his orders? Therefore, Cheng Wuhan could only obediently nod in agreement and find a corner to wait silently. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yifan was intently focused on the huge rotating platform before him, his eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. He secretly hoped for a stroke of luck this time, perhaps acquiring a powerful treasure of godlike quality like the Pango creation body or the Pango axe. With a thought from Yifan, the pointer on the roulette wheel spun wildly, weaving rapidly among the dazzling array of treasures. In an instant, the entire roulette wheel was enveloped in a dazzling light, making it impossible to discern the treasures displayed. Time ticked by, and the pointer on the roulette wheel gradually slowed, eventually coming to a stop at a specific point. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully obtaining the Buddha demon's sacred body. As the villainous system's voice faded in Lu Chunfeng's mind, a detailed introduction to the Buddha demon's sacred body, along with its attributes and other specific information, appeared on the roulette wheel. Physique * Buddha demon's sacred body. Rank * Supreme Sacred Body. Description * one thought can lead to Buddhahood, another to demonhood. The cycle of cause and effect in this world often hinges on a single thought. For those who embark on the path of Buddhism, when their thoughts lean towards kindness, compassion, and wisdom, they are bathed in the light of Buddha, gradually approaching the supreme Buddha nature. However, once their minds are eroded and occupied by greed, anger, ignorance, and other afflictions, they will fall into an abyss, inevitably succumbing to the demonic path and becoming the source of all evil. However, the Buddha demon's sacred body is an extremely special and rare existence. It can not only contain the dazzling power of Buddhist light, but also easily control the sinister and terrifying demonic energy. These two diametrically opposed and powerful forces can perfectly fuse within this sacred body, generating energy that is simply unimaginable. If developed to its full potential, its power can rival that of the primordial body. Yifan gazed quietly at the Buddha demon's sacred body before him, a slight sense of regret welling up in his heart. Originally, he hadn't held high hopes for this gain, but after carefully reading the detailed description of this sacred body, a glimmer of interest flashed in his eyes. The system once mentioned that after I successfully ascend to the God realm, I will develop a function for fusing physiques. Now I already possess 3 top-grade sacred bodies. If I fuse them all together, perhaps I can fuse the primordial body, Yifan pondered silently in his heart. Standing to the side, Lu Chenfeng was equally beaming. He respectfully said to Yifan, "Congratulations, Master, on your incredible good fortune. You've obtained such a precious and rare top-grade sacred body. With this body, you'll surely be invincible throughout the world." Yifan, unfazed by Lu Chenfeng's flattery, waved his hand dismissively and replied calmly, "No need for further words. We've already wasted quite a bit of time here. Today is the opening day of the Sword Emperor's secret realm, let's hurry and head to its entrance." After speaking, Yifan slowly closed his eyes, sensing the Buddha demon's sacred body within his system space. A satisfied smile gradually appeared on his face. Seeing this, Lu Chenfeng hurriedly nodded in agreement, "Master is absolutely right." Then, with a wave of his hand, the magical artifact used to isolate external interference instantly transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into his sleeve. Just then, Elder Xian, who had been hiding in the shadows, finally relaxed slightly. It turned out that a surge of energy had emanated from where Yifan and Lu Chenfeng were, startling Elder Xian. He worried that the two might be in danger, and even considered rushing into the house to check on them. However, he reconsidered. If any danger had indeed occurred, the young master would surely have immediately dispelled the protective barrier. So, Elder Xian suppressed his inner impulse and continued to observe silently from the darkness. A short while later, Elder Xian's figure flashed, appearing beside Lu Chenfeng like a ghost. His deep, ocean-like eyes first glanced subtly at Yifan, then he bowed slightly to Lu Chenfeng and said respectfully, "Young master, Qing Wuhan just came to deliver a message, saying that the legendary Sword Emperor's secret realm is about to open. He is currently not far from here." Chapter 77 Heading to the Sword Emperor's secret realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Chenfeng nodded slightly to indicate his understanding, then turned to Yifan and asked, "Brother Yi, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Yifan smiled slightly, a faint curve forming at the corners of his mouth, and said slowly, Since Sect Master Qing has already made arrangements, why don't we go and join in the fun?" Lu Chenfeng nodded and stepped aside to make way. Seeing this, Yifan took a step forward without hesitation. Lu Chenfeng followed closely behind Yifan, not leaving his side. As for Elder Xian, he remained silently hidden in the shadows, seemingly blending into his surroundings. Not long after, Chang Wumen's figure gradually became clearer, slowly entering Yifan and Lu Chenfeng's field of vision. He strode quickly to the two, bowed deeply, and said with utmost respect, "Young master, only 3 hours remain before the opening of the Sword Emperor's secret realm. Many disciples have been waiting for your arrival. Shall we depart immediately?" After hearing Chang Wumen's report, Lu Chenfeng turned to look at Yifan, awaiting his decision. Yifan nodded slightly in agreement, then gestured to Qing Wuwen to lead the way. However, Yifan didn't realize that in the instant Lu Chenfeng turned to look at him, the seemingly ordinary and subtle gesture stirred a storm within Qing Wuwen. Just who is this Yifan? Lu Chenfeng's behavior and demeanor subtly suggest that he is in control? Cheng Wuhan pondered to himself, his astonishment evident. Despite a whirlwind of thoughts, Ching Wuan, being a seasoned veteran, knew he couldn't easily reveal his true emotions in such a situation. Therefore, he quickly composed himself, his expression unchanged, and leaped into the air, leading the way like a nimble bird. Soon afterward, an enormous spaceship appeared before Yifan and Lu Chunfeng. The spaceship shimmered with an eerie light, its magnificent design resembling a giant castle floating in the sky, a truly breathtaking sight. Yifan stood high above, his gaze detached as he looked down. He saw a large group of people thronging the massive spaceship, many disciples already waiting quietly. Some of them clearly showed impatience, they whispered amongst themselves, or paced back and forth, as if the long wait had worn away all their patience. Just then, 3 streaks of light flashed across the sky. It was Ching Wuan, leading Yifan and Lu Chunfeng, descending steadily onto the spaceship. The disciples who had previously seemed anxious instantly changed upon seeing Ching Wuan and the two arrive. They quickly suppressed their impatience and became incredibly obedient. After Yifan stopped, he subtly surveyed the crowd. He quickly noticed that many female disciples were gazing at him with affectionate eyes, their gazes filled with undisguised admiration. The male disciples reacted differently, some were full of respect, while others subtly revealed a hint of jealousy. Just as Yifan was observing in secret, a gentle and melodious voice, like a nightingale's song, suddenly rang out from not far away, "Young Master Yi." Yifan looked up at the voice and saw that the speaker was Qingling, who had now become his servant. Qingling was dressed in a long blue robe, standing gracefully with an elegant figure and a faint smile on her beautiful face. Yifan nodded slightly to Qingling, then turned to Ching Wuhan beside him and said in a flat tone, "Start the spaceship." Hearing this, Ching Wuhan felt a surge of intense dissatisfaction. He, the dignified leader of a sect, was actually being ordered around by some unknown brat. Despite his resentment, Ching Wuhan suppressed his anger and turned to the elder beside him, whispering, "Go, start the spaceship." Upon receiving the order, the elder dared not delay and quickly went to the control panel to begin operating it. With a soft rumble, the spaceship gradually accelerated and slowly ascended into the sky. Seeing this, Yifan walked towards the bow. As he reached the bow, a strong wind brushed against his cheek, bringing a slight coolness. He closed his eyes, calming his mind to carefully sense the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy in the surrounding air. Lu Chunfeng followed cautiously beside Yifan, lowering his voice to say, "Brother Yi, although the Sword Emperor's secret realm isn't particularly dangerous, the variables within are unpredictable. We should still be extra careful." However, Yifan seemed completely unconcerned, casually waving his hand, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. He arrogantly declared, "Humph, danger? If they don't provoke me, fine. But if they displease me, I'll make sure their blood is spilled on the spot, their souls scattered." His words exuded unparalleled domineering confidence. Lu Chunfeng inwardly smiled bitterly, thinking he had been too talkative. With his master's strength and personality, how could he possibly care about those people? Therefore, he quickly nodded respectfully, replying, "Yes, Brother Yi is absolutely right." Then, he turned and walked towards the room. At this moment, Yifan was bored, his gaze wandering around, when he suddenly saw Qingling standing at the bow of the boat, admiring the scenery. She wore a light green dress, her figure graceful, like a fairy descended from heaven. Yifan's heart stirred, and he walked towards her. Qingling sensed someone approaching and turned to look. When she recognized Yifan, a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes, and her soft voice gently rang out, "Young Master Yi." Yifan looked at her expressionlessly and said indifferently, "Come to my room." Without waiting for Qingling's response, he turned and walked towards his room. Qingling was startled at first, then her pretty face flushed slightly. She lowered her head, seemingly both shy and happy, and silently followed Yifan into the room like a docile little lamb. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cheng Wuhan stood at the front of the deck, chatting and laughing with several elders. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of his beloved daughter following Yifan into the room. His face instantly darkened, becoming extremely grim. Just a few days prior, Cheng Wuhan had noticed that Xiao Rongyu and Qingling were often not returning home late at night, and his suspicions had been aroused. He had gone to investigate. However, what he learned was like a bolt from the blue. Cheng Wuhan was completely stunned. Chapter 78 Green Hat Turtle Cheng Wuhan. His previously calm face was now shrouded in a thick, dark cloud, his expression growing increasingly grim and frightening. He clutched the investigation report handed to him by his subordinate, which clearly recorded shocking facts. Xiao Rongyu and Qingling had been frequently visiting Yifan's courtyard, and each time they hadn't returned home all night. This news struck Qing Wuhan like a hammer blow, involuntarily fueling his suspicions. What unsettled him even more was that in the past 2 days, he had noticed Xiao Rongyu and Qingling's complexions had become increasingly rosy, their glow as if they had been thoroughly nourished, clearly indicating they had received some kind of special nourishment. Thinking of this, Qing Wuhan felt a surge of anger rise from the depths of his heart, burning fiercely, threatening to consume him entirely. However, despite his burning rage, he had to suppress it, for he knew the immense power of Lu Chenfeng and Yi Mengfei. A rash conflict with Yifan could have unimaginable consequences. So, like a coward, he could only swallow all his anger and resentment, chewing it up and forcing it down his throat. Qing Wuhan painfully closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm his turbulent emotions. But the more he tried, the more utterly powerless he felt. As the head of his family, he couldn't even protect his wife and daughter. And most tragically, facing a powerful enemy, this man who usually seemed so imposing had become a complete coward, utterly lacking the courage to challenge or defy Yifan. Unconsciously, Qing Wuhan's hands were clenched into fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood slowly trickling down between his fingers. Yet, he felt no pain, as if physical suffering could slightly alleviate his inner torment. Just then, an elder noticed Qing Wuhan's unusually pale face and approached him with concern, asking, "Sect Master, what's wrong?" Qing Wuhan was slightly startled, but quickly recovered, waving his hand dismissively and replying calmly, "Nothing serious, just suddenly remembered some trivial matters from the past." He forced a smile, trying to mask his true emotional turmoil. The elder nodded, not giving it much thought, and continued talking with the other elders. Meanwhile, in the room, Qingling stood like a frightened deer, both nervous and expectant. "I'm really angry right now." Yifan's lips curled into a slightly wicked smile. His unique voice seemed to possess an invisible magic, making the atmosphere in the room more ambiguous. Especially considering that Qing Wuhan might be using his mental power to investigate right now, he became increasingly excited. Qingling understood instantly upon hearing this. After all, in the past 20-odd days and nights spent together, she was already intimately familiar with Yifan's every word and action, and of course, she understood the profound meaning hidden behind these seemingly simple words. "Master." Qingling called softly, her voice as melodious as a nightingale's song, as she reached out her slender hands and gently picked up 2 fluffy white rabbits. Excerpt. Seeing the rabbits so obedient, Yifan's expression softened slightly, and he nodded in satisfaction. Just then, perhaps because the rabbits had replenished their energy after eating carrots, they became exceptionally lively and active. Yifan pulled Qingling up, and to the accompaniment of melodious music, the two danced lightly like fluttering butterflies. Their figures swayed gracefully in the candlelight, dreamlike and enchanting, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. "Master, your dance moves are so powerful," Qingling said, her face flushed. "You know what I mean." As the last note faded, Qingling seemed to have all her strength drained away, her delicate body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground. This wasn't an ordinary dance, every movement, every spin, poured immense energy and stamina into her. Especially when her partner was Yifan, this expenditure increased exponentially. Meanwhile, Yifan nonchalantly conjured a cigarette, leisurely placed it between his lips, and gently lit it. As the smoke curled upwards, he took a deep drag, then slowly exhaled, his expression as if nothing in the world mattered to him. At that very moment, elsewhere, Qing Wuhan gritted his teeth and roared inwardly, "Damn Yifan! If I don't avenge this, I, Qing Wuhan, swear I'm not human." Earlier, when Yifan and Qingling entered the room, Qing Wuhan had already unleashed his powerful spiritual energy, typical of the mid-stage pool realm, attempting to probe the situation inside. However, to his utter astonishment, despite his best efforts, when his spiritual energy reached the room, all he saw was a blinding white light, so intense that he couldn't discern the entire interior. Even more perplexing was that although all he saw was a white blur, the sounds emanating from within the room reached Qing Wuhan's ears with crystal clarity. At first, Qing Wuhan held onto a sliver of hope, secretly comforting himself that it might just be a misunderstanding. But when those all-too-familiar voices rang out, he finally understood that all his self-deception was futile. Meanwhile, the spaceship carrying everyone was piercing the sky, rapidly approaching the legendary Sword Emperor's secret realm. Chapter 79. The entrance to the secret realm opens. Yi Fan lay in his room, feeling the spaceship gradually slow down. He leisurely stubbed out his cigarette, slowly stood up, and walked towards the door. However, the instant he stepped out, a subtle and elusive feeling welled up inside him, a faint, almost imperceptible killing intent. Yi Fan chuckled inwardly, but his face remained impassive, as if he were completely unconcerned. He knew perfectly well that the source of this killing intent was undoubtedly Qing Wuhan. After all, the hatred between them was essentially irreconcilable. Yi Fan and Qing Ling went to the deck of the spaceship. Looking around, they saw several other spaceships with almost identical shapes anchored nearby. However, the names engraved on the hulls of these spaceships were different, each representing a different faction. Yi Fan looked around with interest, his gaze sweeping over the ships one by one. He quickly recognized some of the forces: the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect, the White Tiger Immortal Sect, the Black Tortoise Immortal Sect, the Underworld Palace, the 100 Flowers Valley, the Ghost Shadow Sect. Even the Celestial Court had sent representatives. However, to Yi Fan's surprise, the Myriad Swords Sect was nowhere to be seen. Yi Fan naturally understood the reason for this, so he didn't dwell on it. At this moment, his mind was more focused on the gains he could make from this trip to the Sword Emperor's secret realm. I remember the system mission mentioned the Holy Maidens of these sections. If I can successfully complete the mission, the rewards will surely be quite substantial. Thinking of this, a sense of excitement welled up in Yi Fan's heart. Just then, a burly middle-aged man strode onto the deck and headed straight for Qing Wuhan. A loud voice boomed, "Old man Qing, you're the late one this time." This middle-aged man was none other than Bai Shan, the powerful sect leader of the renowned White Tiger Immortal Sect. His physique was imposing, his aura overwhelming, radiating a powerful and awe-inspiring presence. Qing Wuhan, on the other hand, coldly snorted, his face grim, and said, "Humph, what? Do you perhaps want to fight me?" His words were full of provocation. Faced with such a challenge, Bai Shan showed no sign of backing down. A slight smirk played on his lips as he replied, "Old man Qing, are you on drugs today? But if you really want to fight, I'm naturally happy to oblige." As he spoke, an invisible pressure emanated from him. Yi Fan, standing to the side, witnessed the entire confrontation between the two. Seeing the tension escalating to the point of imminent conflict, a playful smile of amusement crept onto his lips. However, just as the tense atmosphere was about to ignite, a melodious and pleasant zither tune, like the gentle flow of water, suddenly reached everyone's ears. Everyone turned to look, and saw a woman in a snow-white dress gracefully playing the zither on an exquisitely decorated pleasure boat belonging to 100 Flowers Valley not far away. The music was like celestial music, seemingly possessing a magical power that gradually relaxed Bai Shan and Qing Wuhan, who had been tense. Upon hearing the beautiful music, Yi Fan couldn't help but turn his head. Before his eyes appeared a mysterious woman draped in white gauze and wearing a thin veil. She was focused intently on playing the guqin, her movements light and graceful, like a fairy descended from heaven. Although he couldn't see her true face, her figure and aura alone were enough to tell that, even through the veil, she was undoubtedly a peerless beauty. At this moment, the woman in white gently raised her head, her beautiful eyes glancing at the two combatants. Then, she parted her lips and softly advised, "Seniors, please calm your anger. Don't let momentary impulse ruin everything. With the Sword Emperor's secret realm opening, everyone should work together. We must not create unnecessary trouble here." Her voice was clear and melodious, like a nightingale's song, soothing and delightful to the ear. Bai Shan's gaze was fixed intently on the woman before him, dressed in a snow-white gown. In that instant, his heartstrings seemed to be gently plucked by an invisible hand, rippling with emotion. However, Bai Shan, being a seasoned veteran of the martial world, quickly regained his composure, laughing heartily and saying, "Enough. Since the Flower Fairy is here today, how can I stoop to your level? I'll let you off this time." Qing Wuhan, standing to the side, saw this and, though slightly displeased, knew it was best not to say anything at this moment. He pursed his lips and gave a cold snort, indicating his agreement with Bai Shan's words. Just then, the previously calm void suddenly began to tremble violently, as if a mysterious and unfathomable power was surging within it. Immediately afterwards, with a deafening hum, a dazzling light shot out from the void, illuminating the entire sky. As the light gradually faded, a massive vortex-shaped entrance appeared before them, the very location of the Sword Emperor's secret realm. Qing Wuhan gazed at the slowly opening entrance to the Sword Emperor's secret realm, took a deep breath, and turned to face the eager disciples behind him, who were preparing to enter. He called out loudly, "Listen up, disciples! This journey to the Sword Emperor's secret realm is crucial for everyone, but the most important thing is to temper yourselves. Remember, no matter what happens, always prioritize your safety. Of course, if you are fortunate enough to bring back any precious magical treasures or other valuables from the secret realm, that is your personal fortune, and the sect will not ask anything of you. I hope everyone will gain something and return safely." Upon hearing Qing Wuhan's words, the disciples of the Azure Dragon Immortal sect couldn't hide their joy. They whispered among themselves, excitedly discussing the upcoming journey to the secret realm and the various opportunities that might be available. Meanwhile, aboard the 100 Flowers Valley airship in the distance, a beautiful woman in a snow-white dress gazed intently at the Sword Emperor's secret realm, gradually revealing its full form. She turned her head slightly and whispered to another equally beautiful woman standing beside her, "Qianli, the important task of navigating the Sword Emperor's secret realm is now entrusted to you." The woman called Qianli possessed a graceful figure and an elegant, refined air. She respectfully bowed to the woman in white, then solemnly replied, "Master, rest assured, your disciple will certainly live up to your mission and do her utmost to complete this task." This woman was none other than the Holy Maiden of 100 Flowers Valley, Jiang Qianli. Chapter 80: The Shock of the Crowd. Jiang Qianli's expression was solemn, her eyes unwavering, clearly demonstrating a keen understanding of the arduousness of this mission and knowing that no mistakes could be tolerated. The woman in white gazed silently at Jiang Qianli, a hint of indescribable sorrow and helplessness etched on her beautiful face. After a soft sigh, she lowered her head slightly, speaking slowly with a touch of guilt, "Alas, Qianli, please don't blame your master for acting this way. If we cannot obtain that treasure from the Sword Emperor's secret realm, your grandmaster will likely pass away soon." At this point, the woman in white paused slightly, seemingly bearing immense pressure and pain. Then, she raised her head again, her gaze resolute as she looked at Jiang Qianli, and continued, "Moreover, if our grandmaster were to unfortunately pass away, I alone would find it difficult to protect our 100 Flowers Valley. After all, there are quite a few who harbor ill intentions towards our 100 Flowers Valley." Hearing this, Jiang Qianli's heart skipped a beat, and her grandmaster's kind and gentle smiling face instantly flashed into her mind. Recalling her grandmaster's meticulous care and love for her in the past, her eyes gradually welled up with tears, threatening to spill over at any moment. However, at that moment, Jiang Qianli suddenly clenched her teeth, tightened her fists, and her eyes flashed with unwavering determination. She took a deep breath and promised the woman in white with unwavering resolve, "Master, please rest assured, your disciple will do everything in her power, even if it means going through fire and water, to obtain that item and prolong the life of our great-grandfather." These words resonated deeply, fully demonstrating Jiang Qianli's unwavering belief and determination. Hearing her disciple's declaration, the woman in white's eyes also welled up with tears. She nodded slightly, her voice trembling with emotion, and replied, "Yes, good disciple, with your words, I am at ease. I believe that with your ability and courage, you will definitely be able to complete this important task. I have full confidence in you. Master, then I'll go." Jiang Qianli looked at the woman in white with a determined expression. "Yes, remember to be careful. If you really can't obtain that treasure, then you must prioritize your own safety." The woman in white nodded gently, earnestly reminding her. Her beautiful face was filled with concern, as if she feared for her beloved disciple's safety. Jiang Qianli nodded heavily, indicating she understood her master's worries. Then, she and several of her fellow disciples from 100 Flowers Valley took to the air, like a flock of light butterflies, rushing towards the entrance to the Sword Emperor's secret realm in the sky. Their robes fluttered, their figures graceful, tracing beautiful arcs through the air. Meanwhile, seeing the disciples of 100 Flowers Valley already entering the Sword Emperor's secret realm, the members of the other sects no longer hesitated, using their movement techniques to follow them towards the entrance. For a moment, the sky was ablaze with dazzling, shimmering light, like a magnificent meteor shower. Yi Fan stood quietly, watching the crowd surge into the Sword Emperor's secret realm. When he saw Jiang Qianli's lithe figure disappear at the entrance, a slight smile crept onto his lips. He flashed, appearing in midair like a ghost, and then also sped towards the entrance of the Sword Emperor's secret realm. However, Cheng Wuwen, who had been secretly observing Yi Fan's every move, couldn't help but let a mocking sneer appear on his lips when he saw Yi Fan attempting to enter the Sword Emperor's secret realm. Humph! This Yi Fan is truly a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. Doesn't he know that the Sword Emperor's secret realm has strict restrictions, only allowing those with cultivation levels of heavenly immortal or below to enter? So overestimating himself, he'll probably never return this time. Fine, let him fend for himself here. Cheng Wuwen thought to himself, a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. At that very moment, Qingling, along with a group of outstanding disciples from the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect and several experts who had already reached the peak of the celestial immortal realm, all turned their gazes to Yi Fan, who was about to enter the Sword Emperor's secret realm. In an instant, their faces were filled with extreme shock, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. Among this group, those who had always harbored resentment towards Yi Fan wore mocking expressions, as if watching a good show about to unfold. Their smug, gossipy attitude was truly disgusting. However, some who deeply admired Yi Fan's strength and talent were now extremely anxious, shouting at the top of their lungs. Elder Yi, you mustn't. The Sword Emperor's secret realm has clear rules, only those at the heavenly immortal realm and below are allowed to enter. Your reckless intrusion will likely lead to your demise. Young Master Yi, don't. Qingling, equally anxious, cried out before transforming into a streak of azure light and rushing straight towards Yi Fan. Hearing the shouts behind him, Yi Fan merely turned his head slightly, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. Then, without pausing, his speed was lightning fast, and in the blink of an eye, he shot straight into the entrance of the Sword Emperor's secret realm like a meteor. Watching Yi Fan's resolute figure disappear before his eyes, Cheng Wuhen's lips curled into a slow smile, but to onlookers, it clearly carried a hint of schadenfreude. Cheng Wuwen thought to himself, with Yi Fan's reckless actions, he's likely to lose his life here. At this moment, the reactions of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect members varied. Some wore expressions of joy, seemingly hoping for Yi Fan's demise, others shook their heads and sighed, deeply regretting Yi Fan's actions. Qingling, witnessing Yi Fan's unwavering charge into the Sword Emperor's secret realm, instantly reddened, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks, forming two clearly visible tear tracks. However, the entrance to the secret realm remained unresponsive, like a sleeping behemoth, showing no sign of life. Cheng Wuhen stared wide-eyed at the entrance, which was as calm as still water, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? Could it be that Yi Fan can really bypass the detection at the entrance to the Sword Emperor's secret realm? Cheng Wuhen pondered to himself, his shock evident in his words. At the same time, the group of geniuses and experts standing on the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect's side, waiting to enter the secret realm, were equally stunned by the scene before them. Chapter 81 The Holy Maiden offers herself up? They knew all too well the perilous nature of the Sword Emperor's secret realm. Even super-powerful experts at the Immortal Emperor level would be mercilessly annihilated if they tried to enter. Yi Fan, however, had managed to enter unscathed. This was simply defying all logic. Although everyone was filled with doubt and shock, there was no time for further thought. After all, the opportunity was fleeting. If they didn't enter the secret realm to explore and search for treasures in time, they would likely miss their chance. Therefore, these geniuses and powerful figures from the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect didn't hesitate any longer, filing in and quickly disappearing from the entrance of the secret realm. Qingling, who had been silently observing the situation from afar, finally felt a sense of relief when she saw Yi Fan enter the secret realm safely. The tears that had previously streamed down her face due to worry for Yi Fan's safety now turned into smiles, her mood instantly brightening. Immediately afterward, her lithe body flashed, like a light butterfly, following the others into the mysterious and unpredictable Sword Emperor's secret realm. Inside the Sword Emperor's secret realm, Yi Fan stepped inside, his gaze quickly sweeping over the towering trees and overgrown weeds, his brows involuntarily furrowing slightly. He had initially expected the Sword Emperor's secret realm to be located in a spacious and grand secret chamber. But what he saw before him was completely unexpected. It was a vast and boundless jungle. I thought it would be a closed secret chamber. Who would have thought it would be a jungle? But it doesn't matter, whether it's a secret chamber or a jungle, with my immortal king Cultivation, I'm invincible here. Yifan sneered inwardly, his words filled with confidence and arrogance. Just then, from a very dense patch of grass not far away, a very faint and brief rustling sound suddenly came. However, the sound lasted only a moment before abruptly ceasing, as if it had never existed. Yifan's eyes turned cold, a disdainful smile appearing on his lips. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand and forcefully pressed down towards the patch of grass. In an instant, a loud bang resounded, and the once lush grass was flattened as if crushed by an invisible mountain. At the same time, a full and graceful figure was revealed. Ah! Let me go! With the appearance of this figure, an extremely angry female voice suddenly rang out, echoing throughout the silent forest. Why were you spying on me? Yifan's face was icy cold as he stared expressionlessly at the woman before him, asking calmly. Faced with Yifan's questioning, a flicker of panic crossed the woman's face, but she quickly regained her composure and replied somewhat guiltily, I didn't spy on you. I just happened to land here. Still lying. Yifan's expression was as cold as frost. The pressure emanating from his hands suddenly intensified, like a heavy mountain pressing down on the woman before him. Ah! With a piercing scream, the woman felt as if her bones were being crushed by the immense pressure. Excruciating pain instantly spread throughout her body. Yifan coldly glanced at the woman in agony. His right hand twitched slightly, and immortal power rapidly gathered. In the blink of an eye, a phantom sword made of pure immortal power appeared in his hand. The blade gleamed with a chilling light, its sharp tip pointed directly at the woman's throat, clearly intended to kill her instantly. The woman endured the excruciating pain and struggled to lift her head. When she saw Yifan's expressionless face and the terrifying sword of immortal power in his hand, a wave of fear washed over her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. No, don't kill me. I really know the exact location of a treasure within a Sword Emperor's secret realm. I'm willing to take you there to find it, please spare my life, the woman cried out with all her might, her eyes filled with pleading. However, Yifan seemed unmoved by the woman's pleas. His gaze remained icy, showing no fluctuation whatsoever due to her words. He simply said calmly, I have no interest whatsoever in this so-called treasure you speak of. But if you can truthfully reveal the sect you belong to, perhaps I will consider sparing your life. Hearing that there was still a glimmer of hope, a spark of hope welled up in the woman's heart. She endured her physical discomfort and inner fear, and spoke with extreme difficulty, I am a disciple of the White Tiger Immortal Sect. Her voice was broken and intermittent, as if each word required all her strength to squeeze out. Upon hearing the woman's identity, Yifan's eyes flickered slightly, and he slowly withdrew his oppressive aura. He looked expressionlessly at the disheveled woman before him and said calmly, since that's the case, then I will ask the questions, and you only need to answer truthfully, do you understand? Although Yifan's words were casual, the authority they contained was undeniable, leaving no room for resistance. As the terrifying pressure on her body suddenly dissipated, the woman felt as if she had been granted a reprieve. She greedily inhaled the fresh air, her chest heaving like a fish just pulled ashore. After a while, she finally caught her breath and hurriedly replied, Be big brother, please ask away. Whatever I know, I will tell you everything. At this moment, she had completely lost her previous arrogance. Seeing that the woman was somewhat sensible, Yifan nodded in satisfaction and continued to ask, Do you possess any communication devices or special treasures that can contact your sect's Holy Maiden? Upon hearing Yifan's words, a wave of doubt washed over the woman. However, despite her doubts, she still chose to answer Yifan's question truthfully. The elders of the sect bestowed upon each disciple who entered this place a communication artifact before we stepped into the Sword Emperor's secret realm. This magical artifact allows us to communicate within the secret realm, maintaining seamless information exchange. Just a short while ago, the Holy Maiden contacted me through this communication artifact, informing me to meet her at a specific location. Therefore, I originally planned to set off immediately to meet the Holy Maiden, but I never expected that you would suddenly appear here at this moment. Left with no other choice, I could only hide temporarily, quietly waiting for you to leave before setting off to find the Holy Maiden. However, I never imagined that you would ultimately discover my presence. Chapter 82: The Holy Maiden of the White Tiger Immortal Sect. Standing to the side, Yifan's eyes flashed with joy upon hearing the woman's words. He narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, not bad, not bad. I haven't even actively sought them out, and they've already delivered themselves to my doorstep. It seems my almost heaven-defying luck is quite good. I'm sure I'll be able to capture all those holy maidens during this trip to the Sword Emperor's secret realm. Thinking this, the corners of Yifan's mouth unconsciously curled up slightly, almost crookedly. Just then, Yifan's eyes instantly turned icy cold, and he slowly said in a detached, almost ruthless tone, "If you take me to your sect's holy maiden, I can spare your life." Upon hearing Yifan's words, the woman's beautiful face immediately showed obvious struggle. Her eyes flickered, sometimes looking at Yifan, sometimes lowering her head, as if she were undergoing a fierce internal struggle, battling her conscience. Seeing the woman's hesitation, Yifan's face grew increasingly grim. He coldly snorted and said, "You'd better think carefully about the pros and cons and immediately lead me there. Perhaps you can save your life. But if you insist on refusing to lead the way, then don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll make sure you suffer the same fate as her, wishing you were dead." With that, Yifan lightly flicked his sleeve, and a figure imprisoned in a cage within the small world suddenly appeared before the woman. The woman stared intently, gasping in horror, and screamed in terror, "Ah!" It turned out that the person Yifan had released was Mu Yenran. At this moment, Mu Yenran had no limbs, her face was pale, and she looked utterly gruesome and terrifying. Mu Yenran remained completely bewildered. She was already dizzy and nearly fainting from hunger, yet she had no idea how she had suddenly found herself in this place. Everything around her was utterly inexplicable. The woman seemed to awaken from a dream, abruptly regaining her senses. Her beautiful eyes filled with terror as she stared intently at Yifan, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. She clenched her teeth tightly, seemingly after a fierce internal struggle, before finally managing to speak with difficulty. Okay, I'll take you." Her voice was hoarse and trembling with fear. Seeing this, Yifan's lips curled into a slight smile of satisfaction, and he nodded gently. Then, he turned to look at Mu Yenran, who was about to speak. Before Mu Yenran could utter a word, Yifan moved his mind, and Mu Yenran instantly vanished from her spot, teleported back to the cage in the small world. "You're quite sensible. Lead the way," Yifan said calmly, his expressionless voice sending chills down one's spine. The woman nodded in terror, not daring to be the slightest bit disobedient. She tremblingly extended her right hand and carefully retrieved a round magical artifact from the storage ring on her left index finger. This artifact was crystal clear, radiating a faint aura of immortal energy. Immediately, the woman took a deep breath, steadied herself, and began to channel her immortal power into the magical artifact. As the immortal power flowed in, the surface of the artifact suddenly shimmered with dazzling light, which gradually converged into several closely connected dots. Yifan quietly observed all of this, a barely perceptible hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He nodded in satisfaction again. However, at that moment, his expression suddenly turned cold, and he said emotionlessly, "All right, now you're of no use to me. You can die." Before he finished speaking, Yifan waved his arm, and the star sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. The woman glanced up and saw the star sword in Yifan's hand, and was immediately terrified, her face turning pale as she stumbled back several steps. She shook her head in terror, stammering, "No. No. You said you'd let me go if I took you there? How could you break your promise?" But before she could finish, Yifan's sword flashed, a sharp, deadly light slicing through the air. In an instant, the woman's head flew high into the air, blood splattering and staining the surrounding ground red. Yifan sheathed his star sword, his face devoid of pity. He turned and picked up the magical artifact the woman had used, flying towards the dots. Shortly afterward, Yifan arrived near the dots. He was preparing to quickly approach his target when, in that instant, a powerful restrictive force erupted, like an invisible giant hand, attempting to block Yifan. Hey, you even went to the trouble of setting up an array? Too bad, such a trick is utterly useless against me. Yifan's lips curled into a disdainful smile, a cold laugh playing on his lips. Then, his entire body erupted with dazzling immortal power, like a blazing sun shining brightly in the sky. This incomparably powerful immortal power slammed into the restrictive force with the force of a thunderbolt, instantly triggering a cataclysmic energy collision. At this very moment, the Holy Maiden of the White Tiger Immortal Sect, who was meditating quietly in the cave, focusing on adjusting her state, suddenly became alert, seemingly sensing the unusual fluctuations emanating from the outside. Her beautiful face furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of doubt and unease. Then, she slowly opened her eyes, gracefully rising to her feet. Just as she was about to take action, she was astonished to find that Yifan had already appeared before her silently, like a ghost. "You must be the Holy Maiden of the White Tiger Immortal Sect, right?" TSK, quite the alluring appearance. Yifan's gaze swept freely over the elegant and graceful woman before him, a flirtatious and teasing expression on his face. Faced with Yifan's frivolous and rude words and actions, the Holy Maiden of the White Tiger Immortal Sect frowned, a flash of anger crossing her beautiful eyes. Her cherry lips parted slightly, and she coldly retorted, "You lecherous scoundrel! Who are you?" At the same time, a White Tiger Sect disciple standing nearby, seeing this, immediately glared angrily and shouted fiercely, "Holy Maiden, why waste your breath on him? Just kill him!" With that, the disciple drew his sword, his body radiating a sharp killing intent, and prepared to pounce on Yifan. Yifan, seeing this, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a cold smile. His immortal power surged, and the surrounding air seemed to distort due to this powerful force. Immediately afterward, Yifan raised his palm without hesitation and swung it fiercely at the disciple with lightning speed. A deafening smack resounded, like a thunderclap from a clear sky. The disciple didn't even have time to react before Yifan's incredibly powerful slap landed squarely on his body. In an instant, the disciple was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. When he landed, he was lifeless. His once vibrant body was now stiff and rigid, his eyes wide open, staring blankly into death. Chapter 83 by Chu Yao. Yifan stood rooted to the spot, his figure tall and imposing, his eyes filled with coldness and disdain. Yifan glanced at the disciple's corpse, a slight, mocking smile playing on his lips. Laughable ants. Yifan's voice was low and cold, seemingly emanating from hell, filled with contempt and disdain. His gaze swept over the surrounding crowd, his eyes unwavering, as if these people before him were nothing more than ants. The Holy Maiden of the White Tiger Immortal Sect stood in the crowd, her face cold and exquisitely beautiful, yet now etched with disbelief and shock. The disciples behind her all wore expressions of terror, while the peak stage heavenly immortal experts stared wide-eyed at Yifan, unable to believe what they were witnessing. This is impossible. Wang Shui was a late-stage heavenly immortal expert, how could he die so easily? A peak-stage heavenly immortal expert finally couldn't help but shout, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. Wang Shui, a top disciple of the White Tiger Immortal Sect, possessed formidable strength and had always been considered a paragon of virtue. However, just moments ago, he had died without a fight at Yifan's hands, a fate that was difficult for everyone to accept. Yifan, upon hearing this, merely sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally settling on the Holy Maiden of the White Tiger Immortal Sect. A slight, playful smile played on his lips. Regardless of this so-called Wang Shui, you will all die. Yifan's voice was cold and resolute, each word like a sharp blade piercing the hearts of everyone present. Yifan paused, then added, "Oh, right, except for you." He pointed a finger at the Holy Maiden of the White Tiger Immortal Sect, a strange meaning lurking in his eyes. The Holy Maiden of the White Tiger Immortal Sect trembled upon hearing this, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes, shock and confusion. She didn't understand why Yifan had let her go, but at this moment, she had no time to ponder that question. "You arrogant brat! Prepare to die." A peak celestial immortal expert could no longer contain his rage. He roared, his body transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards Yifan. His eyes were filled with killing intent, his hands gathering powerful immortal energy, as if he wanted to tear Yifan to shreds. The surrounding air was instantly torn apart, the powerful aura sending dust billowing from the ground. The other experts also prepared to attack, their eyes flashing with murderous intent, seemingly eager to avenge Wang Shui and tear Yifan to pieces. Yifan stood still, his cold smile growing wider, as if these people before him were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. His eyes held a hint of languor, seemingly unconcerned about the impending attack. When the peak celestial immortal expert rushed towards him, Yifan slowly raised his hand, and the star sword instantly appeared in his grasp, its blade gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Star sword, tempered continuous slash. Yifan shouted in a low voice, his tone carrying an undeniable chill. The star sword instantly erupted with dazzling light, its blade seemingly enveloped in flames, its blazing sword light sweeping out like a raging inferno. Yifan's movements were fluid and graceful. The star sword in his hands was like a nimble fire dragon, slashing one after another at the charging expert. The first strike, its sword light as fiery as flames, instantly struck the opponent's chest, the powerful force sending him flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The second strike, Yifan flashed behind the opponent, his sword light slashing out again, severing both of the opponent's legs at the knees. The third strike, the star sword in Yifan's hand like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, its light aimed directly at the opponent's throat, instantly killing him, blood splattering. Yifan's movements were clean and swift, the fiery strike combo spell, under his control, was incredibly powerful. He sheathed his sword and stood there, his eyes coldly surveying the surrounding crowd. The other experts, pale with fright at the sudden slaughter, quickly recovered, gathering their immortal power to prepare a combined attack against Yifan. Attack together. Kill him, roared a peak celestial immortal expert, his voice trembling slightly, clearly intimidated by Yifan's strength. However, they had no way out, they could only grit their teeth and charge towards Yifan. Yifan smiled slightly, and the star sword in his hand flashed with intense light once more. His figure blurred, transforming into a streak of light, instantly appearing before an expert. The sword light of his tempered fire strike swept out like a raging fire, instantly killing the opponent. Immediately afterward, he appeared behind another expert, the star sword flashing like lightning across his neck, blood splattering, the opponent collapsing to the ground before even a scream could be heard. Yifan's movements were lightning fast. The star sword's light was as fiery and swift as flames, each swing accompanied by the fall of a master. His eyes were devoid of any emotion, as if these people were nothing more than ants beneath his sword. The air around him reeked of blood, yet Yifan was like a demon emerging from hell, cold and ruthless. Finally, when only the Holy Maiden of the White Tiger Immortal Sect remained, Yifan stopped his sword. He walked up to the Holy Maiden, smiled slightly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "What's your name?" Yifan's voice was low and calm, as if the recent carnage had nothing to do with him. The Holy Maiden of the White Tiger Immortal Sect was already trembling with fear. Hearing Yifan's voice, she shuddered even more, stammering, "I am called Bai Chuyao." "Bai Chuyao, what a beautiful name. Now I'll ask you a question, do you want to live or die?" Yifan's voice, though calm, sounded like the voice of hell demanding her life from Bai Chuyao. Bai Chuyao looked up, her eyes filled with terror and confusion. She looked into Yifan's cold, deep eyes, as if she could see her own fate reflected in them. Bai Chuyao's voice trembled slightly, barely able to form a sentence, "Aye." Yifan smiled slightly, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. "Don't be afraid, I won't kill you. I just want to know if you're truly willing to risk your life for the White Tiger Immortal Sect, even at the cost of your own?" Yifan's voice was low and calm. Bai Chuyao froze, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She was the Holy Maiden of the White Tiger Immortal Sect, taught from childhood to be loyal to the sect and protect its honor at all costs, even changing her surname for this purpose. However, Yifan before her filled her with unprecedented fear. She realized that she was not facing an ordinary opponent, but a being so powerful as to inspire despair. Chapter 84 Bai Chuyao in Despair. I don't know." Bai Chuyao's voice was almost inaudible, her heart filled with confusion and struggle. Yifan looked at her, a hint of pity in his eyes. "You're smart and beautiful. It's a pity you were born in the wrong place and met the wrong people." Yifan paused, then continued, "I can spare your life, but you must agree to one condition." Bai Chuyao looked up, a glimmer of expectation in her eyes, and quickly asked, "What condition?" Yifan smiled slightly and said calmly, "Be my servant, and let everything you have belong to me." Bai Chuyao's face instantly turned pale, a look of horror and disbelief flashing in her eyes. Yifan's words struck her heart like a heavy hammer. She had never imagined Yifan would make such a condition. She had considered that Yifan might ask for her body, or make her a spy in the White Tiger Immortal sect, but she never expected it to be like this. Her heart was filled with struggle and contradiction. On one hand, she longed to live, she didn't want to die. On the other hand, she couldn't accept becoming Yifan's servant, losing her dignity and freedom. Yifan looked at Bai Chuyao, a cold glint in his eyes. His voice was calm and deep, as if stating a simple fact: you have no choice. Either become my servant, or die here. The choice is yours. Bai Chuyao's breathing quickened. Her heart pounded violently, as if it would leap from her chest. She looked up, her eyes pleading. I can agree, but please give me some time to accept this fact. Yifan smiled slightly, a playful glint in his eyes. Time? Do you think you still have time? He paused, his tone turning icy. You have no way out. Your life is now in my hands, and I need more than just your life, I need your heart. Bai Chuyao's body trembled slightly. She felt a helplessness and despair she had never experienced before. She knew Yifan's words were true, she had no way out. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, and slowly said, Fine, I agree to be your servant. Yifan's lips curled into a slight smile of satisfaction. He said calmly, Very good, Bai Chuyao. You've made a wise choice. Yifan paused, then continued, Now, let's see how high your awareness as a servant is. Then, Yifan said playfully, First, kiss your master's hand to show your submission. Tears welled up in Bai Chuyao's eyes. She bit her lower lip, trying to suppress the humiliation and resentment in her heart. She knew that this choice would determine her future fate. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, but her body trembled uncontrollably. Yifan's fingertips gently lifted her chin, his eyes filled with amusement, as if admiring an interesting toy. Don't be afraid, this is just the beginning. Remember, from now on, everything you have belongs to me, Yifan said calmly. Bai Chuyao's tears finally streamed down her face. She slowly raised her hand, trembling, and approached Yifan's hand. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she were struggling to control her emotions. When her lips touched Yifan's hand, she felt a sharp pain, as if kissing her destiny. Yifan's lips curled slightly upward, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He gently released Bai Chuyao's chin and said calmly, Very good, Bai Chuyao, you did very well. Bai Chuyao lowered her head, tears silently streaming down her face. Her heart was filled with complex emotions, a mixture of fear for the future and dependence on Yifan. She knew she had lost her freedom, but at least she was alive. Yifan patted Bai Chuyao's shoulder, his tone slightly teasing, and said with a smile, Don't feel wronged. You'll be glad you made that choice later. Although Bai Chuyao felt Yifan was exaggerating, she still obediently nodded. She knew she had no other choice but to trust Yifan for the time being. She lowered her head, a hint of confusion and helplessness flashing in her eyes, yet also a glimmer of anticipation for the future. Seeing Bai Chuyao's reaction, Yifan's smile deepened. A playful glint appeared in his eyes, as if he were contemplating something amusing. Suddenly, Yifan's tone shifted, becoming relaxed and teasing, So now, let's have some outdoor sex. I don't think I've ever done anything like it before. Upon hearing this, Bai Chuyao froze instantly. She looked up, her eyes filled with resistance. Thinking Yifan was saying something impure, her cheeks flushed crimson, and her heart raced. She stammered, What did you say? Yifan smiled faintly, his tone calm and playful, Just what you're thinking about. Is there a problem? Bai Chuyao's face turned bright red, as if set ablaze. Her heart pounded like a drum, and an unprecedented sense of shame surged through her. She bit her lower lip, trying to make her voice sound firm, but her trembling voice betrayed her nervousness. I can't accept it. Yifan was taken aback at first, seemingly not expecting Bai Chuyao to reject him so directly. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a mocking smile. He tilted his head back slightly and let out a hearty laugh, the sound echoing through the valley, sounding particularly jarring. Ha 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 ha. Yifan laughed so hard he almost fell over, as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. Bai Chuyao stared blankly at him, completely bewildered by his sudden outburst of laughter. She could only watch helplessly as he laughed so heartily. A moment later, Yi Fan's laughter abruptly stopped. His face instantly turned cold and ruthless, as if the laughter had never happened. His eyes sharpened like knives, staring directly at Bai Chuyao. His tone was chilling. "What gives you the confidence to negotiate with me?" Bai Chuyao trembled at Yi Fan's sudden change. She felt a chill run from her feet to her head, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her. She instinctively realized she had made a huge mistake. She immediately knelt down, her body prostrate on the ground, her eyes filled with terror, her voice trembling so much she could barely speak. Master, I was wrong, I shouldn't have disobeyed you." Chapter 85 Field Battle. Yi Fan coldly stared at Bai Chuyao kneeling before him, his eyes devoid of any warmth, as if she were nothing more than an ant at his mercy. A mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. "Wrong? Too late to regret it now?" Yi Fan slowly raised his foot, a cold glint in his eyes. Bai Chuyao felt an immense pressure bearing down on her. She instinctively tried to dodge, but her body seemed bound by invisible shackles, unable to move. She could only watch helplessly as Yi Fan's foot rose and then brutally kicked her. Bai Chuyao's body arced through the air before crashing heavily to the cold ground. A sharp pain shot through her body, as if every bone had shattered in that instant. Her breathing became rapid and labored, tears welling in her eyes, but she dared not let them fall. She knew that Yi Fan's rage had only just begun. Yi Fan stared coldly at her, his eyes devoid of any warmth, as if Bai Chuyao were nothing more than an ant at his mercy. He slowly walked towards Bai Chuyao, each step carrying an overwhelming pressure that suffocated her. "Everything you have, your dignity, your freedom, even your thoughts, belongs to me. You have no right to resist, nor the right to question my decision." Yi Fan's voice was low and icy, each word like a blade of ice piercing Bai Chuyao's heart. Bai Chuyao's body trembled slightly, her eyes filled with tears, but she dared not let them fall. She knew she had lost the ability to resist and could only submit to Yi Fan's control. She whispered, "Master, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time." Yi Fan stopped, looking down at Bai Chuyao, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes, as if admiring an interesting toy. His voice was deep and cold, each word seeming to emanate from an ice cellar, carrying a chilling authority. "Forgiveness? Do you know what has become of those who offended me before?" Bai Chuyao's body trembled slightly. She looked up, her eyes filled with terror and confusion. She knew Yi Fan's methods, and she knew his power, but she had never personally witnessed the final fate of those who had offended him. Her voice was almost inaudible. What happened to them?" Yi Fan smiled slightly, a cruel satisfaction in his eyes. He slowly squatted down, meeting Bai Chuyao's gaze, a cold smile curving his lips. "Them? Oh, some are crippled and kept as pets by me, some have long since vanished. In this world, no one can offend me without paying the price. My patience is limited, and my methods you are not yet capable of withstanding them." A flicker of fear crossed Bai Chuyao's eyes, and her body involuntarily shrank back. She knew Yi Fan wasn't joking, his eyes held no warmth, only icy killing intent. She whispered, "Master, I really know I was wrong. I'll never dare to do it again." Yi Fan gently lifted Bai Chuyao's chin, forcing her to look him directly in the eye. "Bai Chuyao, you are smart and beautiful. But you must understand, smart people never make the same mistake twice. You have no way out now, and I won't give you a second chance." Bai Chuyao's tears finally streamed down her face. She bit her lower lip, trying to appear less vulnerable. She whispered, "Master, I understand. I won't make the same mistake again, and I won't disobey you again." Yi Fan smiled slightly, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He gently released Bai Chuyao's chin, stood up, and dusted himself off. "Get up, Bai Chuyao. Remember, my patience is limited, and your time is slipping away," Yi Fan said coldly. Bai Chuyao struggled to her feet, her body still trembling, but she tried to stand firm. Yi Fan's face was ashen, his eyes coldly fixed on Bai Chuyao. His voice, devoid of any emotion, rang out, "You should know what you're about to do, shouldn't you?" Though his words were unremarkable, they carried an invisible pressure that sent chills down one's spine. Bai Chuyao's delicate body trembled violently. How could she not understand the meaning behind Yifan's words? Recalling the lesson she had just suffered, a wave of fear washed over her, and any thought of arguing vanished instantly. At this moment, she was as docile as a frightened little rabbit, lowering her head slightly, and then, seeing Bai Chuyao so obedient, the corners of Yifan's mouth subtly turned up, revealing a hint of satisfaction. He lightly raised his right hand, and a mysterious light surged from his palm, rapidly spreading and instantly isolating the area from sound and space. Having done this, Yifan strode towards Bai Chuyao. Field combat. Understand? Yifan casually placed a cigarette between his lips, the smoke rising and blurring half his face. His gaze fell upon the delicate yet disheveled woman before him, Bai Chuyao. She was covered in dust, making her once snow-white skin appear somewhat dull. However, these minor imperfections could not conceal her naturally beautiful face and graceful figure. Yifan's lips curled slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. He thought to himself, this outdoor battle was truly unique, the unusual thrill was unforgettable. Moreover, Bai Chuyao truly lives up to her title as the Holy Maiden of the White Tiger Immortal Sect. She perfectly inherited the excellent genes of the divine beast White Tiger. Whether it's her figure, her temperament, or even she's a peerless beauty. At this moment, Bai Chuyao's heart was ashen. Only one thought kept swirling in her mind, my chastity is gone just like that. At this thought, her eyes instantly welled up with tears, which flowed like a burst dam. However, she dared not cry out loud, for in the fierce exchange she had just experienced, she knew that Yifan was not one to show mercy to women. Crystal-clear tears slid down Bai Chuyao's dust-covered cheeks, mingling with the dust to form streaks. At this moment, she resembled a delicate flower ravaged by wind and rain, pitiful and vulnerable, inspiring pity and a strong desire to protect her and anyone who saw her. However, Yifan was no ordinary man. Women more beautiful than himself were nothing special in his eyes, let alone Bai Chuyao. To him, beauty was fleeting, utterly incapable of touching his cold heart. Chapter 86 Shuqin. Alright, stop crying. If you cry again, I'll gouge your eyes out, Yifan said calmly. Bai Chuyao trembled upon hearing this and quickly raised her dust-covered right hand to rub her eyes. But the moment her dusty hand touched her eyes, the dust seeped in. Bai Chuyao's eyes turned bright red from the dust, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She blinked frantically, trying to relieve the stinging pain. However, the more she struggled, the more her eyes hurt, as if 1,000 tiny needles were piercing them. Yifan looked at her coldly, the mockery on his lips growing more pronounced. He said indifferently, "What, now you know how painful it is? If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place?" Bai Chuyao bit her lip, trying to appear strong, but her tears still flowed uncontrollably. She whispered, "Master, I just accidentally, I really didn't mean to." Yifan frowned slightly, seemingly impatient with her sobs, and coldly said, "Have you cried enough? If you have, shut up." Bai Chuyao immediately stopped crying, tightly covering her eyes with her hands, trying to stop the tears from flowing. Her voice was choked with sobs. "Yes, master, I understand." Seeing that she had finally quieted down, Yifan slowly walked towards her, looking down at her disheveled figure. "Relax, don't resist," Yifan said softly, looking calmly at Bai Chuyao. Bai Chuyao was filled with doubt and unease. She didn't understand what Yifan wanted to do. But at this moment, she had no other choice. Gritting her teeth, she finally decided to do as Yifan said, slowly relaxing her mind and no longer resisting. Seeing Bai Chuyao so obedient, Yifan nodded in satisfaction. Immediately afterward, with a flick of his arm, Bai Chuyao vanished from her spot, tossed into the small world by Yifan. Yifan was utterly unconcerned about what fate awaited Bai Chuyao within the small world. Having done this, Yifan casually tossed the half-smoked cigarette to the ground, then his figure flashed, soaring into the sky and speeding away into the distance. Flying high in the sky, Yifan's eyes blazed, constantly scanning the dense jungle below, searching for any other targets. His true purpose in coming to this legendary Sword Emperor's secret realm was not the Sword Emperor's inheritance that everyone sought, but rather the Holy Maidens of those sects. Because the system quests included all the Holy Maidens of those sects. A slight smile played on Yifan's lips, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. His plan had already taken shape in his mind, and Bai Chuyao was merely the first step. Although these sect's holy maidens held noble status, in this dog-eat-dog world, their so-called dignity and freedom were utterly worthless before him. His gaze swept across the land below. The Sword Emperor's secret realm was vast and boundless, concealing countless opportunities and dangers. He'd heard that some people had even encountered demonic beasts at the Immortal King level. Besides Bai Chuyao's White Tiger Immortal Sect, there are several other top-tier forces, including the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect, Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect, Black Tortoise Immortal Sect, and Hundred Flowers Valley. Their holy maidens are Yi Fan's next targets. Bai Chuyao is just the beginning. Next, it's you all. A cruel smile appeared on Yi Fan's lips, his voice low and cold in the wind. His figure moved like lightning through the clouds, his speed so fast it was almost impossible to catch. Meanwhile, not far from Yi Fan in the eastern region of the Sword Emperor's secret realm, the Holy Maiden of the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect stood in a secluded valley, her eyes closed, sensing the surrounding aura. Her brow furrowed slightly, as if she had detected an unusual fluctuation. Strange, there should be the aura of a high-grade immortal vein here, so why can't I sense it? Shu Qin murmured to herself. She opened her eyes, her gaze sharp, scanning her surroundings. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly, for she sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching. Someone's coming. A flicker of wariness crossed Shu Qin's brow. She quickly took a few steps back, assuming a defensive stance. Shu Qin's figure recoiled slightly, her hands rapidly forming hand seals. Blazing flames condensed in her palms, transforming into a gigantic phantom of a vermilion bird, hovering before her, ready to attack at any moment. Her gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, locked onto the direction from which the aura emanated. Who is it? Shu Qin was inwardly vigilant. She knew the Sword Emperor's secret realm was teeming with powerful figures, and while her Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect was strong, it dared not underestimate any potential threat. Shu Qin then telepathically communicated with the hidden experts and disciples, preparing to attack at any moment. Just then, a figure streaked across the sky like a shooting star, instantly appearing in Shu Qin's field of vision. Yi Fan's figure paused slightly in mid-air, then slowly descended. His gaze was cold and profound, as if it could see through everything. Shu Qin frowned, sensing the powerful aura emanating from Yi Fan, a pressure far exceeding that of ordinary celestial immortals, even making her feel suffocated. She was secretly alarmed. This person is not weak, he's at least a peak celestial immortal, and might even be about to advance to Immortal King. Yi Fan's gaze swept over Shu Qin, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Shu Qin possessed an exceptionally beautiful appearance, an elegant yet aloof demeanor, and radiated a fiery vermilion bird aura, clearly indicating she was a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect. You're a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect? Yi Fan asked calmly. Shu Qin was slightly taken aback, then coldly snorted, saying, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Yi Fan smiled slightly, a cold glint in his eyes, and said calmly, "Who I am is unimportant. You only need to tell me where your sect's holy maiden is." Shu Qin's face instantly turned ashen. She realized Yi Fan was looking for her, and his intentions were hostile. She swiftly stepped back, her hands forming a seal once more. The flames of the Vermilion Bird Phantom burned even hotter, as if ready to incinerate any enemy at any moment. Don't even think about it. The Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect is not to be trifled with. Shu Qin roared, and flames surged towards Yi Fan like a tidal wave. However, Yi Fan merely raised his hand, and an invisible barrier instantly appeared in front of him, easily blocking Shu Qin's attack. The flames were like a gentle breeze to him, utterly unable to cause him any harm. Your strength is not bad, but in front of me, you are far from enough. Yi Fan's voice was icy and ruthless, his gaze devoid of any warmth. Shu Qin's face instantly turned deathly pale. She had never imagined that she would be so easily suppressed. Chapter 87. Shu Qin in despair. Damn it! Although I'm only at the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, I possess a top-grade immortal body. Logically, even if this person is at the peak of the Heavenly Immortal Realm, I shouldn't have been able to stop him so easily, Shu Qin thought to herself, puzzled. Realizing this, Shu Qin knew she had absolutely no chance against this person. Therefore, Zhu Qin directly transmitted her voice to the disciples and celestial immortal experts hidden in the shadows. Attack! Try to take it down in an instant. As soon as Zhu Qin finished transmitting her voice, several powerful auras erupted from the shadows, and more than a dozen disciples of the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect and 2 celestial immortal experts attacked simultaneously. Flames, sword energy, and the light of magical artifacts intertwined, sweeping towards Yifan like a raging storm. Boom! The entire area was engulfed by violent energy, the ground cracked, the air distorted, as if even space itself was about to be torn apart. A glimmer of hope flashed in Zhu Qin's eyes. She believed that even a peak celestial immortal could not possibly escape unscathed from such a dense attack. However, the moment the smoke cleared, Zhu Qin's pupils contracted sharply, and the color drained from her face. Yifan remained standing, unharmed. A faint golden aura enveloped him, like an invisible barrier that had blocked all attacks. His gaze was icy cold, a slight, mocking smile playing on his lips. Is that all you've got? Yifan's voice was low and chilling, as if it came from hell. The next moment, his figure vanished, becoming a blur, instantly appearing before a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect. The disciple didn't even have time to react before Yifan's hand pierced his chest. Put! Blood gushed out, and the disciple's body flew backward like a rag doll, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. The first one. Yifan's voice, like the whisper of death, echoed in everyone's ears. No! A flicker of terror crossed Zhu Qin's eyes. She wanted to stop him, but found herself completely paralyzed. Yifan's aura was like a mountain, pressing down on her, making it hard to breathe. Whoosh! Yifan's figure vanished again. The next moment, he appeared behind another disciple. With a gentle wave of his hand, the disciple's head flew high into the air, blood gushing out like a fountain. The second one. Yifan's voice remained cold and ruthless. Stop! Stop it! Zhu Qin's voice trembled with tears. She had never felt so powerless. She wanted to rush forward to stop Yifan, but her body seemed nailed to the spot, unable to move. Boom! Yifan's figure moved through the crowd like a ghost. With each strike, a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect fell. Blood stained the ground red, screams echoed everywhere, turning the place into a living hell. The third one. The fourth one. The fifth one. Yifan's voice was like a death knell, each utterance signified the end of a life. Zhu Qin's eyes were filled with despair. She watched helplessly as her fellow disciples fell one by one. No, no. Zhu Qin's voice trembled, tears streaming down her face. Her heart was filled with regret and pain. If she had known it would end like this, she would never have allowed these disciples and powerful figures to attack. However, it was all too late. Boom! The last celestial immortal expert's head was shattered by Yifan's palm strike, his body collapsing to the ground like a ragdoll. The entire valley fell silent instantly, save for Zhu Qin's sobs and Yifan's cold footsteps. Now, only you are left. Yifan slowly walked up to Zhu Qin, looking down at her, his eyes devoid of any warmth. Zhu Qin's body trembled slightly, her eyes filled with despair and fear. She had never imagined that she would witness her fellow disciples being slaughtered, and that she wouldn't even have the courage to resist. You demon! Zhu Qin's voice trembled with sobs, her eyes filled with hatred, yet powerless to resist. Yifan smiled slightly, reached out and pinched Zhu Qin's chin, forcing her to raise her head. Demon? That's a fitting title, but in this dog-eat-dog world, the weak have no right to discuss right and wrong. Yifan's voice was low and cold. A flicker of despair flashed in Zhu Qin's eyes. She knew she had no way out. Her body trembled slightly, tears streaming down her cheeks and dripping onto Yifan's hand. Kill me, please kill me, Zhu Qin's voice was pleading. Yifan's lips curled into a slight smile, a cruel glint in his eyes. He said calmly, kill you? No, you're still useful. Before he finished speaking, Yifan shattered Zhu Qin's dantian with a single palm strike. Zhu Qin's body shuddered violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her face instantly turning deathly pale. Her dantian had been shattered by Yifan's palm strike, and her spiritual energy drained away rapidly like a burst dam, her once powerful aura instantly weakening. You destroyed my cultivation." Shu Qin's voice trembled, her eyes filled with disbelief and despair. She had never imagined she would end up like this. Her dantian destroyed, her cultivation completely gone. For a cultivator, this was more painful than death. Yi Fan looked at her coldly, without a trace of pity in his eyes. His hand gripped Shu Qin's chin, forcing her to raise her head, his gaze icy and unfathomable. "Cultivation? That's nothing but the weakness of the weak," Yi Fan said coldly. Then, Yi Fan added, "From now on, you only need to obey. You don't need to worry about anything else." Shu Qin's eyes were filled with hatred. She wanted to struggle, to resist, but her body was too weak to even lift a hand. Why did you do this to me?" Shu Qin's voice trembled with sobs, her heart filled with despair and pain. Yi Fan's lips curled slightly as he said calmly, "Why? Because you so-called proud daughters of heaven are nothing but my prey. Your fates were already sealed." Before he finished speaking, Yi Fan waved his arm, and Shu Qin's body was thrown into the small world like a rag doll. Yi Fan already knew perfectly well what Shu Qin would experience in the small world. Because Yi Fan had previously explored the small world when he was searching for people. To Yi Fan's surprise, Bai Chuyao was also locked in a cage, struggling to survive alongside Mu Yanran. However, Bai Chuyao didn't suffer the same fate as Mu Yanran, who had her dantian and limbs destroyed by Yi Fan. Therefore, compared to Mu Yanran, her situation was much better. At least she didn't have to endure the endless torment caused by hunger and psychological trauma. Nevertheless, even so, the days confined in the cage still felt like an eternity for Bai Chuyao, filled with unbearable suffering. Chapter 88 Jiang Qianli. Next up are the Holy Maidens of the Xuanwu Immortal Sect, Hundred Flowers Valley, and Ghost Shadow Sect. Yi Fan's voice was low and cold. His figure moved like lightning through the clouds, his speed so fast it was almost impossible to catch. Meanwhile, in another part of the Sword Emperor's secret realm, a stunningly beautiful woman stood beside a tranquil lake, gazing silently at its surface. This stunningly beautiful woman was none other than Xianlan, the Holy Maiden of the Xuanwu Immortal Sect. Xianlan's brows furrowed slightly, as if she had sensed something unusual. "Strange, why do I have this uneasy feeling?" Xianlan murmured to herself, her gaze sweeping around her, a vague unease creeping into her heart. However, facing this slight unease, Xianlan only paused briefly before quickly regaining her composure, not dwelling on the potential danger. It should be noted that there were three powerful figures who had already reached the peak of the celestial immortal realm beside her at this moment. Furthermore, several golden immortal and celestial immortal level cultivators accompanied them, making their lineup virtually invincible. Therefore, even if they encountered an attack from a cultivator also at the peak of the celestial immortal level, Xianlan would not be afraid. Because with their overall combat strength, they could easily handle such an opponent. Even if they unfortunately encountered a terrifying demonic beast at the Immortal King level, Xianlan and her group would not be without power. Although such beings were terrifyingly powerful in the Sword Emperor's secret realm, with the combined efforts of their many strong members, they might still be able to put up a fight. Of course, if they were truly no match for their opponent, escaping unscathed should not be difficult. It was precisely this powerful backing and solid support that filled Xianlan with confidence. At the same moment, far away on the other side, Lu Chunfeng was anxiously searching for his master Yi Fan. Upon arriving at the entrance to the Sword Emperor's secret realm, Lu Chunfeng separated from the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect's group and joined the massive army of his own immortal court. At this moment, Lu Chunfeng had successfully gathered the numerous powerful figures dispatched by the immortal court to protect him. These powerful individuals, united as one, formed an incomparably strong force. They hovered high in the sky, their sharp gazes scanning the vast expanse below, not missing a single corner that might conceal Yi Fan's figure. If this awe-inspiring display were to be glimpsed by any other sect's forces, they would undoubtedly be utterly astonished. It should be noted that Lu Chunfeng was surrounded by at least 10 peak-level celestial immortals, a staggering number. Furthermore, more than a dozen equally formidable celestial immortals closely followed him, surrounding him like stars around the moon. Among this group of powerful individuals were several younger individuals who had ventured out for training, all of whom possessed the cultivation level of golden immortals. Such an extravagantly powerful lineup, without exaggeration, would be capable of sweeping away all enemies even in the perilous Sword Emperor's secret realm. Virtually no one could contend with them. Lu Chenfeng stood high in the sky, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the land below. Since entering the Sword Emperor's secret realm, he had lost contact with Yifan, and Yifan had not contacted him either. Although Lu Chenfeng knew Yifan had reached the Immortal King realm, he was still somewhat worried. "Master, where are you?" Lu Chenfeng muttered to himself, his brows furrowed. Just then, a peak celestial immortal flew to his side and respectfully said, "Young master, we have searched an area of 1,000 miles, but still haven't found any trace of Yifan. Continue searching. Don't miss a single corner." Lu Chenfeng said coldly, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. "Yes, young master." The peak celestial immortal respectfully replied, then turned and left to continue directing the other experts in the search for Yifan. Meanwhile, Yifan's figure darted through the clouds like lightning, his speed so fast it was almost impossible to catch. He continuously scanned the land below, searching for his next target. "Who will be the next Holy Maiden?" Yifan murmured to himself, a slight smile playing on his lips, a cold glint in his eyes. Yifan's figure moved like a ghost through the Sword Emperor's secret realm, his spiritual power spreading like a tidal wave, instantly locking onto a stunningly beautiful figure. A slight, enigmatic smile played on Yifan's lips as he thought to himself, judging by this woman's exceptional beauty and bearing, she must undoubtedly be one of the holy maidens of various sects. After all, besides those revered holy maidens of various sects, how many possess such breathtaking beauty? And indeed, Yifan's guess was correct. The celestial beauty was none other than Zhang Qianli, the holy maiden of Hundred Flowers Valley. At this moment, Zhang Qianli held a map meticulously drawn by her master, moving lightly towards her destination. Her goal was to obtain a legendary immortal herb. However, Zhang Qianli knew very well that obtaining this immortal herb would be no easy feat. According to her master, the immortal herb was guarded by an astonishingly powerful demonic beast. Moreover, this beast had reached the early stage of the Immortal King realm. For their team, successfully seizing the herb from under the nose of such a powerful being was an incredibly difficult task, practically hellish. Looking at Zhang Qianli's team, while not weak, they paled in comparison to the early-stage Immortal King beast. The entire team consisted of only 2 peak Celestial Immortal level experts, and Celestial Immortal level cultivators were even fewer, numbering only a handful. The remaining dozen or so were merely ordinary Golden Immortal level cultivators. Faced with such a vast disparity in strength, Zhang Qianli knew this mission was fraught with endless danger. But for her master's life, even with countless difficulties ahead and the possibility of death, she had no intention of backing down. Yifan silently approached Zhang Qianli's group, his gaze icy cold, a smile playing on his lips. Although Zhang Qianli's group was quite strong, in Yifan's eyes they were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. "All women, looks like the holy maidens of Hundred Flowers Valley," Yifan muttered to himself, a hint of amusement in his voice. His mental energy had already locked onto Zhang Qianli, her appearance, temperament, and even the map in her hand were clearly imprinted in his mind. Chapter 89 Changes in the Sword Emperor's Secret Realm. Zhang Qianli was intently studying the map in her hands, her brows slightly furrowed, seemingly deep in thought. Beside her, 2 peak-level celestial immortals warily scanned their surroundings, clearly sensing something unusual. "Holy Maiden, it seems we're being watched," one of the peak-level celestial immortals whispered, his tone grave. Zhang Qianli nodded, a flicker of wariness in her eyes, and said seriously, "Be careful, don't act rashly." However, her vigilance was meaningless in front of Yifan. Yifan suddenly appeared at the front of the group, his gaze as cold as a knife, staring directly at Zhang Qianli. "Who are you?" Zhang Qianli's voice held a hint of wariness. She could feel the powerful aura emanating from Yifan, a kind of oppressive feeling that made her heart tremble. Yifan smiled slightly, a cold glint in his eyes, and said calmly, "Who I am is unimportant. What matters is that you are now my prey." Zhang Qianli's expression instantly turned serious. She quickly retreated a few steps, her hands forming hand seals, her spiritual energy surging wildly within her. Countless flower petals danced around her, transforming into sharp blades that swept towards Yifan. "100 flower slash!" Zhang Qianli shouted, the petal blades raining down on Yifan like a storm. However, Yifan merely raised his hand, and an invisible barrier instantly blocked his path, deflecting all of Jiang Qinli's attacks. "Are you just tickling me?" Yifan's voice was icy and ruthless. He instantly appeared before Jiang Qinli, knocking her unconscious before tossing her into the small world. Then, Yifan turned to look at the 100 Flower Valleys group, his gaze as cold as ice, holding the star sword in his hand. His eyes were devoid of any emotion, as if the women before him were nothing more than roadside weeds, utterly worthless. "Retreat or die?" Yifan's voice was low and icy, as if it came from the depths of hell. The women of 100 Flowers Valley were pale, their eyes filled with terror. Although their cultivation was considerable, they were as insignificant as ants before Yifan. Two peak celestial immortal experts quickly stepped in front of the group, attempting to stop Yifan's approach. "Who are you? Where is our sect's Holy Maiden?" one of the peak celestial immortal women shouted sharply, her voice trembling slightly. Yifan did not answer, but simply swung his star sword lightly. The sword light, like a falling star, instantly ripped through the sky, carrying boundless killing intent. Put! The sword light flashed, and the peak celestial immortal woman didn't even have time to react before being cleaved in two, her blood splattering across the sky. Seeing this, another woman at the peak of the celestial immortal realm paled in shock and hurriedly channeled all her spiritual energy to try and defend against Yifan's attack. However, Yifan was too fast. His figure instantly appeared behind her, and with a gentle flick of his star sword, the blade flashed like lightning, piercing her chest in an instant. Ah! The scream abruptly stopped, and the woman's body collapsed limply, her blood staining the ground. The other women of 100 Flowers Valley, seeing this, were terrified and scattered in all directions. However, Yifan was far faster than them. His figure flashed through the crowd like lightning. With each swing of his star sword, a woman fell. Splat! Splat! The sword flashed, blood splattered. Yifan's eyes were utterly cold, as if the lives of these women were nothing but dust in his eyes, utterly worthless. His movements were clean and swift, without the slightest hesitation, as if he were harvesting weeds. "No, don't kill me!" A woman with the cultivation of a golden immortal knelt on the ground, her eyes filled with tears, pleading. Yifan glanced at her coldly, then his star sword slashed down without hesitation. Splat! Blood splattered, the woman's head rolled to the ground, her eyes still filled with the last fear and despair. In a short moment, the 100 Flowers Valley's army was completely wiped out, leaving only corpses and blood on the ground. Yifan stood in the pool of blood, the star sword in his hand still gleaming coldly, the blood dripping from its blade seeming to tell of his ruthlessness. "I gave you a chance," Yifan muttered to himself, his voice tinged with coldness and disdain. Just then, the entire Sword Emperor's secret realm suddenly trembled violently. The earth began to shake, and the clouds in the sky churned, as if a powerful force was awakening. Yifan frowned slightly and looked up into the distance. At the center of the Sword Emperor's secret realm, a dazzling light shot into the sky. Immediately afterward, a colossal palace slowly rose from the ground, hovering in mid-air. The palace exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, as if it contained boundless power. Countless runes swirled around the palace, shimmering with an eerie light, inspiring awe and fear. The Sword Emperor's inheritance and the Sword Emperor's secret realm? That means everyone will go, saving me the trouble of searching one by one. A flicker of excitement crossed Yifan's eyes, and a slight smile played on his lips. He knew that the appearance of this palace signified the imminent opening of the greatest opportunity within the Sword Emperor's secret realm. And this palace would become the focal point of contention among various forces. Without hesitation, Yifan transformed into a streak of light, speeding towards the palace. At the same time, the powerful figures from other sects within the Sword Emperor's secret realm also noticed the palace's appearance. Countless figures flew towards the palace from all directions, their eyes filled with greed and desire. Lu Chunfeng, of course, also saw the palace appear. Master will probably go there. Lu Chunfeng thought to himself, then said to a peak celestial immortal expert beside him, let's go check out that palace." Soon after, in the center of the Sword Emperor's secret realm, on the plaza in front of the palace, experts from various sects had gathered. The atmosphere was tense, and the air was thick with killing intent. Yifan's figure quietly appeared at the edge of the plaza, his cold gaze sweeping across the surroundings. His appearance didn't attract much attention, as everyone's attention was focused on the palace. On the plaza, the experts from various sects stood in rows, maintaining a wary distance from each other. Xianlan, the Holy Maiden of the Xuanwu Immortal Sect, stood at the front of the group, her brows slightly furrowed, her gaze grave. The three-peak celestial immortal experts beside her were on high alert, clearly sensing the hostility around them. The few powerful figures who had managed to escape from Hundred Flowers Valley were all pale-faced, their eyes filled with fear. Their gazes frequently swept towards Yifan, only to quickly avert them, as if afraid of attracting his attention. Meanwhile, Yuli, the Holy Maiden of the Ghost Shadow Sect, stood in the shadows, her figure appearing and disappearing, seemingly blending into the darkness. Chapter 90: The Massacre in the Square. Just then, Lu Chunfeng led a large contingent of powerful figures from the Celestial Court to the plaza. 10 peak Celestial Immortals, over a dozen Celestial Immortal cultivators, and several younger Golden Immortals. This lineup instantly drew everyone's attention. "That's Lu Chunfeng from the Celestial Court," someone exclaimed in a low voice, their eyes filled with apprehension. Lu Chunfeng's gaze swept across the plaza, quickly locking onto Yifan's figure. A flicker of joy flashed in his eyes, and he quickly walked to Yifan's side, bowing respectfully. "Master, I've finally found you." Yifan nodded slightly, his gaze still icy cold, and said in a low voice, "You've come at the right time. There's a massacre to come, and I need you to join me." Upon hearing this, Lu Chunfeng's eyes flashed with excitement, and he replied without hesitation, "Yes, master." Yifan's gaze swept over the crowd in the plaza, his voice low and cold. "Except for the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect, the Underworld Palace, the Black Tortoise Immortal Sect, and the Ghost Shadow Sect, the rest leave no one alive." Yifan still had a merciful side. The Azure Dragon Immortal Sect and the Underworld Palace both had some connection to him. As for the Black Tortoise Immortal Sect and the Ghost Shadow Sect, Yifan decided to give them a chance. As long as they obediently handed over the Holy Maiden, he might consider letting them go. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Chunfeng immediately turned and ordered the Celestial Court experts behind him, "Everyone, listen to my command. Attack together and kill everyone except those from the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect, the Underworld Palace, the Profound Martial Immortal Sect, and the Ghost Shadow Sect." The Celestial Court experts responded in unison, transforming into streaks of light and charging towards the other sect experts on the plaza. Yifan's figure vanished instantly, appearing a moment later behind a peak Celestial Immortal expert. With a gentle flick of his star sword, the sword light flashed like lightning, instantly piercing the expert's chest. Put! Blood splattered, and the expert didn't even have time to scream before collapsing dead. The plaza instantly descended into chaos. Experts from various sects unleashed their magical treasures, attempting to withstand the onslaught of Yifan and the Celestial Court experts. However, before Yifan's absolute power, their resistance appeared utterly futile. "Ah!" Screams echoed, blood staining the plaza floor crimson. Yifan's figure moved through the crowd like a phantom. With each swing of his star sword, a powerful figure fell. Xianlan stood to the side, her face grave as she watched this scene. The three peak Celestial Immortals beside her stood guard tightly in front of her, their eyes filled with vigilance. "Holy Maiden, should we intervene?" one of the experts asked in a low voice. Xianlan shook her head and said in a deep voice, "Don't act rashly. Our goal is the Sword Emperor's inheritance, don't get involved in pointless fighting." At the same time, Yu, a peak Celestial Immortal from the Ghost Shadow Sect, also stood in the shadows, coldly observing everything. Her gaze occasionally swept towards Yifan, a hint of apprehension flashing in her eyes. Who is this person?" Yu murmured to herself, a vague unease creeping into her heart. In a short time, the other sect experts on the square had been killed by Yifan and the experts from the Celestial Court, leaving only the experts from the Azure Dragon Celestial Sect, the Underworld Palace, the Black Tortoise Celestial Sect, and the Ghost Shadow Sect. Yifan stood amidst the pool of blood, the star sword in his hand still gleaming coldly. His gaze, icy and sharp, swept over the remaining few, and he said calmly, "Next, it's your turn." Xianlan, Yu, Yuli, and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they all looked at Yifan warily. They knew that the man before them was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Yifan stood in the center of the plaza, blood dripping from the star sword in his hand, the cold light of the blade reflecting on his cold, handsome face. His gaze swept over the Xuanwu Immortal Sect and Ghost Shadow Sects groups like a blade, a slight, sinister smile playing on his lips. Xuanwu Immortal Sect, Ghost Shadow Sect, Yifan's deep, cold voice rang out. Hand over your Holy Maiden, and I might consider letting you go. Otherwise death. His tone left no room for negotiation, as if stating a matter of course. Xianlan of the Xuanwu Immortal Sect's expression changed drastically, her brows furrowing, a flash of anger and resentment in her eyes. The three peak celestial immortal experts beside her glared angrily, their immortal power surging wildly, clearly prepared for a desperate battle. You are far too arrogant. Does the Xuanwu Immortal Sect be one to be bullied? To expect us to hand over the Holy Maiden is utterly delusional, one of the peak celestial immortal experts shouted sharply. Upon hearing this, Yifan's eyes flashed with coldness, and he said calmly, It seems you have chosen death. Before his words finished, his figure vanished from his spot, appearing a moment later before the peak celestial immortal expert. With a gentle swing of the star sword, its light flashed like lightning, instantly slicing through the sky. Put! The expert didn't even have time to react before being cleaved in two by the sword, blood splattering across the sky. You! Xianlan's face instantly paled, her eyes filled with shock and fear. She hadn't expected Yifan's strength to be so terrifying, even a peak celestial immortal expert was as vulnerable as an ant before him. Yifan's cold gaze swept over the members of the Xuanwu Immortal Sect, his voice tinged with amusement, I'll ask you one last time, hand it over, or not? Xianlan bit her lip, her heart filled with turmoil. She knew that if she handed herself over, the Xuanwu Immortal Sect would be utterly disgraced, not to mention the inhuman treatment she would face. But if she didn't hand her over, the entire group would be annihilated. Just then, Yue from the Ghost Shadow Sect emerged from the shadows, coldly saying, Yifan, you're far too arrogant. The Ghost Shadow Sect isn't some pushover. Yifan turned to look at Yue, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He said indifferently, Ghost Shadow Sect? Ha, nothing but a bunch of rats hiding in the shadows. You dare to negotiate with me? Yue's face instantly darkened, a murderous glint flashing in her eyes. Her figure vanished from her spot in an instant, appearing behind Yifan the next moment, a black dagger in her hand aimed straight for his back. Seeking death, Yifan's voice was icy and ruthless. He slightly shifted his body, easily dodging Yue's attack, then swung his sword in a backhand strike. The star sword's light flashed like lightning, instantly piercing Yue's shoulder. Ah! Yue let out a scream, her body staggering backward as blood gushed from her shoulder. Her eyes were filled with shock and fear, she clearly hadn't expected Yifan's strength to be so terrifying. Yifan looked at her coldly, a hint of mockery in his voice, Is this all the skill you've got? You dare to show off your meager abilities before me? Yue gritted her teeth, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. She knew she was no match for Yifan, continuing to fight would only lead to her death. Chapter 91 I promised you, but others didn't. Just then, Xianlan of the Xuanwu Immortal Sect finally made her decision. She took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Yifan, I'll go with you, but you must promise to spare all of us. Upon hearing this, Yifan's lips curled into a wicked smile, and he laughed loudly, Ha ha. Wouldn't it have been better to say this earlier? Why waste my time? Xianlan's face was ashen, her eyes filled with humiliation and helplessness. She slowly stepped out of the ranks, each step feeling like walking on a knife's edge, her heart brimming with resentment and anger. However, to protect the rest of the Xuanwu Immortal Sect, she had no other choice. Yifan's gaze was icy cold as he swept over Xianlan, a wicked smile playing on his lips, Very good, you know what's good for you. Xianlan bit her lip, a resolute glint in her eyes. She walked up to Yifan and whispered, I'll go with you, but please keep your promise and spare the rest of my Xuanwu Immortal Sect. Yifan chuckled, a hint of mockery in his voice, Don't worry, Yifan, keep my word. As long as you obey, I won't make things difficult for them. Having said that, he waved his hand, and Xianlan's figure vanished instantly, absorbed into his small world. The members of the Xuanwu Immortal Sect, seeing this, were filled with anger and humiliation, but none dared to step forward. They knew they were no match for Yifan at this moment. Yifan's gaze then turned to Yu of the Ghost Shadow Sect, his voice cold and ruthless. Ghost Shadow Sect, it's your turn. Yu's face was extremely gloomy, her eyes filled with struggle. She knew that if she handed over the Holy Maiden, the Ghost Shadow Sect's reputation would be completely destroyed. But if she didn't, the entire group would be annihilated. Yifan, do you truly intend to be an enemy of my Ghost Shadow Sect? Yu said coldly, her tone carrying a hint of threat. Upon hearing this, Yifan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. An enemy of you? Heh, you dare to challenge me? Before he could finish speaking, the star sword in his hand flashed out, its light as sharp as lightning, instantly slicing through the sky. Put! A celestial immortal expert from the Ghost Shadow Sect didn't even have time to react before being killed by a single sword strike, blood splattering across the sky. Hand over, or not? Yifan's voice was icy and ruthless, as if issuing a final ultimatum. Yu's face was deathly pale, her eyes filled with humiliation and rage. She gritted her teeth, finally waving her hand helplessly, signaling the group behind her to make way. A stunningly beautiful woman dressed in black stepped out from the group. It was none other than the Holy Maiden of the Ghost Shadow Sect, Yuli. Yuli's face was pale, her eyes filled with fear and resentment. She walked up to Yifan and whispered, I am willing to go with you. Yifan glanced at her coldly, then waved his hand, taking her into his small world. Very well, Ghost Shadow Sect, you can leave now. Yifan's voice carried a hint of satisfaction. Yu's face was extremely gloomy, her eyes filled with anger and humiliation, but she knew that they had no chance against Yifan at this moment. She waved her hand, leading the Ghost Shadow Sect members to leave the plaza. Yifan stood in the pool of blood, the star sword in his hand still gleaming coldly. His gaze was icy cold as he looked at the departing crowd, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Wait! Yifan's voice, as chilling as ice, echoed across the plaza, causing the Ghost Shadow Sect and Azure Dragon Immortal Sect members who were about to leave to pause in their tracks. Yu whirled around, a flash of shock and anger in her eyes, and shouted sharply, Yifan. What do you mean? You just said that as long as we hand over the Holy Maiden, you'd let us leave. Yifan's smile deepened, but a cold killing intent shone in his eyes. He slowly raised the star sword in his hand, its tip pointing at Yu, and said with a playful tone, I said I'd let you leave, but others didn't agree. Before he finished speaking, a rift suddenly opened in the void behind Yifan, and a figure slowly stepped out. It was Lu Chunfeng. His gaze, sharp as a knife, swept over the crowd in the plaza, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his lips. Master is right, the Celestial Court has never promised to let you go, Lu Chunfeng said coldly. Yue's face turned deathly pale instantly. She suddenly realized she had fallen into Yifan and the Celestial Court's trap. She clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, her eyes filled with rage and despair. She roared, You're trying to wipe us out. Yifan chuckled, his eyes devoid of any pity. The law of the jungle is the rule of the cultivation world. Since your Ghost Shadow Sect and Azure Dragon Immortal Sect have already incurred my wrath, do you think I'd let you go? Lu Chunfeng waved his hand, and the Celestial Court experts behind him unleashed a powerful aura, brimming with killing intent. They quickly surrounded the plaza, blocking all escape routes. Kill! Lu Chunfeng coldly uttered a single word. In an instant, the Celestial Court experts surged towards the Ghost Shadow Sect and Azure Dragon Immortal Sect members like a tidal wave. A flurry of sword flashes and clashes filled the air, accompanied by screams and roars. Although the disciples of the Ghost Shadow Sect and the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect fought valiantly, they were quickly routed under the combined assault of the Celestial Court's experts. Yu's eyes widened in fury. She suddenly unleashed a long black whip, its shadow flashing like a dragon as it swept across the battlefield. However, her resistance proved utterly futile against Lu Chunfeng. Lu Chunfeng, seemingly oblivious, merely waved his hand, and a sharp sword aura pierced the air, instantly shattering Yu's whip and sending her flying backward, coughing up blood. Elder Yu, cried the Ghost Shadow Sect disciples, but were powerless to help. Qing Xian, a peak celestial immortal expert from the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect, his face ashen, roared and unleashed a long azure spear, its shadow flashing like a dragon as it thrust straight at Lu Chunfeng. However, Lu Chenfeng merely sneered, flicking his finger lightly. An invisible force shattered Qingxuan's spear, the shockwave sending him staggering backward, coughing up blood. Elder Qingxian, the disciples of the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect, cried out in alarm, their eyes filled with despair. Yi Fan stood aside, coldly observing everything. His gaze remained unwavering, as if everything before him was irrelevant. His fingers lightly traced the blade of the star sword, the smile on his lips growing increasingly sinister. "This is the consequence of being my enemy," Yi Fan muttered to himself, a hint of mockery in his voice. The battle in the plaza quickly drew to a close. Disciples of the Ghost Shadow Sect and the Azure Dragon Immortal Sect fell one after another, their blood staining the ground. Yue and Qingxian struggled to their feet, their eyes filled with despair and resentment. They stared intently at Yi Fan, their voices hoarse as they roared, "Yi Fan, you will die a horrible death." Chapter 92, Looting the Sword Emperor's Secret Realm. Yi Fan sneered, and his star sword flashed out. The sword light was like lightning, instantly piercing through the chests of Yu and Qingxian. Their bodies trembled slightly, then they collapsed powerlessly, the light in their eyes gradually fading. "It's over." Yi Fan sheathed the star sword and turned to Lu Chenfeng. "Thanks to you this time." Yi Fan spoke the truth. Without Lu Chenfeng, he alone might not have been able to handle so many cultivators. Lu Chenfeng cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Master, it's what I should do." Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Lu Chenfeng's words. Then, Lu Chenfeng walked to Yi Fan's side and respectfully said, "Master, the entrance to the Sword Emperor's secret realm has opened. Shall we go in now?" Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile. He said indifferently, "The Sword Emperor's legacy? Nothing more than a broken relic left behind by a long-fallen powerhouse." Lu Chenfeng was slightly taken aback, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. "Master, the Sword Emperor's inheritance should have improved you, so why?" Yi Fan waved his hand, interrupting him, and said dismissively, "No matter how strong the Sword Emperor was, he was still just a person from the immortal realm. His inheritance is nothing but a waste to me. The immortal herbs and pills in this secret realm, however, might be of some use." Upon hearing this, Lu Chenfeng's eyes flashed with understanding, and he respectfully said, "Master is wise, I was short-sighted." Yi Fan smiled, turning his gaze to the entrance of the Sword Emperor's secret realm, and said calmly, "Lu Chenfeng, go and inherit the Sword Emperor's inheritance. Although it's useless to me, it might improve your strength." A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Chenfeng's eyes, and he quickly bowed, saying, "Thank you, Master. This subordinate will certainly live up to your expectations, master the Sword Emperor's inheritance as soon as possible, and serve you." Yi Fan nodded, saying casually, "Go ahead, don't waste time." Lu Chenfeng responded, then transformed into a streak of light and flew towards the entrance of the Sword Emperor's secret realm. Yi Fan watched Lu Chenfeng leave, then turned and walked towards the other side of the secret realm. His gaze swept around, his spiritual power spreading like a tide, searching for immortal herbs and pills within the secret realm. "System, can you scan this secret realm to see which immortal herbs and pills are worth recycling?" Yi Fan asked the system in his mind. Ding! Scanning requires 100 creation points. Yi Fan's face darkened. He knew this damn system was no good, it even cost him 100 creation points. However, Yi Fan decided to take a gamble anyway. So, Yi Fan mentally told the system, alright, here's 100 creation points. Scan for me now. Ding! Scanning. 9-turn Immortal Spirit Mushroom found, creation points recoverable, 50. Heavenly Origin Pill found, creation points recoverable, 30. Purple Cloud Dragon Bloodgrass found, creation points recoverable, 80. Found. A satisfied smile appeared on Yi Fan's lips. Although the recycling points for these immortal herbs and pills weren't particularly high, their sheer quantity made up for it, even small gains add up to a considerable sum. System, mark the locations of these immortal herbs and pills, Yi Fan said mentally to the system. Ding! Locations of all recyclable resources have been marked. Please proceed according to the instructions. A virtual map immediately appeared before Yi Fan's eyes, densely marked with the locations of various immortal herbs and pills. His gaze swept across the map, quickly locking onto several areas with the highest concentration of resources. Let's start with the nearest one, Yifan muttered to himself, then his figure flashed, speeding towards the nearest immortal herb. A moment later, Yifan arrived at a secluded valley. The valley was rich in spiritual energy, and a 9-turn immortal spirit mushroom radiating golden light grew beside a giant rock. Yifan stepped forward, reached out, and gently plucked it. The 9-turn immortal spirit mushroom landed in his hand. Ding! Recycled 9-turn immortal spirit mushroom, gained creation points, 50. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Yifan's eyes, and he continued towards the next target. His figure traversed the secret realm, collecting all the immortal herbs and pills he passed. Ding! Collected heavenly origin pill, gained creation points, 30. Ding! Collected purple cloud dragon bloodgrass, gained creation points, 80. Ding! Yifan's creation points were rapidly increasing, and his mood grew increasingly cheerful. Although he originally had over 2,000 creation points, who would complain about having too much? Yifan continued traversing the Sword Emperor's secret realm, collecting all the immortal herbs, pills, and treasures he passed. His creation points were also rapidly increasing, quickly surpassing the 4,000 mark. System notifications flashed continuously before Yifan's eyes, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. System, continue scanning, see if there are any missed resources, Yifan said to the system in his mind. Ding! Scanning. Mysterious Heaven Spirit Fruit found, creation points recoverable, 60. Dragon Bloodstone found, creation points recoverable, 70. Found. A glint flashed in Yifan's eyes, and then he dashed off towards the next target marked by the system. A moment later, Yifan arrived at a secluded cave. The cave was filled with rich spiritual energy, and a mysterious heaven spirit fruit emitting a faint glow hung from the cave ceiling. Yifan walked forward, reached out, and gently plucked it. The mysterious heaven spirit fruit landed in his hand. Ding! Mysterious heaven spirit fruit recovered, creation points gained, 60. Yifan's creation points increased again, and his mood grew even more cheerful. These resources, though priceless treasures to ordinary cultivators, were merely tools for him to exchange for creation points. Continue, Yifan muttered to himself, then continued towards the next target. His figure darted through the secret realm, collecting all resources in his path. Whether it was immortal herbs, elixirs, rare ores, treasures, or weapons, none could escape his grasp. Ding! Dragon Bloodstone collected, creation points gained, 70. Ding! Heavenly Fire Crystal collected, creation points gained, 90. Ding! Yifan's creation points increased rapidly, breaking through the 4,200 mark in the blink of an eye. System, how many creation points do I have now? Yifan asked the system in his mind. Ding! Current creation points, 4,210 points. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Yifan's eyes, and he muttered to himself, not bad, this harvest is even more abundant than expected. Chapter 93 The Remnant Soul of the Sword Emperor. Lu Chunfeng stepped deeper into the Sword Emperor's secret realm. The surrounding immortal energy was so dense it was almost tangible, as if every step was treading on celestial liquid. His gaze swept over his surroundings, filled with disdain. After all, the Celestial Court alone possessed 5 Celestial Emperor-level experts. Naturally, they wouldn't bother with this insignificant Celestial Emperor inheritance. The Sword Emperor's inheritance was an opportunity countless cultivators dreamed of. Although Lu Chunfeng disdained it, it still held some value for him. As he ventured deeper into the secret realm, an ancient altar came into view. The altar was covered with intricate runes, and in its center floated an ancient longsword, its blade radiating a faint, cold light, seemingly containing boundless power. Is this the core of the Sword Emperor's inheritance? Lu Chunfeng murmured to himself. He slowly walked onto the altar and reached out to grasp the longsword. The instant he touched the hilt, a surge of immense sword intent rushed into his body, seemingly tearing his consciousness apart. Lu Chunfeng groaned, cold sweat beading on his forehead, but he didn't loosen his grip. Instead, he tightened his hold on the hilt, letting the sword intent rage within him. Lu Qinfeng's 9 Revolutions Saint body was currently only at its initial stage, not yet fully developed. It only possessed the strength of a low-grade saint body. Furthermore, because the physical body of the 9 Revolutions Saint body wasn't particularly powerful, it still required some effort. A moment later, the sword intent gradually subsided, and Lu Qinfeng's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. A sharp sword light flashed in his eyes, as if his entire being had transformed into a drawn sword. Not bad, not bad. An aged voice suddenly rang out on the altar. Lu Qinfeng abruptly looked up, only to see a phantom figure slowly materializing before him. It was an elderly man with white hair, dressed in an ancient robe, his gaze deep and unfathomable, as if he could see through all things in the world. You are the Sword Emperor? Lu Qinfeng's pupils contracted slightly, a hint of wariness creeping into his heart. The old man smiled slightly, nodded, and said arrogantly, "It is indeed I, the Emperor. I never imagined that after 10,000 years, someone would still be able to step into this place and receive my inheritance." Upon hearing this, Lu Qinfeng felt a surge of excitement, but his face remained expressionless. He simply said calmly, "Senior Sword Emperor, I have accepted your inheritance. Is there anything else you wish to instruct me on?" Seeing Lu Qinfeng's cold attitude, the remnant soul of the Sword Emperor flashed a hint of displeasure in his eyes, but quickly regained its composure. He slowly said, "Young man, your talent is indeed remarkable. Being able to withstand my sword intent inheritance shows that you are destined for the sword path. In that case, why not become my disciple? I will impart all my life's knowledge to you, helping you reach the pinnacle of the sword path." Upon hearing this, Lu Qinfeng's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He coldly stared at the remnant soul of the Sword Emperor, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Become your master? Sword Emperor, you are nothing but a remnant soul, having long lost your former strength. What right do you have to make me become your master?" The remnant soul of the Sword Emperor's expression changed, a flash of anger appearing in his eyes. He retorted furiously, "Insolence! Although I have perished, how dare a junior like you question my swordsmanship? If you become my master, you will surely become a powerful overlord in the future, and may even have the chance to surpass me." Lu Qinfeng sneered, his tone contemptuous. "Surpass you? Sword Emperor, you overestimate yourself. Your era is long gone. The immortal realm is no longer within your control. Besides, you're nothing but a remnant soul, without even a physical body. What makes you think I should take you as my master?" Upon hearing this, the Sword Emperor's remnant soul's face instantly darkened. He stared intently at Lu Qinfeng, his tone dangerous. "Junior, don't be ungrateful. Though I have fallen, my remnant soul remains. If you persist in your ignorance, don't blame me for being impolite." A cold glint flashed in Lu Qinfeng's eyes. He slowly raised his hand, a sharp sword aura condensing at his fingertips. His tone was icy as he said, "Sword Emperor, do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? You're nothing but a remnant soul, long since devoid of power. You dare threaten me? How laughable." The Sword Emperor's remnant soul's face changed drastically upon seeing this, his eyes filled with terror. He stammered, You dare attack me?" Lu Qinfeng sneered, his tone disdainful. "Attack? You're nothing but a remnant soul, you don't even have the right to make me attack." Before his words finished, the sword aura in his hand suddenly slashed out, heading straight for the Sword Emperor's remnant soul. "No!" The Sword Emperor's remnant soul let out a shrill scream, then was shattered by the sword aura, turning into specks of light and dissipating into the world. Lu Qinfeng coldly stared at the spot where the Sword Emperor's remnant soul had dissipated, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He muttered to himself, "The law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest, is the rule of the immortal realm. Since you have already perished, you should leave in peace. Why still think of possessing another body for rebirth?" With that, he turned and left the altar, heading towards the exit of the secret realm. At this moment, Lu Qinfeng's aura was even stronger than before, and a sharp sword intent had appeared in his eyes. He clenched his fist and muttered to himself, "The Sword Emperor's inheritance is in my hands. Next, I must go find my master." His figure gradually disappeared into the depths of the secret realm, leaving only a silent altar, as if no one had ever been there. After leaving the altar, Lu Chenfeng, along with the immortal court experts waiting there, swiftly headed towards the exit of the secret realm. Although the Sword Emperor's inheritance had enhanced him, he knew very well that everything he had existed was for Yi Fan. At the exit of the secret realm, Yi Fan stood with his hands behind his back, gazing intently into the distance. Beside him, Lu Chenfeng appeared silently, standing respectfully to the side and whispering, "Master, the Sword Emperor's inheritance has been obtained." Yi Fan nodded slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips, and said, "Very good, your strength has improved." Lu Chenfeng bowed and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Master. I will do my utmost to serve you." Yi Fan nodded and said calmly, "We're from the same hometown now, there's no need for such pleasantries in the future." Lu Chenfeng was taken aback, but quickly recovered and respectfully replied, "Yes, Master. By the way, how long until the entrance to the Sword Emperor's secret realm opens?" Yi Fan asked casually. Lu Chenfeng bowed slightly and respectfully replied, "Master, the exit to the Sword Emperor's secret realm will open in another day." Yi Fan nodded, then looked at the group of celestial court experts behind Lu Chenfeng, a hint of something enigmatic in his eyes. The celestial court's forces were somewhat reduced after the previous battles. 4 peak celestial immortals perished, a third of all celestial immortals were lost, and only one of the younger generation of golden immortals fell. The relationship between Yi Fan and Lu Chenfeng had already been exposed to these people. The reason they hadn't said anything was because they had already guessed that Yi Fan's strength was at the Immortal King level, so they didn't act rashly. However, they would definitely report it later, which would bring some unnecessary trouble. Chapter 94: Slaying Celestial Court Experts. Yi Fan's gaze swept over the Celestial Court experts, a cold glint in his eyes. A faint smile played on his lips, as if he were deep in thought. However, behind that smile lay boundless killing intent. Only the dead can truly keep secrets, Yi Fan thought coldly. His figure flashed, transforming into a blur, instantly appearing behind a peak celestial immortal. Before the celestial immortal could react, Yi Fan's hand pierced his chest like a sharp blade. Blood gushed out. The expert's eyes widened, staring at Yi Fan in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend why Yi Fan had suddenly attacked him. "You?" The expert opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Yi Fan's hand clenched tightly, crushing his heart. With a muffled thud, the celestial immortal's body slumped to the ground, lifeless. This all happened so fast that the other celestial court experts hadn't even had time to react. Although Lu Chenfeng was surprised, his loyalty to Yi Fan made him cooperate without hesitation. He flashed, instantly appearing in front of another celestial immortal expert. His sword energy erupted suddenly, instantly killing the expert. "Yi Fan! How dare you attack us?" a peak celestial immortal expert from the celestial court roared, his eyes filled with anger and terror. They never expected Yi Fan to suddenly turn on them. Yi Fan sneered, his tone icy, "You know things you shouldn't know, so naturally I can't spare your lives." Before his words finished, Yi Fan formed hand seals, and blazing flames suddenly erupted around him. The flames transformed into countless fire blades, sweeping towards the celestial court experts. Low-grade immortal spell tempering fire slash. Yi Fan shouted, and fiery blades rained down like a storm, instantly engulfing several celestial immortal experts. Although the celestial immortal experts fought desperately, their resistance was utterly futile against Yi Fan's immortal king strength. The fiery blades pierced their defenses, tearing their bodies apart, blood and flames mingled, creating a gruesome scene. Suddenly, Yi Fan slammed his hands together, his aura surging to its peak. A dazzling light burst forth from his hands, transforming into a massive sword beam that shot straight into the sky. High-grade immortal spell Heavenly Slash. Yi Fan roared, and the sword beam descended like divine punishment, instantly engulfing the remaining celestial court experts. "Yi Fan! You actually know the celestial court's secret technique," a peak celestial immortal expert cried out in horror, his eyes filled with disbelief. He recognized the spell Yi Fan used. It was the celestial court's secret technique, Heavenly Slash. Yi Fan sneered, his tone mocking, "The celestial court's secret technique? Heh, your celestial court's possessions are nothing more than easy prey to me." The moment Yi Fan finished speaking, those celestial court experts didn't even have time to scream before they were sliced into pieces by the sword light, turning into a rain of blood that scattered to the ground. Lu Chenfeng stood to the side, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. Although he knew Yi Fan was powerful, witnessing him so easily slay a celestial court expert still left him utterly shocked. "Master, you are truly too strong. You will surely become a peak expert in the future," Lu Chenfeng said respectfully, his tone tinged with awe. Yi Fan smiled faintly, casually waving his hand to disperse the surrounding flames and swordlight. He glanced at the corpses scattered on the ground and said calmly, "These people know our relationship, so naturally we cannot spare their lives. Although the Celestial Court is powerful, as long as we don't give them a chance, and considering you are the son of the Celestial Court's ruler, I presume they won't attack me." Lu Chenfeng nodded, his awe of Yi Fan deepening. He knew that Yi Fan was not only powerful but also incredibly meticulous, never giving his enemies any opportunity. "Go cultivate for a while or wander around the Sword Emperor's secret realm." "I'm going into the small world for a while, but all those treasures are gone, I've collected them all," Yi Fan said calmly. Upon hearing this, Lu Chenfeng nodded respectfully and said, "Yes, master." Seeing Lu Chenfeng nod, Yi Fan's figure flashed, instantly entering the small world. Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling directly on the cage beside the villa. Inside the cage were Xianlan, the Holy Maiden of the Xuanwu Immortal Sect, Yoli, the Holy Maiden of the Ghost Shadow Sect, Zhuqin, the Holy Maiden of the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect, Bai Chuyao, the Holy Maiden of the White Tiger Immortal Sect, Jiang Qianli, the Holy Maiden of the Hundred Flowers Valley, and Mu Yanran, whose limbs were severed and whose expression was blank. Yi Fan approached the cage, his cold gaze sweeping over the women inside. Although imprisoned, Xianlan, Yoli, Zhuqin, Bai Chuyao, and Jiang Qianli maintained a certain composure and dignity. However, when their gazes fell upon Mu Yanran in the corner, a flicker of fear and unease involuntarily flashed in their eyes. Mu Yanran, her limbs broken, slumped in the corner of the cage, her eyes vacant, as if devoid of all life. Her clothes were tattered, her body covered in wounds, clearly the result of inhuman torture. Her presence seemed to silently remind the other women Yi Fan before them was no merciful person. The women were all holy maidens of various sects, and naturally recognized Mu Yanran, the Holy Maiden of the Myriad Swords Sect. A flicker of pity crossed Xianlan's eyes as she murmured, "Mu Yanran, how could she have become like this?" Yuli's face was pale, her lips tightly pressed together, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Although she had no connection with Mu Yanran, seeing her fellow Holy Maiden in such a state filled her with a poignant sense of shared sorrow. Zhu Qin and Bai Chuyao exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with terror. Though usually incredibly proud, they now felt an unprecedented fear. They knew that if that man treated them the same way he treated Mu Yanran, their fate would be even more tragic. Just then, the women finally spotted Yi Fan in front of the cage. Jiang Qianli saw Yi Fan, clenched her fists tightly, a flash of anger and resentment in her eyes. She stared intently at Yi Fan, her voice trembling as she said, What did you do to her? Don't you have any humanity at all?" Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. He slowly walked to the cage, his gaze sweeping over the women, and said indifferently, "Humanity? Heh, in this dog-eat-dog world of immortals, humanity is nothing more than an excuse used by the weak to comfort themselves." His gaze settled on Mu Yanran, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as if he were looking at a worthless object. Chapter 95 The Girls Peeping. "Mu Yanran, she's nothing but an ungrateful ant," Yi Fan said calmly. "I gave her a chance, but she chose to rebel. Since that's the case, then she can only serve as a warning to others." Xianlan and the others felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing this. They knew that Yi Fan's words weren't just for their ears, they were a blatant threat. Yuli's face paled even more. She whispered, "Yi Fan, what exactly do you want from us? If you want us to submit to you, you've miscalculated." Yi Fan chuckled, his tone mocking. "Submit? You overestimate yourselves. I, Yi Fan, don't need your submission, I only need your value." "Value?" Zhu Qin couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes filled with doubt and fear. Yi Fan didn't answer. Instead, his gaze swept over the women, as if scrutinizing something. "Not bad, all have pretty good figures. They'd be barely adequate as maids," Yi Fan said casually. As soon as Yi Fan finished speaking, the women in the cages paled, their eyes blazing with fury. You beast! Don't even think about humiliating us! Xianlan roared, her eyes filled with resentment and defiance. As the Holy Maiden of the Xuanwu Immortal Sect, how could she have ever suffered such humiliation? Even now as prisoners, she would never allow Yi Fan to trample on their dignity like this. You're nothing but a despicable and shameless scoundrel. You think you can make us submit like this? Dream on! Yuli gritted her teeth, her voice filled with boundless hatred. Her face was pale, but the fury in her eyes seemed to want to burn Yi Fan to ashes. Shu Qin was also furious, coldly saying, You treat us like this today, you will surely be punished by heaven one day. Do you think you can control everything? There are countless powerful beings in the immortal realm, you will pay the price for your arrogance sooner or later. Bai Chuyao looked at Yi Fan without saying a word, knowing his temper. Jiang Qianli trembled with rage, her fists clenched so tightly that her nails dug deep into her palms, blood dripping from between her fingers. She glared at Yi Fan, her voice hoarse, and said, Yi Fan, you beast in human form. Everything you've done today will be repaid 1,000-fold one day. You will die a horrible death. Faced with the women's anger and curses, Yi Fan merely smiled faintly, his eyes showing no emotion. He slowly walked to the cage, his gaze sweeping coldly over them as if they were ants. Have you finished cursing? Yi Fan's tone was calm, even tinged with sarcasm. Do you think you can change anything with these feeble curses? How laughable. Before he finished speaking, Yi Fan suddenly raised his hand, a ball of immortal power gathering in his palm. His gaze was icy and merciless, as if declaring the fate of the women. Since you are so ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless, Yi Fan said coldly, then clenched his fist. Bang! 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 Several muffled thuds followed, and the women's dantian were instantly shattered by Yi Fan's power. The intense pain caused them to scream in agony, their faces turning deathly pale. Xianlan gritted her teeth, cold sweat pouring down her forehead, but she still stared intently at Yi Fan, her eyes filled with hatred. Yi Fan, you'll die a horrible death. Yuli collapsed to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were filled with despair and resentment, her voice weak yet still brimming with hatred. Yi Fan, you'll get your retribution. Shu Qin and Bai Chuyao curled up in agony on the ground. Their cultivation had been destroyed, their dantian ruined, they didn't even have the strength to stand. Their eyes were filled with anger and fear, but they could no longer utter a complete sentence. Jiang Qianli bit her lip tightly, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were filled with tears, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. She stared intently at Yi Fan, her voice trembling yet still filled with hatred. Yi Fan, you will definitely die a horrible death. Yi Fan looked at them coldly, without a trace of pity in his eyes. He said calmly, Your anger and curses mean nothing to me. In this dog-eat-dog world, strength is everything. Then, as if sensing something, Yi Fan suddenly stopped, standing still with a calm, indifferent gaze. He slightly raised his head and spoke softly in a certain direction. How long are you all going to keep watching like this? As Yi Fan's voice, seemingly capable of piercing the heart, slowly fell, the girls who had been secretly observing from afar trembled involuntarily, like startled rabbits. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with fear and unease. Finally, Yi Shirhan mustered her courage and cautiously stepped out from her hiding place. Master, I was wrong. Yi Shirhan's knees buckled, and she knelt down with a thud. She lowered her head, avoiding Yi Fan's eyes, trembling like a withered leaf in the wind. Her once clear and melodious voice was now hoarse with extreme fear. The other women who had been eavesdropping panicked even more when they saw Yi Shirhan take the lead in admitting her mistake and kneeling to beg for forgiveness. They exchanged glances and then followed suit, kneeling down in unison, trembling as they said, Master, we were wrong. Yi Fan's face was as cold as frost. His narrow eyes swept coldly over the kneeling women before him, and he said mercilessly, Yi Shirhan, Lin Luoshui, Bai Ningbing, Xin Qingting, I see you're all quite leisurely. You even have the mind to watch the show here. Yi Fan's words were icy and devoid of any warmth, sending a chill down the spines of everyone present. Yi Fan's gaze swept coldly over the kneeling women. Looks like you've been neglected for a while, and you think I'm easy to talk to? Yi Fan's voice was low and cold, carrying an endless chill. Upon hearing this, Yi Shihan and the others trembled even more violently, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads and dripping to the ground. They dared not look up, even their breathing became cautious, afraid of angering the demon-like man before them. Yi Fan slowly walked to Yi Shihan, looking down at her condescendingly. He reached out, pinched her chin, and forced her to raise her head. Yi Shihan's face was ashen, her eyes filled with fear and pleading. Master, I really know I was wrong. Yi Shihan's voice trembled so badly it was almost inaudible, tears welling in her eyes, but she dared not let them fall. Yi Fan sneered, his fingers tightening slightly, and Yi Shihan felt a sharp pain. She dared not make a sound, only biting her lip tightly, letting the tears fall silently. Chapter 96 Made. You know you're wrong? Yi Fan's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. Then tell me, where did you go wrong? Yi Shihan opened her mouth, but found herself unable to answer. Her mind was blank, fear had completely consumed her reason. Seeing this, Yi Fan coldly snorted, released her chin, and then turned to look at the others. His gaze was like a knife, each glance seemingly capable of piercing their hearts. And you? You also think you were wrong? Yi Fan's voice was icy and merciless. Lin Luoshui, Bai Ningbing, Xin Qingting, and the others nodded hurriedly, their voices trembling as they said, Master, we were wrong, we'll never dare to do it again. Yi Fan sneered, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. He slowly raised his hand, a ball of immortal power once more condensing in his palm. The power emanated a chilling fluctuation, as if it were about to explode at any moment. Since you all know you were wrong, then you must pay the price. Yi Fan's voice was icy and piercing, as if pronouncing their fate. Before he finished speaking, Yi Fan suddenly waved his hand, and the ball of immortal energy instantly transformed into several beams of light, shooting towards the women kneeling on the ground. Ah! A piercing scream instantly rang out. Yi Shihan and the others felt an excruciating pain erupt from within their bodies, as if countless knives were slicing through their meridians. Their faces turned deathly pale, their bodies uncontrollably curling up on the ground, cold sweat pouring down their backs. Yi Fan coldly watched their agonizing struggles, his eyes devoid of any pity. He said calmly, considering you are elders, this is just a small lesson. If there's a next time, it will be death. Yi Shihan and the others groaned in pain, but dared not resist in the slightest. They knew that Yi Fan's words were no empty threats. If they angered him again, an even more terrible punishment awaited them. Yi Fan withdrew his gaze, turned, and left, leaving behind only a cold sentence, except for Mu Yenran, change the rest of them into maid outfits and tell them the rules here. His figure gradually disappeared into the darkness, leaving Yi Shihan and the others huddled on the ground, panting painfully. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair, yet they dared not utter a sound, lest they provoke Yi Fan's wrath again. Shenlong, Yuli, Zhu Qin, Bai Chuyao, and Zhang Qianli, inside the cage, witnessed all of this, their hearts chilled to the bone. They had thought they had already witnessed Yi Fan's cruelty, but now they truly realized that this man was far more terrifying than they had imagined. He's simply a demon, Shenlong murmured softly, her voice filled with endless fear and despair. Yuli's face was ashen, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She bit her lip, whispering, Can we really escape his clutches? Zhu Qin and Bai Chuyao exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Zhang Qianli clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, blood dripping from between her fingers. Her eyes were filled with anger and resentment, but even more so with a profound sense of powerlessness. She knew she was completely under Yi Fan's control, and escape was virtually impossible. Just then, Yi Shihan and the others struggled to their feet. Their bodies still trembled, their faces as pale as paper, but they dared not hesitate. Yi Fan's order had been given, they had to obey immediately. Yi Shihan, enduring the excruciating pain, walked to the cage, her gaze icy as she looked at Shenlong and the others. You come with me, Yi Shihan's voice was hoarse and weak, as if she might collapse at any moment. Shenlong and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion and unease. They didn't know what Yi Fan intended to do to them, but they knew they had no other choice. Yi Shihan led them to a room in the villa, where various maid outfits were displayed. These clothes, though exquisite, seemed like a symbol of humiliation to Shenlong and the others. Change into these clothes, Yi Shihan said coldly. Upon hearing this, Xianlan and the others' faces turned incredibly ugly. As holy maidens of various sects, when had they ever suffered such humiliation? However, they knew they had no chance of resistance. Are you really willing to be humiliated like this by him? Zhang Qianli couldn't help but ask, her eyes filled with anger and resentment. Yi Shihan sneered and said indifferently, you lot, don't even think about trying to sow discord between us and our master. Just change your clothes. Xianlan and the others felt even more desperate upon hearing Yi Shihan's words. They knew that these women were already completely controlled by that man. Their eyes even held admiration and respect for that man, even as they endured immense pain. Do we really have to wear these clothes? Yuli's voice trembled, her eyes filled with tears of humiliation. Zhu Qin and Bai Chuyao exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with helplessness and fear. They knew that if they didn't obey that man's orders, even more terrible punishment awaited them. Change, we have no choice, Xianlan said softly, her voice filled with endless sorrow. Zhang Qianli bit her lip hard, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were filled with anger and resentment, but she knew she was completely under that man's control. In the end, Xianlan and the others could only silently change into their maid outfits, their hearts filled with humiliation and despair. Yi Shihan coldly looked at them, her eyes devoid of any pity, then said indifferently, from today onwards, you are the master's maids. Remember, the master's orders are everything. Disobey death. Xianlan and the others felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing this. They knew Yi Shihan's words were no empty promise, that man's cruelty had deeply penetrated their hearts. Just then, Yi Fan reappeared at the doorway. His gaze swept coldly over Xianlan and the others, now dressed in maid outfits, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Not bad, you look quite convincing, Yi Fan said calmly, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Xianlan and the others lowered their heads, not daring to meet Yi Fan's gaze. Their eyes were filled with humiliation and anger, but they knew they had no chance of resistance. Yi Fan slowly walked up to Xianlan, reached out and pinched her chin, forcing her to raise her head. What? You're not convinced? Yi Fan's voice was icy cold, seemingly capable of piercing the heart. Xianlan gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred, but she dared not utter a word. She knew that if she angered this man, an even more terrible punishment awaited her. Chapter 97. Don't disappoint me. Yi Fan sneered, releasing her chin before turning to the other women. You're the same, Yi Fan said coldly. Yuli, Zhu Qin, Bai Chuyao, and Zhang Qianli lowered their heads, not daring to utter a sound. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair, their hearts had been completely crushed by Yi Fan's oppressive aura. Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction, then turned and left, leaving behind only a cold sentence, teach them proper manners. If anyone disobeys, deal with them directly. Upon hearing this, Yi Shihan and the others nodded respectfully, saying, yes, master. Yi Fan's figure disappeared into the darkness, leaving only Xianlan and the others, along with Yi Shihan and the others, in the room. An atmosphere of oppression and fear filled the air, making even breathing difficult. Yi Shihan coldly looked at Xianlan and the others, her tone icy as she said, remember, there's only one rule here, the master's orders are everything. Xianlan and the others lowered their heads, their eyes filled with humiliation and resentment, but they knew they had no other choice. Just then, the door to the room opened again, and Lin Luoshui, Bai Ningbing, and Xian Qingting walked in. They carried some tools, clearly there to instruct Xianlan and the others. Begin, Yi Shihan said coldly, her tone devoid of any emotion. Lin Luoshui and the others nodded, then walked to Xianlan and the others, beginning to instruct them on how to serve Yi Fan. Xianlan and the others gritted their teeth, enduring the humiliation and pain. As soon as Yi Fan sat down on the sofa in the living room, Bai Shuan came over and began massaging his shoulders. Master, should I help you calm down? Bai Shuan said gently. Yi Fan waved his hand and said calmly, no need. I still need to teach those two newcomers a lesson later. Bai Shuan didn't say anything more upon hearing this, but continued to gently massage Yi Fan's shoulders. Having been by Yi Fan's side for a long time, she naturally knew what to say and what not to say, unlike the two women who went to watch their master's commotion. Yi Fan opened his eyes and sensed Bai Shuan's cultivation level. early true immortal. Yi Fan nodded. It seemed Bai Shuan had already consumed the 3 human immortal cultivation enhancing pills he had given her earlier. Then, with a thought, 3 true immortal cultivation enhancing pills appeared in Yi Fan's hand. These are for you. They have the same effect as before, Yi Fan said calmly. Bai Shuan didn't refuse, but respectfully accepted the gift, saying gently, "Thank you, master." Yi Fan nodded. He liked Bai Shuan's straightforward personality, unlike others who would hesitate and push when given something. "Of the 4 of you, you're my favorite, so don't disappoint me," Yi Fan said meaningfully, clearly implying something else. Bai Shuan understood the hidden meaning in Yi Fan's tone, but she didn't ask further. After all, she only needed to do her job and not ask questions she shouldn't. Not long after, Xianlan and the others came downstairs dressed in maid outfits, with Yi Shihan and others beside them. Yi Fan's gaze swept over Xianlan and the others, scrutinizing their attire. The maid outfits looked particularly jarring on them. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow slightly, a smirk playing on his lips. "Xianlan, this outfit fits you quite well, but there's still a hint of arrogance in your eyes," Yi Fan said calmly. "Tone it down in the future, don't always put on that defiant look." Xianlan's expression changed slightly. She gritted her teeth, but dared not retort. Then, Yi Fan's gaze swept over Yuli, Zhu Qin, Bai Chuyao, and Zhang Qianli. They lowered their heads, their eyes filled with fear and resentment. Yi Fan snorted coldly, his tone playful. "Yuli, you look quite delicate, but I wonder what your expression will be like later, he. Yuli's body trembled slightly, but she still didn't look up, only biting her lip tightly, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Yi Fan's gaze finally settled on Zhang Qianli, her eyes filled with anger and resentment, as if she might explode at any moment. Yi Fan chuckled lightly and said, "Zhang Qianli, your gaze is quite interesting. I hope you can maintain that look in a moment." Zhang Qianli stared intently at Yi Fan, her eyes filled with hatred, but she ultimately remained silent, only biting her tongue hard. Yi Fan glanced around, seeing that they all had their heads bowed, and nodded in satisfaction. With a thought, several healing pills emitting a faint glow appeared in his hand, which he casually handed to Yi Shihan and the others. "You lot, take these," Yi Fan said calmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Yi Shihan and the others quickly accepted the pills, respectfully saying, "Thank you, master." Yi Fan waved slightly, signaling them to leave. He looked at Xianlan and the others, a cold glint in his eyes, and said calmly, "From today onwards, you are the maids here. Remember, rules and orders are paramount. You've seen the consequences of disobeying." Xianlan and the others lowered their heads, their hearts filled with humiliation and resentment, but they knew that resistance would only make things worse. Yi Fan's oppressive aura had completely extinguished their courage to resist. Yi Fan stood up, slowly walked to Xianlan, and gently lifted her chin, forcing her to look up. Xuanlan's eyes were filled with hatred, but she dared not resist. "Today, it's just you and Yoli. Clean yourselves up," Yi Fan said coldly, then released her chin and turned to walk upstairs. Yi Fan's figure disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Xianlan and Yoli trembled slightly, a flicker of despair and struggle in their eyes. Xuanlan's heart burned like fire. Her fists clenched so tightly that her nails dug deep into her palms, blood dripping from between her fingers. As the Holy Maiden of the Xuanwu Immortal Sect, how could she have ever suffered such humiliation? Yi Fan's cold words echoed in her mind, filling her with resentment and anger. Could I really submit to him? Xianlan struggled internally. Her pride and self-respect cried out, but reality was like an insurmountable mountain, pressing down on her, making it hard to breathe. Yoli's face was ashen, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Her body trembled slightly, as if she might collapse at any moment. Yi Fan's cold, ruthless gaze kept flashing through her mind, filling her with despair. Do I really have to submit to him? Yuli was torn apart, her pride and fear locked in a fierce struggle. She knew that if she didn't follow Yi Fan's orders, an even more terrible punishment awaited her. Chapter 98: The Unbearable Night. Meanwhile, a sense of relief welled up in Zhu Qin and Zhang Qianli's hearts. Although they were both dressed in maid outfits and filled with humiliation, at least they had temporarily escaped Yi Fan's punishment. They lowered their heads, avoiding Xianlan and Yuli's gaze, secretly relieved. Fortunately, it wasn't Ni Zhuqin, thought to herself with relief, but her eyes were still filled with fear and unease. Bai Chuyao bit her lip tightly. She had already been subdued earlier, so she felt nothing. Jiang Qianli's eyes were filled with anger and resentment, but she knew she had no chance of resistance. She could only silently watch Xianlan and Yuli, her heart filled with helplessness and sorrow. Just then, Bai Shuan slowly walked up to Xianlan and Yuli. Her gaze was cold and indifferent, as if she were looking at two insignificant objects. Master has given you a chance. Don't be ungrateful. Bai Shuan's voice was icy and piercing, carrying an undeniable authority. Xianlan and Yoli trembled slightly, raising their heads, their eyes filled with struggle and resentment. We really have to. Xuanlan's voice trembled, her eyes brimming with tears of humiliation. Bai Shuan sneered, saying calmly, "Do you think you have any choice? The master's orders are everything. Disobey, die." Yoli's face paled even more, her eyes filled with despair. She knew she had no way out. I understand." Yoli's voice was weak and feeble, as if she might collapse at any moment. Xianlan bit her lip tightly, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Finally, under Bai Shuan's coercion, Xianlan and Yoli slowly stood up and walked towards their room upstairs. Their steps were heavy and slow, as if each step was a march towards hell. Shuqin, Bai Chuyao, and Jiang Qianli silently watched their retreating figures, their hearts filled with complex emotions. They knew that although they had temporarily escaped death, they would still be taken down by Yifan in the future. Inside the room, Xianlan and Yuli stood before Yifan, their eyes filled with humiliation and despair. They knew they had no chance of resistance. Yifan looked at them coldly, without a trace of pity in his eyes. "Go wash up," Yifan said calmly, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Xianlan and Yuli trembled slightly. Finally, they slowly lowered their heads, their eyes filled with tears of humiliation. Xianlan took a deep breath, suppressing the humiliation and anger in her heart, and slowly turned to walk towards the bathroom. Yuli bit her lip tightly, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She silently followed behind Xianlan, her steps unsteady, as if she might collapse at any moment. The bathroom door slowly closed. Xianlan and Yuli stood in front of the mirror, looking at their reflections, their eyes filled with humiliation and resentment. "Are we really going to come to this?" Yuli's voice trembled, her eyes filled with tears. Xianlan's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood dripping from between his fingers. "We had no choice." Xianlan's voice was low and hoarse, his eyes filled with tears of humiliation. Yuli's body trembled slightly, her eyes filled with despair. Finally, Xianlan and Yoli slowly removed their maid outfits and stood under the shower, letting the cold water wash over their bodies. The bathroom door slowly opened, and Xianlan and Yoli emerged in bathrobes. Yifan sat on the sofa, coldly watching them, his eyes devoid of any pity. "Come here." A domineering CEO's voice. Xianlan and Yoli trembled slightly. Finally, they slowly walked to Yifan, lowered their heads, and their eyes were filled with tears of humiliation. "You know what I mean." Late at night, Zhuqin, Jiang Qianli, and Bai Chuyao, who didn't have their own villa, could only sleep on the living room floor. However, none of them could fall asleep. "Ah!" Just then, a desperate scream suddenly rang out. "Ah! You devil! You devil! Save me!" Shuqin, Jiang Qianli, and Bai Chuyao shuddered violently. They curled up on the living room floor, listening to the heart-wrenching screams coming from upstairs, their hearts filled with fear and despair. But that's Xianlan's voice. Zhuqin's voice trembled, her eyes filled with terror. Her body involuntarily curled into a ball, as if this could escape the reality before her. Jiang Qianli's face was as pale as paper, her eyes filled with anger and resentment, but even more so with a deep sense of powerlessness. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, blood dripping from between her fingers. Bai Chuyao bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with tears. She had already been captured by Yifan. Although her heart was filled with humiliation and resentment, she knew she had no way out. We have no choice." Bai Chuyao's voice was weak and feeble, as if she might collapse at any moment. The screams from upstairs gradually subsided, replaced by low sobs. The sobs were filled with despair and pain, as if they came from the depths of hell. Shuqin's body trembled slightly, her eyes filled with terror. She hugged her knees tightly, as if that would give her a sense of security. We won't." Shuqin's voice trembled, her eyes brimming with tears. A flash of anger crossed Jiang Qinli's eyes. She stared intently at the stairs, her voice low and hoarse, "You demon, one day, you will pay for what you've done." And so, Shuqin, Jiang Qinli, and Bai Chuyao spent a sleepless night until dawn. The morning sunlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Yifan's cold, handsome face. He leaned lazily against the headboard, his gaze indifferently sweeping over Yuli and Xianlan, who were huddled in the corner. At this moment, their former pride and defiance were gone, replaced by fear and bewilderment. Xianlan clutched her knees tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably, muttering, "No, don't come any closer, please let me go." Her eyes were unfocused, as if trapped in an endless nightmare, unable to escape. Yoli huddled on the other side, her hair disheveled, her face streaked with tears. Her eyes were vacant, and a strange smile occasionally tugged at the corners of her lips before she suddenly covered her ears and screamed, "Ah! No! Don't touch me!" Her voice was hoarse and broken, like a wail from the depths of hell. Yifan coldly watched them, a mocking smile playing on his lips. He slowly stood up, walked to Xianlan, and looked down at her. Chapter 99 Reward. "Xianlan, raise your head." Yifan's voice was cold and authoritative. Xuanlan's body trembled violently, a flicker of fear flashing in her eyes. She slowly raised her head to look at Yifan. Her gaze held none of its former arrogance and anger, only deep fear and subservience. Master Xuanlan's voice trembled, her eyes filled with tears. Her body involuntarily shrank back, as if Yifan were some terrifying monster. Yifan chuckled, reaching out to pinch her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. "What? Now you know fear?" Yifan's voice carried a hint of mockery. "If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place?" Xuanlan's eyes were filled with terror, her lips trembled, but she couldn't utter a complete sentence. The horrific scenes of last night kept replaying in her mind, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Yifan released her chin and turned to look at Yoli. Yoli was curled up in the corner, her eyes vacant, muttering repeatedly, "No, don't come any closer, please." Yifan walked up to her, knelt down, and gently stroked her cheek. Yoli's body shuddered violently, then she screamed, "Ah! Don't touch me!" Her voice was filled with fear and despair. Yifan sneered and slapped Yoli across the face. "Don't yell at me." "Be quiet," Yifan said coldly. Yoli's cheek instantly swelled up, her scream abruptly stopped, replaced by a low sob. She curled up even tighter, as if trying to completely hide herself and escape the reality before her. Yifan stood up, slowly walked to the window, and drew back the curtains, instantly flooding the room with blinding sunlight. "From now on, you just need to do what you're supposed to do, or you'll die," Yifan said calmly. Xianlan and Yuli trembled slightly, lowering their heads, unable to meet Yifan's gaze. Shuqin, Jiang Qinli, and Bai Chuyao huddled on the living room floor, listening to the commotion upstairs, their hearts filled with fear and unease. What should we do?" Shuqin's voice trembled, her eyes brimming with tears. A flash of anger crossed Jiang Qinli's eyes. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, blood dripping from between her fingers. "We can't just sit here and wait to die. We have to find a way to escape." Bai Chuyao's face was ashen, her eyes filled with despair. "Escape? Where can we escape to? We have nowhere to run." Shuqin's body trembled slightly, her eyes filled with fear. "But if we don't escape, we'll end up like Xianlan and Yuli sooner or later." A resolute glint flashed in Jiang Qinli's eyes. She whispered, "No matter what, we can't give up hope. As long as we have a breath left, we must find a way to escape." Just then, Yifan's footsteps echoed upstairs. Shuqin, Jiang Qinli, and Bai Chuyao shuddered violently, clinging tightly to each other, their eyes filled with terror. Yifan slowly descended the stairs, his cold gaze sweeping over the three in the living room, a mocking smile playing on his lips. What are you discussing?" Shu Qin, Zhang Qianli, and Bai Chuyao trembled slightly, heads bowed, avoiding Yi Fan's gaze. Yi Fan sneered, walked up to them, and looked down at them. Remember, don't even think about running away, because it's impossible. Shu Qin, Zhang Qianli, and Bai Chuyao trembled again, their eyes filled with fear and despair. After speaking, Yi Fan left the small world with a thought. The moment Yi Fan opened his eyes, he saw Lu Chenfeng waiting at the exit of the Sword Emperor's secret realm. Upon seeing Yi Fan, Lu Chenfeng immediately approached and respectfully said, "Master, the exit will open in an hour." Yi Fan nodded, then asked, "Lu Chenfeng, what is your cultivation level now?" Lu Chenfeng was taken aback, clearly not understanding the meaning of Yi Fan's question, but he still respectfully replied, "Master, I have now reached the late stage of the Golden Immortal Realm." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan created 2 Golden Immortal Cultivation Enhancement Pills and handed them to Lu Chenfeng. Lu Chenfeng took the 2 pills from Yi Fan's hand, asking with some confusion, "Master, what kind of pills are these?" Yi Fan smiled slightly and said calmly, "These 2 pills are called Golden Immortal Cultivation Enhancement Pills. They can raise your Golden Immortal Cultivation by 1 minor realm. You can take them 3 times. These 2 will help you reach the Celestial Immortal Realm." Upon hearing this, Lu Chenfeng's eyes revealed shock and joy. He excitedly said, "Master, these pills are too precious." Yi Fan smiled faintly, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. "Since you followed me, I naturally won't mistreat you. These 2 pills are enough for you to break through to the Celestial Immortal Realm. Now, take them here. With your 9-turn sacred body's physical strength, you should be able to withstand taking both at the same time." Lu Chenfeng bowed deeply and solemnly said, "Thank you, Master." Yi Fan nodded, indicating that he didn't need to say anything more. Lu Chenfeng didn't delay any longer, immediately sitting cross-legged and placing the 2 Golden Immortal Cultivation Enhancement Pills into his mouth. The elixir melted instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into a surge of immense energy that flowed into his entire body. Lu Chenfeng's body trembled slightly, then he felt his spiritual energy surging like a tidal wave. The bottleneck in his cultivation began to loosen at that moment. His aura gradually rose, and the surrounding immortal energy gathered around him, forming a small vortex of immortal energy. Time passed second by second, Lu Chenfeng's aura grew stronger, and the immortal power within his body became increasingly solidified. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, clearly indicating that the breakthrough process was not easy. Finally, at a certain moment, Lu Chenfeng's body trembled violently, and a powerful aura erupted from within him. His cultivation had completely broken through at that moment, reaching the early stage of the Celestial Immortal Realm. Lu Chenfeng opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing within them. He felt the surging power within him, his heart filled with excitement. He quickly rose, bowed deeply to Yi Fan, and respectfully said, "Master, I have broken through to the early stage of the Celestial Immortal Realm. Thank you for bestowing this pill upon me." Yi Fan waved his hand, then created 3 more Celestial Immortal Cultivation Enhancement Pills and placed them in Lu Chenfeng's hands. "We're from the same hometown, no need for such formalities. These 3 pills have the same effect as the ones I gave you earlier, but they can actually enhance your cultivation at the Celestial Immortal level. Take them when you break through to the mid-Celestial Immortal stage, and you can break through to the Immortal King level in one fell swoop," Yi Fan said calmly. Chapter 100: The Tyranny of the Celestial Court. Lu Chenfeng accepted the 3 Celestial Immortal Cultivation Enhancing Pills from Yi Fan, his hands trembling slightly, his eyes filled with gratitude. He bowed deeply, his voice choked with emotion, "Master, these pills are too precious." Yi Fan smiled faintly, saying, "These 3 pills are enough for you to break through to the Immortal King realm, and also allow you to wield more power in the Celestial Court. Don't disappoint me." Lu Chenfeng nodded respectfully, solemnly saying, "Understood. Rest assured, Master, I will certainly live up to your expectations." Yi Fan nodded, then looked up towards the exit of the Sword Emperor's secret realm. At this moment, the light at the exit had begun to flicker, clearly indicating that the opening time was approaching. "System, is there any way to hide my cultivation level at the Celestial Immortal Realm?" Yi Fan asked the system in his mind. Ding! It is recommended that the host create a grade 7 immortal pill, the Concealing Breath Pill, which will cost 10 creation points. Upon hearing the 10 creation points, Yifan felt a surge of disdain. He was a man with over 4,000 creation points, why would he care about a mere 10? Therefore, Yifan created the concealing breath pill without hesitation and swallowed it. Just then, the exit of the Sword Emperor's secret realm fully opened, its dazzling light illuminating the entire space. Yifan and Lu Chunfeng stood before the exit, a tense atmosphere filling the surrounding air. After consuming the concealing breath pill, Yifan's aura instantly concealed itself, his cultivation level appearing to be only at the heavenly immortal realm. He glanced indifferently at Lu Chunfeng and said, "Let's go, it's time to get out." Because those who had entered the Sword Emperor's secret realm had already been slaughtered by the experts of the immortal court to which Yifan and Lu Chunfeng belonged, there was no one around. As for Qingling, she had already been taken into Yifan's small world during the chaotic battle. Meanwhile, Qingling was the only survivor. Lu Chunfeng nodded respectfully upon hearing Yifan's words, then followed behind him, the two stepping into the exit together. The moment Yifan and Lu Chunfeng stepped out of the Sword Emperor's secret realm, the outside world came into view. At the exit of the Sword Emperor's secret realm, the powerful figures from various sects stood with solemn expressions and piercing gazes, clearly awaiting the return of their respective sect disciples. However, when Yifan and Lu Chunfeng appeared in everyone's sight, the atmosphere around them froze instantly. The powerful figures from various sects frowned, a hint of doubt and unease flashing in their eyes. "Why are only the two of you coming out? Where are the others?" Cheng Wuhan spoke first, his voice deep and authoritative, his gaze sweeping over Yifan and Lu Chunfeng like a knife. Yifan remained calm, slightly cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Sect Master Qing, a strange event has occurred within the Sword Emperor's secret realm. The remnant soul of the Sword Emperor has suddenly awakened and gone on a killing spree. Almost everyone who entered the secret realm has perished." These words immediately caused an uproar. The expressions of the powerful figures from various sects changed drastically, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. "What? The remnant soul of the Sword Emperor has awakened? How is this possible?" Bai Shan, the sect master of the White Tiger Immortal sect, shouted sharply, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Seeing this, Lu Chunfeng stepped forward and said calmly, "Sect Master Bai, this is absolutely true. The remnant soul of the Sword Emperor possessed overwhelming power. If it weren't for the life-saving treasures given to us by my father, we probably wouldn't have escaped this calamity either. Do you think I, Lu Chunfeng, would lie to you?" An elder from the Xuanwu Immortal sect snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on Yifan and Lu Chunfeng. "A life-saving treasure? You two are merely celestial immortals, how could you escape from the remnant soul of the Sword Emperor? Could it be that you did something shady in the secret realm?" Yifan remained unmoved, calmly saying, "If you old fool don't believe me, you can send people into the secret realm to investigate. However, the remnant soul of the Sword Emperor is terrifyingly powerful, I still advise everyone to proceed with caution." A female elder from the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect frowned, whispering, "The Sword Emperor's secret realm is an ancient relic, it's not impossible for the remnant soul of the Sword Emperor to awaken. But if what they say is true, then what about the disciples of our various sects?" Her voice carried a hint of sorrow, clearly unwilling to accept this fact. A black-robed elder from the Ghost Shadow sect gave a sinister smile, his gaze like a venomous snake fixed on Yifan and Lu Chunfeng. "Boy, since you two managed to escape, you must have gained quite a bit of benefit in the secret realm, right? Why not hand it over so that our various sects can examine it together?" Upon hearing this, Yifan's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said calmly, "So you want to fight, huh?" As soon as Yifan finished speaking, the surrounding air suddenly froze, as if time itself had stopped. The black-robed elder from the Ghost Shadow sect's face darkened, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. He sneered, "Boy, you're nothing but an ant at the celestial immortal realm, yet you dare to be so insolent before me? Do you really think that having the young master of the celestial court backing you makes you lawless?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chunfeng frowned, a cold glint in his eyes. As the young master of the celestial court, his authority was always unyielding. The elder from the Ghost Shadow sect's arrogance was clearly a challenge to the celestial court's authority. "Insolence!" Lu Chunfeng shouted coldly, his voice booming like thunder, causing the surrounding air to tremble. He took a step forward, his immortal power surging, instantly unleashing the aura of an early-stage celestial immortal. However, before Lu Chenfeng could even make a move, an even more terrifying aura suddenly descended. A figure appeared out of thin air beside Lu Chenfeng. It was a powerful figure from the celestial court elder Lu Tianqing. Lu Tianqing's gaze was like lightning, coldly staring at the black-robed elder from the Ghost Shadow Sect, his voice as icy as bone. A member of the Ghost Shadow Sect dares to disrespect my celestial court's young master? Seeking death. Before his words finished, Lu Tianqing raised his hand, and a dazzling immortal light instantly condensed, transforming into a gigantic immortal sword, pointing directly at the black-robed elder. That immortal sword contained boundless killing intent, as if it could tear even the heavens and earth apart. The black-robed elder's expression changed drastically, hurriedly mobilizing all his immortal power in an attempt to defend himself. However, his strength was only at the peak of the immortal king realm, a world apart from that of a celestial court expert like Lu Tianqing. No! You can't kill me! I'm an elder of the Ghost Shadow Sect, the black-robed elder cried out in terror, his voice filled with despair. However, Lu Tianqing remained unmoved. His immortal sword slashed down instantly, carrying unparalleled power, cleaving the black-robed elder in two, blood splattering everywhere. This scene unfolded with incredible speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, the black-robed elder of the Ghost Shadow Sect had perished. The powerful figures from the surrounding sects all gasped in shock, their eyes filled with astonishment and fear. The celestial court truly domineering. Qing Wuhan murmured, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. Chapter 101 Breakthrough to Immortal Venerable. Bai Shan of the White Tiger Immortal Sect had a grim expression, but dared not utter a word. He knew that the immortal court's strength far surpassed that of their sects. Angering the immortal court would have unimaginable consequences. Lu Tianqing sheathed his immortal sword, coldly surveying the crowd, his voice booming like thunder. Whoever dares to disrespect my immortal court's young master, this is their fate. Upon hearing this, silence fell over the surroundings. No one dared to utter a sound. Even the others from the Ghost Shadow Sect dared not make a move, only lowering their heads and silently enduring this humiliation. Yi Fan stood to the side, his expression calm, as if all of this was within his expectations. He glanced indifferently at Lu Chenfeng and said softly, "Let's go, it's time to return." Lu Chenfeng nodded and respectfully said, "Yes, master." Just as the two were about to leave, Lu Tianqing suddenly looked at Yi Fan, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. As a powerful cultivator at the late stage of the immortal venerable realm, he naturally sensed something strange about Yi Fan's aura, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. "And this young friend is?" Lu Tianqing asked. Lu Chenfeng quickly explained, "Elder, this is my good friend Yi Fan. I was able to escape alive in the Sword Emperor's secret realm thanks to his help." Lu Tianqing nodded upon hearing this. Although he still had doubts, he didn't ask any further questions. He turned to Lu Chenfeng and said, "Young master, we should return to the celestial court. Your father is still waiting for your news." Lu Chenfeng nodded, then looked at Yi Fan and respectfully asked, "Brother Yi, will you accompany me back to the celestial court?" Yi Fan smiled slightly, shook his head, and said calmly, "No need. I have some matters to attend to. I'll visit the celestial court another day." Lu Chenfeng, though somewhat disappointed, dared not say more and respectfully said, "Brother Yi, then I'll take my leave." Yi Fan nodded and watched Lu Chenfeng and Lu Tianqing depart. Then, he turned to the powerful figures from the various sects around him and said calmly, "Everyone, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." The powerful figures from the various sects exchanged glances. Although they still had doubts, they dared not stop him. After all, Yi Fan had a close relationship with the young master of the celestial court. Offending him might invite retaliation from the celestial court. Seeing this, Yi Fan smiled slightly, then vanished in a flash. After leaving the Sword Emperor's secret realm, Yi Fan stood atop a mountain, gazing intently into the distance. "Where should I go?" Yi Fan murmured to himself. After pondering for a while, Yi Fan finally decided to go to the demon clan to see what the nine-tailed fox looked like. However, before going to the demon clan, I still need to improve my own cultivation level. Thinking this, Yi Fan entered the small world with a thought. Upon arriving in the small world, Yifan didn't linger, going directly to the mountain where he had been cultivating. System: create 3 Immortal King Cultivation Enhancement Pills. Ding! Creating 3 Immortal King Cultivation Enhancement Pills requires 30 creation points. Confirm? Confirm, Yifan said without hesitation. Previously, Yifan's cultivation had already broken through to the mid-stage of Immortal King. If he consumed these 3 Immortal King Cultivation Enhancement Pills, he could break through to the Immortal Venerable Realm. After breaking through to the Immortal Venerable Realm, one can create Immortal Venerable Cultivation Enhancement Pills, allowing Yi Mengfei and Gu Yuna to break through to the Immortal Emperor Realm. Thinking of the various benefits of breaking through to the Immortal Venerable Realm, Yifan's lips curled into a slight smile. Then, without hesitation, Yifan tossed 3 Immortal King Cultivation Enhancement Pills into his mouth. Sitting cross-legged atop the mountain, the 3 Immortal King Cultivation Enhancement Pills melted instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into a surge of immense energy that flowed into his limbs and bones. This energy surged like a raging tide through his meridians, impacting his dantian and sea of consciousness. A faint golden light gradually appeared on Yifan's body, protecting his meridians from any damage. This was the formidable physical strength of the ancient sacred body. The surrounding immortal energy began to converge frantically, forming a massive vortex of immortal energy that enveloped Yifan. As time passed, Yifan's aura gradually rose, and the energy fluctuations within his body grew increasingly intense. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled sound came from within Yifan's body, as if some kind of barrier had been shattered. His aura surged instantly, and the surrounding vortex of immortal energy dissipated. Yifan slowly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing within them. Immortal Venerable Realm, finally broken through. Yifan felt the surging power within him, a slight smile playing on his lips. After breaking through to the Immortal Venerable Realm, Yifan's spiritual power and immortal energy intensity both increased. He could clearly sense the flow of immortal energy in the surrounding world, and could even vaguely perceive some movements in the distance. Sigh, although my spiritual power has improved, I still haven't broken through the barrier between the Lamp Realm and the Pool Realm. Yifan couldn't help but feel a little regretful. However, Yifan quickly adjusted. Next, I should prepare Immortal Venerable Cultivation Enhancement Pills for Yi Mingfei and Gu Yuna. Yifan thought to himself, then opened the system interface again. System: create 2 Immortal Venerable Cultivation Enhancement Pills. Ding! Creating 2 Immortal Venerable Cultivation Enhancement Pills requires 20 creation points. Confirm? Confirm. Yifan replied without hesitation. As the creation points were deducted, 2 pills radiating rich spiritual energy appeared in Yifan's hand. The pills shimmered with a faint halo, clearly indicating extremely high quality. Yifan stored the pills in his system space, then with a thought, his figure vanished from his spot, appearing a moment later in front of Yi Mengfei's small villa. Yifan arrived at the door, pushed it open, and stepped inside. Inside, Yi Mengfei sat cross-legged on a futon, surrounded by a faint immortal light. Her eyes were closed, her brows slightly furrowed, clearly indicating she was diligently cultivating. Her goal was to break through the barrier between Immortal Venerable and Immortal Emperor, an extremely difficult hurdle where countless cultivators had stalled. Yi Mingfei had been trying for a long time, but the barrier seemed like an invisible chasm. No matter how hard she tried, there was no sign of it loosening. Just then, Yi Mingfei, who was cultivating, seemed to sense something. Her body trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her long-closed eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, what came into view was Yifan's handsome appearance, as striking as a reader's. Upon seeing Yifan, Yi Mingfei's eyes immediately lit up with surprise and joy, as if she had seen the light of dawn in the darkness. She respectfully rose, slightly curtsied, and said with a hint of excitement and delight, "Master, you're back." Chapter 102: Preparing to go to the Demon Clan. Yifan nodded calmly, his gaze as still as water, seemingly unmoved by Yi Mingfei's excitement and joy. Yifan responded softly, his tone devoid of any emotion. Yi Mingfei's heart tightened slightly upon seeing this, but she quickly composed herself. She knew Yifan was always like this, indifferent and calm, as if everything was under his control. Yifan didn't say much, simply taking out a celestial venerable cultivation enhancement pill from his system space and casually tossing it to Yi Mingfei. Take this and break through to the celestial emperor realm, Yifan said calmly. Yi Mingfei caught the pill, feeling the immense energy it contained, and her heart surged with excitement. She looked up at Yifan, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, master. Yi Mingfei said respectfully, then swallowed the pill without hesitation. The elixir melted instantly upon entering her mouth, transforming into a surge of immense energy that flowed into her limbs and bones. Yi Mingfei immediately sat cross-legged and began guiding this energy through her body. Her aura rapidly increased, and the surrounding immortal energy converged wildly, forming a massive vortex of immortal energy. Yifan stood by, quietly watching Yi Mingfei's breakthrough. Time passed second by second, and Yi Mingfei's aura grew stronger and stronger, finally reaching a critical point. Boom! With a deafening roar, Yi Mingfei's aura surged instantly, and the surrounding vortex of immortal energy dissipated. She slowly opened her eyes, a dazzling light flashing within them. Immortal Emperor Realm, I've broken through! Yi Mingfei exclaimed excitedly. Yifan nodded slightly and said, not bad. Seeing this, Yi Mingfei's excitement subsided slightly, and she respectfully said, thank you for the pill, master. Mingfei will certainly live up to your expectations. Yifan nodded and said calmly, yes, there may be many battles ahead. Be prepared and break through to the mid-stage Immortal Emperor realm as soon as possible. Hearing Yifan's instructions, Yi Mingfei's expression hardened, and she immediately replied respectfully, yes, master. Yifan nodded, then turned and left the room, preparing to go to Gu Yuna's place. Gu Yuna, as a character Yifan summoned from another world, possessed the strength of a peak Immortal Venerable. She only needed one Immortal Venerable cultivation enhancement pill to break through to the pre-Emperor realm. With a thought, Yifan's figure instantly disappeared from his original spot, and the next moment he appeared in front of Gu Yuna's small villa. Yifan stood in front of Gu Yuna's small villa, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. Inside the room, Gu Yuna sat cross-legged on a futon made of spirit wood, surrounded by a faint silver light. Her eyes were closed, her brows slightly furrowed, clearly engrossed in cultivation. Her aura was calm and profound, as if she were one with the surrounding world. Yifan did not disturb her, but simply stood quietly to the side, waiting for her to finish her cultivation. After a moment, Gu Yuna slowly opened her eyes, a silver light flashing within them. Seeing Yifan standing before her, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She then respectfully rose and curtsied slightly. Master, you've arrived. Gu Yuna's voice was clear and respectful, carrying an undisguised joy. Yifan nodded, looking at her calmly, and said indifferently, how's your strength? Gu Yuna immediately replied, Master, my cultivation has stabilized at the peak of the Immortal Venerable realm, only one step away from the Immortal Emperor realm. However, that barrier is too strong. I've tried many times, but I still can't break through. Yifan nodded slightly, then took out an Immortal Venerable cultivation enhancement pill from his system space and handed it to Gu Yuna. Take it and break through to the Immortal Emperor realm, Yifan said calmly. Gu Yuna took the pill, feeling the immense energy contained within it, and her heart trembled. She looked up at Yifan, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, master. Gu Yuna said respectfully, then swallowed the pill without hesitation. The pill melted instantly in her mouth, transforming into a surge of immense energy that flowed into her limbs and bones. Gu Yuna immediately sat cross-legged and began to guide this energy through her body. As time passed, Gu Yuna's aura gradually rose, and the surrounding immortal energy converged wildly, forming a massive vortex. A faint silver light appeared on her body, as if she had merged with the surrounding world. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled sound came from within Gu Yuna's body, as if some kind of barrier had been shattered. Her aura surged instantly, and the surrounding vortex of immortal energy dissipated. Gu Yuna slowly opened her eyes, a dazzling silver light flashing within them. Immortal Emperor Realm, I've broken through. Gu Yuna said softly, her voice filled with barely concealed excitement. Yifan nodded slightly and said, indeed, as a soul beast, you're probably similar to the demon race. Do you know what level your bloodline is? Gu Yuna was slightly taken aback by Yifan's question, then respectfully replied, "Master, my bloodline belongs to the ancient silver dragon race. Although it's not as top tier as the vermilion bird, azure dragon, white tiger, or black tortoise bloodlines, it's still extremely rare. At least in this immortal realm, my bloodline is the highest. The silver dragon race is born with control over spatial power. The stronger the bloodline power, the stronger the control over space." Yifan nodded upon hearing this, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. The ancient silver dragon race, capable of controlling spatial power, that's quite interesting. Perhaps Gu Yuna can master the great Tao of space in the future, Yifan murmured to himself. "Master, are you worried about the demon race's bloodline power?" Gu Yuna asked cautiously. Yifan snapped out of his reverie, glanced at her indifferently, and said, "Indeed, the bloodline power of the demon race is extremely strong, especially among the top-tier demons. Their powerful bloodline, combined with their physique, allows them to even fight opponents of higher levels. However, now that I have you, I'm not so worried." Yifan had initially worried that his two servants weren't enough, but now it seemed there was no need to worry so much. The demon race places great importance on bloodlines, and demons with higher-level bloodlines have a natural suppressive effect on those with lower-level bloodlines. As a true dragon, Gu Yuna would undoubtedly be treated like an ancestor by the dragons of the immortal realm. Thinking of this, a slight smile crept onto Yifan's lips. He looked at Gu Yuna, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. "Gu Yuna, your bloodline power is top tier, especially the spatial power of the Silver Dragon clan, which is extremely rare. Your bloodline power might play a significant role on this trip to the Demon Clan. I have high hopes for you," Yifan said calmly. Gu Yuna's eyes flashed with confidence upon hearing this, and she respectfully replied, "Master, rest assured, Yuna will do her utmost and will never disappoint you." Chapter 103 Map. Yifan nodded, then left the small world with a thought. However, as soon as Yifan left the small world, preparing to head to the demon realm, he suddenly discovered a serious problem. He didn't have a map to the demon realm. Damn it, I almost forgot I didn't have a map. Let's see if there are any cities first. Thinking this, Yifan then used his mental power to probe his surroundings. Yifan's mental power spread outwards like a tide, instantly covering an area of hundreds of miles. In his perception, mountains and rivers, forests and grasslands, demonic beasts, and birds, everything was within his sight. However, he didn't find any trace of human cities, not even a hint of human habitation. It seems this area is a desolate, uninhabited wilderness. Yifan frowned slightly, pondering to himself. Although he didn't have a map, relying on the powerful perception of a celestial venerable and the powerful mental power of a peak-stage dipper realm cultivator, Yifan quickly located a place in the east rich in immortal energy. A powerful aura emanated from that area, clearly indicating a gathering of powerful individuals. Since there's no map, I'll head towards the direction with the densest immortal energy. Perhaps I'll encounter some cultivators and learn the route to the demon race. Yifan made up his mind, then his figure flashed, transforming into a streak of light, and he sped eastward. Yifan's speed was extremely fast, covering hundreds of miles in a short time. As he approached the area rich in immortal energy, the surrounding immortal energy became increasingly abundant, and he could even occasionally see low-level demonic beasts roaming through the forest. It seems there are indeed traces of cultivator activity in this area. Yifan's heart stirred, and he slowed down, beginning to carefully explore his surroundings. Sure enough, not long after, Yifan discovered a small market in a valley. The market was bustling with people, cultivators were trading spiritual herbs and exchanging magical treasures, creating a lively atmosphere. Yifan noticed that none of these people were at the immortal venerable level, and there were even very few at the immortal king level. Yifan flashed, instantly appearing above the market and unleashing his powerful immortal venerable cultivation. Hovering above the market, Yifan's immortal venerable aura pressed down like a mountain, instantly enveloping the entire market. The cultivators in the market sensed this powerful aura and looked up, their eyes filled with fear and awe. "An immortal venerable expert," someone exclaimed, their voice trembling uncontrollably. The cultivators in the market immediately stopped what they were doing, bowing their heads respectfully, not daring to make the slightest move. An immortal venerable expert was a legendary existence to these low-level cultivators, utterly insurmountable. Yifan's gaze was cold as he scanned the market, then spoke calmly, I need a detailed map to the demon clan. Does anyone have one? His voice, though not loud, clearly reached the ears of every cultivator. The cultivators in the market exchanged bewildered glances, none daring to respond for a moment. After a short while, a middle-aged cultivator in a grey robe stepped forward tremblingly, respectfully cupping his hands and saying, Senior, I have a map of the demon race. Although it's not very detailed, it marks the main territories of the demon race. Upon hearing this, Yifan frowned, ignoring the grey-robed middle-aged cultivator and killing him with a single strike. Not detailed enough? You want me to say it again? I need a detailed map. Yifan's voice was icy and ruthless, as if killing the grey-robed cultivator was merely crushing an ant. The cultivators in the market fell silent, not daring to even breathe. A suffocating atmosphere filled the air, everyone lowered their heads, fearing they would be the next target. Yifan's gaze swept over the crowd, coldly saying, I'll ask you one more time, who has a detailed map of the demon race? If anyone tries to fool me with an incomplete map again, they'll suffer the same fate. His voice was as icy as ice, sending chills down the spines of the cultivators present. A moment later, an elderly man in a green robe emerged, trembling, and respectfully bowed, saying, Senior, this junior possesses a detailed map of the demon race, marking the distribution of major demon factions in some hidden forbidden areas. Upon hearing this, Yifan's gaze fell upon the green-robed elder, and he said calmly, Give it to me. The green-robed elder dared not hesitate for a moment, quickly taking out a jade slip from his storage ring and presenting it with both hands. Yifan waved his hand, and the jade slip flew into his grasp. He scanned it with his divine sense and discovered that the map within the jade slip was indeed extremely detailed, not only marking the major territories of the demon race but also recording in detail the distribution of power among the various demon factions and information on their strongest members. Not bad. Yifan nodded, creating a high-grade immortal crystal and casually tossing it to the green-robed elder. The old man in the green robe accepted the immortal crystal, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. He quickly and respectfully said, Thank you for your generous gift, Senior. Yifan didn't say anything more, put away the jade slip, and turned to leave the market. With a detailed map, Yifan quickly left the market and found a secluded spot to study it carefully. So the demon realm is located in the northwest of the immortal realm, about several million miles away, Yifan calculated to himself. Although the distance was vast, it was nothing to Yifan, who was at the immortal venerable level. With a thought, his figure instantly transformed into a streak of light, speeding towards the northwest. Yifan's speed was extremely fast. In just a few days, he traversed millions of miles, arriving at the edge of the demon realm. The demon realm was completely different from the human territory. The immortal energy here was much more violent, making it difficult for human cultivators to adapt. The moment Yifan stepped into the demon realm, he felt an immense pressure, as if an invisible force was repelling him. However, due to Yifan's ancient sacred body, this pressure was practically non-existent. The demon realm is indeed extraordinary, Yifan thought to himself. Next, I need to enter the demon realm and find the Flood Dragon clan to have Gu Yuna test the waters, Yifan muttered to himself. Then, with a thought, Yifan vanished from his spot and sped deeper into the demon realm. Yifan's speed was extremely fast, covering tens of thousands of miles in a short time. As he ventured deeper, the surrounding immortal energy became increasingly dense, and occasionally, powerful demons could be seen circling in the air. Yifan didn't act rashly, instead avoiding the gazes of these demons. Although he wasn't afraid of these small fry, he preferred to avoid trouble. However, just as Yifan was about to enter the core area of the demon realm, a powerful aura suddenly locked onto him. Human cultivator, how dare you trespass into my demon realm? You're courting death. A cold voice rang in Yifan's ears. Chapter 10 for the Golden Crocodile Clan. Yifan frowned and looked up, only to see a powerful demon race expert in black robes hovering in mid-air, coldly watching him. This demon race expert possessed a powerful aura. He was clearly a powerful early-stage immortal venerable. Yifan sneered inwardly, but his face remained calm as he said indifferently, I have no ill intentions. I have only come to pay a visit to the Flood Dragon clan. I would appreciate your convenience. The Flood Dragon clan? Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in the black-robed demon race expert's eyes, but it quickly returned to its icy expression. The Flood Dragon clan is the supreme bloodline of my demon race. How dare a mere human cultivator like you visit them as you please? Yifan frowned slightly, his expression displeased. Just as Yifan was pondering, the black-robed demon expert impatiently waved his hand. Since you've trespassed into my demon territory, then stay here. Before his words even finished, the black-robed demon expert unleashed a palm strike, his immense immortal power transforming into a gigantic black hand that pressed down fiercely towards Yifan. Seeing this, a cold glint flashed in Yifan's eyes. He didn't dodge, but instead raised his hand and threw a punch, his golden fist light instantly colliding with the black hand. Boom! With a deafening roar, the black hand shattered instantly, but the golden fist light continued its trajectory, heading straight for the black-robed demon expert. Seeing this, the black-robed demon expert's eyes flashed with shock, and he hurriedly dodged. However, Yifan's fist light was incredibly fast, instantly striking his shoulder. Put! The black-robed demon expert spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Yifan coldly stared at the black-robed demon lying on the ground and said indifferently, "Since you've blocked my path, then die." The black-robed demon was shocked upon hearing this and hurriedly struggled to its feet, revealing its true form as a demon beast. The black-robed demon's true form was revealed to be a gigantic crocodile with wisps of gold, its body covered in hard scales, radiating a powerful aura. Its eyes flashed with ferocity, clearly enraged to the extreme. The Golden Crocodile Clan. Yifan raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. The Golden Crocodile Clan was a powerful race among the demons, possessing extremely strong bloodline power, especially their defense, which was among the best of the demon race. Human cultivator, you dare to injure me. Today you will pay the price. The Golden Crocodile Clan expert roared, its massive tail whipping out, creating a gust of wind as it lashed out at Yifan. Seeing this, a cold glint flashed in Yifan's eyes. He easily dodged the attack with a swift movement. He didn't rush to attack, but instead coldly looked at the Golden Crocodile Clan expert and said calmly, "I had no intention of being your enemy, but since you insist on courting death, don't blame me for being impolite." Before his words finished, Yifan's figure vanished from his spot, appearing a moment later above the Golden Crocodile Clan expert's head. He raised his fist, a golden fist aura as dazzling as the sun, heading straight for the Golden Crocodile Clan expert's head. Feeling the terrifying power, a look of fear flashed in the Golden Crocodile Clan expert's eyes. He hurriedly raised his massive claws to block above his head. Boom! With a deafening roar, the Golden Crocodile Clan expert's claws shattered instantly, blood splattering everywhere. Yifan's fist aura continued its momentum, striking its head directly. Put! The Golden Crocodile Clan expert's head exploded instantly, his massive body crashing to the ground, lifeless. Yifan glanced coldly at the Golden Crocodile Clan expert's corpse, then turned and continued flying deeper into the demon realm. Yifan continued flying deeper into the demon realm, thinking to himself, although the Golden Crocodile Clan is strong, they're only at the early stage of Immortal Venerable. It seems there are even stronger beings in the core area of the demon realm. However, with Gu Yuna here, there's no need to worry too much. However, just as Yifan was about to enter the core area of the demon realm, a strong fluctuation suddenly came from afar, and several powerful auras rapidly approached. It seems the Golden Crocodile Clan experts have arrived, Yifan frowned slightly, thinking to himself. Sure enough, a moment later, several Golden Crocodile Clan experts appeared before Yifan. Leading them was a late-stage Immortal Venerable Golden Crocodile Clan expert, his aura extremely powerful, clearly holding a very high position within the Golden Crocodile Clan. Human cultivator, you dare kill my Golden Crocodile Clan members. Today, you will pay for this in blood. The leading late-stage Immortal Venerable roared, his massive tail whipping out, creating a gust of wind as he lashed out at Yifan. Yifan's eyes flashed with cold light. He easily dodged the attack. He didn't rush to attack, but coldly looked at the Golden Crocodile Clan expert and said calmly, "I originally intended to spare your clan, but now it seems you're courting death." Before his words finished, Yifan's figure vanished from his spot, appearing a moment later above the Golden Crocodile clan expert's head. He raised his fist, golden light as dazzling as the sun, hurtling towards the Golden Crocodile clan expert's head. The Golden Crocodile clan expert felt the terrifying power, a flicker of fear in his eyes. He hurriedly raised his hands to block. Yifan's figure blurred through the air, his golden fist radiating boundless power, seemingly capable of tearing apart any obstacle in his path. Faced with the Golden Crocodile clan expert's terrified and desperate defensive stance, Yifan's lips curled into a slight smile, a cold glint in his eyes. Boom! A tremendous impact echoed through the heavens and earth, shaking the surrounding mountains and cracking the earth. The Golden Crocodile clan expert's massive body was sent flying like a leaf caught in a whirlwind, crashing heavily into a distant mountainside with a dull thud. A huge crater was blasted into the mountainside, sending debris flying and dust billowing. Yifan stood motionless, coldly watching the Golden Crocodile clan expert in the distance, his eyes devoid of any pity. His power was like an insurmountable mountain, pressing down on the Golden Crocodile clan expert, making it hard for him to breathe. Cough, cough. The Golden Crocodile clan expert struggled to climb out of the deep pit, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. He had never imagined that he would be so easily defeated by a human cultivator in an instant. "You, who exactly are you?" the Golden Crocodile clan expert managed to ask, his voice trembling slightly. Yifan smiled slightly, but his eyes were filled with coldness. He said calmly, "Who I am is not important. What is important is that your Golden Crocodile clan shouldn't be blocking my path." The powerful member of the Golden Crocodile clan struggled to his feet, a glint of resentment flashing in his eyes. He roared, "Our clan has many strong warriors, you cannot escape unscathed." Chapter 105: The Wrath of the Golden Crocodile Clan Chief. Yifan sneered, his figure vanishing from the spot once more. The next moment, he appeared behind the Golden Crocodile clan expert, unleashing a punch towards his back. This punch contained Yifan's powerful immortal energy, seemingly intent on shattering the opponent's spine. Boom! Another deafening roar echoed as the Golden Crocodile clan expert was once again sent flying, his body tumbling through the air, blood raining down. This time, he didn't rise, but crashed heavily to the ground, barely clinging to life. Yifan slowly walked towards the Golden Crocodile clan expert, each step seeming to weigh heavily on everyone's hearts, carrying boundless pressure. He stood before the expert, looking down at him, and said calmly, "Your Golden Crocodile clan will soon be destroyed." The Golden Crocodile clan expert lay on the ground, his eyes filled with despair. Yifan raised his hand, golden light condensing in his palm, forming a dazzling pillar of light. He coldly stared at the Golden Crocodile clan expert and said, "Your Golden Crocodile clan will pay the price for your recklessness." A pillar of light erupted instantly, its immense power completely engulfing the Golden Crocodile clan expert. Yifan turned to the other Golden Crocodile clan experts, his eyes filled with boundless killing intent. "Anyone else want to try?" The other Golden Crocodile clan experts gasped, their eyes filled with fear. They knew that this human cultivator before them was far beyond their capabilities. A trembling early-stage immortal venerable expert said, "Senior, we know we were wrong, please spare our lives." Yifan sneered, his eyes unwavering, and said calmly, "No, you were wrong? Do you think killing you and saying, 'I know I was wrong,' is enough? Don't worry, you won't be alone. Our entire Golden Crocodile clan will soon join you." Yifan raised his hand again, and the star sword instantly appeared in his grasp. He coldly stared at the Golden Crocodile clan experts and said, "Die." Before his words even finished, Yifan swung his star sword, a dazzling sword light slicing through the sky, seemingly splitting heaven and earth in two. Where the sword light passed, space itself was torn apart, emitting a piercing buzzing sound. The Golden Crocodile clan experts' expressions changed drastically upon seeing this. They all revealed their true demonic beast forms, unleashing their strongest defensive techniques in an attempt to withstand the power of this sword. However, their defenses were as fragile as paper before Yifan's swordlight. Put! 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 The swordlight swept across, instantly cleaving the massive bodies of several Golden Crocodile clan experts in two, blood gushing out and staining the earth red. Their eyes were filled with terror and despair, they didn't even have time to scream before losing their lives. Yi Fan stood there, the star sword in his hand still radiating a cold light. His gaze swept over the fallen Golden Crocodile Clan experts, his eyes showing no emotion. The Golden Crocodile Clan, nothing more than that, Yi Fan said calmly, a hint of disdain in his voice. At the same time, a middle-aged man who had been meditating cross-legged in a courtyard suddenly opened his eyes. No. This middle-aged man was none other than Jin Heba, the patriarch of the Golden Crocodile Clan. He took out several jade tokens from his storage ring, then paused, stunned. The faint light that had once shone on the jade tablet had vanished, leaving it dull and lifeless. Who killed 5 immortal venerable elders of my Golden Crocodile Clan? Jin Heba roared in fury. Immediately afterward, an extremely powerful aura erupted from Jin Heba, revealing his true cultivation level. Peak Immortal Venerable. Jin Heba's roar echoed throughout the courtyard, causing the surrounding air to tremble. His eyes were bloodshot, as if spitting flames. He crushed the jade tablet in his hand, the dust slipping from his fingers. Jin Heba abruptly stood up, his aura erupting like a volcano, disrupting the immortal energy within the courtyard. His figure flashed, instantly disappearing from his original spot. The next moment, he appeared in the ancestral hall of the Golden Crocodile Clan. Inside the main hall, numerous powerful members of the Golden Crocodile Clan had already gathered, their faces etched with solemnity and rage. They had clearly learned of the fall of 5 immortal venerable elders, and the atmosphere within the clan was incredibly tense. Clan leader. Upon seeing Jin Heba appear, everyone bowed respectfully, their voices trembling slightly. 5 immortal venerable elders, all perished at the same time. This is an unprecedented disgrace for my Golden Crocodile Clan. Jin Heba's voice was icy cold, filled with boundless killing intent. Whoever dares to lay a hand on my Golden Crocodile Clan must pay a bloody price. Inside the hall, the powerful members of the Golden Crocodile Clan clenched their fists, their eyes filled with anger and resentment. The fall of 5 immortal venerable elders was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Golden Crocodile Clan. Even within a powerful clan like the Golden Crocodile Clan, immortal venerable experts were among the elite. The loss of 5 at once was enough to shake the very foundation of the clan. Clan Chief, this matter is suspicious. An elder of the Golden Crocodile Clan stepped forward and said in a deep voice, the simultaneous fall of 5 immortal venerable elders is no ordinary feat. I'm afraid some powerful force is secretly targeting us. That's right, another elder echoed. Even a peak immortal venerable expert couldn't possibly kill all 5 immortal venerable elders in such a short time. Unless the other side has deployed multiple peak immortal venerables, or even an immortal emperor level being. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the hall immediately became even more tense. An immortal emperor level being was a powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the immortal realm. Even a powerful clan like the Golden Crocodile Clan wouldn't dare to provoke them lightly. Jin Heba's brows furrowed, a shadow flashing in his eyes. He had naturally considered this as well, but regardless, the Golden Crocodile Clan's prestige could not be challenged. Whoever dares to attack my Golden Crocodile Clan must pay a bloody price. Jin Heba said coldly. Pass on my order, the entire clan is on high alert. At the same time, dispatch all spies to find out the truth behind this matter. Yes, the crowd responded in unison, their voices filled with determination. Jin Heba's gaze swept over the crowd, and he continued, furthermore, immediately contact the clans that are on friendly terms with us, especially the Devouring Python clan, and ask them to send powerful experts to support us. If there is indeed a celestial emperor level being involved behind this matter, we must unite with other clans to deal with it together. The clan leader is wise. Everyone nodded, a glimmer of hope flashing in their eyes. The Devouring Python clan is a powerful clan on par with the Golden Crocodile clan, and it too has a celestial emperor level expert within its ranks. If they could unite with them, even facing a celestial emperor level being, they might not be without a fighting chance. Chapter 106 Shaoli. Jin Heba nodded, then waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. Soon, only he remained in the hall. Standing in the center of the hall, Jin Heba gazed into the distance with a somber expression, muttering to himself, whoever dares to attack my Golden Crocodile clan, I will make them pay a heavy price. After slaying the Golden Crocodile clan's powerful members, Yifan did not linger, continuing towards the territory of the Flood Dragon clan indicated on the map. However, as he passed through a deep forest, he suddenly heard a faint sobbing sound coming from ahead. Yifan frowned slightly, scanning the area with his spiritual power, and discovered a young girl huddled under an ancient tree not far away. The girl's clothes were tattered, and her body was covered in wounds, clearly indicating she had endured considerable hardship. Her ears were slightly pointed, and a fluffy fox tail trailed behind her, clearly indicating she was a Fox Clan girl. However, her breath was extremely weak, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Yifan approached slowly, his gaze calm as he looked at her. The girl seemed to sense Yifan's approach, raising her head to reveal a pale yet delicate face. Her eyes were filled with terror and despair, and she said in a trembling voice, Who are you? Don't come any closer." Yifan coldly looked at the fox girl and said indifferently, "Why are you here?" Hearing Yifan's voice, the terror in the girl's eyes subsided slightly. She lowered her head and said weakly, I am an outcast of the Fox clan. Because my bloodline is impure, I was abandoned here by my clan, left to fend for myself." Yifan raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing this. The Fox clan is a group in the immortal realm that highly values bloodlines. Clan members with impure bloodlines are often considered a disgrace and may even be abandoned outright. The girl before him was clearly a victim of this cruel rule. "What's your name?" Yifan asked. The girl hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "My name is Xiao Li." Yifan nodded, his gaze sweeping over her wounds. He said calmly, "Your injuries are severe. If you don't receive immediate treatment, you probably won't live more than 3 days." Upon hearing this, a flicker of sadness crossed Xiao Li's eyes. She smiled bitterly, "I know, but I have no hope of survival. The Fox clan abandoned me, and the demonic beasts in this forest could devour me at any moment. I have nowhere else to go." Yifan remained silent for a moment, then raised his hand and waved it, enveloping Xiao Li in a soft light. Xiao Li felt a warm power surge into her body. Her wounds healed at a visible speed, and even the weakness within her vanished. This is Xiao Li's eyes widened, staring at Yifan in disbelief. "Your injuries are healed. Now, you need to take me to the Flood Dragon clan, or you will die," Yifan said coldly. Although Yifan had a map, this was the depths of the demon realm, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Upon hearing Yifan's words, Xiao Li trembled slightly, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. Although abandoned by the Fox clan, she was still well aware of the dangers deep within the demon realm. The Flood Dragon clan was the most powerful race in the demon realm, without exception. Its members were numerous and powerful, and there were even rumors of 4 immortal emperor-level beings overseeing it. Even the Fox clan dared not easily provoke the Dragon clan. As senior, the Dragon clan's territory is extremely dangerous. Even immortal venerables dare not easily set foot there. You really want to go?" Xiao Li asked cautiously, her voice trembling slightly. Yifan glanced at her indifferently, his tone calm yet unquestionable, "Lead the way." Xiao Li bit her lip, struggling for a moment before finally nodding. She knew she had no other choice. The man before her possessed unfathomable strength. If she refused, she would likely be instantly annihilated. "All right, I'll take you," Xiao Li said softly, her voice tinged with helplessness. Yifan nodded, gesturing for her to lead the way. Xiao Li took a deep breath, barely managing to stand, and walked deeper into the forest. As they walked, although Xiao Li's injuries had healed, her heart remained filled with fear. She would steal glances back at Yifan every now and then, secretly wondering about his identity. He didn't even put the Flood Dragon clan in his eyes. Just who was this being? After walking for about half an hour, Xiao Li suddenly stopped, pointed to a misty valley ahead, and whispered, "Senior, once we cross this valley, we'll reach the Flood Dragon clan's territory." Yifan nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the valley ahead. Mist swirled within, faintly emanating a chilling aura, as if concealing endless danger. He could sense the extremely chaotic spatial fluctuations in this area, clearly shrouded by some powerful force. The territory of the Flood Dragon clan is indeed not simple, Yifan thought to himself, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Xiaoli stood beside Yi Fan, her body trembling slightly, clearly filled with fear of this area. She whispered, "Senior, there are powerful restrictions outside the Flood Dragon clan's territory. If we rashly intrude, we might alert their experts." Yi Fan smiled faintly and said, "I see. Thank you for your help along the way. To thank you, you can die." Before Yi Fan finished speaking, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he raised his hand, unleashing a sharp sword aura straight towards Xiaoli. Xiaoli's pupils contracted sharply. Before she could react, her body was pierced by the sword aura, and blood gushed out. Xiaoli clutched her chest, her eyes filled with disbelief and despair. Her body slowly collapsed, her breath rapidly fading. Yi Fan coldly stared at her corpse, saying nothing more. He simply waved his hand, and a flame incinerated Xiaoli's body. Then he turned and continued towards the territory of the Flood Dragon clan. Passing through the mist-shrouded valley, Yi Fan felt the surrounding immortal energy growing increasingly dense, the air thick with a suffocating sense of oppression. Clearly, he had entered the territory of the Flood Dragon clan. "Who dares to trespass on the territory of my Flood Dragon clan?" A cold shout suddenly rang out, and immediately, several figures appeared from all directions, surrounding Yi Fan. These figures were all powerful members of the Flood Dragon clan, each possessing a powerful aura. The lowest cultivation level was the early Golden Immortal stage, and the highest was the late Immortal King stage. Leading the group was a middle-aged man clad in black armor. His gaze was icy, fixed intently on Yi Fan, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. "A human cultivator? How dare you trespass on the territory of my Flood Dragon clan? You're courting death," the middle-aged man said coldly, his tone filled with disdain. Yi Fan remained calm, his gaze sweeping over the powerful Flood Dragon clan members. He said indifferently, "Get out of my way, or you will die." Chapter 107: Subduing the Flood Dragon clan. Arrogant. The middle-aged man roared in fury upon hearing this. "A mere human cultivator dares to spout such nonsense on the territory of my Flood Dragon clan. Today, I'll make sure you don't leave alive." Before his words even finished, the middle-aged man suddenly attacked, throwing a punch at Yi Fan. His fist was fierce, carrying terrifying demonic power, seemingly intent on pulverizing Yi Fan. However, facing this fierce attack, Yi Fan merely raised his hand and struck out with a palm. Boom! Fist and palm collided, unleashing a deafening roar. The middle-aged man's fist was instantly shattered by Yi Fan's palm force. His body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. What? The surrounding Flood Dragon clan experts were utterly shocked upon seeing this. They never expected Yi Fan's strength to be so terrifying. A single palm strike was enough to defeat their captain. Attack together. Kill him, roared a powerful member of the Flood Dragon clan. Instantly, dozens of powerful Flood Dragon clan members attacked simultaneously, heading straight for Yi Fan. Their attacks were overwhelming, seemingly intent on burying Yi Fan completely. Yi Fan coldly snorted, a chilling glint in his eyes. He raised his hand and with a flick of his wrist, the star sword instantly appeared in his grasp. "Since you're courting death, then I'll grant your wish." Before his words even finished, Yi Fan's star sword slashed out fiercely, a dazzling sword light tearing through the sky, seemingly splitting heaven and earth in two. Put! 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 Where the sword light passed, the bodies of the Flood Dragon clan members were as fragile as paper, instantly sliced in two. Blood gushed out, staining the earth crimson. With a single sword strike, dozens of powerful members of the Flood Dragon clan perished, none surviving. Yi Fan sheathed his star sword, his gaze coldly sweeping over the fallen Flood Dragon clan warriors. He said indifferently, "I gave you a chance." With that, he continued his advance into the heart of the Flood Dragon clan's territory. Meanwhile, inside the ancestral hall of the Flood Dragon clan, an old man in a golden robe suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like lightning, piercing through the void, as if he could see everything happening in the distance. "Human cultivators dare to wreak havoc on my Flood Dragon clan's territory." The old man's voice was deep, filled with boundless authority. "I'll see just how capable these human cultivators are, daring to be so arrogant." Yi Fan was unaware that his arrival had already attracted the attention of the Flood Dragon clan's higher-ups. At this moment, he stood before a massive palace, his gaze fixed on the enormous palace gates, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Yi Fan stood before the Flood Dragon clan's palace, his gaze cold and resolute, emanating an invisible pressure. The palace was magnificent and imposing, its carved beams and painted rafters exuding an ancient and majestic aura. However, Yi Fan remained unconcerned, as if the palace before him were merely an ordinary building. Rumble. The palace doors slowly opened, and a powerful aura surged forth from within, as if countless eyes were secretly watching Yi Fan. Immediately afterwards, dozens of powerful Flood Dragon clan members filed out of the doors. Leading them was an elderly man in a golden robe, the very same high-ranking Flood Dragon clan member who had sensed Yi Fan's aura earlier in the main hall. The old man's gaze was like lightning as he coldly stared at Yi Fan, his voice deep and authoritative. "Human cultivator, you dare to trespass on my Flood Dragon clan's territory and kill my people. If I don't tear you to pieces today, what face will my Flood Dragon clan have left?" Yi Fan smiled faintly, his gaze calm as he looked at the old man, a hint of disdain in his tone. "Flood Dragon clan? Nothing more than that. I've come today to subdue your Flood Dragon clan." Arrogant. Upon hearing this, the old man was instantly enraged. His aura erupted, and the pressure of a celestial emperor instantly enveloped the entire area. The Flood Dragon clan experts behind him also released powerful auras, the space in front of the palace seemingly distorted by this power. "A mere human cultivator dares to speak so arrogantly before my Flood Dragon clan. Today, I will show you what true power is." The old man roared, raising his hand, and a huge dragon-shaped phantom materialized in the air, lunging fiercely towards Yi Fan. The dragon-shaped phantom was incredibly lifelike, as if a real dragon had descended, carrying a world-destroying power as it hurtled towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan showed no panic in the face of this dragon-shaped phantom, instead, a smile played on his lips. Immediately afterward, Yi Fan teleported Gu Yuna out of his small world with a thought. Gu Yuna's figure suddenly appeared beside Yi Fan, her long silver hair flowing in the wind, her body radiating a faint silver glow. Her eyes were as deep as stars, exuding nobility and majesty. Her appearance seemed to freeze the entire space, even the dragon-shaped phantom pouncing on Yi Fan paused slightly in mid-air. "This is a true dragon?" The elder of the Jialong clan's pupils contracted sharply, his face showing disbelief. The Jialong clan experts behind him also showed expressions of terror, as if they had seen something unbelievable. Gu Yuna coldly swept her gaze across the surrounding Jialong clan experts, her voice clear and authoritative. "A mere Jialong dares to be so insolent before me?" Her voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to carry boundless pressure, piercing directly into the minds of every Jialong clan expert. Those Jialong clan experts who had been so aggressive involuntarily took a few steps back, their faces filled with fear. The old man suppressed his shock, his voice trembling as he asked, "You are a true dragon? Why are you associating with human cultivators?" Gu Yuna glanced at him indifferently, her tone tinged with disdain. "My affairs are none of your concern. Today, my master intends to subdue your dragon race. If you know what's good for you, you will obediently submit, otherwise, I don't mind wiping your dragon race from the demon realm." "Master?" The old man's face turned deathly pale upon hearing Gu Yuna's words. He never expected that this human cultivator before him was actually the master of a true dragon immortal emperor. This completely shattered his understanding. Yi Fan stood beside Gu Yuna, calmly looking at the old man, and said indifferently, "Now, do you still have a choice?" The old man gritted his teeth, struggled internally for a moment, and finally lowered his head, saying in a low voice, the dragon race is willing to submit." As the old man bowed his head, the surrounding powerful members of the Flood Dragon clan also knelt on the ground, signifying their submission. Although they were unwilling, any resistance was futile in the face of absolute power. Yi Fan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the powerful Flood Dragon clan members, and said calmly, "From this day forward, the Flood Dragon clan belongs to me, Yi Fan. You will be a sharp blade in my hand. As my people, I will naturally not mistreat you. But if anyone harbors disloyalty, they will be killed without mercy." Chapter 108 Heading to the Phoenix Clan. Upon hearing this, the old man trembled slightly and hurriedly said, "I dare not." The Flood Dragon clan will swear allegiance to you, even to the death. Seeing this, Gu Yuna gently waved her hand, and a silver light enveloped the powerful members of the Flood Dragon clan. Those Flood Dragon clan members who were originally injured instantly recovered from their injuries, and even the immortal power within their bodies became purer. This is a blessing? A blessing that only true dragons with high-level bloodlines can use? The old man felt the changes within his body, and his face showed a look of surprise and joy. He hadn't expected that the bloodline of the true dragon before him was so high, and that he could receive such benefits after submitting. Yifan smiled faintly and said, "Since you have submitted, I will not mistreat you. From now on, the Flood Dragon clan is under my command. If you perform meritorious service, I will reward you accordingly." The old man nodded hurriedly and said respectfully, "Thank you, master." Yifan waved his hand, signaling them to rise. Then he looked at Gu Yuna and said calmly, "Yuna, you've worked hard. You should go back now." Gu Yuna smiled slightly, shook her head, and said respectfully, "Master's affairs are my affairs." Yifan nodded, then with a thought, Gu Yuna instantly disappeared from her spot and returned to the small world. Yifan stood before the Flood Dragon clan's palace, his gaze sweeping over the kneeling Flood Dragon clan experts, a slight thought stirring within him. He raised his hand and waved it, revealing 10 faintly glowing pills in his palm. The pills shimmered with an unusual light, seemingly containing boundless power. These are Celestial Immortal Cultivation Enhancement Pills. Taking these pills allows a Celestial Immortal to directly break through a minor realm. If a peak Celestial Immortal takes them, they can break through to the Immortal King realm, Yifan said calmly, as if these heaven-defying pills were nothing more than candy. Immediately afterward, he took out 5 more pills. The aura of these pills was even more intense than the Celestial Immortal Cultivation Enhancement Pills, faintly emanating a chilling pressure. This is a Celestial King Cultivation Enhancement Pill. Its effects are similar to those of a Celestial Immortal Cultivation Enhancement Pill, but far more powerful. Yifan continued, his gaze sweeping over the powerful Dragon Clan members. Seeing the burning desire in their eyes, he smiled inwardly. Finally, 2 pills appeared in Yifan's hand. Golden patterns flowed across the surface of the pills, as if they contained the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. The moment the pills appeared, the entire space trembled. This is a Celestial Venerable Cultivation Enhancement Pill. Yifan's voice remained calm, yet it sent shivers down the spines of all the powerful dragons present. A peak Celestial Venerable Cultivator who takes this pill can directly break through to the Celestial Emperor realm. Upon hearing this, the entire palace fell silent. All the powerful dragons stared wide-eyed, their breathing rapid, as if they couldn't believe their ears. A peak Celestial Venerable Cultivator breaking through to the Celestial Emperor realm, what an incredible, heaven-defying pill. The Celestial Emperor realm was the pinnacle that countless cultivators dreamed of reaching. Countless peak Celestial Venerable Cultivators were stuck at this step, unable to break through in their entire lives. And the pill in Yifan's hand could actually shatter this barrier directly. The old man asked in a trembling voice, "Master, this pill, can it really allow a peak Celestial Venerable to break through to the Celestial Emperor realm?" Yifan smiled faintly and nodded, "Indeed, the effect is undeniable. However, this pill is extremely precious, only those who have rendered great service are qualified to receive it." Upon hearing this, the old man immediately knelt down and respectfully said, "Master, rest assured, the Flood Dragon clan will do everything in its power to serve you." Yifan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the powerful Flood Dragon clan members, and said calmly, "I will reward you with these pills according to your performance. As long as you serve me loyally, breaking through to the Immortal Emperor realm in the future is not impossible." Upon hearing this, all the powerful Flood Dragon clan members were greatly excited, kneeling down one after another and saying in unison, "We are willing to die for our master." Yifan nodded in satisfaction, then put away the pills and said calmly, "All right, that's enough for today. Go back and reorganize your clan affairs. If needed, I will summon you again." The old man nodded hurriedly, respectfully saying, "Yes, master." Yifan waved his hand, signaling them to leave. The powerful members of the Flood Dragon clan rose and respectfully withdrew from the palace, their awe of Yifan deepening. After the Flood Dragon clan members left, Yifan stood before the palace, his gaze fixed on the distance, a faint smile playing on his lips. The Flood Dragon clan has been subdued. Next, it's the other major demon clans, especially the Fox clan, Yifan murmured to himself, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Yuna. With a thought, Gu Yuna reappeared beside him. Master, what are your orders? Gu Yuna asked respectfully. Yifan smiled faintly and said, Next, we're going to the Phoenix clan. You'll come with me. Gu Yuna nodded, a cold glint in her eyes. The Phoenix clan has always been arrogant, an adversary of our dragon clan. If they don't know their place, I don't mind showing them the power of a true dragon. Yifan smiled, patted Gu Yuna's shoulder, and said, You've done a great service this time. Gu Yuna immediately lowered her head respectfully and said, Master, it's all what I should do. Yifan nodded in satisfaction, then took to the air and flew towards the Phoenix clan. Gu Yuna, seeing this, also took to the air and followed behind Yifan. Yifan and Gu Yuna traveled side by side, flying at an extremely fast speed, covering thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. The two figures weaved through the clouds like two streaks of light, heading straight for the Phoenix clan's territory. The Phoenix clan, a powerful race in the demon realm possessing two immortal emperors, has always been incredibly arrogant. Their territory is situated within a fiery mountain range, at the center of which lies a massive volcano. The crater constantly spews forth scorching lava, like a sleeping behemoth poised to awaken at any moment. Yifan and Gu Yuna arrived at the edge of the Phoenix clan's territory. Looking out, they saw a continuous, crimson mountain range, the air thick with intense heat, making even breathing difficult. The Phoenix clan's territory is indeed extraordinary, Yifan said with a faint smile, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Gu Yuna nodded, a cold glint in her eyes. The Phoenix clan has always revered fire, claiming to be the embodiment of flame. However, their flames are nothing but child's play before me, the true dragon. And this Phoenix clan of the immortal realm merely possesses a trace of Phoenix blood, they are not true phoenixes at all. Yifan smiled, saying nothing more, and continued flying towards the core area of the Phoenix clan. Soon, the two arrived before the Phoenix clan's palace. Chapter 109 Feng Qinger. The Phoenix clan's palace was completely different from the dragon clan's. The entire palace was crafted from crimson crystal, its surface flowing with blazing flames, resembling a burning mountain, radiating boundless majesty. Who goes there, daring to trespass on my Phoenix clan's territory? Before the palace, a powerful Phoenix clan member clad in crimson armor shouted sharply, his eyes filled with wariness and hostility. Yifan smiled faintly, calmly looking at the Phoenix clan member, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. A mere scrawny bird dares to be so insolent before me? Upon hearing this, the Phoenix clan member was instantly enraged. Flames erupted from his body, transforming him into a bird with pale red plumage, which swooped down towards Yifan. Seeking death. Gu Yuna coldly snorted, raising her hand and waving it, a silver light instantly shattering the scrawny bird. The Phoenix clan member's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he hurriedly retreated several steps, his eyes filled with terror. A true dragon? You're a true dragon? The Phoenix clan expert's voice trembled, clearly intimidated by Gu Yuna's power. Gu Yuna coldly glanced at him, her voice clear and authoritative. A mere bird dares to be so insolent before me? Today, my master has come to subdue your Phoenix clan. Those who know what's good for them will obediently submit, otherwise, I won't hesitate to wipe your Phoenix clan from the demon realm. Upon hearing this, the Phoenix clan expert's face instantly turned pale. He hurriedly turned and flew towards the palace, clearly to inform the Phoenix clan's higher-ups. Yifan and Gu Yuna did not stop him, but simply stood quietly before the palace, awaiting the Phoenix clan's reaction. A moment later, the palace doors slowly opened, and dozens of Phoenix clan experts filed out. Leading them was an old man in a crimson gold robe. The old man's eyes were like lightning, and he exuded a powerful aura, clearly a celestial emperor-level expert. Human cultivators, true dragon immortal emperors, how dare you trespass into my Phoenix clan's territory and kill my people? If I don't tear you to pieces today, what face will my Phoenix clan have left? The old man's voice was deep and filled with boundless majesty. Yifan smiled faintly, his gaze calmly meeting the old man's, a hint of disdain in his tone. The Phoenix clan? Nothing more than a scruffy bird possessing a trace of phoenix blood. I've come today to subdue your phoenix clan. Arrogant. Upon hearing this, the old man flew into a rage. Flames erupted from his body, transforming him into a gigantic bird that swooped down on Yifan. The phoenix was incredibly lifelike, as if a real phoenix had descended, carrying a world-destroying power as it hurtled towards Yifan. Yifan showed no panic in the face of this scruffy bird. Instead, a smile played on his lips. "Yuna, I'm leaving her to you," Yifan said calmly. Gu Yuna nodded, a cold glint in her eyes. With a wave of her hand, a silver light instantly shattered the scruffy bird. The old man's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, clearly not expecting Gu Yuna's strength to be so terrifying. Who exactly are you?" The old man's voice trembled, his eyes filled with terror. Gu Yuna coldly glanced at him, her voice clear and authoritative. "I am the Silver Dragon Immortal Emperor, Gu Yuna. Today, my master will subdue your Phoenix clan. If you know what's good for you, you will obediently submit, otherwise, I don't mind wiping your Phoenix clan from the demon realm." Upon hearing this, the old man's face turned deathly pale, clearly stunned by Gu Yuna's power. Even a true dragon couldn't be this strong. Could it be that this true dragon's bloodline is extremely high? The old man couldn't help but ponder. Just then, a sweet yet slightly rough voice rang out, "Hey! You dragon, let go of my second grandfather." Yifan and Gu Yuna both turned their gazes towards the direction of the voice. A young woman dressed in crimson feathered robes was striding swiftly from the depths of the palace. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, with a hint of heroic spirit between her brows, and a faint aura of flames surrounded her, clearly indicating considerable cultivation. The young woman walked to the old man's side, her gaze coldly fixed on Gu Yuna, her tone tinged with displeasure. "While your Flood Dragon clan is powerful, you cannot humiliate my Phoenix clan like this. Though my Phoenix clan's bloodline is not as noble as yours, we are by no means to be slaughtered." Yifan smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over the young woman, and said calmly, "And you are?" The young woman snorted coldly, raising her head and puffing out her chest. "I am the Holy Maiden of the Phoenix clan Feng Qinger. You have trespassed into my Phoenix clan's territory and injured my people. If you do not give us an explanation today, do not even think of leaving." Gu Yuna's eyes flashed with coldness upon hearing this. She was about to speak when Yifan raised his hand to stop her. Yifan looked at Feng Qinger, finding her quite amusing. It seemed like a long time since he had encountered such a fool. "Feng Qinger, are you mistaken? You should be begging me to let you go, not the other way around, not begging for a chance to leave, understand?" Yifan's voice was icy cold, sending a chill down Feng Qinger's spine. Feng Qinger frowned slightly, clearly disagreeing with Yifan's words. She turned to the old man beside her and asked in a low voice, "Second grandfather, who exactly are they?" The old man's expression was grave as he replied in a low voice, "Qinger, this person's strength is unfathomable, and the woman beside him is a true dragon, with extremely high bloodline, far beyond that of ordinary dragons. I'm afraid we are no match for them." Feng Qinger's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, but she maintained her composure. She looked at Yifan and said coldly, "You dare to come to my Phoenix clan and flaunt your power? Isn't it just because of the true dragon Immortal Emperor beside you? If you're so capable, come and fight me. If you lose, kneel down and get out." Upon hearing this, Yifan couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha! I can't take it anymore, this is hilarious. How could I have encountered such a stupid person? Ouch, ouch." Yifan laughed even harder, eventually clutching his stomach and laughing in the sky. Seeing Yifan laugh so unrestrainedly, Feng Qinger's face instantly flushed red, a hint of shame and anger flashing in her eyes. As the Holy Maiden of the Phoenix clan, she had been exceptionally talented since childhood and was highly respected by her clan. How could she have ever been so disrespected? She made this request because the man before her was about her age. Could this man be some kind of ancient monster who has reversed his aging process? Feng Qinger couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. What are you laughing at?" Feng Qinger stomped her foot angrily, and flames suddenly rose around her, as if to ignite the surrounding air. Yifan finally managed to stop laughing, wiping away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes. He shook his head and said, "Little girl, do you think you're so great? Or do you think that with your meager cultivation, you can withstand even one move from me?" Feng Qinger snapped out of her daze. Hearing Yifan's laughter, she felt even more furious. Flames in her hand condensed into a crimson longsword, its tip pointing directly at Yifan. Chapter 110. The situation is stronger than the beast. Enough nonsense. If you've got the guts, fight me. Don't just hide behind the dragon and spout empty words. Gu Yuna's eyes flashed with coldness as she prepared to teach Feng Qinger a lesson, but Yifan stopped her with a raised hand. "Yuna, no need to fight," Yifan smiled faintly, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Since she's so eager to fight me, I'll play along." Gu Yuna nodded, stepping aside, but her gaze remained wary as she watched the old man opposite her, clearly not taking Feng Qinger seriously. Yifan slowly stepped forward, calmly looking at Feng Qinger, his tone slightly teasing. "Little girl, you'd better think this through. Don't cry if you lose." Feng Qinger snorted coldly, her flaming longsword flashing as a scorching sword aura shot straight towards Yifan. Yifan stood motionless, simply raising his right hand and slightly clenching his fist. The blazing sword energy suddenly halted in midair just 3 feet from Yifan, as if bound by an invisible force. How is this possible? Feng Qinger stared wide-eyed, disbelieving the scene before her. Yifan smiled slightly, gently clenching his palm. The sword energy instantly shattered, dissipating into sparks in the air. "Is that all you've got?" Yifan shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "It seems the Phoenix clan's Holy Maiden is nothing special." Upon hearing this, Feng Qinger's face turned pale, then flushed, filled with shame and anger. She gritted her teeth, and flames erupted around her, transforming her into a gigantic fiery phoenix, lunging towards Yifan. "Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens!" Feng Qinger cried out, the fiery phoenix charging towards Yifan with earth-shattering power. Yifan remained standing, calmly watching the fiery phoenix, a faint smile playing on his lips. "A mere trick," Yifan said softly, then raised his hand and waved it. An invisible force instantly swept out, shattering the fiery phoenix before it could even get close to Yifan, turning it into a shower of sparks and dissipating. Feng Qinger fell from the flames, her face pale, clearly suffering a significant backlash. "Qinger!" The old man rushed forward to support Feng Qinger, his eyes filled with worry. Feng Qinger gritted her teeth, stubbornly pushing away the old man's hand, her gaze fixed on Yifan. "You're about my age, how come you have such strength?" Yifan's lips twitched. He truly didn't know how to answer this question. Should he tell Feng Qinger that he had cheated, that his cultivation was all from coughing up pills? Seeing Yifan's silence, Feng Qinger became even more convinced of her suspicions. That guy over there must be some kind of ancient monster who's reversed his aging process, that must be it, otherwise how could I possibly lose to someone who's been younger for a lifetime? Feng Qinger mentally hypnotized herself. Yifan looked at Feng Qinger's self-comforting expression and couldn't help but laugh again. He shook his head, his tone slightly teasing. "Feng Qinger, you've already lost, so now it's time for you to pay the price." Upon hearing this, Feng Qinger laughed arrogantly, saying, "I only said you'd crawl out of here if you lost, I never said what I'd have to do if I lost." Yifan, undeterred, smiled. "Since that's how it is, then go die," Yifan said calmly, his tone as if he were about to crush an ant. Feng Qinger's face paled instantly upon hearing Yifan's words, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. Although stubborn, she was aware of the difference in strength between herself and Yifan. The previous exchange had made her realize that Yifan's strength far exceeded her expectations, perhaps even surpassing the Phoenix clan's higher-ups. You dare!" Feng Qinger forced a confident demeanor, her voice trembling slightly. Yifan smiled slightly, a hint of coldness in his eyes. "Why wouldn't I dare? Your Phoenix clan is nothing but a bunch of scruffy birds with Phoenix blood. Do you really think you're some high and mighty divine beasts? I've come today to show you what true power is." Before he finished speaking, Yifan raised his hand and waved it, an invisible force instantly enveloping Feng Qinger. Feng Qinger felt her whole body tighten, as if she were being firmly gripped by an invisible hand, unable to move. She tried to struggle, but found her strength utterly insignificant before this oppressive force. "Qinger!" The old man's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. He rushed forward to try and rescue Feng Qinger, but as soon as he took a step, Gu Yuna's figure blocked his way. "Old man, I advise you not to act rashly," Gu Yuna said coldly, a hint of killing intent flashing in her eyes. "Otherwise, I wouldn't mind sending you on your way first." The old man's face turned ashen, his heart filled with shock and anger. As a celestial emperor of the Phoenix clan, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? However, facing Gu Yuna, he dared not make the slightest move. The pressure of the true dragon bloodline made him feel a chill, as if he were facing the most powerful being in the world. "What exactly do you want?" the old man asked through gritted teeth, his voice tinged with helplessness. Yifan smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over Feng Qinger and the old man, his tone calm. "I've already made myself very clear. I'm here today to subdue your Phoenix clan. If you know what's good for you, you'll obediently submit, otherwise, your Phoenix clan will be wiped out of the demon realm." Upon hearing this, the old man felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He knew Yifan wasn't bluffing. With his and Gu Yuna's combined strength, the Phoenix clan truly couldn't contend with him. If they fought head-on, the entire Phoenix clan would likely face annihilation. "Second grandfather, don't listen to him." Feng Qinger, though suppressed by Yifan's power, still stubbornly shouted, "Our Phoenix clan would rather die than submit." Upon hearing this, Yifan's lips curled into a cold smile. "Would rather die than submit? Very well, then I'll grant your wish." With that, he slightly clenched his hand, and Feng Qinger immediately felt a powerful force pressing down on her body, as if to crush her. Her face instantly turned deathly pale, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, clearly indicating she was enduring immense pain. "Stop!" Seeing this, the old man finally couldn't help but shout, We are willing to submit." Upon hearing this, Yifan slightly loosened his grip, and Feng Qinger immediately felt the pressure ease, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. She looked up at the old man, her eyes filled with resentment. "Second grandfather, how could you?" The old man sighed and shook his head. "Qinger, the situation is stronger than the beasts. Our Phoenix clan cannot be destroyed like this." Hearing their conversation, Yifan then said, "All right, since your Phoenix clan is willing to submit, this time to leave your last words as a reward for you. Now, you should die." Chapter 111 Feng Qinger's Death. Yifan's voice was as cold as ice, utterly devoid of warmth, as if he had long since disregarded life and death, leaving only boundless majesty and indifference. He slowly raised his palm, facing Feng Qinger, and the invisible force coalesced once more, as if to crush her completely. Feng Qinger's face instantly turned deathly pale. Her eyes widened, unable to believe that her second grandfather's pleas for mercy had only earned him Yifan's even more ruthless killing intent. She struggled to speak, but only weak, hoarse sounds escaped her throat. Her body was firmly suppressed by that powerful force, unable to move an inch. "Yifan, you can't kill her." Seeing this, the old man hurriedly stepped forward, his voice pleading. "Our Phoenix clan has already submitted. If you kill her, our entire clan will never let this go." Yifan coldly glanced at the old man, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Submission? Your Phoenix clan's submission is merely icing on the cake. Do you think I care so much about the submission of you lowly birds? Today, I will not only subdue your Phoenix clan, but I will also make you understand the consequences of resisting me." His words were filled with boundless killing intent, each syllable piercing the hearts of the Phoenix clan members like a sharp blade. Hearing Yifan's words, a flicker of despair flashed in Feng Qinger's eyes. She finally realized that she and her Phoenix clan were nothing more than ants before this man. With that, Yifan's hand clenched slightly, and Feng Qinger's body was instantly torn apart by an invisible force. Blood gushed out, staining the ground beneath her. Her body writhed in agony a few times before slowly losing its life, leaving only a pair of resentful eyes, as if still telling a story of her unwillingness to accept defeat. Yifan's gaze swept over the Phoenix clan members, his voice cold and authoritative. "Today, I, Yifan, hereby establish the rules. From this day forward, the entire Phoenix clan shall submit to me. Anyone who resists will suffer the same fate as Feng Qinger." His voice boomed like thunder, making the Phoenix clan members' eardrums ache and filling their hearts with terror. They knew that every word Yifan spoke was true. To resist him was certain death. The old man knelt beside Feng Qinger's corpse, a trace of grief flashing in his eyes, but more so, helplessness. He raised his head, looking at Yifan with a hint of fear in his eyes. "My lord, my Phoenix clan is willing to submit and obey your commands from now on." Yifan nodded, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes, and said calmly, "Very well. Since that's the case, then from this day forward, the Phoenix clan is my vassal clan. Remember, today's events are a lesson I'm giving you. If you harbor any further rebellious thoughts, your fate will be far worse than Feng Qinger's." Yifan paused, then continued, "Doesn't your Phoenix clan still have a celestial emperor? Why hasn't he come out?" Upon hearing this, a trace of sorrow flashed in the old man's eyes, but he still said, "Another celestial emperor of my clan suffered severe injuries in a battle with a mysterious powerhouse decades ago and is currently recuperating in the ancestral land." Upon hearing this, Yifan raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. "Oh? Recovering from injuries, that's quite interesting." The old man's expression changed slightly, clearly realizing he had let something slip. He quickly lowered his head, his voice tinged with fear. "My lord, that immortal emperor is indeed healing. He hasn't shown himself for decades. His injuries are extremely severe, and I'm afraid he can't serve you." Yifan sneered, his gaze piercing the old man like a knife. "You think I care about an injured immortal emperor? However, I'm somewhat interested. Take me to see him." Upon hearing this, the old man's heart tightened. He hurriedly said, "My lord, that immortal emperor's injuries are extremely severe, and he's probably unable to receive guests. If you don't mind, my Phoenix clan is willing to offer our clan's most precious treasure as a sign of submission." Yifan smiled faintly, his tone tinged with disdain. "A most precious treasure? Your Phoenix clan's most precious treasure is nothing but useless trinket to me." The old man's face paled, clearly not expecting Yifan to be so persistent. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately dared not disobey Yifan's order, and could only say in a low voice, "My lord, please follow me." Yifan nodded, gesturing for Gu Yuna to follow. Gu Yuna coldly swept her gaze across the Phoenix clan members, her eyes carrying a warning, as if reminding them not to act rashly. Seeing this, the Phoenix clan members all lowered their heads, not daring to meet Gu Yuna's eyes. They knew in their hearts that the true dragon immortal emperor before them possessed strength far beyond their imagination. If they angered her, the entire Phoenix clan might face annihilation. The old man led Yifan and Gu Yuna through the layers of corridors of the Phoenix clan palace, finally arriving at a hidden underground entrance. The entrance was covered with ancient runes, clearly indicating that it was an extremely important forbidden area. "My lord, this is the ancestral land of my Phoenix clan. That immortal emperor is healing his injuries within it," the old man said in a low voice, his tone filled with reverence. Yifan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the runes, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. "These runes are quite interesting. It seems your Phoenix clan's foundation is indeed profound." The old man dared not say more, simply standing respectfully to the side, awaiting Yifan's instructions. Yifan raised his hand and waved, the runes instantly shattering, turning into specks of light and dissipating into the air. He stepped into the ancestral land, Gu Yuna following closely behind, while the old man trembled as he brought up the rear. Within the ancestral land, it was dimly lit, the air filled with an ancient and heavy aura. Yifan's gaze swept around, finally settling on a stone platform. On the stone platform sat a middle-aged man dressed in a crimson gold robe. The man's eyes were closed, a faint aura of flames surrounding him, clearly indicating he was healing. His face was pale, his breath weak, clearly indicating severe injuries. Yifan walked to the stone platform, calmly looking at the man, and said indifferently, "The Phoenix clan's immortal emperor, he looks like he's about to die." The man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with weariness and wariness. He looked at Yifan, his voice hoarse and low. "Who are you? Why have you trespassed into my Phoenix clan's ancestral land?" Yifan smiled faintly, his tone tinged with mockery. "Who I am is unimportant. What matters is that from this day forward, your Phoenix clan will submit to me. And you, too, will serve me." Upon hearing this, a flash of anger crossed the man's eyes, but it was quickly masked by weariness. He gave a bitter laugh, his voice tinged with helplessness. "My injuries are severe, I'm afraid I cannot serve you. If you want the Phoenix clan to submit, go find someone else." Upon hearing this, Yifan's lips curled into a cold smile, and he said indifferently, "Since you cannot serve me, what's the point of your life?" Chapter 112 Nine-Tailed Fox. Yifan's voice was as icy as ice, his gaze devoid of any emotion, as if the Phoenix Clan immortal emperor before him were nothing more than an insignificant ant. His words had barely fallen when the air within the entire ancestral land seemed to freeze, even the faint flames extinguished instantly. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, a flicker of fear and anger flashing in his eyes. As an immortal emperor of the Phoenix Clan, even in his severely injured state, he had never been so disrespected. However, facing Yifan's cold gaze, he felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if his life was no longer in his own hands. What exactly do you want? The middle-aged man's voice was hoarse, tinged with resentment and helplessness. My Phoenix Clan has already submitted to you, why must you exterminate us? Yifan smiled coldly, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Submit? I came here today not to hear your soft words, but to utterly crush your pride, to make you understand that you are nothing but a bunch of scrawny birds. With that, Yifan raised his hand, and an invisible force instantly enveloped the middle-aged man. The man felt his entire body tighten, as if gripped firmly by an invisible hand, unable to move. He tried to struggle, but found that his strength was utterly unable to break free from this oppressive force. You dare! The middle-aged man's voice trembled, his eyes filled with terror. Yifan smiled faintly, his tone tinged with coldness. Why wouldn't I dare? Your Phoenix Clan is nothing but a bunch of scrawny birds with weak phoenix blood. Do you really think you're some high and mighty divine beast? Before he finished speaking, Yifan's hand clenched slightly, and the middle-aged man instantly felt a powerful force pressing down on his body, as if to crush him completely. His face turned deathly pale, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, clearly indicating he was enduring immense pain. Stop! Seeing this, the old man finally couldn't help but shout, his voice pleading, My lord, please spare him. Our Phoenix Clan is willing to pay any price, just to spare his life. Yifan coldly glanced at the old man, his gaze devoid of any pity. Price? Everything your Phoenix Clan possesses is now mine. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Upon hearing this, the old man's face turned deathly pale, his body trembling slightly, as if Yifan's words had completely shattered his last hope. He opened his mouth, but found himself unable to utter a sound. He could only lower his head helplessly, his eyes filled with despair. Yifan's gaze returned to the middle-aged man, his tone cold and indifferent. Since you can no longer serve me, then you have no reason to exist. Before the words were finished, Yifan's hand clenched suddenly, and an invisible force erupted instantly. The middle-aged man's body was instantly crushed and twisted, the sound of bones shattering clearly audible. His face turned from pale to bluish purple, his eyes filled with pain and resentment, yet he couldn't even utter a scream. No! The old man finally couldn't help but let out a piercing wail, kneeling on the ground, his hands gripping the earth tightly, his nails digging deep into the soil. His eyes were filled with tears, but he couldn't change what was happening before him. Yifan coldly observed the scene, as if it were all insignificant trifles. His gaze remained unwavering, as if crushing a celestial emperor was merely a casual act for him. In truth, Yifan's current strength was comparable to that of an ordinary early-stage celestial emperor. After all, he possessed the ancient sacred body, a supreme-grade sacred body, which allowed him to so easily crush the heavily injured Phoenix Clan celestial emperor. The middle-aged man's body ultimately collapsed completely under Yifan's power, turning into a cloud of blood mist and dissipating into the air. His aura vanished entirely, as if he had never existed. The ancestral land was deathly silent, save for the old man's low sobs echoing in the air. Yifan withdrew his hand, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings, and said calmly, From this day forward, if you wish to live, you must obediently submit to me. Otherwise, I do not hesitate to wipe the Phoenix Clan from this world completely. The old man knelt on the ground, his body trembling even more violently. He knew that Yifan's words were not empty threats. The Phoenix Clan now had no means of resistance. My lord, the Phoenix Clan is willing to submit. The old man's voice was hoarse, almost forcing the words out from deep within his throat. Yifan nodded, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He turned to Gu Yuna and said indifferently, Let's go. There's nothing left to linger here. Gu Yuna nodded slightly, her gaze coldly sweeping over the kneeling old man before following Yifan away from the ancestral land. Outside the Phoenix clan's ancestral land, Yi Fan stood on a high place, overlooking the Phoenix clan's palace below. His gaze was deep and cold, as if he were pondering something. Master, these Phoenix clan members are so ungrateful, why not just kill them all? Gu Yuna stood beside him and asked softly. Yi Fan smiled faintly, his tone tinged with disdain. The Phoenix clan is nothing but a bunch of scruffy birds. Subduing them is just a matter of convenience. What I really want to see is that nine-tailed fox from the Fox clan. Gu Yuna nodded upon hearing this and said respectfully, Master, if that nine-tailed fox is ungrateful, I'll twist her head off and let you kick it around like a ball. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He said calmly, that's quite right. Yi Fan's gaze remained fixed on the distance, as if piercing through layers of clouds to reach the distant Fox clan's territory. The nine-tailed fox legend has it she possesses unparalleled beauty, even surpassing the bloodline of the dragon clan, and she has 9 tails. Yi Fan murmured to himself, a hint of amusement in his voice, such a being, if it cannot be used by me, then it can only be destroyed. Gu Yuna stood beside Yi Fan, a cold glint in her eyes. Master, the Fox clan is known for its cunning, especially the nine-tailed fox. It's said she's skilled in bewitching arts, and those with weak minds are easily seduced. Yi Fan chuckled, his tone laced with disdain. Bewitching arts? Mere child's play. Before me, any trick is futile. Gu Yuna nodded, saying nothing more. She had absolute faith in her master, even the nine-tailed fox could not sway his will. Let's go, to the Fox clan, Yi Fan said calmly, then his figure flashed, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards the Fox clan. Gu Yuna followed closely behind, their figures quickly disappearing into the horizon. Brothers, let's work hard for love. It's only a few dollars a day, if I weren't still working, I'd starve to death long ago. Wah-ah. Chapter 113 The Nine-Tailed Fox's Illusion. The Fox clan's territory lies nestled in a deep, secluded valley. The valley is shrouded in mist, brimming with spiritual energy, resembling a fairyland. The Fox clan's palace is built against the mountainside, its carved beams and painted rafters exquisitely beautiful, exuding luxury and mystery. Deep within the palace, in a lavishly decorated room, a woman reclines languidly on a soft couch. She wears a snow-white long dress, the hem embroidered with delicate fox patterns, giving her an air of nobility and elegance. Her beauty is breathtaking, her features are exquisitely beautiful, her skin is white as snow, especially her captivating eyes, which seem to see right through one's soul. She is the supreme being of the Fox clan, the nine-tailed fox, named Suli. At this moment, Suli is toying with a crystal-clear jade hairpin in her hand, her gaze somewhat unfocused, as if lost in thought. Clan leader, news from the Phoenix clan's spies indicates that the human cultivator has descended upon the Phoenix clan, and the entire clan has submitted to him, a Fox clan maidservant reported respectfully in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Suli frowned slightly, a hint of seriousness flashing in her eyes. This human cultivator is indeed a troublesome figure. She put down the jade hairpin in her hand, slowly rose, walked to the window, gazed into the distance, and murmured to herself, to make the Flood Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan submit, even with a true dragon immortal emperor by his side, wouldn't be so easy. It seems his strength has also reached the immortal emperor level. Seeing this, the maid cautiously asked, Clan leader, should our Fox clan prepare in advance? If that human cultivator comes, I'm afraid. Suli chuckled lightly, her tone carrying a hint of confidence. No need to panic. Although that human cultivator is powerful, our Fox clan is not a pushover. Besides, I have my own ways of dealing with him. Hearing this, the maid dared not say anything more and respectfully retreated to the side. Suli's gaze remained fixed on the distance, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. She murmured softly, Human cultivators, I'll see just how capable you really are. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and Gu Yuna had arrived at the outskirts of the Fox clan's territory. Yi Fan stood atop a mountain peak, overlooking the Fox clan's valley below, his gaze cold. The Fox clan. Gu Yuna stood beside him, asking softly, Master, should we just barge in? Yi Fan shook his head, saying calmly, no need. The Fox clan is different from the Phoenix clan. They excel at illusions and seduction. Rushing in recklessly would only make us fall into their traps. We should be cautious. Gu Yuna nodded, saying nothing more. Yifan's gaze swept across the valley, a cold smile playing on his lips. Nine-tailed fox, I know you're watching me. Since you refused to show yourself, I'll come to you personally. With that, Yifan gave Gu Yuna a meaningful look. Gu Yuna understood immediately, raising her hand and unleashing an invisible force that swept towards the Fox Clan Valley. The mist within the valley was instantly dispersed by this force, revealing the entire Fox Clan Palace. Inside the palace, Suli sensed this powerful force, her expression slightly changing. She muttered to herself, "It really has come." She turned to her maid and said, "Pass down the order, activate the clan's protective formation. No clan member is to act rashly." The maid immediately obeyed and left. A smile played on Suli's lips as she murmured, "Human cultivator, since you've come, I'll deal with you personally." She flashed, transforming into a streak of white light, and flew out of the valley. Outside the valley, Yifan stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze calmly fixed on the distance. A moment later, a beam of white light descended from the sky, landing before him. The light dissipated, revealing Suli's figure. She stood before Yifan, her gaze calm and profound, as if she could see through everything. "Your Excellency, I've long admired your name." Suli smiled slightly, her tone carrying a hint of allure. "May I ask what brings you here today?" Yifan smiled faintly, a touch of mockery in his eyes. "Suli, you should know very well why I'm here. If the Fox clan is sensible, they will submit to me, otherwise the Phoenix clan's fate will serve as your example." Upon hearing this, a flash of coldness crossed Suli's eyes, but it was quickly concealed by a smile. She said softly, "Yifan, the Fox clan has always been peaceful and unassuming. Why be so aggressive? Why don't we sit down and have a proper talk?" Yifan sneered, his tone laced with disdain. "Talk? Are you worthy?" Suli's expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. She said in a low voice, "Human cultivator, although you are strong, you may not be able to defeat my Fox clan. If we both suffer heavy losses, it will not benefit either of us." Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Yifan's eyes. "Heavy losses? You? Have you forgotten that the Flood Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan have already submitted? Besides, even if the Flood Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan hadn't submitted, I could still deal with you with ease." Suli's eyes flashed with seriousness upon hearing Yifan's words, but her expression remained calm and composed. She chuckled softly, her voice as melodious as a clear spring, yet carrying a hint of unfathomable depth. "Human cultivator, you are indeed powerful, but the Fox clan is neither the Phoenix clan nor the Dragon clan. Perhaps you haven't truly experienced the methods of our Fox clan." Yifan raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Oh? Then let me see for myself what's so special about the Fox clan's methods." Suli smiled slightly, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. She gently raised her hand, a faint pink light emanating from her fingertips. The light spread out like ripples, instantly enveloping the surrounding space. Yifan felt the scene before him suddenly change. The valley, the palace, and the sky vanished, replaced by an endless sea of flowers. The sea of flowers was fragrant, petals dancing in the wind, as if he were in a dream. "Illusion?" Yifan sneered, his tone laced with mockery. "Mere illusions, you dare to flaunt them before me?" Yifan now possessed the three apertures exquisite heart, making him essentially immune to all illusions and dreamscapes, which was why he dared to be so fearless. Suli's voice came from all directions, carrying a hint of allure and seduction. "Human cultivator, illusions may be a minor art, but if they can make you fall into their trap, they are enough to be fatal. Though you are powerful, your will may not be unbreakable." Yifan stood rooted to the spot, his gaze still icy, as if the illusion before him had no effect on him whatsoever. He said calmly, "You're too naive. A mere illusion is nothing but a child's play, it can't possibly shake my will." Before he finished speaking, an invisible force erupted from Yifan's body, shattering the surrounding sea of flowers like a mirror, and the illusion collapsed instantly. Suli's figure reappeared before Yifan, her face slightly pale, clearly indicating that the breaking of the illusion had caused some backlash. She took a deep breath, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. "You actually managed to break my illusion so easily?" Chapter 114 The Fox Clan Submits. Yifan chuckled coldly, his tone laced with disdain. Your illusions are nothing but mind-bending tricks, utterly useless against me. Nine-tailed fox, if this is all you've got, then the fate of the Fox clan is already sealed. And you, too, will be mine. Su Li's expression gradually darkened. She knew she could no longer hold back. She bit her lip lightly, a resolute glint in her eyes. Human cultivator, since you're so aggressive, then I'll show you the true power of the Fox clan. With that, Su Li's figure abruptly changed. 9 enormous fox tails appeared behind her, each radiating dazzling light. Her aura surged instantly, as if the surrounding air had solidified. The true form of a 9-tailed fox? That's interesting. I wonder what it will feel like later. Yifan smiled, his tone a mixture of interest and frivolity. Hearing Yifan's words, a flash of anger crossed Su Li's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. Her 9 fox tails danced in the air, each tail containing immense power, seemingly capable of tearing space itself apart. Her voice was cold and resolute. Human cultivator, though you are strong, you may not be able to easily defeat me. The power of the Fox clan is far beyond your imagination. Just then, Gu Yuna came to Yifan's ear and said, Master, this 9-tailed fox's cultivation has already reached the late stage of Immortal Emperor. Let me handle it. Yifan nodded and stepped back. After all, he had servants, why should he fight himself? Gu Yuna stood beside Yifan, her gaze icy as she looked at Su Li, her voice cold as she said, 9-tailed fox, your opponent is me. A trace of solemnity flashed in Su Li's eyes. She could sense the powerful dragon aura emanating from Gu Yuna, the pressure of a true dragon's bloodline, something even she dared not underestimate. She chuckled softly, a hint of provocation in her voice. True dragon immortal emperor? Interesting. But do you think you alone can defeat me? Gu Yuna didn't respond. Her figure flashed, transforming into a streak of silver-white light, hurtling towards Su Li. With a flick of her wrist, a dragon-shaped energy instantly condensed, carrying a world-destroying force as it hurtled towards Su Li. Seeing this, Su Li lashed out with her 9 foxtails, 9 pink beams of light meeting Gu Yuna's attack like sharp blades. The two forces collided violently in mid-air, unleashing a deafening roar that shook the entire valley. Boom! The energy surge swept outwards, countless cracks appearing in the ground, and the Fox clan's palace teetered on the brink of collapse in the aftershocks. Su Li's expression changed slightly. She hadn't expected Gu Yuna's power to be so formidable, even she dared not take it head-on. The power of a true dragon truly lives up to its reputation, Su Li murmured, a hint of apprehension flashing in her eyes. Gu Yuna sneered, her tone laced with disdain, 9-tailed fox, your power is nothing more than this. If this is all you've got, then the fate of the Fox clan is already sealed. Su Li's expression gradually darkened, she knew she could no longer hold back. Her 9 fox tails suddenly merged into one, transforming into a massive pillar of light that blasted towards Gu Yuna. The pillar of light contained destructive power, seemingly intent on annihilating everything. Gu Yuna's eyes flashed with coldness upon seeing this. Her form abruptly transformed into a gigantic silver-white dragon, its scales shimmering with dazzling light. She opened her maw, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath that collided with Su Li's pillar of light. Boom! The two forces clashed fiercely in the air, as if the entire valley was about to be torn apart. Su Li's face grew increasingly pale, her power was rapidly dwindling, while Gu Yuna remained calm and composed, seemingly unaffected. Just then, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from the depths of the Fox clan's territory. A middle-aged woman dressed in black robes descended from the sky, landing beside Su Li. Her aura was extremely powerful, she was clearly a celestial emperor-level expert. Clan leader, I've come to your aid, the black-robed woman said softly, her gaze icy as she looked at Gu Yuna. Su Li nodded, a hint of joy flashing in her eyes, and said, all right, let's attack together and take her down. Gu Yuna frowned slightly upon seeing this, but quickly regained her composure. She smiled coldly, her tone laced with disdain, 2 mere immortal emperors dare to be so insolent before me? However, before she could finish speaking, a deafening dragon roar suddenly echoed across the sky above the Fox clan's territory. Immediately afterward, 4 powerful auras descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the entire valley. Boom! 4 figures appeared beside Gu Yuna, they were none other than 4 immortal emperors of the Flood Dragon clan. Their auras were extremely powerful. One was a peak immortal emperor, one a mid-stage immortal emperor, and 2 early-stage immortal emperors. The appearance of the 4 instantly caused the 2 immortal emperors of the Fox clan to change their expressions drastically. The Flood Dragon clan. Suli's face turned deathly pale, a flicker of despair in her eyes. A peak immortal emperor from the Flood Dragon clan sneered, his gaze sweeping over Suli and the woman in black robes, his tone laced with mockery. Fox clan, you actually dare to touch our Flood Dragon clan's master? Do you not take our Flood Dragon clan seriously? Suli's body trembled slightly. She knew the Fox clan had no chance of winning. With 4 immortal emperors from the Flood Dragon clan, plus Gu Yuna and Yifan, the Fox clan had no room for resistance. Yifan stood aside, his gaze coldly observing everything, and said calmly, "Now, do you have anything else to say?" Suli lowered her head, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. She knew that the Fox clan's fate was completely in Yifan's hands. "My lord, the Fox clan is willing to submit," Suli said softly, her voice filled with helplessness and resentment. Yifan nodded, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes, and said calmly, "Very good. From this day forward, the Fox clan is my subordinate. If there is any disloyalty, I won't hesitate to have the Fox clan wiped out completely. And, most importantly, call me master." Suli's body trembled slightly, a trace of humiliation flashing in her eyes, but she still whispered, "Yes, master." Seeing this, the 4 immortal emperors of the Flood Dragon clan stepped aside, standing respectfully behind Yifan. Gu Yuna also returned to human form, standing beside Yifan, her gaze coldly sweeping over Suli. Chapter 115 Serving the Emperor. A complex emotion flashed in Suli's eyes. She slowly raised her head to look at Yifan, her voice low yet resolute. "Master, now that the Fox clan has submitted, their fate is in your hands. But the Fox clan has always been peaceful, seeking only a tranquil land. We hope you will treat your people kindly." Yifan's lips curled into a cold smile. He said indifferently, treat them kindly? I subdued you to be a weapon in my hand, not to be worshipped like ancestors. If you want to be ancestors, I suggest you go and send your ancestors away now." Suli's heart sank upon hearing Yifan's words, her face paling slightly. She had initially thought Yifan would at least grant the Fox clan some basic respect and space to live, but she hadn't expected his attitude to be so cold and ruthless. Her fingers trembled slightly, but she quickly suppressed it, a resolute glint in her eyes. "Master, although the Fox clan has submitted, they are not without value." Suli's voice remained calm, yet carried a subtle sharpness. "The Fox clan's illusion and charm arts are unique supernatural powers in the world. If Master is willing, the Fox clan can contribute to your ambitions." Upon hearing this, Yifan raised an eyebrow slightly and said coldly, "Judging from your tone, are you threatening me?" Yifan's voice was as icy as ice, his eyes flashing with a sharp killing intent, as if he would crush Suli completely in the next second. "Have you forgotten your place? Or do you think I'm easy to talk to?" Suli felt the suffocating pressure emanating from Yifan, and her body trembled involuntarily. Her face paled further, a bead of cold sweat beating on her forehead, but she still forced herself to remain composed, struggling to keep her voice steady. "Master, Suli dares not threaten you. It's just if the power of the Fox clan could be used by you, it would surely help you achieve your dominance more quickly. Suli only hopes that you can give the Fox clan a chance to prove our worth." Yifan sneered, slowly approaching Suli. Each step felt like a blow to her heart, making her breathing increasingly rapid. He looked down at her, his voice icy and merciless. "A chance? Your Fox clan's chance is given by me, not begged for. Besides, I have no interest in your Fox clan's petty tricks. I'm only slightly interested in your body." Suli's heart jolted at Yifan's words, her face instantly turning deathly pale. Her body trembled slightly, a flicker of disbelief and humiliation flashing in her eyes. She never expected Yifan to speak so bluntly, as if she were merely a plaything to be manipulated at will. "Master," Suli's voice trembled slightly, but she still tried her best to keep her tone calm. "Suli is the patriarch of the Fox clan. She represents not only herself, but also the dignity of the entire Fox clan. If Master insists on doing so, Suli would rather die than bring shame upon the Fox clan. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes flashed with mockery, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Dignity? Suli, aren't you overestimating yourself? In my eyes, the subjugation of the Fox clan was merely a matter of convenience, and you are just someone I'm somewhat interested in. Your dignity means nothing to me. Suli's heart sank. She knew Yi Fan's words were not empty. In his eyes, the Fox clan and she were nothing more than tools, not even worthy of bargaining. Her fingers gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, her knuckles turning white, and a hint of despair flashed in her eyes. However, just as she was about to give up, Yi Fan's voice rang out again, his tone playful. However, you have reminded me that the Fox clan's illusions and charms are indeed somewhat useful. I won't have to handle some of the smaller matters personally anymore. Suli looked up, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. She knew that Yi Fan was giving her a choice, a humiliating choice she had no choice but to accept. She took a deep breath, her voice low and firm. Master, if you are willing to spare the Fox clan, Suli is willing to serve you and offer all the power of the Fox clan. Yi Fan sneered, a hint of disdain in his eyes, and said indifferently, Suli, it's best if you understand. Tonight, you will serve me. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Suli felt as if a cold, sharp blade had pierced her heart, a chill spreading from her core throughout her body. Her fingers trembled slightly, her fingertips almost digging into her palms, yet she felt no pain. She knew she had no way out. The fate of the Fox clan, her dignity, hung by a thread. She slowly lowered her head, the complex emotions in her eyes hidden by her long eyelashes, her voice low and hoarse. Master Suli understands. Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction, his smile deepening. He reached out and lifted Suli's chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Suli's eyes held a hint of stubbornness, yet she dared not resist in the slightest. Yi Fan's eyes gleamed with amusement, as if he were admiring prey about to be completely conquered. Very well. We have an old saying, discretion is the better part of valor. As long as you do your job well, I won't treat you unfairly. Tonight, I will show you what true submission is. Suli's body trembled slightly, but she still forced herself to remain composed, trying to keep her voice steady. Master, Suli has only one request. I hope you will treat the Fox people kindly. They are innocent. Yi Fan sneered, releasing her chin, turning his back to her, his voice laced with disdain. Suli, haven't you figured out the situation yet? You have no right to negotiate with me now. However, the fate of the Fox clan depends entirely on your performance. If you satisfy me, perhaps I will consider sparing their lives. If you don't know what's good for you. He didn't finish his sentence, but the threat in his words was unmistakable. Suli felt a chill in her heart, she knew she had no way out. She slowly stood up, a resolute glint in her eyes, her voice low and firm. Master, Suli understands. Tonight Suli will serve you well. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over Suli as if appraising an object soon to be his. His eyes held no warmth, only coldness and control. Very good, I look forward to your performance. Yi Fan's voice carried a hint of mockery, then he waved his hand. Go and prepare. I'll send someone to fetch you tonight. Chapter 116. Suli's humiliation. Suli lowered her head and slowly retreated from the room. Her steps were slightly unsteady, but she maintained her composure, refusing to show any weakness. Only after she was out of Yi Fan's sight did her body tremble slightly, a tear glistening in her eye, which she quickly suppressed. She knew that from tonight onwards, her fate would be completely changed. The fate of the Fox clan would also be firmly in Yi Fan's hands. And she had no choice but to submit, to exchange her dignity for a sliver of hope for the Fox clan's survival. As night fell, Suli stood by the window, gazing at the distant starry sky, her heart filled with uncertainty. Her fingers gently traced the window pane, her fingertips icy cold. She knew there was no turning back. Clan leader, a soft call came from behind. Suli turned around and saw a Fox clan girl standing in the doorway, her eyes filled with worry. Suli forced a smile and said softly, "Don't worry, I'll handle everything. You take good care of yourselves." A tear glistened in the girl's eyes as she whispered, "Chieftain, we really have no other choice?" Suli shook her head, her voice low and firm. "This is the only way." For the Fox clan, I'm willing to give everything. The girl didn't speak again, only nodded silently, her eyes filled with heartache and helplessness. That night, Suli sat on her bed, lost in thought. But just then, footsteps sounded outside the door, followed by a Fox clan girl who entered respectfully, saying, "Chieftain Suli, master sent me to fetch you." Suli took a deep breath and slowly nodded. She glanced one last time at the starry sky outside the window, a resolute glint in her eyes, then turned and followed the guard out of the room. Suli followed the Fox clan girl down the long corridor, each step feeling like walking on a knife's edge, her heart filled with endless humiliation and helplessness. At the end of the corridor stood a carved wooden door, behind which lay the bedroom Yifan had just chosen. The Fox girl stopped before the door, her voice choked with emotion, and said, "Master is already waiting for you inside." Suli stood before the door, feeling a pang of helplessness at the Fox girl's slightly choked voice. Then, Suli took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, and slowly pushed open the door, entering the bedroom. Inside the bedroom, candlelight flickered, illuminating Yifan's figure. He sat in a large chair, toying with an exquisite wine cup in his hand, his gaze cold and profound. Seeing Suli enter, a faint smile appeared on his lips, his voice low and icy. "You've arrived?" Suli lowered her head, her voice hoarse and respectful. "Master, Suli has arrived." Yifan put down the wine cup, slowly stood up, walked to Suli, and his gaze swept over her. His eyes held no warmth, only coldness and control. "Suli, you know what to do tonight, right?" Yifan's voice carried a hint of mockery, as if he were enjoying her embarrassment. Suli's body trembled slightly, but she still forced herself to remain composed, her voice low and firm. "Master, Suli understands. Tonight Suli will serve you well." Yifan sneered, reaching out to lift her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Suli's eyes held a hint of stubbornness, yet she dared not resist in the slightest. "Very well, I'd like to taste what a nine-tailed fox is like," Yifan said playfully. Suli raised her head, a flash of humiliation in her eyes. Her body trembled slightly, but she still forced herself to remain composed, striving to keep her voice steady. "Master, Suli will do her best to satisfy you." Yifan nodded in satisfaction, his smile deepening. He reached out and gently stroked Suli's cheek. "Very good, I look forward to your performance." Suli's heart turned icy cold. She knew she had no way out. She slowly closed her eyes, silently praying that her sacrifice could bring a glimmer of hope for the Fox clan. Suli's eyelashes trembled slightly, like fragile butterfly wings fluttering in the wind. Her breathing became rapid, her chest heaving with each rapid heartbeat. Yifan's fingers remained on her cheek, yet the warmth of his fingertips sent a chill down her spine. "Open your eyes," Yifan's voice was low and cold, carrying an unyielding command. Suli slowly opened her eyes, her gaze reflecting Yifan's cold, handsome face. Suli's throat bobbed slightly, as if 1,000 words were stuck in her throat, unable to be uttered. Yifan's fingers slowly slid down her cheek, finally stopping at her neck. His fingertips gently caressed her skin, as if toying with a delicate piece of porcelain. Suli's body trembled slightly, but she dared not resist in the slightest. "Do you know?" Yifan's voice held a hint of amusement. "What I like most is seeing you self-proclaimed noble humans and beasts, or even demons, bow your heads before me." "Master." A hint of satisfaction flashed in Yifan's eyes as he released her chin. He turned and walked back to the chair, sitting down again, his gaze still coldly fixed on Suli. "Kneel." His voice was brief and icy, as if commanding an insignificant ant. Suli's body stiffened slightly, a flicker of struggle crossing her eyes. She knew that kneeling was not merely physical submission, but a complete collapse of her dignity. However, she had no choice. She slowly bent her knees, kneeling before Yifan. Her head was lowered, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, obscuring the emotions in her eyes. Her voice was low and hoarse. "Master, Suli awaits your orders." A cold smile curled at the corner of Yifan's lips, a hint of mockery in his eyes. He slowly stood up, walking to Suli, looking down at her. "Raise your head." His voice carried an unyielding command. Suli slowly raised her head, meeting Yifan's gaze. There were no tears in her eyes, only a cold, calm stillness. Yifan's fingers gently traced her cheek, his fingertips still icy cold. His voice was low and cold. "Suli, release your 9 tails." Suli's body trembled slightly, a flicker of hesitation and struggle crossing her eyes. But she took a deep breath, slowly closed her eyes, and her immortal power quietly circulated within her. With a flash of faint light, 9 snow-white fox tails unfurled from behind her, soft and elegant like silk under the moonlight. Each tail emitted a faint halo, as if containing boundless, mysterious power. Yifan's gaze fell upon her 9 tails, a hint of amazement and satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He reached out and gently stroked one of the tails. The touch was soft and warm, as if he could feel the powerful energy contained within. Chapter 117: The Beautiful 9-Tailed Fox. As expected of a 9-tailed fox, each tail is more beautiful than the last, Yifan said with amusement. Suli's body trembled slightly, struggling to keep her voice steady. "Master!" Yifan sneered, his fingers suddenly tightening, pinching one of the tails. Suli's body jerked violently, a flash of pain crossing her eyes, but she gritted her teeth, remaining silent. "The feel is quite nice, soft and yielding," Yifan's voice carried a hint of mockery. Suli felt a chill in her heart. She knew Yifan didn't care about her feelings at all. His eyes were only filled with desire and control over her. Her 9 tails were nothing more than his playthings. Yifan slowly loosened his grip, his gaze still coldly fixed on her. "Suli, do you know why I'm interested in you?" Suli lowered her head, her voice low and hoarse. "Master, Suli doesn't know." A cold smile curled at the corner of Yifan's lips, his voice tinged with mockery. "Actually, there's no other reason. I just wanted to see what a 9-tailed fox is like. Now that I see, it's quite something." Suli's breath hitched slightly, a bitter feeling rising in her heart. Her 9 tails still swayed gently behind her, as if silently telling of her inner struggle and helplessness. Each tail carried the millennia-old heritage and glory of the Fox clan, but now, they had become symbols of her humiliation. Yifan's gaze remained fixed on her tails, a possessive glint in his eyes. He slowly stood up, walked to Suli, and looked down at her, saying calmly, "Suli, do you understand what you're about to do?" Suli's body trembled slightly, but she still forced herself to remain composed, her voice low and hoarse. "Master, Suli understands." A cold smile curled at the corner of Yifan's lips. He reached out and gently stroked her cheek, his fingertips still icy cold. His voice carried a hint of mockery. "Very good. I like obedient pets." Suli's heart turned cold. She knew she had completely become Yifan's plaything. Her dignity, her freedom, even her life, no longer belonged to her. However, for the survival of the Fox clan, she had no other choice. Yifan's fingers slowly slid down her tail, finally stopping at her waist. His fingertips gently caressed her skin, as if toying with a delicate piece of porcelain. Suli's body trembled slightly, but she dared not resist in the slightest. "I'm quite curious to know what it feels like to have your tail wet," Yifan said excitedly. Although Suli couldn't understand Yifan's words, she could vaguely sense that something bad was about to happen. But Suli dared not have any objection, because she couldn't object anyway. Thus, Suli, the Fox clan leader, could only submit to this beast Yifan tonight. "You know what I mean." The first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the palace through the window, the soft light illuminating Suli's pale face. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes, reflecting Yifan's cold and stern face. Yifan remained fast asleep, his breathing steady, as if the events of the previous night were nothing more than an insignificant dream. Suli stirred slightly, immediately feeling a sharp, intense pain coursing through her limbs. Her 9 tails hung limply behind her, their snow-white fur disheveled, silently recounting the humiliation and pain of the previous night. Her fingers gently traced the marks of Yifan's brutal treatment on her tails, a bitter, indescribable sorrow welling up within her. She slowly sat up, enduring the pain, and gently retracted her tails. The disappearance of each tail seemed to take away a piece of her dignity and power. Her gaze fell on Yifan's face, a complex mix of emotions flashing in her eyes: hatred, helplessness, deep despair, and even a desire to strangle him. But she dared not do it. Because she knew that from the moment last night, her fate had been completely altered. The fate of the Fox clan was firmly in Yifan's hands. And she had no choice but to submit, to exchange her dignity for a sliver of hope for the Fox clan's survival. Suli gently got out of bed, her steps unsteady, but she still forced herself to remain composed, refusing to show any weakness. She walked to the window, gazing at the distant starry sky, her heart filled with emptiness. Her fingers lightly traced the window pane, her fingertips icy cold. She knew there was no turning back. Just then, Yifan's voice came from behind, tinged with languor and mockery. "Suli, up so early?" Suli's body stiffened slightly, but she quickly suppressed her emotions, slowly turning around, her voice low and respectful. "Master, Suli just couldn't sleep, so I got up to check on you." A cold smile curled at the corner of Yifan's lips as his gaze swept over her, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Is that so? It seems last night's service wasn't enough to satisfy you." A sharp pain shot through Suli's heart, but she still forced a smile, her voice low and hoarse. "Master, Suli is very satisfied." A flicker of satisfaction flashed in Yifan's eyes. He slowly stood up, walked to Suli, and looked down at her. His fingers gently traced her cheek, the temperature of his fingertips still icy cold. "I really like your shrewdness in knowing when to yield. If everyone were like you, that would be wonderful," Yifan said mockingly. Before Suli could speak, Yifan preemptively said, "All right, I've done what I needed to do here. I should be leaving now. You 3 races have subdued the other demon races. I returned hoping to see the demon race bowing in submission, understand?" Suli lowered her head, her voice hoarse yet respectful. "Master, Suli understands." A cold smile curled at the corner of Yifan's lips. He gently pinched her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. "Remember, don't disappoint me." A hint of humiliation and helplessness flashed in Suli's eyes, but she still forced a smile, her voice low and firm. "Master, rest assured, Suli will follow your instructions and, together with the other 2 races, subdue the demon race." Yifan nodded in satisfaction, released her chin, and turned to walk towards the palace gate. Suli stood there, watching Yifan's figure recede into the distance until he completely disappeared from sight. Her body trembled slightly, as if all pretense had crumbled, and a wave of humiliation and pain washed over her. Her fingers gripped the window frame tightly, her fingertips turning white from the force. She knew that from this moment on, she was no longer just the leader of the Fox clan, but a toy of Yifan, yet she was powerless to stop it all. Chapter 118 Little Fairy Doctor. Meanwhile, Yifan leisurely hovered above a dense forest, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves. He looked down at the lush green world below, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. He murmured to himself, "Now the demon race is dealt with. I have the resources to contend with the humans and demons. My next goal is to subdue both humans and demons and unify the immortal realm." Thinking this, Yifan shook his head slightly, pondering. The humans are relatively easy to handle, but the demons are different. They are unruly, always valuing freedom, and never easily manipulated. They'll be difficult to subdue. Although I could simply annihilate the demons, that would take away a lot of the fun. Yifan's thoughts paused, then suddenly his eyes lit up, as if he had found a beacon in the darkness, seemingly realizing something crucial. He thought to himself, "Right, I still have the devouring demon body I got from the roulette wheel, right? Although the system advised against changing my physique, why should I listen to this damn system? It's just an auxiliary tool, can it really restrict me? Anyway, the system will always have a backup plan, so what am I afraid of?" Thinking this, Yifan's mood brightened, as if a fog had been dispelled from his mind. He continued to ponder. "Besides, I've completed so many tasks, and there are still many rewards I haven't claimed. Maybe one of them will increase the number of servants." At this moment, Yifan's thoughts suddenly opened up, becoming incredibly clear, as if he could already see the direction of the future. Immediately afterwards, Yifan said to the system in his mind, "Claim all the tasks I can." Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Servants +3, 1 Unconditional Realm Upgrade card, 1 Myriad Realms Summoning card, 1 Enlightenment Stone, Creation Points +888, and Top Grade Immortal Crystals +999. Hearing the system notification, Yifan's smile deepened. "System, I want to change my physique and use the devouring demon body." Ding! Detected that the host already possesses the ancient sacred body. Changing to the devouring demon body requires 1,000 creation points. 1,000 it is. I'll subdue the demons and exchange all their pills and magical artifacts for creation points. I refuse to believe I can't earn it back. Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively. Ding! Physique change and progress. Intense pain instantly swept through his body. Yi Fan felt every inch of his flesh being torn and reassembled. He gritted his teeth, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Half an hour later, the pain finally subsided. Yi Fan opened his eyes, a strange black light flashing in his pupils. He raised his hand and waved it, causing a subtle distortion in the surrounding space. Is this the power of the devouring demon body? Truly domineering. Before, when I possessed the ancient sacred body, I endured such hardship. Yi Fan smiled contentedly, feeling the new power within him. System, use the Myriad Realms summoning card. Ding! Myriad Realms summoning card successfully used, randomly summoning. Just as the system's voice faded, a dazzling white light suddenly burst forth before Yi Fan. Immediately afterward, a figure appeared and disappeared in the white light. As the light gradually faded, a graceful woman with a beautiful face appeared before Yi Fan. Her white hair was as smooth as silk, gently brushing against her fair skin, making her look like a fairy descended from heaven. When the woman's figure was fully revealed to Yi Fan, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully summoning Little Fairy Doctor from the Doyen continent. Upon hearing this news, Yi Fan was overjoyed. His eyes instantly lit up, and a satisfied smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Upon seeing Yi Fan for the first time, Little Fairy Doctor did not hesitate at all. She knelt down and respectfully said, Master. Hearing Little Fairy Doctor's clear and melodious voice, Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. Rise, Yi Fan said calmly. His voice was as still as water, revealing not a trace of emotion. Yes, Master. Little Fairy Doctor respectfully replied, then stood up and dusted off her skirt. Yi Fan looked at Little Fairy Doctor before him, but couldn't help thinking of a man who liked to talk about luck. Judging from Little Fairy Doctor's current state, the plot on the Doyen continent should have entered its middle or later stages. Little Fairy Doctor has been summoned here by me, and Brother Luck must be extremely anxious right now. I really want to see his anxious expression, that would be very interesting. Yi Fan thought sarcastically to himself. Just now. At the pill gathering of the Central State Pill Tower on the Doyen continent, the participating alchemists were completely focused on refining pills. On the high platform, the three giants of the pill tower scrutinized each participant with piercing eyes. Xiao Yan held a ball of emerald green glazed lotus heart flame suspended in his palm. As the flames surged, the medicinal liquid slowly fused together, his gaze focused and steady. However, just as he was about to condense his core. Boom! In the audience, the space beside Little Fairy Doctor suddenly distorted, and a pitch-black void gate appeared out of thin air, unleashing a terrifying suction force. Little Fairy Doctor. Xiao Yan looked up sharply, his pupils shrinking. Little Fairy Doctor's white hair was whipped by the gale. Her expression was one of shock. Before she could react, she was swallowed by the void gate. Insolence! Xiankongzi, one of the three giants of the pill tower, roared angrily, unleashing the terrifying pressure of a peak 9-ranked Dozun, and struck the void gate with his palm. However, the moment his Do Chi touched the gate, it was directly crushed by an even more vast force. What? Xiankongzi's expression changed drastically, his body forced back several steps by the recoil. Little Fairy Doctor. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in fury. Forgetting about refining pills, he charged forward, his glazed lotus heart flame transforming into a pillar of fire that slammed into the closing void gate. However, the flames vanished the moment they touched it, like a stone sinking into the sea, without any reaction. Damn it! What kind of power is this? Xiao Yan gritted his teeth, a sense of powerlessness washing over him. The void gate closed completely, and space returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. But Little Fairy Doctor's figure had vanished without a trace. The entire arena was silent, everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Xiao Yan's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles white, his eyes burning with anger and anxiety. Who on earth took Little Fairy Doctor away? Such powerful strength, even senior Xiankonzi couldn't stop it. Chapter 119: The Growth of the Mongolian Tree. Xiaoyan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He turned to look at Xiankonzi on the high platform, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and said in a deep voice, "Senior, the spatial power just now was unpredictable. Do you have any clues?" Xiankonzi exchanged a glance with the other two giants, then shook his head gravely. "That power doesn't seem to belong to Do Qi, but the energy it contained was countless times stronger than any Do Shang I've seen before. I'm afraid." Hearing Xiankonzi's words and seeing the worry on his face, Xiaoyan understood that little fairy doctor was probably not coming back. Realizing this thought, Xiaoyan's body went limp, and he slumped to the ground, his face filled with pain. At the same time, Ziyin came to Xiaoyan's side, her face streaked with tears, seemingly deeply affected by what had just happened. Hearing Ziyan's sobs, Xiaoyan snapped out of his daze, staggered to his feet, and patted Ziyan's head. "Little fairy doctor is blessed with good fortune, she'll definitely be alright." Ziyan nodded firmly upon hearing Xiaoyan's comforting words. "Xiaoyan, we must find sister little fairy doctor and rescue her." Xiaoyan nodded firmly upon hearing Ziyan's words, secretly resolving to find little fairy doctor. Xiankonzi and the other two giants of the Pill Tower all wore serious expressions. "What do you think of that power just now?" Xianyi asked first. "I couldn't detect any doqi in that power, but I'm certain its magnitude far surpasses that of a Dosheng expert," Xiankonzi said with considerable apprehension. While the people of the Douyin continent were in a state of panic, Yifan was different. Yifan had already returned to his small world and was checking on the growth of the primordial tree. "Not bad, the primordial tree has already sprouted a little seedling. If this progress continues, I believe it will soon be usable," Yifan murmured with satisfaction. As for little fairy doctor? Yifan had already built her a small villa, given her a celestial venerable cultivation enhancing pill, and sent her to break through to celestial venerable. After glancing at the primordial tree again, Yifan was about to leave the small world when he suddenly remembered something. "It seems Zhang Qianli and Zhu Qin haven't eaten yet. I should go and eat them first." Thinking this, Yifan appeared in the villa with a thought. As soon as Yifan opened his eyes, he saw Zhang Qianli and the other maids cleaning the villa. Now that these maids had joined the team, the older members no longer needed to clean the villa, the maids did the cleaning. When Zhang Qianli and the other maids saw Yifan, fear involuntarily appeared on their faces. Xianlan and Yuli fared even worse, their legs buckled, and they both collapsed to the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Yifan smiled slightly upon seeing their condition, but said nothing. As for Zhang Qianli and Zhu Qin, they seemed to be diligently cleaning, but their trembling hands betrayed their true feelings. Bai Chuyao, on the other hand, was relatively calm. She had come to terms with it, since she couldn't resist, she might as well submit, which would lessen the pain. "Master." Bai Chuyao spoke first. As Bai Chuyao's voice fell, the other women also reacted and respectfully greeted Yifan, "Master." Chapter 120 is complete. I must apologize to all readers here. Due to various reasons, it seems I'll have to stop writing this book. This book is, in a true sense, my first book. Of course, it has many shortcomings. After all, it's my first book, so I lack experience and haven't earned much money. I've only earned less than 500 yuan from the first chapter until now. If I had continued writing, I estimate I could have reached over 1,000 chapters. After all, there's still the God Realm, the Holy Realm, and the Primordial Chaos Realm to explore. Also, the next chapter is something I wrote before, but it hasn't been released yet due to ongoing review. It's also the last chapter. Sigh. That's all for now. There's not much more to say. This novel is indeed quite poorly written. The following is just to reach 1,000 words. Oh, wrong word count, taking a break, hee. Extremely cruel, paying off debts, Nishan Shaman, spiritual world, economic data, smartphone, Anessa sunscreen. You or me, I ran to Nanjing to find you, your card was deducted, what did you say? I'll check your card. Black card, check, that's McCormick, can I watch it now? Check the card, time, Moscow, McCormick, can I watch it now? Steps to advancement, Jiangsu Province, Nanjing City. You laugh, I ran to get my phone and went to sleep. Try it, a woman should marry when she's old enough, she'll feel lonely, right? I'll see if I'm making things difficult for you. It's just this lifetime, only 3 years for us, you're driving me crazy, Bonnie Marama, can I watch it now? It means you try using your phone to check the Inessa sunscreen card and see if you can watch The Moment, or The Moment, and Clement's Economist exam. You can watch The Moment by watching Cadillac and thinking about it. Just try it, McNamara, look at the book, look at the Moment card. Watching Season 3 is like watching Conan. I'm starting to watch my poor New Year's countdown. Waiting for you at the New Year. Hotel Introduction. Nanjing. 3 years is your card, your home. Hotel Introduction. Canadian Skripchenko. Look at you there, young lady, boy, girl, thinking, take your phone. It's computer technology. Look, you're so uncomfortable. Just watching you sleep. It's computer technology, even more difficult for Nanjing. 3 years of thinking. Sleep exquisitely. Look, Joanna. First, look at the turn of the century. It's computer technology. Take your phone and look at your thinking card. You read the book, look, try it. It's possible that in this lifetime, you'll be able to experience the surprise of intelligent driving. It's like watching someone struggle with their Gini coefficient, which is incredibly difficult. Everyone brainstorms, which is beneficial. Think carefully, laugh, take a break, game, draw, wrong, draw, jealousy, fear. But, no time to think about anything. I'll introduce Nanjing resistance. You first look at jealousy and envy. It's like me looking at your computer, looking at psychiatry, looking at the starry sky, thinking. Hotel Introduction, is this year's exam? You read books every moment, looking at peace. Your delicate exam, your dad's space, sisters, time to read books, reading books. This lifetime, the subject exam, start reading, can be big or long, but the inner struggle. That is to say, sister, is it me? Maybe I'll just look at Wang Jun Kai, look at the moment, just look at thinking, looking at the card. Robbery, the sweltering heat is unbearable, the high-speed rail delay for hours, I'm very fake inside, you yourself, Arabic style, I go, but the inner good, the more I think about you in the night, this year's interaction can be absorbed and learned from. It's just the computer introduction, Canadian base, sleeping. I feel like the Computer Technology Supervision Bureau is always there, like you are in the decades before you go to sleep. What are you? Look closely at me as I sleep, in this life, the Science and Technology Supervision Bureau, that woman is just feeling the heat and wants to read. I'm absolutely sure it's about Jita Jinko, it's just reading. End of book.